It's the go. Cut, you killing them.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal.
Exes ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about they name no more.
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. How you gonna refute that? How? Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
Peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holiday is in the building. I want to say welcome to the GOAT, DJ Cut Talk Mix Show. A little GOAT talk, man, before we get started, man. A little GOAT-a-log. Let's say peace to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody who'll be tapped into this later, man. Really appreciate you guys. Real talk. And shout out a few people. We get started, man. First Aborigines in the building. We got Alma Ma Magazine. Salute to Alma Ma Magazine, you guys. Be on the lookout for that holiday edition coming soon. Hey, Michael is in the building. Welcome, brother. You say you're friends with Harry Rosenburg. I would love for you to definitely tag the brother, the Rabbi Harry Rosenburg in this, man. And I want to say shout out to All Viral Hip Hop. Oh God, I can't think of the other brother name. Salute to that brother, man. Very like his style, how he asks questions and stuff, man. So shout out to the brothers over there, man. All Viral Hip Hop, man. They doing their thing, man. Real talk. It was a great interview. And we're gonna be getting to that, man, a little later, man. So shout out to Snake Guy, Leonard Yuda. Copper Tone FOH Apparel, established in 2016. Cali the God, Big Dog Philly OG, Empress Freedom Feather, He Who Is, 1337 is in the building. Press GOAT if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, and put a number one beside that. If they haven't told you, man, you tuned into the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's GOAT. DJ Cut gonna be in the building a little later, man. Yeah, Farkham Live is in the building. Peace, man. Peace to the guys, man. Real talk. Now, I definitely, man, you guys, man, Michael, you can tag the brother, Rabbi Harry Rosenburg in this. I would like to definitely have a conversation with him. Listen, because he said some very poignant things, some things I didn't know about the culture. I think it's about communication. And I feel that we have communication. A lot of times we have misconceptions. So, like I said, shout out to Old God and the brother over All Viral Hip Hop, man. Did their thing, man. It was a great interview. And that's why I wanted to show it, man. So, Romani Bay is in the building. Peace, Noble. He is. You got no sound? We got sound over here. Press GOAT. You hear me? I heard that beat. Mo Can, audio visual production. Boogeyman, what up, though? DJ Cut Tag, man, the best to do it. You already know it's the GOAT. We're gonna bring a dope one tonight. Shout out to Big Aboriginal Power, man. Holding it down. Shout out to everybody on Instagram, man, tuned in, man. Hey, like I said, man, share this on all your social media platforms, man. Y'all know, man, support the real, man. Cut! How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling all well. How you doing, my brother?
Same here, man. Life is great. And also, you know, we got a treat for you guys too tonight, man. Taharka Bay and Meechee X rob a liquor store, man. Now this is just a spoof, you guys, man. But you guys got to see this, man. It's funny as shit. So if you guys haven't seen it, we'll be checking that out as well.
Shit, I'll drop it right now.
We're gonna drop it right now. Let's get it.
Hey, my brother, you know what it is. This is a robbery. Give me all the money in the cash register. You know how I do.
Yeah. Where is the money, job sucker?
Oh, no, it's a robbery. Oh, I don't want no trouble. Just stick the money and go. I don't want no trouble. Hurry up and fill up that bag. I got a crack habit I need to feed. Hey, Tubby Ho, stop eating all the food. Here, just stick the money in the food. I don't want no trouble. Just go. Just go. Hey, my brother, you know what it is. This is a robbery. Give me all the money in the cash register. You know how I do.
Yeah. Where is the money, job sucker?
Oh, no, it's a robbery. Oh, I don't want no trouble. Just stick the money and go. Hurry up and fill up that bag. I got a crack habit I need to feed. Hey, Tubby Ho, stop eating all the food. Here, just stick the money in the food. I don't want no trouble. Just go. Just go.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Meechee X, man, and Taharka Bay, man. Hey, we didn't make that. It's just started with something we wanted to share with the community, you guys. I thought it was kind of funny. Of course, we got to do it, man. Y'all crazy. Bronze Black Power God has entered the building. Abolish the police.
Information.
Joshua Stewart, Dre Cobb's music. Nah, hey Joshua, Tariq shared it though. That's what we got. Shared on Twitter. So I think somebody else made it. But yeah, that's crazy, man. But yeah, man, I definitely, man, Michael, man, can't get a hold of the Rabbi, Harry Rosenburg. And definitely would like to have a conversation with you. From my understanding, are you in Israel? Are you over in the Middle East? You know what I'm saying? I would like to, have some conversations and get your reaction as well to this video clip that we're going to be showing. Shout out to Tanya Lloyd, real rap in the building. Peace, everybody. Man. Like I said, man, share this on all your social media platforms, man. Don't be a customer your whole life. Free Crip Mac. Free everybody, man, that's unjustly locked up, man. Free Brittany Griner, man. Real talk. We can't forget about Brittany Griner, man. Okay, are you in Israel right now, Michael? Definitely would like that. Wherever you at, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, shout out to Michael, man, for even being here.
Absolutely. It was about truth, man. It's never about hate, man. We don't hate anybody, man. And as you guys see, man, people even still giving old Rob Knox a chance. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir.
Allow me to explain.
You got it, bro.
This is not hate or racism. This is simply historianism. Continue, my good brother. Continue.
Oh, you say continue? Oh, okay, no, yeah. I thought you about to say something. I'll play something. Man.
It's historianism.
It's historianism. Yeah, man. Hey, man, y'all go pick up that infamous Blue Diamond double single out right now, man. Talk of the town and Ass Pop, man. Support, man. What more can support the movement, man. We dropping, man. You already know, man. Got a lot of things coming, man. So really, really excited, man. It's a lot of work, man. But once again, that's what it's about, man. You know what I'm saying? I guess the building of it, you know what I mean? Because once it's done, then it's done, right? And a lot of stuff that we're not gonna see get done. So, you know, right now, man, it's about building the foundation, man, blazing the trail, cutting down, you know, the trees. Somebody got to do it, man. So I guess it's got to be us. So once again, though, having the conversations, and that's what they did over there on All of Our Hip Hop with the brother Harry Rosenburg. So shout out to those brothers, man. It was big, man. Cut. You wanna get right into that, or you wanna get into some other things, man? We got a clip from Professor Black Truth as well. We break some stuff down. Huh?
Oh, well, right now I got cocked and loaded Rabbi Harry. I don't know if you wanted to get into
Well, yeah, let's get to it, man. Let's get to the heart of this thing, man, because it's a lot that we're going to have to unwrap in this right here, man. So
I see there's a couple of things, you know what I'm saying, that's never been.
Yeah, because I want to give it away. But, and like I said, I would definitely like to extend a link to Michael and kind of give your reaction on this. I don't know if he's seen this as well. So let's get to it. Let's go.
All right, bet that up.
It's the GOAT. DJ Cut Tack Talk Mix Show. Cut.
You killing them.
For all your hemp wellness needs, information, products, parties, and merch, visit.
You'll be kicking it off on a Mr. Chocolate Sundays coming.
Don't make a statement today or yesterday. I thought it was a dope piece of work. We seen the leader from the ADL make a statement today or yesterday, I believe. He said we shouldn't expect Dave Chappelle to serve as society's moral compass, but disturbing to see NBC SNL not just normalize but popularize hashtag anti-Semitism. Why are Jewish sensitivities denied or diminished at almost every turn? Why does our trauma trigger a pause? Now, I'm not sure if you saw the monologue, but if you did, how did you feel about it? And do you express the same sentiments as Mr. Greenblat?
No, I probably agree with him on almost nothing, but, not to take away from him. I personally saw a little bit of it, and I think Dave Chappelle's hilarious. He's such a funny guy. If you look at like South Park, it's a comedy show made by Jews, but in it they use such derogatory Jew hate terms, dirty Jew, Jewish money. They threw out these words. The ADL never said anything to them, It's a bunch of Jewish guys who were writing it. They never said anything. All of a sudden, now you see Dave Chappelle come out. It was actually funny, and probably a lot of it was he was saying was true. So what's causing these guys to get so triggered? It's a good question. I think the main fear is putting Jewish safety at risk, because there's places now where Jews are getting attacked at random in America for being a Jew, punched in the face, their hats knocked off. And we're trying to prevent that. So we have so much trauma. It's like the analogy I gave before of the lady who used to get, hit by the husband. When she drops something, she's scared it's going to get hit. So now when she drops something, let's say the husband changed his ways, she's still going to flinch. She's still going to get very scared, because in her brain is the pattern that when you do X, Y will, Z, Y and Z will happen. So these people are like, and it was a little insensitive at the time, when the Jewish people are like, whoa, stop talking about us and mixing us with, other groups of evil people. We don't want to be mixed together with that. Then Dave Chappelle just come up right on there and start to like stoke the coals. It looks like they're pushing the divide and conquer strategy. It looks like there's an agenda that wants to create a separation between my community and your community. And for me, that's like the red flag. So I'm like smelling through all this nonsense. I'm like getting to the bottom of it. And I'm like, why don't they want us to talk and collaborate? Something's going on.
Do you think people within the ADL or in higher Hollywood, whatever the case may be, have a disdain towards black people? Because as I watched that, something that really stuck out to me was he said nigga twice on there, on SNL, on NBC, and they let that fly. People were losing their minds laughing. But when he made jokes about the Jewish community, everybody was up in arms. Everybody was upset. And we're all supposed to be leading a cause against hate. but it seems like it's a very specific, generalized part and section of hate that we need to generalize, and everything else is all right, fair game. What do you think about that?
Well, let me just put it. I have two things. One is, let's say I start you dropping the N-word, right? Not okay. I don't have permission to do that. It's not allowed. It's not okay.
Neither should I, and I shouldn't have said it either. It shouldn't be accepted through anybody, but we know how it is.
Okay, I like that and I agree with that, but it happens to be today culturally from your community. It's allowed. It's there and it's understood and it's accepted that this is a word that gets used. So, for example, sometimes I go to the airport, and I'm going through the security, and when you get to the security at the airport, there's a lot of pennies on the floor. So people emptying out their pockets. So I'm always like picking up pennies on the floor over there because I bring it to Jerusalem and I give charity. Every penny is a mitzvah. It's a commandment. You're doing a good deed with it. So I enjoy picking up the pennies. But when everyone looks at me, I'm always making a joke. Like, you always got the classic Jewish guy picking up pennies on the floor, And I'll make a joke about myself because you could do that because I'm Jewish. No one's going to get triggered by it. But if an African-American guy was like, oh, you Jews picking up pennies, it's like, wait a minute, can you say that? So I think it goes both ways. I can't start saying N-words and other people can't start making Jewish penny jokes. Everyone can make, criticize their own selves or their own communities. But I think that's silly also. We shouldn't have an ego. My feelings shouldn't have to be hurt if you have something to say about us. But it's all fun and games until it becomes, physical violence towards Jews. Then it's like we just so much trauma. We're not having any of it. So I think the ADL is probably protecting a beast that the Jewish people communicate and miscommunicate as themselves. Like the Jewish people are like, oh, the ADL is here for me. ADL is not here for you, Jewish people. They're protecting something much bigger. They just, the name Jew is just covering both realities, the thing they're protecting and you simple folk who are just trying to make a living and stay humble.
I think it's a good segue to go into what Kanye was saying about hip hop and Jewish executives. In one particular comment, he talked about how, in black hip hop music, we could talk about kill this, nigga that, and it's pretty much there's no outrage, black on black. But as soon as somebody says something about the Jewish people, it seems like it's all hell breaks loose. But a lot of these execs we already established in hip hop are Jewish. How come they promote, fund, the destruction of black people through the music? But as soon as somebody says something about Jewish people, it's all hell breaks loose. But when it's black people, it's like they fund that and they don't care.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. But it's such a complex thing because no one should have the right to, the fact that they're promoting violence and drugs and then making that an avenue of like financial success. So now I'm a young African-American kid and I want to get some money when I'm older. I got to start like training myself. If I want money, I got to rap about killing and drugs and be hardcore. So that's something that's being set by the Jewish people. But let me ask you a few questions just on this. Let's say like, and I'm not a professional, like let's look at like Def Jam Records or like, some of these guys. Is there African-American owned media that's still promoting, violence and drugs and gangster living outside of Jewish ownership? Is that exclusive only to Jews owning these companies, or there's also African-American owned?
What company does African Americans own?
I don't know. That's why I'm saying this question out of ignorance. I was asking you more.
It's usually like a sometimes it's a partnership deal, but most of the time it's Jewish owned. They'll have like Def Jam, Rockefeller,
and all this. Is this Jewish guy at the top of it?
Say it again. I didn't hear that part.
Like part. Def Jam Records or NWO or whatever it is. These are Jewish owned things at the top of it.
Like Def Jam, for example. Sorry to cut you off. The current CEO of Def Jam, his name is Paul Rosenburg. He's been there since January 1st, 2018. The founders were Rick Rubin and Russell Simmons. So,
right. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, we do, participate in it as well. I get where you're trying to go with that as well. But it's still the underlying issue of the majority of these companies being ran by Jewish people that promote and fund this message. Can we agree with that?
Yeah, it seems very shady. It seems that there should be these are, I don't know if these are people that have like rabbis that could even call them. These are like rabbi-less individuals. These are godless individuals. These aren't people that have God in their lives. So it's not like we can get all the rabbis together and like sit them down and have a sit down. Well, they're going to listen to the rabbi. They're not even listening to God. How they're going to listen to a rabbi? But I'm with you on the fact that there should be no Jew involved. Yeah, I had this phone call coming in. It shuts it off. But I'm with you. If there was like a march to march against Jews who are promoting drugs and violence in the African American community and creating a poisonic, toxic environment for you guys, I'm on your team. That's totally evil. But like I said, I think these Jews finding these roles are serving something darker and higher than themselves. They're not the boss. Like they're getting a paycheck from someone also, and that someone's the guy that the ADL's like, don't get to him, like don't get to the top of the ladder. Who these guys working for? You can't talk about that. And so I'm always curious, like who's really calling the shots? Because it's not the Jewish people. It's some darker fraternity stuff. You know what I'm saying?
And to the best of your knowledge, who do you think, or in your opinion, who do you think those higher up people are, and where do you think the separation came between Jewish executives in Hollywood and music and yourself? Let's just put it like that.
I think the guys who are really at the top, you don't get to know their names because they pay for you not to know who they are, So the names that we're even given are the names that they let us get, So you're going to throw out like, Rockefeller and this name and that name. Those are the names they gave us access to. The names that we don't get access to is because they're the ones who are owning the wealth of the world, calling the shots with wars, and creating agendas to manipulate humanity. But where it stops and, separates me from these individuals is they give an allegiance to something that's not Jewish. These guys are all part of fraternities, whether it's Masonic or, their clubs from college, their, with their Greek symbols and their cults and their rituals. I know, I don't want to get too deep into it until the right time is, because this is like even dangerous for me to be talking about this type of stuff because we're up against a very dark force, But these are people who get paid by these entities, are loyal to these entities, and the Jewish people are just trying to unite the tribes, the lost tribes, and build a temple for all humanity and bring world peace. There's like two totally different realities. And I think if you looked at the last few hundred years of Europe, when these Jews started joining these fraternities and getting involved in the banks and the wealth and financing wars, they started taking on customs and traditions that had nothing to do with the Jewish people.
Hello, Connor. My name is Rayfield Holt.
There's just this divide going on, and the Jewish people aren't so aware of it. So part of my job is to explain it.
I'm sorry I missed your call. I was in the middle of
our legends. We believe within the Jewish people there will be a dark side in the future that we're going to have to deal with. My ancestors taught this 400 years ago. I was a famous rabbi. I speak about this, and so I have a job to educate my people of stop defending the evil within us, because that's going to hold us back from the ingathering, the redemption, and uniting with the lost tribes of Israel, which seems part of them came to America on these slave ships. So there's an agenda that doesn't want, like I said before, your community and my community building. That's the last thing they're going to want. They're going to want us to be divided, calling each other enemies, and do everything in their power to make sure a healthy conversation doesn't come out of what's going on.
Yeah, man. So just off top, man, for me, man, for the second time I've seen that, what stands out when he said that the ADL represents a beast. You know what I'm saying? The beast. You know what I mean? When you think about it, I think that's really interesting. Also, and we talk about this, how they conflate negative behavior and stuff, and say, oh, when you address the negative behavior, they say, oh no, you're talking about our people, you're talking about the Holocaust, you're talking about our religion. And no, we're not, because that's not representing your people or that or your community or fake or good people and stuff like that. So once again, I thank the brother Rabbi Harry Rosenburg for clarifying that, because once again, if we don't ask the questions like oh God and the brother did, then we wouldn't get that answer to be able to know. We will all assume that they all feel that way. They all feel like Johnathan Greenblat, right? And if I don't like Johnathan Greenblat, that don't mean that I don't like Vlad, or I don't like this guy. That don't mean that I automatically don't have to like Adam. I don't have to like everybody else. No. I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't have to attack your whole community. I don't like this blackface that Drake did right here, and the companies that distributed this. They could have seen it and be like, oh, whoa, that's not a good look, Drake. But no, they distributed it. What happened with that? So I'm just saying though, you know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? We're literally allowing people to dupe us like right now. Like, it's crazy. That doesn't, you know, does Harvey Weinstein represent all the Jewish people? Let's talk about it. When he said that South Park, and you know, you watch South Park, and they be going in, you be like, whoa, that's interesting, right? And of course, if they make jokes about people of color are gonna be like, nah, South Park can't say that, right? It's a cartoon. I like to watch motherfucking Boondocks. I want them to go in. Why? It's a joke. It's a cartoon, right? Just like the spoof that we played earlier, that's a cartoon. Now, sometimes cartoons do. Art does imitate life, though. Just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Not that Meechee X is going to go on a robbery with Taharka, though. That's all. Just jokes. Just kidding. Just jokes. Just jokes. Hey, but I would like to definitely talk to the brother Michael, as well as Rabbi Harry Rosenburg. You know, it was really interesting conversation that they had. I mean, you guys had anything that stood out to you guys? Okay, Sean. Cut. Can y'all hear me? Cut, you muted? Testing. 1 2 1 2.
I can hear you.
Tyron, what's up, man?
What up, man? Bro, you missed the show we had on Alquan channel, bro. It's the hats, nets, and the Rapicon. We had ourselves a small hat and the Pan-African.
Yeah, but I want to talk to the brother Michael who's in Israel, who knows Rabbi Harry Rosenburg, and we want to be able to see if we can get a hold of Rabbi Harry Rosenburg. If anybody know Rabbi Harry Rosenburg, or Ye West, or Kyrie Irving, or Johnathan Greenblat, anybody that we talking about, tell them, tag them in. Tell them we want to talk to them. You know what I'm saying? We talk to anybody over here. Talk to old guy. Talk to everybody, man. Everybody welcome over here, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're not welcome on anybody else's shit, but everybody's welcome over here. Even though Latrell Tenwell, hey man, how you doing, brother? You all right? Y'all know I ain't shit, so y'all better leave me alone. Y'all know I'm ignorant and I stay hungry. So I don't know what the fuck.
My bad, gentlemen.
Terrible. No, I'm just playing.
We good.
Hey, Cut, did you catch any of that?
What, Rosenburg?
Yeah, I'm trying to have a conversation about Rabbi Harry Rosenburg right now.
Yeah, man. I checked him out, man. You know what I'm saying? He was actually going against everything, you know what I'm saying, that the ADL was speaking. So,
well, he just said they represent the beast, right? They don't represent Jewish people. I hear that a lot from people, you know, that really are part of the culture, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. That and he said something that was interesting, that he will stand with anybody that's going against music and culture that's detrimental to our community. As a producer, you know what I'm saying, it's been producing music damn near 30 years now. Like myself, how do you respond to that, brother? Because we're still making music that some people might say that might contribute to the negative culture. How do you respond to that, my brother?
Well, man, I'll tell you what. All we can do, as far as the music and things of that nature, all we can really do is worry about the things that we can control. You know what I'm talking about? We can't get with everybody, you know what I'm saying, and be right beside them pointing the fingers at this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm not about to listen to Harry Rosenburg. I don't know about that, man.
Nah, what you mean though? Hey, peace, Grateful.
Grateful's in the house. I see you. You said he said what about hip hop of the day? What'd you say?
Yeah, no. Well, that okay. So it's negative music, right? And he's saying that he would march and stand with anybody that's going against those companies, right? Because as we know, all these companies, every distribution, every media outlet, everything is owned by these people, right? And he's saying that those people do not represent the Jewish community, and that they represent a dark, evil spirit. We got to talk about this, you guys. Like, we got to stop acting like, what is happening right now? What? Y'all scared? Y'all scared? Go to church. Go to church. Y'all know we gonna get it out over here, man. You know what I'm saying? We trying to get it out over here. That's what we doing. We're gonna get the truth out, because if you don't talk about it, once again, how we gonna know? I thought, you know, and I would definitely like to ask the brother Rabbi Harry Rosenburg a few questions. Y'all know, because I scratch a little deeper. You know what I mean? But I gotta ask him. We had to ask these questions because inquiring minds need to know about these things. But he also said in era that some Israelites came here on slave boats. Now, we can go back and forth with all that or whatever, but we're not about to do that. That's, you know, we already said, I stand on this. I said it's public. I've been saying it publicly for over 10 years. Slavery is fake as it pertains to the American Negro. Now, when we talk about culture, we get out to all that or whatever. I'm not about to argue with you guys. I know there's some Hebrew Israelites in the chat room, and we go back and forth. What is called Hebrew Israelite culture is ancient here in America, comes from America. Respect it or check it. Go get any rabbi, go get any nigga on the corner, anywhere. Okay? Just do that for me, and then we have a conversation, okay? We don't have to go back and forth. And if you tell me something else, and all these allegories and all this other stuff or whatever, then, you know, it's gonna be a problem. And the reason why things don't get done is because is how it's been applied. You understand? Somebody usurped something. Oh, is this the same people that's in Hollywood that Harry Rosenburg is saying are the dark ones and evil ones? Well, this is what they're representing. This is the narrative. This is the story. So I'm just saying. And he said something also that was interesting. He said he couldn't say certain things. He was talking about these secret societies and these fraternities and letters and blah, blah, blah. Was he lying? And he said that he had to stop because he could be in danger. Is he lying?
No, he's not lying.
They don't knock their own people off? For speaking out? Okay, they don't fire him? They don't blackball him? What are we doing? What are y'all saying? I mean, you know what I mean? So I just think that we gotta really, really look into this, man. Like what are y'all scared of? Haru, what up though? A dot V dots. Castman Cal. I think it's time to huddle up, niggas. That's right. Monaga. Ghetto Child Clinic. Hefe. Keith Lamont. PG. Pack Gabriel in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Shout out to Tommy Parker in the building. Hey, yeah, man. Hey, man, do us a favor, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. We're gonna keep going in. Hey, Cut, you there?
Hey, is it
Go ahead,
possible
Grateful.
that I can just cut in for 1 second? I
Absolutely.
did find something very interesting. I'm glad he stated it. He said it's a beast. Now I want everybody to go and sit on that. And when he say beast, think about what he's saying, and think about that. If I do get into metaphysical aspects of things. I do get into occultism of things. I do place my mind in other aspects. Like, okay, if we got Earth and we got here and here and here, and I'm not gonna go too deep um, either. But I would freaking challenge every last one of y'all to dig a little. Just keep going deeper. Yes, we know that we're the firstborn of the earthlings, and we also know that we're the fallen ones, right? And with applying that to yourself, what else? What else could it be? Who could have some type of magic that was taken from us that applied to them to do this to us? What could it be? What could it possibly be that you because most folks fear the unknown, right? Because it's like a hold up, shit. This is spookism. But there's nothing really to fear because if you go within yourself, that shit'll come to you. Go talk to your ancestors. You know what I mean? Go outside, sit, meditate. It will come to you, and then you'll start seeing the beast. You'll start understanding a president ain't a fucking president. The governor ain't this, and then everything will start adding up. It'll start adding. It'll start adding. It'll add up every single time, folks. The veil has already been lifted. First and foremost, you will eventually see the beast. Get yourself prepared to see it, and it ain't what they told you. And don't be afraid because it's nothing to fear. But you're gonna see, and you're gonna be so shocked, so shocked. It's gonna be like, what the hell, motherfucker? I was scared of you, and why the fuck was I there when I am that I am? Because we're connected, correct? We're connected to the cosmic, to the galactic, to the universe, however you want to call it, however you want to describe it. We're our direct connection to them. Everything in this planet is of us, factual. Nothing else has this, right? So that says something. It says something specific about us. So get back to your goddamn magic wands and shit out this motherfucker. Go back to your superhero. You know, like the superheroes they be showing these cartoons and all that other crap and all that. Get back into your not being a child, but get back into that child state of mind with the imagination and you seeing yourself. Because right now it's a density. We're in a density. Certain things are being projected on us. So you got to project yourselves on those things, and then it'll add up. It will add up. And y'all may think I'm on my rockers or whatever. It will add up. So please, please be fearless. Be fearless in this. Because that's what's going to take them out. Our fearlessness. And as long as you stay in fear, we're going to continue to have these issues. and I'll sit back and let you all continue to build. High vibes.
Thank you, as always. Hey, Tayshawn, yeah, before we get into the video, you want to talk about the Harry Rosenburg interview?
Yeah, I came in like the last 5 minutes of it, but when I did come in, I heard he said he was comparing something about saying the N-word. What was he comparing that to?
Well, what he was saying was that they were asking him about Dave Chappelle using nigga on Saturday Night Live, right? And so, and what he thought about that, because when he said something about the Jews, you know, people have a problem, right? And it's not, you know, even though they laughed at it in that opening thing, right? So when he said, he said, well, it's like when he goes through the airport, he picks up pennies because when people, you know, just leave the pennies on the floor. So he said he cracks a joke on himself. He cracks a joke on himself saying that he's a typical Jew who picks up the pennies, right? And he says he gives them because he gives to charity. And so he says every penny you give to charity in his culture is mitzvah. It's good. You know what I'm saying? It's blessings, right? So it's just something he's doing. So I didn't know that until I seen the interview, right? And I said, oh shit, that's dope. So I wouldn't make fun of that because that would be, if I know what it is, you know what I'm saying? If I didn't know what it is, I'd be like, oh shit, look at this dude right here. He being greedy. You know what I'm saying? Clearly he don't need in Kyrie Irving's $500,000, right? And he definitely don't need these motherfucking pennies on the thing. But now that I know what he's doing, okay, that's dope, right? It's a cultural thing. And so it's a flip side of that, Rabbi, that it's a cultural thing for us as well. You understand what I'm saying? And so just being able to have that conversation, oh, okay, we understand how that makes sense right there. But also when people are using, you know, as you guys are about to see, shout out, this brother right here went in, you guys. Like, you know, just all you got to say, you know what I mean? So once again, shout out to the new black media, by the way, you know what I mean? And the work y'all doing, man. It's keep doing y'all work, man. You know what I mean? Grassroots, shout out to the grassroots, shout out to everybody doing their work, man. You know what I mean? Everybody don't have to agree on everything, but once again, we are growing, we're working to the same goals. You understand? Truth. We're getting to the truth. We're getting to power. We're getting to respect. And so that's what this is about. And just knowledge, having knowledge. I didn't know that about the going back to the airport thing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that. So he was just basically saying that just, you know, certain things is, you know, right for him to say about his people, and you know, and then something for us is a cultural thing as well. So that's why he made that analogy. You know what I mean, or whatever. But from the flip side of it is, right, when we talked about, I told you I retired 10 years ago was because they didn't want to distribute the Cracker Killer project, right? The KKK project. Now they let us talk about the KKK.
I want in on that.
Right, but they'll let us talk about the KKK. You know what I'm saying, in songs and all this other stuff, and what we'll do to the sheets and all this other shit. Right, that's cool. Right. However, they'll distribute that. However, but it was a little different than just it was the Cracker Killer project, and in my world, you know, it was about everybody, black crackers, graham crackers, saltine crackers, all crackers. Y'all heard me? So they was not with that, and not only they wasn't with it, the artists wasn't with it. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to change their vibration up to say, okay, we got to stop killing each other. Right? They didn't want that. They didn't want us to stop. My whole manifesto was for us to stop marketing killing each other, or don't get to that. This is before drill rap, you guys. Like, let's not get to that. That's not the way to go. And they was like trying to put batteries in our backs. Like, hey, no, let's get to that. Let's get to that type of beef. Let's get to this type of situation, and this is what we'll do for you, right? No. Some of us are a little bit more conscious than that, but then we didn't want to do that, right? The point is that exposing that it's okay to kill yourselves, and we're going to make that a cultural thing, and it's okay to do all this and to denigrate yourself, but you better not even compliment us in the public. You know what I'm saying? I think that's really interesting. You know what I mean? And let alone harm anybody. Now we can all admit that hip hop is a dangerous business, right? But have we heard of any of their people ever being harmed in this business? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's not like they're not there. Rosenberg goes to events and stuff. Nobody's ever did anything to him. You know what I mean? So we got to think about it from that perspective. Why is it not? Because they've been protected. Am I saying something wrong? Shout out to Steve Lobel. It's my partner. Shout out to Steve Rifkin. Good guys, but they've been protected. They ain't coming to everybody's hoods by themselves. I'm just saying. So, hey, man, it's all about doing right about people. It's not, if somebody's addressing negativity and stuff that's especially the unfair practices and things that's going on within the music industry, the film industry and stuff like that, it doesn't matter if there's a lot of people, if you're doing right by people, right? But we know they're not. Sure, look at Seinfeld. They didn't, how long that show run? Like 20 years? It was like, no niggas in it. None. Like none. You know what I mean? Stop it. Like the lawyer or something. And like one other dude. Really? Like even outside? Like in the extras and shit? Come on, bro. It's not, no. It's not like that. But once again, it's little subtle things. And then as you guys are about to see right here. All right, we're going to break it down. I don't want to spoil it. But once again, man, shout out to Professor Black Truth, man. New Black Media. Everybody doing their work, man. Let's go. DJ Tech Talk Mix Show, man. Hey, the invitation's still out there for Rabbi Harry Rosenburg. Oh, God, anybody, man, that's associated with any shows, anything that we do, anybody we talking about, even Johnathan Greenblat, tap in. Let's go. Let's go.
That's right. Check. Yeah, let me get this shit correct. Yeah, here we go. Yeah,
but
now
yeah,
let me turn this down.
No,
Let me turn this down. Now, Mike. Yeah. I was just checking the mic, man. I'm good now. Here we go.
There are two subjects that I don't like to ever get involved in, and that happens to be entertainment and sports. Black folks don't handle those subjects very well. But when you have people who are trying to hold up Black figures from the music world and from the athletics world as being proxies for the Black community, and they're going to demonize the Black community by proxy, I've got to say something. Let's talk about Kyrie Irving. Let's talk about this lie we've been hearing for the last few weeks that the Black community is anti-Semitic. So what is Kyrie Irving even getting dragged for? What did he do? I've looked to see what comments or what actions he's allegedly committed, and I found nothing. And yet you got people going into phony hysterics about him, that allegedly he is the poster child for anti-Semitism in the Black community. He's the proof of anti-Semitism in the Black community. And what exactly is the evidence of Kyrie Irving being anti-Semitic? He's being condemned for not saying something. He's not being attacked for what he said. He's being attacked for what he didn't say. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the classic story, A Man for All Seasons. Now, that tale is based on the real-life events of Sir Thomas More. More was a highly respected English statesman. At the time, England was a Catholic country, but their reprobate king, Henry VIII, wanted to annul his marriage to his Spanish wife. So there was a lot of pressure being put on Thomas More to join the king in demanding that the Pope annul the marriage, so the king could go chase some more skirts. Sir Thomas More refused. He would eventually be executed for that refusal. But do you know why Thomas More was executed? Do you know what the argument was that they used to have him put to death? The king's henchmen, like Lord Cromwell, demanded that More say that the king has the right to divorce his wife, and More said nothing. He didn't say the king had no right to divorce his wife. He simply refused to say that the king did. He claimed neutrality. Men like Lord Cromwell interrogated More repeatedly, accusing him of treason to the king. Cromwell tried every rhetorical trick in the book to convince everyone that More's silence meant that he was defying the king, that he was opposing what the king wanted to do. More, however, brought up the fact that under British law, qui tacit consenteret, that silence gives consent. And More was right. People usually only speak up on things that they object to, especially if it affects them personally. When people remain silent, their silence equals agreement. Silence means that they agree with, or at the very least, they're not going to oppose whatever is going on. And we saw this play itself out with LeBron James. So long as LeBron said nothing about Black Lives Matter, the white media, especially the racist trash at False News like Laura Ingraham, didn't have anything bad to say about him. When he finally, however, wore some apparel supporting the movement, those same people whined that he and the rest of the NBA need to stay out of politics and just shut up and dribble. And then came the protest by groups in Hong Kong who were defying the Chinese Communist government. By the way, those protests in Hong Kong were being largely supported by the US government. And then those same hardheads from False News suddenly wanted everyone to become an activist, especially the NBA. They said the NBA is being un-American, they're being undemocratic, they're not going to refuse to play in China. Suddenly they were attacking LeBron James for not being involved in politics. All of a sudden, his silence was no longer him staying in his lane. It was no longer permissible for him to just shut up and dribble. His silence was a pro-communist China statement now. Of course, that's not true at all. Those are just the voices in Laura Ingraham's empty head, but it just goes to show the dynamic that's at work here. Because this is the exact same thing being done with Kyrie Irving. He's being attacked, demonized, and vilified in the white media, not because he said that he's in favor of something, not because he said that he opposes something. He's being dragged because he refuses to say anything. But they claim his silence means that he's anti-Semitic, even though they asked him about the movie, and he didn't say anything about the movie either. So which one is it? Are we to take his silence to mean that he doesn't like Jewish people, or that he doesn't like the movie because he's been silent on both? And both of those statements cannot be true. There is not and has never been an anti-Semitic anything in the Black community. For example, Walter White, leader of the NAACP, went to the UN and personally lobbied Ethiopia, Haiti, and Liberia to support the establishment of the State of Israel. Walter White, a Black man representing an ostensibly Black organization. And before there was a State of Israel, you had Walter White out there advocating for it. He was speaking louder than practically most of the Jewish population in the United States. Ralph Bunche became the first non-white person to be awarded the Nobel Prize due to his helping negotiate an end to the 1948-1949 war between Israel and the Arabs. So you had one Black man who led the effort to establish the State of Israel, and another Black man who helped to ensure that Israel wasn't wiped out the moment that it was created. Gee, is this the Black anti-Semitism that Goldie Taylor and the white media that put her up to it keep telling us about? At a time when Black people were being lynched in the streets, our churches firebombed, attack dogs and fire hoses turned on us, at that same time, Black leaders were fighting for the establishment of the State of Israel. This trope that Black people are anti-Semitic is a feeble lie, and the people who keep trying to push it, they know that what they're saying isn't true, but someone seems to think that this lie serves a certain purpose, that it's useful. And this trope is quite old. Hollywood was busy laying the groundwork for it almost 60 years ago. In 1964, the renowned director Sidney Lumet made a movie called The Pawnbroker. It starred Rod Steiger. You'll remember Steiger as having played Marlon Brando's brother in the movie On the Waterfront. He also played the racist police chief in The Heat of the Night. In The Pawnbroker, Steiger plays a Holocaust survivor who, after the war, settles in the United States in East Harlem, New York. You can probably already tell where this one's going. Steiger's character has nothing but disdain for his neighbors and even his own patrons. And while defenders of the film will point out that he is a curmudgeon who is spiteful of everyone due to his Holocaust experience, the movie makes it a point to show practically all the Black characters in a negative light. The movie has Brock Peters playing a character named Rodriguez, who uses the pawn shop as a front for his racketeering. And the movie's climax has a gang of thieves led by a Black man who come to rob Steiger's store. The theft results in Steiger's white Hispanic assistant being killed in the process. I won't say the movie was dripping with anti-Black racism from first frame to ending credits, but the filmmakers made it crystal clear that Black people hadn't done this Jewish pawn shop owner any favors. Black people were presented in this movie as being uniquely antagonistic towards this grumpy but otherwise harmless Jewish merchant. Now, this was back in 1964. You did not have any examples of any antagonism or conflict towards Jewish Americans by African Americans at all. This movie was a work of fiction right up there with sci-fi. Black people are not anti-Semitic and cannot be because racism requires power, and Black people have no power in this society. We don't have the power to attack anyone else. We don't even have the power to defend ourselves. What's happening to Kyrie Irving right now is happening regardless of what the Black community says on any front. Black people do not have the power to do to anyone else what's being done to Kyrie Irving. Here's two examples, Don Imus and Donald Sterling, both white men who were caught out making racist remarks about Black people. Now, what Black person had the power to punish either one of them? Not a one. What Black person had the power to take their money away from them? Not even one. What group of Black businesses and corporations ganged up on these guys and said, we're going to run you out of town and we're going to make your names mud? None, because there's none who had the power to. When calls came for Imus to be suspended, if not fired, Black people had to go to the owners and operators of the white media, and in the case of Donald Sterling, the almost exclusively white owners and management of the NBA. Black folks had to go to these non-Black entities, hat in hand, begging them to do something about their respective races. Black people were completely unable to do anything about either one of them. Now compare that, on the other hand, to Kanye West and Kyrie Irving. Both of them are being accused of anti-Semitism, and in the case of Kyrie Irving, being accused of anti-Semitism for having not said anything at all, for having not done anything. Is there any Jewish American who had to go to the Black community to take Kanye West music deals from him? What Black person did the Jewish community have to go through in order to get his clothing deals taken from him? Did Ari Emanuel, whose brother Rahm Emanuel presided over the cover-up of the Kwame McDonald murder, did he have to go to even one Black person to get Kanye's finances thrown into chaos? Same thing goes with Kyrie Irving. When these empty accusations of anti-Semitism were leveled against him, there was no Black person who the Jewish community had to go to in order to get something to be done about him. It was done regardless. Black people didn't have the power to prevent Kanye or Kyrie from being piled on or to stop the white powers that be from doing whatever they wanted against them. Kanye said something that offended many in the Jewish community, and they had the power to punish him themselves. Kyrie didn't even say anything, didn't do anything. He merely retweeted a documentary or movie or whatever that had content that certain people took offense at. Kyrie Irving didn't direct that movie, didn't write it, didn't fund it, didn't produce it, didn't even tell Amazon to put it on their website. He merely put out a tweet pointing to it. And then all this largely phony outrage took place, with the NBA commissioner in the end having to admit what we've known all along. Kyrie Irving is not anti-Semitic. But even the NBA's own Jewish commissioner admitting that Kyrie Irving is not anti-Semitic isn't going to stop this train, because it's not about anti-Semitism, it's about demonizing Black people. So now there's a follow-up campaign saying we need to get that movie purged from Amazon.com because it's hateful and blah, blah, blah. Well, in that case, then we need to remove all such movies like that, don't we? None of these people are going into hysterics about The Jazz Singer. That movie, of course, starred the infamous Al Jolson, whose name has become synonymous with blackface. In the movie, Jolson portrays a Jewish entertainer who runs around doing a blackface routine. And by the way, The Jazz Singer was put into the Library of Congress by the National Film Registry, which means the nation's taxes will go to preserve one of the most anti-Black racist films of all time. And the American Film Institute ranked it among the best American films of all time. But here's my question. Why is it that a movie that nobody even heard of before Kyrie Irving merely retweeted it one time is seen as the sum of all evil? Meanwhile, a putridly, blatantly, infamously racist movie like The Jazz Singer is not being held in the same contempt, not being attacked. The Jazz Singer is on Amazon, and no one's objecting to that. Well, at least no one who's Black anyway. No one's calling out this blatant pile of anti-Black racism. In fact, it's only praised and lauded by people who love it precisely because it's a blatant pile of anti-Black racism. They don't care about that reeking pile of celluloid. They only pretend to like it for the same reason all these racists pretended to support George Zimmerman and Kyle Rittenhouse, because they understood that their support was an anti-Black message. And I think that someone ought to ask me just how many of those team owners in the NBA have watched things like Song of the South, Birth of a Nation, The Jazz Singer. How many of those NBA owners consider those racist works to be American classics. Now, the people who retweet and support that crap, like the jazz singer, and who praise it, they're not punished at all. Nothing happens to them. You would think that the Anti-Defamation League and the Ari Emanuels would be horrified that a movie like The Jazz Singer, which is only known for depicting a Jewish character running around in blackface, well, you think they'd be raising hell about it. None of them are demanding that Amazon take it off their website. None of them are demanding to know who put this garbage in the National Film Registry. None of them are demanding to know who at the American Film Institute thought so highly of this filth. Maybe we'd see Ari Emanuel's name, perhaps, if we started asking who elevated The Jazz Singer to such heights. Who was it who decided that it was worthy of all of this praise and awards and honors? If we asked who at the American Film Institute thought so highly of this garbage, maybe perhaps Ari Emanuel's name might come up. God knows he's been in the entertainment business long enough. The Jazz Singer is a racist delight, and there's more than a few racists out there who are supporting it openly and behind the scenes. No one's trying to get The Jazz Singer removed from Amazon or demonize the people who like it, because this isn't about fighting bigotry. It never was. It's about the thing it's always been about, the predictable drumbeat of claiming that black people are the real racists. Because once you say that, why, you can also say that black people can be mistreated with impunity, because after all, black people are no better than the very racists who are attacking them, right? Last year, the trope was black people are responsible for attacking every Asian person in America. This year, it's all of Black America is anti-Semitic. Next year, it'll be something else, because this is political. It's about attacking the black community by proxy. Me Too went from being about Harvey Weinstein, Matt Lauer, Les Moonves, and Charlie Rose to somehow being about Bill Cosby. Except nobody held Weinstein up as an example of something wrong with his religion. Bill Cosby, on the other hand, was immediately linked to the black community as a whole. All of the racist tropes that these white supremacists in the media normally couldn't get away with saying, now they were openly using them. But of course, pretending as if it's only because of Cosby and other men like him, why a conversation has started about the black community. And when it seemed that there was too much pushback from the grassroots against that trope and that pack of lies, the white media then put their asinine stooge, Kamau Dumbbell, out front to just blatantly say that black men are all a bunch of rape-happy monsters jumping on any female we can get our hands on, and why we need to talk about black rape culture. No matter how many white men in the media have been exposed as sexual predators, you never see anyone trying to say the white community should be racially pathologized, that their behavior somehow is emblematic of their entire group. No matter how many white men have attacked Asians, even a mass shooter, that doesn't get racially pathologized either.
Shout out to everybody, man. I ain't miss anything, did I? I had to step away for a little bit.
Well, a little bit. Well, check this out, right?
All right.
So, there's a section he was talking about Imus not being able to get counsel on Donald Sterling, right? Well, here's how this worked, right? Imus, I've been watching Imus for years before that happened, right? Or listening to it. You haven't. They always call Condoleezza Rice nappy-headed hoe. This is something they would crack. It was a joke, right? But that's not why they shut Imus down, Professor. They shut Imus down because he was pushing back against their vaccination push back then. Because he found out about the autism, they found autism was working with Autism Speaks, things like that or whatever. Talking about how it affected our children of color, brother. So that's what Imus was exposing. And that's what they had to shut Imus down about. Now, Donald Sterling, I'm still trying to figure out, other than them, wanting to take over his business. And, of course, that's what it was. It had nothing to do with us. And whatever his personal conversation, he's having private conversations about private people. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys seen his interview Donald Sterling did before he died on Anderson Cooper. He exposed a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And once again, they even made him sell his own team. So it's not always about color or this people against this people. Sometimes it's about you're part of the good old boys club, like Joe Si's trying to stay a part of. You understand? And so that's what we're dealing with. So yeah, man. And so we do have the power, but we got to stop allowing the puppets, because the only people that are working are for working for them. They're only going to move the way they want to move. It's always the 52 fake out, bro. Like it's never ever the Democratic hustle. That's what they doing. Old liberal shuffle. But I definitely agree with
it.
And I'm just saying, I'm not down to disagree with him. I just look at it from a different perspective. You know, we can't keep saying it. Well, we don't have any power. So how can we be racist? Nah. We could be prejudiced. We could be stupid. You know what I'm saying? And we can continue to be puppets. And yeah, of course, exposing all that or whatever. But look at Drake down here, right? Tayshaun, did you know that that's what Drake was doing? That pose he was doing was the Al Jolson picture from the Jazz Singer, brother?
I did not.
Say it again, bro.
I did not. I just found that out.
Now, what's crazy about that is, right? Nobody even stopped buying Drake's shit, stopped listening to his music. Nobody boycotted him. I don't even think there was anybody that actually stepped out, like the Charlemagne's, right? Charlemagne, wouldn't this be in your wheelhouse? But it's not going to happen because you working with Andrew Schultz and them, and you said it. You said it before. You don't want to talk about these people or whatever. You understand, okay? But once again, we're not talking about these people. We're not talking about Harry Rosenburg, and we're talking about the evil ones. See what I'm saying? And negative behavior. Now, just because these people have put themselves in these positions, even when we talk about the justice system or whatever, putting themselves in these positions as judges and stuff, okay, well, guess what? The justice system has been working against us for a very long time, brothers and sisters. Who's behind that? Who's behind these things? And then this is how they actually feel about you. Drake, how could you allow this to happen? Y'all have to make this make sense. I don't know if he's ever had an interview about this, anybody ever asked him about this right here. But I think it's really interesting that people don't. But we didn't hold him accountable for that. Even that nobody's like, oh man, let's boycott Drake for this situation right here. Me, first off, in context, if it's a joke, it's a joke. You know what I mean? Like I like a good joke like the next person. You know what I mean? Y'all follow me?
You can hear me now, Chief?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh no, I was saying this pose. I didn't know he got that from that movie. I just found it out on that video.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Like now, the company that distributed that was and produced that were Jewish people. The Jazz Singer, whatever, right? The Birth of a Nation. I can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And once again, it's a lot of times why we be confused because it's never even about their own people. It's about their bottom line. It's about getting to money. And
The Birth of a
kind of
Nation, boy, that was a bomb right there. That right there is a bomb.
Yeah. What they gonna do? Lie? Like deny it? So yeah. So why should the ADL be coming at as well as the media coming at the brother Kyrie? You know what I'm saying? For instance, about something he didn't say. Dude, he didn't. What's the problem when they're not demonizing anybody else? Even the goddamn producer, the writer of the thing, he's like, well, come talk to me about it. Why y'all not coming and talking to him about it? Why y'all not boycotting his stuff? Whatever. It's been up for years. And I think that's really interesting as well. When we also know that there's other books and other scholars of really scholars, because I don't think Johnathan Greenblat is an expert. I could be wrong in Judaism or whatever. I haven't really dug into him like that. You know what I mean? But we're gonna need some clarity. And just who just came into the building for some clarity, Brother Smoke City. Peace to the guy, man. What's up, man? Hey, man, we appreciate you all for tapping in, man. Shout out to all anonymous people, man, for supporting the channel, man. We really appreciate you guys. Real talk. Let's go, DJ Cut Tag.
Hey, yo, can I get everybody to hit the like button, subscribe to I Don't Give a Fuck Sports and News, and subscribe to DJ Cut Tag 1 on YouTube. But most of all, get your share on, please. If you don't
That's
mind,
right.
get your share on. Shout out to everybody here.
That's right. So yeah, man. I mean, bro, like that's crazy. I mean, when we get back to the conversation, how what the Rabbi Harry Rosenburg was saying, like I want to talk about this because it's really interesting. I want to get the chat's opinion about this too. The difference between, he was like, these are not the same people. They represent the dark ones, the different group, the beast. He used these terms, y'all. Like, that's what I was like, everything he said, that was like one of the most poignant things. I was like, whoa, that's interesting. That he clearly made a clear distinction between right and wrong. So can we talk about that? What do you guys think about that?
No, I need a little feedback before I can add a little conjecture to the whole scenario. So yeah, y'all pass that idea around amongst yourselves momentarily. I'll land right there. Salute.
So basically, Smoke, what he was stating is that we as one folks, right? Because it's not about colorism. And colorism is the one of the things that they have done to divide us in our mind state, in our being, in our actions on a day-to-day living. They have divided us into the aspect of, look, if you're over here, you're the so-called white. You're over here, you're the so-called Indian. You're over here, you're the so-called Asian. You're over here, you're the so-called, you're white, you're Israeli, or you're freaking Arabic, even though you're dark, or you're freaking Spanish. What else is it? Whatever the fuck whatever they try to place in position. Basically, he's saying, like, and he understands it because he got it. They place these things in our face to divide us so we couldn't see the real fucking enemy. So this is the whole play. The whole play is if I can divide everybody up, especially through the mind state, if I can fuck their mind up and tell them that that person don't like you, that person don't like you. That because that person's that color, they don't like you. Because that person's that, they don't like you. If I can do this, then I can control the narrative that has been pushed for all of these years, right? But they didn't think that us folks, the firstborn and the earthborn, they didn't figure that we was gonna figure this shit out and be like, hold the fuck up. Wait a minute, something the fuck is wrong. Something wrong. Because I don't have a division. Because we got motherfuckers we fuck with. Because there's certain motherfuckers, so-called black people, I don't fuck with. Period. You understand me? And there's certain all code, you know what I mean? There's certain ones out of other cultures I do fuck with. And I do this and this. So it was a division aspect that took place that caused us to go outside of ourselves and not look at the actual being. You know what I mean? Even though we know we're a higher being, but that's something later. But just look at it on this freaking realm right here, this density right here that we're in. Just looking on this aspect, it was something that knew if I do this, and they had to take us out first. We was the first ones they had to take out because they knew we was gonna always figure this shit out because we're the natural ones to know the shit. We the ones who motherfucking goddamn gave everybody what they had. So they said, oh, look, we gotta take them out, basically. And once we take them out, we can throw in our divisive part and stuff, our divisive plan to make it work. And I'm really putting this shit in my own verbiage because this is how I gather it. And that's what's taking place. So it's an entity that's sitting above all teams as far as y'all entertainers, you all folks people that's in the sports, people that's your presidents, your governors, your this and that and that and that. Those are just, you know, those are just actors in the game, acting on their behalf, basically. And he was like, "Yo, shit, I can't. Fuck, these motherfuckers got everybody. They got everybody, and if I say too much, my head may be taken too." But see, that's what they also did. They also put
That's
fear
crazy.
into people to say, well, hey, if you make a statement of this, because at this point, for me, it's a body laying down. Because they didn't tell you that well, not for everybody, but I ain't gonna go into that either. But they didn't tell you that this body is just it's just what it is. It's just an avatar for us. It's just an avatar. I'm a light. I'm a light. I'm forever, shining light. So they freaking threw in a religion to take you off of yourself, off of your greatness, off away from your light, to know that you've been illuminating forever on this plane. You've been illuminating. They took away your light, and I don't want to go. I think I'm about to go somewhere else, and I'm gonna pause myself. But that's just a partial of it.
Oh, thank you. Hey, I still the invitation is still out to Michael. So we can get some conversation, man. The brother came. I met him yesterday on Sister Betty. Shout out to Sister Betty's Chief Morning Thunder. If you guys haven't subscribed to her channel, subscribe to Sister Betty channel, guys. Also, so I met the guy over there, right? Michael over there yesterday, and he was, even though like some people like it's about the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's not about propaganda. And so, Mike came to him, and he was bearing witness to the truth. You know what I'm saying? What we were speaking on yesterday. And so, once again, so I want to have a conversation with him about, because he seems like a person that would not only tell us the truth, but, give us some insights on not only Harry Rosenburg, but some things that we might not know about the Jewish community and the Jewish customs and culture and stuff, and him living over in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely would like to interview that brother. You guys, you know what I mean? As well as Harry Rosenburg, as well as Johnathan Greenblat. And his bosses, and whoever else,
Yo, my nephew just walked in, El Guapo, you know what I'm talking. Let me take the God voice off. Yeah, El Guapo just walked in, my nephew, man. We're gonna get him to drop a 16 for the intro. Shout out to my nephew. You know what I'm saying? So
Rock down somebody, dude.
Yeah, that's right.
Y'all was scared of the challenge.
Yeah, so we're gonna let my nephew come down and just jump down on the Golden Cut Tag Show. I want it like Lil Wayne did, Undisputed. Undisputed. No, you ain't gotta do that shit. Nah, man, I got somebody on the case. But anyway, we getting back up on this video. Professor Black Truth. Who else is in the Smoke? Did you say something, my brother? Come on, ref.
No, I'm currently in limbo. Y'all gotta hold the flow for a minute, man. Y'all gotta present way more contention than you got right now for me to even have an adequate response. But y'all working toward it. Go ahead. Proud of you guys.
Okay, so
proud of you.
I didn't know we still had some video to go.
Hey, pay attention, folks. Smoke's in purgatory.
Before you all get into the video, Smoke. I can add a lot of intention or contention to it. As I stated, it has always been about the vision. It has always been about if I can divide all of the lines because we are okay. Just look at this way. Everything is derivative of us, right? If we look at us, we really do add or additives of everything from the plants, from the trees, from the stars, from the moon, from anything you go look up. This is scientific facts, dude. Okay? So once this entity that is somewhere closely related to us saw how they can manipulate the aspects of the trajectories onto the beings that are on this in its density, they took advantage of it. You want to dig me? They took advantage of it. And with them taking advantage of that aspect is what we're dealing with now. Does that help you? And I'm trying to make this as simple as possible.
Okay, yeah, I'm able to work with that because now I can formulate a question to respond. You are asserting that they took advantage of us. Are we in a position where we can understand that we have been taken advantage of? And if so, are we suggesting that we just continue to allow them to do so?
Yeah, no, we're not. That's the whole point. We're not well, we did at one point in time. But then you have my folks, my people, or me, and you got Chief, you got Cut. You know what I mean? You got us, and you got others that have understood and been watching this play for a very long time. Not only that, going through the experiences of seeing it, and then that shit we're adding on as we're witnessing this thing, right? And then we also have the knowledge from our forefathers and foremothers
Oh
that
shit.
has been fucking given to us, and we started fucking adding and subtracting and putting the real story together, the fucking pieces to the puzzle to freaking gather.
Mr. Brooklyn's in the building. I see you.
So we started adding and putting the pieces together. You understand me? We started saying, well, hold the fuck up, this don't make sense. And this doesn't add up. And this doesn't subtract or divide. This is incorrect. And once you start formulating that, then you really start walking your path. And we start walking our path, and we start seeing everything on the side roads, on the byways and highways and shit like that. We started like, oh, okay, now I see. I see what the fuck is going on. So within that, that's how come you have your brother like
Hold on.
you have your brother like Cut. You have your sisters out here.
Well, let's get back to the video, y'all. We kind of been off the video for a minute, dragging it out. Definitely appreciate you guys, but yeah, let's get back to this, and then we can come back at the other side of it. I thought the video was over.
You said, what'd you say? You said you ready to play it? Mr. Aboriginal Smith, I see you, man. I'm over here talking to my nephew, all of that shit. Oh, I see it. Is that Lex? Hey, man, did you loosen it up or something? Let brothers get back? Man, you got to stop. You got to unblock people, man. I'm ready to start getting some contention cracking. I know you get emotional. I'm going to leave you alone, man. Let me leave y'all alone.
Real quick, though, I got a challenge. I got a challenge that needs to be addressed. So whenever this video is clear, we need to jump into that Mr. Vortex rap battle.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm about to put. Well, hold up, man.
We're gonna do the video first. Go ahead, T.
Oh no,
I ain't going nowhere.
I ain't going nowhere either, and I'm ready for the smoke right now. I'm putting it out there right now. The floodgates is open. Bring your ass up in here, Lex. The mess vortex. No, shout out to Lex though, man. And shout out to the whole dark side for real. Scheme, Blue, you know what I'm saying?
Man.
what's her name? Miss, I can't even think of her name, but she cool as shit. Hey man, ain't no contention for real. I know niggas don't see eye to eye, and I know
I ain't even
Alexa's
talking about
ass
that.
is straight up.
Can
Hey
we
man,
get back
we
to the
got to
deal?
have this. Hold on, let me get this cracking, man. But let me. Are we getting back to the video?
Niggas ain't
I
talking
put
about what we
I
talking
put the
about.
video out. I put the
You didn't
link out
see
there.
Juju
So we back on the video. Everybody mute up. I'm out.
Chang doing any pieces on Nightline, having anyone saying the white community needs to realize they're killing Asians, they're harming Asian people. They wouldn't dare do that. The vast majority of attacks against Asians haven't been committed by black people. And the vast majority of accusations in the Me Too era haven't been against black men in the media either. But the white media predictably won't cover any of that. Just in the last few days, Paul Haggis, the Oscar-winning screenwriter of Crash and $1 Million Baby, among other dreck, was found liable in a civil trial for 3 counts of rape. And he's looking at a minimum of $7 million that he's going to have to shell
fast,
out.
Lex.
Now, where's
Mute
the
your mic
white
for a
media
second, my brother.
frenzy about that? I'm not talking about a couple of hoots and hollers, some coverage here and there. I mean, where's the Cosby treatment for that? Because the white media had no problem going into phony hysterics about Z-list nobodies like Jussie Smollett merely over a false police report when nobody was hurt or even inconvenienced. So certainly an A-list screenwriter who raped a woman should be more newsworthy, right? Wrong. Nobody in the white media has been running up and shoving microphones in the faces of all the actors who have been in the movies that Paul Haggis wrote. Actors like Clint Eastwood, Hilary Swank, Matt Dillon, Tony Danza, etc. Nobody from the white media has been telling them to condemn Paul Haggis publicly. But of course, they didn't do that with Kevin Spacey either. By the way, Kevin Spacey's already planning his comeback. The white media is not making sure to show everyone who's ever worked with Paul Haggis or ever known him, calling him a monster or saying, oh, I just can't defend him. They're not trying to make him out to be a pariah at all. This is social engineering. With someone like Harvey Weinstein, when it blows up that big in their faces, well, that gets beyond their control, but that's okay. They do counter programming. They make sure that if you do one story about Harvey Weinstein, there's going to be 4 or 5 about Bill Cosby. Then there's going to be another one about R. Kelly. Then there's going to be another one about Michael Jackson. And then they'll just start throwing in black men's names simply because they've been accused with absolutely nothing whatsoever, just to make sure. See, there's one white guy we talked about over here, but there's 5 black guys over here. That's how you shape the social consciousness, by conditioning the society that whenever a black man is accused of anything, no matter how weak the evidence, even if the evidence doesn't exist, he's still guilty. If he's not guilty of the particular crime he's being accused of, well, he's black, so he's guilty of something. So go ahead and lock him up or destroy his reputation. It's okay. He's black. That's the crime. Society is conditioned that even when they accuse a black man of something, you're supposed to denounce him without checking to see if the accusations are even real. But when the accused is not black, say if you got some racist white cop like Derek Chauvin or whomever who kills a black person in cold blood on video, well, you automatically give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, you can't jump to conclusions. Any sort of analyses or any sort of observation is a rush to judgment. What about their day in court? What about their due process? Innocent until proven guilty, you know, we are told that relentlessly. No matter how damning the evidence, no matter how overwhelming, it's always, well, you gotta wait and see. Tom Brokaw was accused of sexual misconduct, and all the women at MSNBC, including Rachel Maddow, came to his defense. And nobody demonized them or shamed them or attacked them or said, how could they do that? Les Moonves is gone from CBS. But even after it's been shown that the LAPD worked hand in hand with Moonves to cover up his crimes, nobody at that network will call out his record of victims, and nobody at these other white media networks will do it either. And why would they? Doesn't matter if it's Roger Ailes or Bill O'Reilly at Fox, or Don Hewitt and Les Moonves at CBS, or Matt Lauer and Mark Halperin at NBC. They're all doing the same thing. So they all understand that as long as they don't target each other, none of them will have to face any serious consequences. They just work together instead to push a collective narrative that scapegoats black men. And that's what they've systematically done. The white media is a mutual protection racket. And there's nothing new about this racial privilege. Roman Polanski was guilty of violating a child. He fled the United States to escape prison, and not only has he still kept making movies without missing a beat, but to this day you have big stars like Adrian Brody, Ewan McGregor, and Pierce Brosnan who have been in his movies, as if they didn't know that this guy had raped a child. I had told you the other day about this Nigerian scammer who was brought back to the US and given 10 years in prison. He had fled to Dubai because the United Arab Emirates doesn't have an extradition treaty with the US. I guess this Nigerian scammer doesn't read so well. God knows there's scam emails to prove of that. He didn't seem to understand that an extradition treaty simply means that there's no legal obligation to hand someone over. It doesn't mean that the government in question can't hand you over. And as that scammer found out, it wasn't the U.S. Marshals who came to get him. It was the Dubai police themselves who slapped him in handcuffs and put him on the first thing smoking to the U.S. His would-be protectors, they were the ones who gave him up. And it didn't take years and years of begging and pleading by the U.S. government. It didn't take years and years of behind-the-scenes negotiations. All it took was one phone call, and they snatched him up and threw him out. Now, compare that, on the other hand, to Julian Assange. He tried to hide in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, but the ruling party in Ecuador lost their election, and the new Ecuadorian government was aligned with the U.S., so they let the London police haul Assange away. That was in 2019. It's been 3 years since then, and Assange still hasn't been extradited back to the U.S., this despite every court in Britain that he's filed suit in, including the British Supreme Court, saying that he should be extradited. My point is that it's Roman Polanski's skin color that protects him. But we also know that the ties between the white media, which includes Hollywood, and the government are incestuous. Sexual predators run in packs. It's no coincidence that Jeffrey Epstein had politicians and Hollywood figures on his Lolita Express jet. The U.S. government can get Polanski back. The only question is, does he know things that would be dangerous to a lot of men in power? And why is it that it took an independent documentary about Polanski to reignite interest in him? Why wasn't it CNN who made that documentary, or Showtime, or HBO? They've got plenty of time to make up lies about Michael Jackson, or to obsess over R. Kelly, or to push total lies about Bill Cosby. But these same white media outlets conveniently have no interest in the most notorious sexual predator to ever come out of Tinseltown. Someone who we already knew was guilty of what he was accused of, no question. But Ari Emanuel's not outraged, and apparently neither is anyone else in the white media. The fact that Roman Polanski violated a child didn't stop him from being awarded the Palme d'Or at Cannes or an Oscar award the very next year. Polanski got that Oscar over 20 years after he fled the U.S., and yet you had all these stars and all of these Hollywood bigwigs in front of the world and from a global televised audience applauding him, even though everyone knew why he couldn't be there to accept his award. But nobody was willing to bring that up. Nobody was willing to mention how wrong it was to consider him for an Oscar, much less give him that award considering what he's done. And that was back in 2003. If anything should have ignited interest in dragging him back to the US, that should have. But instead, everyone, including the white government, played right along with, well, if he's being given an Oscar, he must not be so bad. Everyone applauding and smiling and acting as if giving a man who raped a child an award wasn't wrong. Since then, we found out that the very men who gave Polanski his Oscar have been engaged in the same kind of depravity that he was. It's been confirmed repeatedly that Hollywood has been ground zero for sexual assaults. But this is how the white media manipulates and changes the social discourse to keep it away from subjects that they don't want to talk about and to focus all the attention on things that they do want you to look at, regardless of how fraudulent it is. This idea of black anti-Semitism, that talking point is a total lie. Goldie Taylor can shut up. If you practice anti-Semitism, you're going to be called out. You'll lose money and be punished. If you practice anti-Semitism, something's going to be done about it. Anti-black racism is the real problem, because this society makes icons and stars out of anti-black racists. You go ahead and you call yourself attacking black people, you're going to be given honors and praise. You'll be defended, held up as a champion of the First Amendment. Because apparently that's what the First Amendment's about. What it means is you can attack black people and the society is supposed to praise you for it. And many of the same people trying to make something out of nothing with Kyrie Irving are the same people who will praise garbage like Birth of a Nation and The Jazz Singer. You practice anti-black racism, and that's your ticket to ride. The United States is a country created for one purpose, to promote and maintain white supremacy. And white supremacy is not based on anti-Hispanic racism. It's not based on anti-Asian racism. It's not based on anti-Semitism. White supremacy is based on one thing and one thing only, because there's only one form of racism and one form only: anti-black racism. Anything else is merely bigotry. What's the difference, you ask? Racism is a group sport. It's engaged in at all levels of the society, and it permeates every arena of human activity. Black people do not control the courts. We don't control the media. We don't control industry. So how are black people supposed to mistreat anyone? How are black people supposed to engage in anti-Semitism? The second that a black person says anything that anyone even remotely says is anti-Semitic, that black person is getting dragged. You see, the biggest racket in America is anti-black racism. You can become rich, famous, and powerful off of it. It's only in recent years that occasionally people have been able to aggregate enough attention online to call out this vile behavior, but no one gets punished for it. Not substantively. That's because, unlike with anti-Semitism, the victims of anti-black racism don't have the power to punish those who practice it. And that's the conversation we need to be having, but aren't. It's very easy to drag black people in for abuse because there's no one to stop it. It's very cowardly to attack the most powerless people in the society. There's nothing heroic about going after Kyrie Irving and the so-called requirements that the NBA team he's on is demanding that he fulfill. It's condescending and insulting, and it's meant to be. This isn't about clearing the air. It's about holding up a black man as a figure of scorn and contempt, and then calling themselves, scolding him like a child, and demanding that he flagellate himself publicly and say, "I am just so unworthy." This after even the Jewish commissioner of the NBA says this man's not an anti-Semite. None of the black players in the NBA are anti-Semitic. The league commissioner is Jewish, so is his predecessor. Many of the team owners are Jewish. Do you see even one of the black players in the NBA saying, "I'm not going to play for a Jewish franchise owner"? Have you seen that almost entirely black players union in the NBA say that they don't want a Jewish man as league commissioner? Have you seen them even say anything remotely anti-Semitic? Hundreds of black men are in the NBA, and not one of them, not even one, has said a single syllable against anyone Jewish. Kyrie Irving didn't say a word or do a thing to anyone. What is he even getting dragged for? If any of the lies about Kyrie Irving were true, then shouldn't we be seeing a tsunami of other NBA players who we're finding have been trading in anti-Semitic sentiment? That ought to be an easy one. The NBA players are all over social media all day. They are the most accessible athletes on earth. And yet the only alleged example of anti-Semitism that's been brought forward is someone who posted an Amazon link. That's a lie, plain and simple. No black man in the NBA has done anything anti-Semitic. They work with and work for Jewish people all day, every day, and haven't said even one remark against them. Now, there have been some NBA franchise owners who have said anti-black racist things. Donald Sterling comes to mind. Now, black men did absolutely nothing to this man other than to make him wealthy. They haven't said a single syllable against him. If anyone has nothing to complain about, it was Donald Sterling, and yet he was proven to be as putridly racist as any member of the KKK. The black community of the United States have created the most accepting and nurturing environment for Jewish people that you'll find outside of Israel. That's not hyperbole. It's a fact. The laws that we fought for cover everyone, including the Jewish community. Everyone's benefited from it, including the Jewish community. There is no other group, no other industry, no other community who has been more accepting of the Jewish people than the African American community of the United States. And there's no group of black men that you can point to who has been more supportive of or more charitable towards the Jewish community than the black men in the NBA. Look at the history of Hollywood and what the white supremacists there did against Jewish Americans. If you want proof of that, just look up the Hays Production Code. Look up why the Hays Production Code had to be enacted. Look where it came from. Those black men in the NBA, many of them already have FU money, as they call it. But you'll notice that not one of them has been showing an FU attitude toward any of the Jewish people who work in the NBA. These black men are free to say whatever they want. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the first Muslim ball player that people took notice of, but he wasn't the last. So where is this hotbed of anti-Semitism in the NBA at? It ought to be very easy to find. We ought to be seeing that there's just this floodgate of previously unmentioned tweets and letters and phone calls and statements. We ought to be seeing just anti-Semitism wall to wall. So, well, it's been going on, but people just haven't been calling it out. But instead, Kyrie Irving is the one lone alleged example. And what is their example? Well, he didn't say something. 75 years the NBA has been around. The league has over 450 active players this year alone. And in 3/4 of a century, the closest thing that they can try to claim as anti-Semitism from the black men in the NBA is someone's Amazon link. And this is what people like Ari Emanuel and Goldie Taylor point to as proof that the black community is anti-Semitic. To show you what a fraud that talking point is, for the sake of argument, let's go ahead and say that Ari Emanuel's lies are to be believed. That one guy out of 450 plus players in the NBA, that one black man, and that one example, you can't point to anything else about Kyrie Irving that you can call anti-Semitic, but that one thing, that one example from that one individual, that is the proof that the entire black community is anti-Semitic. One solitary Twitter tweet that this man did not even say anything about, doesn't use any slurs, didn't even say, this will tell you the truth about the Jews or whatever. You point to that one thing about one individual and say, this is the proof that we can extrapolate about the entire black community. No, it sounds more like someone sees the black community as just one big nigger, and they'll try to smear the entire black community by holding up one individual and demonizing them day and night and saying the black community has a problem. It's the same strategy that they ran with Bill Cosby. The black community has a rape culture problem, and it's all these black men. Kanye West says something, and they say the black community has an anti-Semitism problem because Kanye West. No, the white media has an anti-black racism problem. And if one bipolar rapper defines the black community, then does Donald Sterling define his? If the one is true, then so is the other. The lesson here is never let anyone else define you, especially when they don't have your best interest at heart. All this phony outrage over an Amazon link, these are the lengths they'll go to. This is how far they'll stretch to push the lie that, well, black people, they're as racist as anybody else. Because that's the real point here. Keep the lie alive. So we can put that black community as anti-Semitic junk to rest. The only clowns who claim that are anti-black racist. And unlike with Kyrie Irving or even Kanye West, we can present an actual record of people who have gotten rich and powerful off of attacking and denigrating us. And none, not even one of the hypocrites you see today like Ari Emanuel or these other liars in the white media who are pretending to be outraged, had a word to say about any of those anti-black racists. They remain completely quiet. And I think we all know why. Because in their case, silence gives consent. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Michael Somners, Moshe Ben Abraham, Aisha Sarpan.
All right, shout out to Professor Black True. All right, man. Hold up, man. I like this shit. I don't give a fuck, man. I like contention. We're going to see what we got right now. You know?
If it's going to be some trouble, it's going to be some good trouble. It's going to be some good trouble now.
Lex Vortex and Smoke, man. What y'all talking about, man? What y'all got going on here? First and foremost, shout out to Lex Vortex, man. Shout out to Lex Vortex, man.
Hey, yo, I only talk to niggas with their camera on. So tell that whole ass nigga to turn his camera on. Turn that whole ass nigga to turn his fucking camera on. Since he said he put a hit out. Hold on, he's a gangbanger, right? He's a tough guy.
He ain't putting no man. Don't talk no stupid shit. We ain't gonna have you talking crazy now. I ain't gonna have you talking crazy.
All right, tell him to turn his camera. I want to see his face. Because he get to see my face all the time. Niggas can find me wherever know I am. I want the same opportunity. That's all I'm
Lex,
saying.
don't
Turn
nobody
your
want to do nothing to
motherfucking
you.
camera on, Mr. Smoke.
You're
Lex,
police. Ain't nobody worry about you, dude.
Yeah,
Lex,
that's
don't
what I
nobody
thought.
want to do
That's
nothing
what I
to
thought.
you.
Hoe ass
FBI
nigga.
agent.
Turn
FBI
your
agent.
camera
Fuck
on,
out of here,
bro.
man.
What you talking about though, Lex?
I
What
ain't talking.
happened?
I'm talking nigga shit. Fuck FBI police shit.
Talk to me,
Nigga,
man. Talk to me.
turn.
You know I ain't
Tell
on
your
it.
boy. Tell your boy to turn his camera on.
I don't have no boys.
Man, he hear
I
you.
just
You ain't gotta tell him shit. He
associate
a
with
grown ass
men.
man.
So what he waiting for?
Maybe he's saying in his head.
Lex,
fuck
why,
you.
why, Lex, why you got all this smoke, brother? What's going on, man? Talk to me.
Yo,
Oh,
this
smoke.
nigga said that he put out
Hold
a
on,
decree.
Lex.
That he put out a fucking decree because he was hating because me and Aboriginal Power putting saying all you hating ass bitch ass niggas was hating on the event. And especially this nigga right here.
Ain't nobody
This
putting on
nigga,
that fucking weak ass
this
event.
nigga get
Get your
mad.
bitch
This
ass out
nigga.
of here.
Hold
That's why you
on,
over here. You
Lex.
mad because you
Lex.
mad because your
Let's
weak ass
clarify
battle
this.
rap league.
We gotta clarify
Fuck
this.
out of here,
You
nigga.
can't be casting this big ass net. Let's get down. Tell me exactly what's your problem.
Yo, tell
man.
Smoke
That nigga mad
Signal.
because his league is trash.
Tell
The
Smoke
Aboriginals
Signal.
made your
I don't
league,
give
nigga.
a fuck. I don't give a fuck
outta
about
here.
that league. Tell that nigga
That's why
Smoke
you brought it up.
turn his
That's why
camera.
you just brought it up.
Tell.
Fuck out of here.
I don't give a fuck about it, nigga. It means nothing in
Why you
my
brought it
life.
up then? Fuck out
I
of here.
got a real life.
Why you brought it up? Fuck out of here.
I'm telling that nigga, hey, mind your business, bro. I ain't.
All right, hold on. We gonna get some. Hold on. Everybody mute up. Chief Holiday, man. You know I like this fuck shit now. I like it.
but we got
I
some real
like
business
it.
to handle.
But we
After
got some real
y'all
business.
handle, all I want is the dude to turn his camera on.
For what?
Well, he don't want to turn his camera
Man,
off.
you don't
So
have
that's
to
all.
do that, man. Lex, nothing's gonna happen to you, and you already know
It
it.
don't matter.
What's
It
going
don't
on?
matter.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
just saying, nigga, I don't take shit lightly. I'm saying,
It's
tell that
okay.
bitch nigga.
Call us Terrence.
Good.
Get the fuck out of here.
Nobody.
Bye.
Okay,
Bye.
so he's gonna be a bitch.
Bye.
No.
Okay.
Hey, Lex. No,
So
Lex.
he want to sneak me. I just want to
Nobody
see who
wants
I'm
to do
dealing with.
anything to
I
you,
just want to
Lex.
see who I'm dealing with. Cause look at me, nigga.
Lex.
Look, if I'm the police and I'm the scary bitch, nigga, why is my face all over this
You call us
motherfucker?
terrorists. You call us terrorists. Bye.
Okay. We're gonna wait for Lex to calm down so he can talk to me like a man for real.
Yeah, what up, cut? You stop jacking my style, nigga. I see you jacking my style,
Yeah,
nigga.
you nigga,
Stop
quit
jacking.
smiling, nigga, cause you
Stop
know
jacking my
you know
style.
I'm blind,
Stop jacking
nigga.
my
You
style.
know I'm an old blind nigga.
I
Lex,
see
what's
you
up,
jacking.
man?
I see what up. I see you jacking my little, little.
How am I jacking you,
what?
nigga? I ain't even try. How am I jacking you? You
jacking my
you
style,
love
bro.
me, Lex. You gotta keep it 1,000, man. All the way on the East Coast, love the Cuddy, baby.
I got love for you, but
No
you still
doubt.
be
I
you
love
on
you
some
too.
bullshit. You still on some
What did I
bullshit.
do?
But
Tell
we'll
me
talk.
exactly what
We'll
I
talk.
did.
We'll
Tell me
talk
what I
behind the
did, man.
scenes on that.
I'm
You
a
know what
man.
you did.
If I did something wrong, I apologize.
You
Nigga, you called us
co-signed.
terrorists. You called us
I
terrorists.
don't co-sign
Hey,
nothing
tell
because
the
ain't nobody
haters.
got a
Tell
You
this.
called us gangbangers.
Look at this hater. Will you mind your business?
Lex,
Like he just want to
Lex,
talk
I
to
came in
me.
your chat. I came in your
Hey,
chat and made
brother,
a joke.
I'm
You called
not
me a
talking to
terrorist.
you, bro.
Fuck out of
Listen.
here, nigga.
Listen,
Fuck
bro.
outta
I'm not
here.
talking to you. Stop.
Build
Get
your
off my
battle rap
dick.
league, nigga.
Get
Hold
off my
on,
dick.
Jay-Sean. Hold
Man, we
on,
not
Relax.
friends with this
Jay-Sean.
nigga, bro.
I
Fuck
like
that.
this
I'm not talking.
Hell
contention.
nah.
Don't you
Fuck
see
that nigga, bro.
smiling? Don't fall
Fuck
into
him.
the trap, Tay-Sean.
Yeah, fuck you too, but I'm not talking to you, bro.
Bitch, go die.
Tay-Sean. Boy,
Go fuck
Tay-Sean,
your
So
boy,
mama,
he be
anyway,
nigga.
ready to
Go fuck your mama and get her
anyway,
pregnant. Fuck your mama and get her pregnant, nigga.
Yeah,
Nah,
all
hold
right.
on.
Okay.
All right, hold
Turn
on,
your camera on,
Tay-Sean. That's my guy.
Nah,
That's
Turn
my
your
young
camera on.
that nigga
gun, man. My
disrespectful as
young
fuck,
gun
man.
Turn your
will
That
camera.
get
nigga talk
low.
about people, grandmas and all. Fuck him, man. The fuck?
Lex, can we have Lex?
You see
Hey
how
man,
old
hold
niggas
up,
act?
Grateful. Hold up, Grateful. Let me
I
get
ain't even
this worked
talking
out.
to this cat.
Lex Vortex, address me. Lex
Yeah,
Vortex.
DJ Cut. You know
That's
what's
my
up.
guy.
You know what it is. You know what it is.
What I
You
need.
know.
Lex,
So, but
can
you
I
in
ask you a
front of your
question? Can I
people.
ask you a
You in front
question?
of your people right now, bro. I respect.
Hey man, you can
Go
speak
ahead.
freely, man. You know
Nah.
me, man. I'm an open book, man. You know these guys,
You
man.
know these niggas are some hating ass niggas.
Well,
Chief Holiday's another hating ass nigga.
you know what I
This
know?
nigga
I know
Smoke
all
Signal.
Lex,
Smoke
stop
Signal.
over talking me and let me tell you what I do know is we all are works in progress. Period. But I want to ask you a question, Lex.
Yeah, I guess I got over the
listen,
hate
hey,
part.
I like having listen, I like to have, you know what I'm saying, the disagreeable spirit, man. But damn, all the aggression, it's unnecessary. So all that stuff you and Smoke was talking about, you know what I'm saying? Come on, let's water under the bridge that shit, because that shit is bullshit. Let's have some fun
As soon as he
and
turn
move
his
on
camera
with life.
on, we'll be at peace. We'll be at peace.
Nah, man,
Soon as he
y'all ain't
turn
got
his
to do
camera.
all that. You want me to turn on my camera? You can turn on. I mean, look at my pretty face and shit. Ooh,
Won't everybody turn their camera on? Won't we stop hiding?
I'm about to start
Won't Chief
flogging
Holiday
on
turn
y'all
his
ass the way I do it.
his old sub-Saharan face ass camera on? Won't he turn that shit on too? Looking like Shaka Zulu out this motherfucker. So I'm just tired of the bullshit out here, bro.
Nigga, I'm putting my motherfucking hat on, so you got your hat on, nigga.
Hey, Sean, turn your camera on too, bro. Like, you know, I ain't even talking
ain't
to
nobody
you.
got to do some shit because of you. Ain't nobody got
Let's
to
go
do
back
nothing
to
because of you.
hey, Lex, are you familiar with Rabbi Harry Rosenburg?
Yeah, it's a waste of time, man. Y'all mentally masturbating about this Jewish shit.
Look at him. Look at him. He only want to talk about us. He only want to talk
Hold
us
on,
here.
bro. Hold on,
Fucking
brother. Be
weirdo.
quiet.
Hold on. Tayshaun, calm down. Hey, Chief.
Yeah, man. Like,
hey, but Lex,
get that girl under control, bro. He's
no
like,
doubt, but Lex, I want
slap
you
the
to
fuck out of
hold
you,
on
boy.
1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Hold on,
Grateful,
y'all.
you
We
wanted
good.
to say something. Let's let Grateful speak 1 second. Grateful, and please stay 10
no, hold on.
toes
Let
down with
me
it.
talk about this Harry Rosen. Like, he asked me. Listen.
All right, go ahead, brother.
The bottom line is, y'all gonna sit here, play audio, play pretendian. You ain't gonna do shit. So Harry Rosenburg and the Jewish community, they're organized, they're together, they don't hate on each other.
They got niggas like you.
And they do what
And
they
they
gonna
got
do.
niggas like you.
See what I'm saying? And they're not emotional.
They got niggas like you.
They're not emotional
Man, fuck
bitches
outta
like
here,
this
bro.
dude.
Fuck outta
So
here.
listen,
Fuck outta
what
here.
I'm
We
saying
tears.
is,
We
y'all can
tears.
sit around and
What tears do? I'm gonna cut you the fuck off.
Hey,
We
come
tears.
on, cut DJ
Nah,
cut.
I'm gonna play the role. You
Can you
tears.
control your
I'm a tears.
girlfriend? I mean, not your girlfriend,
Hey,
but like,
hold that. Look, chill on out for a second. Let me speak.
why don't y'all want this message? But go ahead,
Man,
go ahead.
hold on. Hey, man, I'm gonna tell you,
Yeah.
I really do like the other side of the pillow, man. Only thing is, man, you got so many different bad relationships with other motherfuckers that predate the Cuddy. I'm trying to hold it together. These niggas, hey, Tayshaun, man, hey, just I know it's hard, but you know the Cuddy love you, man. Best thing, do what it, you know what I'm saying? Hey, hold it back.
Take your medicine and control yourself.
Hey, man, you already know. With respect, I can't make you do anything. I'm just an elder, and I'm just gonna advise. Ask you to chill on this man's contention. Yo, hey Lex, I'm gonna ask you though, man. Keep it respectful, man. Let's have this shit going on. Hey, do y'all need some love music? Let me give y'all some good love music.
All right, so I want to get back. I want to get back to this. I want to get back to the conversation.
All right, go ahead. You asked him a
Rabbi
question.
Harry
Go ahead.
Rosenburg. I'm not emotional about anything that Lex is talking about.
Good. It's a good example. It's a good example, Chief.
Because you're never going to be able to tell anybody on the planet I'm a hater and be able to prove that, sir. So
yeah, I can. I can do a whole documentary on your hate, but we ain't talking about that right now.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Your hate is real subliminal. You move in a real.
I did see.
You move in a real subliminal snake way. Yeah.
Oh wow.
You do your shit behind the scenes. You do your shit behind the scenes, not in front of the people. Yeah. That's what you was doing. But anyway, y'all ain't gonna. The Jewish community did what they were supposed to do, as evil as they are. They're not running around confused, claiming to be this, claiming to be that. They all just made a decision that we're this. But niggas, Indians, Moors, Israelites, Egyptians, and I told you, and I done told, hey bro, be quiet for a second, man, so people can get some real knowledge. And I told niggas a long time ago, the truth is whatever the fuck you agree on. Unity is God. So whether we say we're aboriginals, as long as everybody agree, that's where the power is. If everybody say we're motherfucking Martians, as everybody agree, that's where the power is. And you niggas are too dumb to realize that. That's why you niggas are still arguing over the name.
Wait a minute, but you going away from the conversation in La La Land, brother.
I'm getting to it.
I'm getting to
it.
Let's get back to the conversation.
Let him. Hey,
Harry Rosenburg said that he wasn't part of the dark side, the dark ones. Do you represent the dark?
I represent the dark. I represent the dark side.
I see that now. I see that.
You know why?
I see that because you're definitely lying on me. And I know that.
Let me tell you why.
And everybody else will know me.
Huh? Hold up. Let me drop the science on you. Why I represent C?
Let's drop the science. Tell us the difference between the dark one and what Harry Rosenburg was talking about.
They can't take it. See, the devil's hiding.
You went to La La Land. I'm bringing you back. I'm bringing you back.
You said I represent the dark side. You represent the light, right? That's why you're stupid.
I'm the illuminated one. Yeah.
Because the illuminated.
Come on, man. Hey, boy, look. Do you have it to where you can talk to people without insulting?
Yeah, I mean, you can turn it down. I got you.
You don't have to do that, do you?
I've been spraying Lex for so many years, you guys.
They can get it.
Hey, Lex, when you gonna let the footage come out?
And I know niggas is haters and jealousy niggas. It don't matter how I talk to them. They gonna always be haters and jealous because they don't have the voice, the knowledge.
Can you give us an example of our haters?
I gave birth to Chief Holiday.
You're on my channel.
I gave birth to Chief Holiday, nigga. Chief Holiday was when I ran into Chief Holiday, he was in the back alleys.
Let him get it out. Let him get it out. It seems like you want to
hold on.
He can't take it.
That's not true, my brother.
Hold up.
It's a lot of new people here, my brother, that don't know the
Hold on, bro. Why won't you let me get it out? When I met Chief Holiday, he was a chat rat nigga that people just heard yapping. When I gave that nigga a show on my channel, the same thing with Aboriginal Power, the same thing with Dane Cat.
Hold on. Was that before Six Dynasty Media or after? Hold on, was that before Six Dynasty Media and 1,000 videos or after?
Get this work,
was that before Six Dynasty Media? I'm sorry.
So when these niggas, so when y'all see these niggas talking shit to Lex,
no. Okay, I'm just listen. No. This for everybody with clarity. For everybody to have clarity. So everybody have clarity. So everybody can have clarity. No.
Hold on. Everybody hold down. Let me get some clarity in here. Let me get some clarity in here.
What you're not about to do, we about to get some clarity around here. So I asked him a simple question. And when he come back, I will mute my mic. The only question he needs to answer is when he asked me to be on to do a day on his show, on his channel, right? Was that before or after Six Dynasty Media? That's all I want him to answer. And I'm gonna mute.
Now, hey, Chief, I'm gonna remove you and bring you right back in just so I can take position. Hold on one second.
Hold on.
Smoke. One. Hey, go ahead, man. I'm about to bring Lex back in here.
Yeah, before you bring him back,
okay.
I just want to say, I did initiate the challenge, and I will be more than happy to participate in the challenge, but I will allow you to do your inquisition.
Clarify, what challenge is that, my brother? Because right now I see we got some smoke. What challenge is he talking about, brother?
Well, initially he entered the chat room saying that he wants to address me, so I offered him a challenge. That's why he came up here. But go ahead.
Okay, what was the challenge?
But I'm only addressing you when you turn your camera on. Let me finish, Cut. Listen, these dudes need to show the proper respect to the man who showed. See, here we go.
No. The question was was that before or after Six Dynasty Media, brother?
I don't even know nothing about Six Dynasty Media. I don't know nothing about it.
You don't know nothing about Six Dynasty Media, brother?
No, I don't. I know nothing about it. I don't even know it exists right now, so it's irrelevant to me. So here's what it comes down to. These niggas get on here and talk to y'all like they knowledgeable and talk greasy to their YouTube daddy. I gave birth to this fucking community. These niggas. When I met Aboriginal Power and Chief Holiday, I was sending these niggas to the stores for Phillies, nigga. Okay? I'm the one who I brought this shit.
Why are you saying that, Lex?
I brought this shit to the forefront, bro.
Lex,
like, I'm just tell
me this. Let me ask you. Lex, let me ask you.
Hold on, bro. Also, all I'm
want
saying
me to get down with it?
Yeah, hold on. I just want to, all I'm saying.
Wrap it up without no insult.
So they can talk to y'all, but these niggas respect me like a god behind closed doors because they know I'm their god. So so when y'all hear them talking greasy, don't get it twisted. And in terms of the nigga Smoke, yeah, nigga, I'm with this shit, but turn your camera on. That's all I'm asking. We can talk.
All right,
because my camera's on. Turn your camera on, my nigga.
I want to ask a couple questions, Lex.
All right.
What's happened in the last few days, man, to where you
Hey, nigga, the veil is thin. The clouds have been raising. It's time.
Things not worked out. I'm like,
nigga, I don't give a fuck about
these views. Hey, hold on, everybody, one at a time. One at a time. What is happening? One at a time.
All right, well, look. All right, hold up. Chief, you go ahead. You can respond back. Lex,
I ain't got nothing to respond to. He's a liar.
All right, well, yeah. Hey, we'll leave him alone.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Niggas in the chat room know better than that. He know that. But it's new people out here, nigga. I don't give no fuck about nothing nobody think about. This nigga's a lame. Nigga, I'm a legend before there was a YouTube. Before there was an internet.
All right.
This nigga was debating
Job
Israel
on
doctrine.
deck, sir. Hey, man, listen, bro. I don't even play on that game you talking about, bro. Don't do all that.
That talk is crazy.
Dude, you can't even carry my food. What's wrong with you, boy?
And when it comes to the information,
let's talk about information. Yeah, let's
go ahead.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Hold
No.
Hey, hold up, go. Let me work
this.
Let me
eat tonight.
Let me work. Let's get on. Hey, let's have a cordial conversation. Quit blowing your wad right now.
All right, talk to me in your native language, though, if we're going to have a conversation.
Nah. We're not going to do that. We're talking about native language right now. We're talking about native language right now, Ubuntu.
Talk to me in Indian.
Hey, Ubuntu, soon as you talk to me in your African language. Soon as you talk to us in your African language. Okay, so wait a minute. Who had you wearing? We had this nigga run around here like Pocahontas, wearing motherfucking war bonnets and shit.
Hey, what did I tell you?
You run around this bitch in thongs and war bonnets on, boy. What's wrong with you? Nigga, I'm the GOAT, nigga. That's the boat, nigga. You don't know nothing. Don't talk about it, boy. Nigga, what are you talking about? Jazz, are you serious?
See, this is what I'm saying.
Hey, the movement is too big. You got 5 people.
Brother, let's have a conversation. You said
one at a time.
He see this what I'm saying.
Hey, Lex, Chief, hold on one second.
Boy, you crazy.
We got a guest in here. I've never seen this person. Hold on one second. Who is this? King Tamar? What's going on?
It's King Sanjaria, aka King 911. Yo, this shit right here is counterproductive. You cutting people down, being totally disrespectful when you supposed to be making a point. Like, only men I know that do that type of shit is men who dick is so small they pissing on their balls.
Whatever.
Like,
shut your stupid ass
like,
up.
You sound so disrespectful for no reason. For no reason. You're being extremely disrespectful.
See what I'm
call
saying?
Me whatever.
Like, bro,
call me whatever you want to call me. I give no
fuck. Don't bring a female to the battlefield, okay?
Like,
don't do that. I'm not gonna get into her. All right, peace, sister.
Like,
mind
what
your
kind
business,
of man
though,
are you?
sis.
What
This
kind
ain't
of
got
man are
nothing to do
you?
with you.
Like,
I'm the kind you
what
don't
kind
know.
of man are you? You a god? Nigga, you not even a peasant.
Okay.
Being a god, you not even a peasant.
You don't know me. You don't know me.
Like,
I don't know you.
You is totally disrespectful.
You're just jumping on here, running your mouth
I'll
like
be
a
whatever
chicken.
y'all want me to be.
You're running your mouth.
Whatever y'all want me to be, I will be.
Hold on, Jay. Listen. Can we get back to the information? Like we were saying.
No, you won't ever let nobody talk.
Now you get into some lies and some slander, bro. Like we're not gonna allow that, bro.
All right, forget the lie. You said you had me.
See,
you're doing it again. So you said
Okay,
you
what
had
am I
me
doing?
running around. You said you had me running around with a war bonnet on. Back then, did I not tell you that the Aboriginals were African? That's why I stopped fucking with you niggas. I said y'all gotta stop this attacking
Is that before
African
the song or
people.
after the song?
Lex.
Is that before the song or after the song? Did you tell
Here.
us before the song or after the song? Patois. Boy, I'm your teacher. Boy,
Lex
you better
lying
sit
like
down and talk
hell.
about you a master
Teacher,
teacher, man. I'm your
nigga, you ain't
grandmaster
got
teacher.
no
Don't ever
information.
disrespect me, sir.
The
Don't ever
most
do that.
information
Hey,
you
listen,
ever had
listen.
was the
Call me
goddamn.
sire. When
We
you
got
talk to me,
older
but put, hey,
pyramids.
Lex,
You have
please
no
put respect on my.
information.
Hey, Lex, put
What
respect on my
You
name.
want to
information?
talk
Don't do that.
about bringing
Don't do that to
females
yourself,
into a
sir. You know I
conversation,
would dog
but
walk
that's
you
what
in
he
any
sound
form,
like.
fashion, in anything that you're talking about. Anything that you're talking
Okay.
about.
Hey, Chief.
Anything.
What is your
So let's get back
your
to the
best?
information.
All right, let me
And
ask
I
you this
will embarrass
question.
you, sir.
Give me your
Don't ask me
best
no questions you don't know the answer to. If you know the answer,
see
then
what
you
I'm
answer the
saying?
question.
See what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying?
Go ahead. I will
Give
mute.
me,
I will mute.
give
I will
me,
mute because I'm going to embarrass
give me
you. Go
your,
ahead.
give me your best evidence of your tribal origin.
Oral tradition.
Thank you. Okay, from what is it?
My oral tradition, just like your oral tradition, was passed down to you, sir.
What oral tradition? What was passed
The
down
same
to
one
you?
that we from here. I'm sorry, sir. What did your grandmother say?
And in your oral
What did
tradition,
wait. I'm sorry.
in
What
your
did your
oral
grandmother say?
tradition, what
Oral
tribe were you
tradition.
from? In your oral tradition.
No.
Thank
We've
you.
been through this too
Game
many
over.
times. Are we
Game
retarded?
over.
Are we
Game
retarded?
over.
Man,
Once
this nigga
again,
hit to this rough.
Game over.
We gotta be
Nigga, you hit
retarded.
to this
We
rough,
gotta be
though.
retarded. We
Game
passed
over.
This nigga's
tribes
hit to
over
this
here, bro.
rough.
Hold
He's
on.
hit to
I'm a
this rough.
Johnson.
Without a
Everybody
doubt.
hold down.
Yes.
That's my
The
tribe.
answer
What
to
you
that
talking
is
about?
yes.
Everybody.
So I'm
hold
beyond
down.
what you talking about, sir. I'm beyond
Let me
Blackfoot.
get-
I'm beyond
let me-
Choctaw. I'm beyond Cherokee, sir. I'm beyond what you're talking about.
Let me get
I got this.
Why
So
nobody
some
over
people
here
need some
ever
clarity.
turn their cameras on?
No.
I'm starting to think you niggas is agents. Why y'all always got your cameras off?
Hey, bro,
And y'all
because we don't
the
want to
mighty
take all your
Aboriginals.
girls and we want to keep you
Nigga,
gay
you
niggas
can't
out our
take-
face.
You
Hey, bro,
cannot take
we want
not
to keep
one
you
girl
gay
from
niggas
me,
out
bro.
our
That's
face.
not true.
We want to keep you homosexuals
Why?
out our face.
No,
How about
that's
that?
an excuse.
How about
It's
that?
because some of
How
y'all,
about that?
I'm
How
gonna
about
tell
that?
y'all listening.
How about that? Only a man.
The reason
Even the
is-
sisters ain't even come on here. Let me see y'all.
The
Only
reason
you doing
is-
that, bro.
The
And you know
reason
what I
is
look like.
because
You know,
some of y'all
I
niggas
came
are
with
real
no avatar, no camera.
Some of
You know,
y'all
everybody know
niggas
what I
are
look
real
like.
agents.
What are you
Some of
talking
y'all
about?
niggas is no, we don't.
What are
So
you looking
turn
for
it
me
on
for?
right now.
Sorry, why are you looking
Turn
for
it
me?
on right. So I know you're not
Why are you
COINTELPRO.
looking for me?
So I know you're not
Sir.
COINTELPRO.
Why are you looking for me though? As man,
So
as a
I
man.
know
Why
you're
are you
not
looking for me?
going. No, I'm
Hey,
not
Lex,
looking
you've never
for
seen
you.
me before. Okay, another lie.
All y'all,
Lex, you've never seen me before.
We don't know who.
Hold on.
Y'all,
Lex,
we don't know who's
you've
behind
never
these
seen me
shit.
before.
Hold on, listen to what
Lex,
I'm
you've never
saying.
seen me before.
Uh-oh.
Lex, you never seen
You
me
see
before.
Smoke?
Lex, you
None
never
of
seen me
y'all-
before.
He like giving
Lex,
you
you never seen me before. Just lie again to the people, Lex. Go ahead. Can we
Man,
go
this
ahead?
nigga
Go ahead,
showing
lie.
his goddamn laundry
All right,
bag.
okay,
Let me
all
see.
right, okay. So now you lying again, bro. Come on, fam. Don't do all
We
that,
don't
bro.
want to see your laundry
What are you
bag, my
doing?
nigga.
This shit is
Yo,
What are you
sad.
doing?
This shit
How
is
do I
really,
know?
really fucking
Listen,
sad.
What are you
how
doing?
do you know who niggas is? We talk about agents and calling me this, and my face is everywhere. How do I know who you niggas are and y'all niggas ain't COINTELPRO?
Man,
If you
get the
scared
fuck
to
out
show
of here,
your
bro.
face.
Bye.
If
Bye.
I touch that rat
Real
ass face
talk.
again, nigga.
Real
What you talking
talk,
about?
nigga. Dark side, nigga.
That
I
is
will
Real
touch
talk.
that rat ass
Real
face
Lex.
again.
talk,
First off,
nigga.
that's what I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna go ahead.
However,
I'm gonna go ahead and
however,
go ahead. You want to say something, Chief? Go ahead, brother.
I'm trying to say something, man. He's talking
Yeah, go
about the
ahead,
wrong
brother.
shit. Get back to the information, sir. What is your problem with what we're doing over here, sir? We don't bother you.
He sounds very mad.
Can you
what
answer
is
that
happening?
question? That was a good question, Lex.
What
Man,
is
y'all
happening?
know. Y'all can play
What is going
stupid
on?
if you want to. You know what the
Oh, he's out. He's in the back.
His battle rap
okay.
league failed without us. That's his problem. Point blank
Well,
period.
look, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna be honest. His rap league and the event, it did go bad, and I'm gonna be honest.
Well, that
And
wasn't my
everybody,
fault, though.
That was his fault. That was his
But
fault.
we've already had that conversation. This is not
yeah,
about
we don't
that.
have to have that
We already had that
conversation right
conversation.
now.
He's still butthurt about that?
But
About business? Why is he butthurt butthurt
That's
about
what he's
business?
talking about. But
Yeah,
yo,
like you feel mad?
is that what you own, man? Because the battle rap league.
Bought it up.
I got my nephew right here.
He bought it
You
up.
want a battle rap?
I don't give a fuck
You wanna
about no
get on
battle
some
rap.
girls?
Why you bought it
No
up then?
battle rap league.
So why you bought it up?
Straight up.
Fuck. I
So why you
brought
bought it
up
up?
a lot of different things. I brought it up
No.
just to
What?
say
What?
to
What?
show
Hey,
you.
let me tell you what's snaky. Let me tell everybody what's snaky, you guys. What you don't do, if you know somebody's working with somebody, you don't go around them to go try to do something with them. You talk to the person. Yeah, so y'all always try to go around me. So then what happens is when it don't work out for you.
Now the truth is coming out. Now the truth is coming out.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. I've always kept it real. Are we saying something wrong around here?
Nigga, listen, fuck
Hey,
the
nigga,
battle rap.
I keep it
Fuck the
always real.
battle
What are
rap.
you talking about? What's happening?
Trying to go
What's
around
happening?
you.
So
Hey, hold on.
Wait.
I didn't know I had to go through you for. I didn't know I had to go through you for anything,
I'm sorry.
nigga.
No.
Why would
No,
I
see, it
have
don't
to
work
go
like
through
that.
you?
It don't work like that. It don't work like
Did you
that.
do the same with Ski?
It don't work like that. It's called business. So you're trying to do business like we and our brothers. Like, bro, we don't play that over here, bro. Like, you niggas are always trying to put wedges
Y'all
in between
listen
niggas,
close.
bro.
Listen close, cut.
We don't
Listen
do that.
close,
We're really
cut.
solid over here.
Listen close. The hate, the
Think about
niggas telling on himself.
Y'all playing, like,
I wasn't
you
even. I
talking
don't even think about
AP
you,
and,
nigga. I ain't gotta go through you for a goddamn thing.
I'm sorry.
Shocking
I'm
move
sorry.
face.
My bad. I'm sorry.
That's exactly
My
why I
bad.
failed.
My bad. My bad.
That's
Oh, no,
exactly why I failed.
My bad.
That's exactly
I'm sorry, sir. My
Hold on,
bad.
hold on,
My
watch
bad.
this.
All right, hold on.
That's exactly
Hey,
why I
Lex
failed.
Vortex. Lex Vortex.
Bro, it's okay.
Hold up, Chief Holiday.
It's fine.
Hold on one.
It's
Hey,
fine.
Chief Holiday.
Don't
Hold
be
on one
mad.
second.
Don't
Hold
be
up
mad.
one second.
Yo, how this
Don't
song
be mad.
feel? Like, when I put,
Don't be mad.
Hey,
I put
Grateful.
money.
Hold
Hold
your
up, mind
horse.
this down.
Okay, come
And
over
they
here
want
and
to
work
talk
with me.
about this victory
Lex
shit.
Vortex. Y'all please hold on.
Can't let
Hey, let's
go.
talk about it though.
Hey,
Sir,
I
snake
didn't
ass
fail.
little boy.
I put money. I put money in
Nigga, you
everybody's
ain't. Hey,
pocket.
boy.
How I
Hey,
fail?
listen,
How I
sir.
fail?
Listen,
I
you be
put
talking
money in
shit,
DJ
but
Cut's
you want
pocket.
that
I
smoke?
put
I
money in
got it for you.
Aboriginal Power's pocket.
I'm sorry.
I put
You
money
yelling about
in that
I'm
gay
sorry.
ass
You yelling
nigga
about
Shaw
I'm
Brick's
sorry.
pocket. I put money in everybody. So how the fuck I
Hey, bro,
fail,
that's not.
bitch?
Listen. Listen.
all right, so Lex, hold on one second. Hey, I'm getting tired of hearing that shit.
Listen,
Hey,
it's not
Grateful.
about that,
Hold
bro.
on, Chief Holiday. I'm about to mute everybody's mic. Grateful. I'm gonna tell you one time, and this is the very last time I'm gonna tell you this. Stop yelling on the mic. Do not yell on the mic no more. Do not yell on the mic no more. I'm asking you, please. Do not do that no more. That adds to the chaos. No, I wouldn't put you out. I'm saying it adds to the chaos. So I'm gonna let you get your chance to speak, but I wanted to actually let Sister Betty go ahead and speak as well. Go ahead and say your piece because I heard you, but stop yelling over this stuff because it adds to the chaos.
Man, Sister Beverly's advocating for.
Hey, Lex, shut your motherfucking ass up and hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Grateful, and say what you gotta
He's
say.
emotional.
I was only saying, please play the song because the back and forth was like it was overwhelming for all of us. So my only statement that I said.
Oh, hold up, Grateful.
Please play the song.
I'm gonna mute you because you said it was getting overwhelming, adding to the overwhelmingness. What the hell? What the fuck? Am I in the? No, I'm fucking with you, Grateful. You know I'm fucking with you. Don't get on here talking crazy.
But listen though.
Nah,
we
man,
even trying to talk cordially
hold up, man.
not so loud, keep the octaves down, man. Why is he talking so loud?
Yeah, Lex got an issue with y'all.
Doing that
man.
on purpose.
Hey man, he do that all the time.
I'm saying though, like why? And that's like 4 months ago.
I can wait.
Wait. That's like 4 months ago. Why he ain't did another one? Like, does that mean that you needed BAP?
Because he need us.
BAP was the draw. Wait. BAP was the draw. He was like, we're gonna give him 30%. Really?
Hey, yo.
So why y'all talking? Like we gonna talk? Let's talk about it.
Hey, Chief Holiday.
And then BAP come with me and BAP come with me and Cut.
Hey man, I don't want to even talk about that old stuff.
Cut, did you want to get paid?
I did get paid.
Oh no! I'm talking about for the battle that didn't happen because that's what he mad about. Like I hated on something.
I was gonna get paid.
On something. Huh?
I know I was gonna get paid.
You
don't think we was gonna get paid?
Bro, I've never asked for nothing. Can anybody understand that? Where was I ever? I was not in a battle. I wasn't doing that.
Let me ask you something.
It wasn't about me. So what are we talking about?
Billy.
It's never about me. It's always about the community. It's about somebody else. I've never been like that. So when motherfuckers like this nigga talking about niggas doing some snake shit behind the scenes, well, okay. Everybody here, let's pull it out. What's that name?
Shout out to J-Rock, man. Shout out to J-Rock. Connoisseurs of the finer things.
Yeah, man. And that's my life. That's my childhood friend right there.
No doubt. No doubt.
He done seen some other shit. What y'all talking about?
Now look. Chief Holiday.
You niggas is crazy as hell around here.
Hey, Chief Holiday. Why y'all niggas going on that old shit? Is that what Lex brought up? Lex brought up that old shit?
I mean, he worried about some old shit. He need to go do something.
Man, hold up. I'm about to get
we got
this
real rap
this
shit up in here.
we
We do some real rap shit.
We're gonna get this
Remember
done.
that.
Hold on one second.
Crazy
Let me find out what's going on. Lex Vortex.
Nah, but I'm just saying though, he could talk about something else, but he keep bringing up some shit that he's lying about. Okay, well, let's tell the truth.
Lex, you want to build with us or not, or you want to argue? What you want to do? Build
I want to build on Harry Rosenburg. Can we build on Harry Rosenburg,
on some shit? I like to have your viewpoint on some shit. What's going on, Lex, man? Can we move past? Y'all
the one that went into all that jealousy of my battle rap tape shit. I wasn't trying to really go into that. The nigga Tay Sean brought that up, bro.
All right, yeah.
I didn't go into no detail about. I'm not mad about that.
Why you get this shit started?
Back to the situation at hand. Do you believe that so-called black people have a problem with the Jewish community, brother?
Hey,
how do you feel about can Kyrie Irving and Ye be?
Because I'm about to start
brother. That's what I need to hear from you.
Moving and moving motherfuckers around.
Of course we have a problem with the Jewish community, but we really don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, our relationship with them is imbalanced. And we should have definitely more people should have stood behind Kyrie and Kanye, right or wrong. And because that's what unity is. What makes the Jewish community powerful is right or wrong. They will not allow an outsider to judge or sentence one of their own. But you had niggas running around here talking about, oh, Kanye's not really this and Kyrie's not really that, because they don't understand how the world works. That's why you got people on the internet talking about black and white people should get together and fuck the Africans. Just ignorant ass shit. Don't understand how the world works. Don't understand politics. Don't understand power. You know what I'm saying? So that black media has to learn how to use energy and transmute it towards their goals. Now, they wasted all this time. Now, I predicted that when the Kyrie Irving Kanye shit happened, that they was gonna kill a nigga and distract niggas. And what did niggas do? They lost focus and started talking about fucking the Migos and shit, knowing that they was gonna kill a nigga to distract you. So most of our people are not intelligent enough to play chess with the Jewish community, because they play on another level. Running around talking shit and saying I'm this, I'm that means nothing. If you are not organized, if you do not have organizations and institutions and a collective consciousness in place, you might as well shut the fuck up. Okay, so if you trying to change the world with you got niggas trying to start fucking tribes in the corner and shit, not understanding world power. So this is what I'm saying. I'm educating people like your dumb ass.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with
niggas like you running around with a Confederate flag, can't even speak English. You went to war. Hold up, nigga, you was in the war. Did you go kill for the white man? That's what I didn't do. You said you was in the military. You bitch ass nigga. So you went to kill.
Stop all that goddamn yelling, nigga. Stop all that goddamn yelling, nigga.
I love guns too, by the way. Thanks.
Stop all that yelling, nigga.
All right, so tell him to stop talking to me. He went to kill for the white man.
Get the fuck from over here.
So this is what I'm talking about. That see, this is why he don't like me over here.
Hold up.
You ain't a terrorist. You went after freedom. See, hold on. Let me bring this out. This man went after Arab freedom fighters for the white man, but he on here trying to act like He's for black people. What was you doing with a gun?
I done told my story. I didn't know what the fuck. Hey, hold on.
What was you doing?
Hey, hold on. Shut.
It don't matter. So you can't say, hold up. Why they always cut me off?
Shut the fuck up.
Why they always cut me off? Hold up, bro. But let me tell it. Let me tell it. I'm ignorant. But I didn't go killing. I didn't pick up a gun. I didn't pick up a gun. I didn't pick up a gun and
It's
go
not what you
overseas.
do, it's how you say it.
Hold on,
Like,
y'all.
you keep trying to cut people down to make yourself seem bigger. Like, that ain't cool.
They can't take it. They can't take it, bro.
Nah, because
That's
you
why
trying
you don't
to
want me on
divide.
here. I'm not
That's what
talking
you
to you.
doing. You doing nothing but creating
You was living out your car when I was in the
You doing
military.
nothing but making
You was living out your
chaos.
car.
That's it. You here to divide.
You was living out your
You
car
not
when
a
I was in
man.
the military.
You not a man.
You was
You
a
are not
40-year-old
a
man
man.
living out your
Please
car
do
when I was
not
in the
tell
military.
that lie.
So
Do not
here's what
ever
I was
tell that
19
lie
when I
and call
joined.
yourself a man, because you are not.
All I'm
You
telling
was
this man
when I
is,
joined the military.
all right, so let
Fuck
me
outta here,
finish.
little boy.
So this
Hey,
is what
look,
I'm telling.
check this out. Check this
Hold
out.
on, let me
Hey,
see. They
you
scared.
hold on.
They
Lex,
scared, bro.
I got you. No. Hold on.
That nigga the fuck out of here, bro.
Hey, Tayshawn. He up here because I asked him to come up here. Quit saying that, my brother. I love you, man. Tayshawn, the Confederate Don, my nigga.
That's cool, but it's up and it's stuck with that nigga.
Y'all know,
Here.
man. Come
Like,
on.
ain't no talking to that
and
nigga about
Lex,
what?
I'm gonna ask you this, Lex. Lex, stop all that motherfucking yelling and over talking niggas.
Hey, I was
We here
talking
trying to
calm.
deal with you.
Cut. I was talking calm before Rambo comes in shooting from the side. And then I
do what the
turn
fuck
up.
I want. How about that? Now what?
Okay.
Now
So
what?
this, so
let's
let
look at
me
the program.
finish. So cut. Can I finish what I'm
Meet me
saying?
in Tennessee tomorrow. Stop.
Can I meet what I'm
You're not even addressing Tayshawn. Let's not even address Tayshawn. And let's
So
move
all
on.
I'm-
We got a
Bruh.
subject that we got
But
going
bro,
on.
see here's the issue, cut. Because
Okay.
you got a bunch of people acting like Lex is a bad guy and this and this and that. And all I'm saying, ain't no nigga on earth that went, I don't care how old you was, Lex never went and killed brown people for the white man.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck about
There's
none of
blood. You see what I'm saying? So
Hey,
there's no
nigga, I don't
blood.
give a fuck. I don't give
Okay.
a fuck.
Hey,
I was
all right,
19.
all right,
I ain't know no
Lex,
better.
Lex.
Why was you a hater, bitch?
So there's no.
But get
So
out
there's
here
no.
again.
Hold on, wait.
How about that? You next,
I
nigga.
thought
How
we
about
were
that?
all. I thought Lex had said something
next,
that
motherfucker.
we can agree
What
with.
the nigga talking about?
Hold
Hold
on.
on one second.
Hold on.
Hold on one
Let's
second.
put that on the
Go,
back.
go ahead, Chief. I'm gonna let you go ahead and speak.
Well,
And
I was saying though, like Lex was talking at
I
first.
just
he was
want to get
talking
back
about,
on the subject.
Right. We're going back to the Harry Rosenburg conversation. There's some things that need to be talked about. Okay. Now you made a clear distinction between people who are doing negative things and people who are doing right things. You know what I'm saying? So we don't want to go back and forth. You said that we should have stood behind Kyrie right or wrong, as well as Ye right or wrong, right? And that they do. And then we've shown with Professor Black Truth that we even all the way wrong with these people right here. And then even back to even the origin of the ADL, B'nai Brit, and all this shit, you know, the Leo Frank case and all this is what they started for. They are there to protect criminals. They're not there to advocate for righteousness or whatever of their faith or their people or anything like that. And they conflate a lot of these things. I want to talk to you about the conflation of how they conflate religion when they're not religious. A person like Vlad, who calls himself Jewish when he's not religious, how is that possible in your
Because
travels
it's a
and
bloodline.
studies?
But the reason
It's a
why,
bloodline.
Hold on, you got to get a little deeper than that, sis. You know what
let
I'm
us
saying?
dialogue,
Because they
please.
call it,
Lex
they
is
call it a
mystic.
bloodline.
Lex has been through the
Chief,
different.
see what I'm saying? Y'all gotta get order, man.
Hold on.
You can't just have-
Her. She's right. She's absolutely right.
She
But
doesn't know what
it's
she's
too, it's a
talking
little
about.
too vague. I
How
want you.
I
I
don't
got
know
you.
what
I
I'm
want you
talking.
to.
You know what?
No.
Excuse me, can I get
You
2
know,
seconds?
sis. You know,
Just give me
sis.
2 seconds.
You're gonna be able
Just
to
let me get
respond to
2
what he say
seconds.
though.
I
I
just
would
want
like
2 seconds. That's it. Just
Hold
2
on, you got it,
seconds.
sis.
And I'm about
Just
to make
2
that way
seconds.
for you.
That's all I got.
You have
2
it.
seconds.
You have more than 2
I'm
seconds.
saying
You have the
this
floor.
though.
Because let
Hey,
me say
we
this
are
to
the
you,
floor.
right? And I want
Hold on
every
1
man
second is what I
to
want you
hear
to.
me and understand.
I'm about to mute you because I'm trying to have you just chill for 1 second. If I could just have you hear me. Golly, sis. Hey man, come on, man. We got to have some kind of order, man. Y'all can't just keep on talking over everybody. This is getting real ridiculous and reckless. Hey, Lex Vortex, man, you bring that shit in here, man.
I was
Stop
just about
doing
to say
that.
I didn't bring it in.
It's that nigga energy, man. For real.
Hey,
All right,
hey,
so let's
Tayshaun,
get back to what I was
Tayshaun,
saying, and let's just move on.
I want to get back to the show. I really wanted old girl
I know
to
Chief
speak.
asked me a question though.
But I wanted old girl to be able to have her word in edgewise. But
Man,
she's
just trying to get it Lex right now. She don't know what she talk. Let's just be real, bro. She's the one that keeps keeping it going.
No, Lex. I don't do what you do. We two different.
But Chief asked me a question, Cut, and he said she butted in.
But when I see these ladies trying to get a word in edgewise amongst these men, I be trying to make sure I pardon the ways for them. But
yeah, and that's another thing we gotta stop.
For the ladies, this is the thing though. When I'm pardoning the ways for the ladies, not for you, but for the ladies. When I'm trying to pardon the ways for you ladies, you can't be in the mix of the shit that I'm trying to stop. Come on, let me talk and let me get everybody.
Yeah, be ladies
out the way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, be like Lex Vortex, man.
Be ladies, be nice, be feminine.
Look, now Tayshaun, I'm gonna do you like Dave Chappelle did Kanye West. See, this is how you buy some time with Lex Vortex. This is how you attack his ass and make him laugh. No,
you know why, Cut? You know why it always happens that? Because Cut, you don't really have no hate in your heart. That's why we always end up laughing. These niggas is haters, bro.
That's cool.
Man,
let's just be real.
Hey, look, Lex. This is the thing. I don't think they have hate in their heart. I think you rubbed them the wrong way for a long
ain't
time.
hard. What did Meechee also say?
Really
These niggas ain't hard enough. They getting all triggered.
The thing about it is, a part of the reason why you rubbed them the wrong way, I have to say, is because a lot of times you disagree with them, and to me, that's no reason.
I beat up their whack information. That's why I rub. That's the real reason.
Nah.
Yeah, that's the real reason.
See, no, Lex, because what I'm ultimately trying to get set up is an ultimate showdown with you on the debate tip for real. But we can't do this if there's always some kind of arguments, man. We trying to build, Lex. No matter what you trying to do, man. Hey, man. I'm there. I'm gonna help you build if you ask the Cuddy to help you, and that's a fact. Whether it's your rap league or whatever, man. And I'm trying to get something cracking with all of us. We don't all have to agree, but man, we can all come together and get this money. Stop motherfucking insulting everybody, man. Maybe
I was leading the charge in that.
Listen to me, Lex. At least stop insulting people, my nigga. And that'll be a start, man. If you can do that, that'll go a great ways, man. Man, come on, man, because you being disagreeable, that's okay. Man, stop insulting motherfuckers, though.
All right, soon as they stop threatening to kill me, I'll stop insulting.
Lex Vortex. Hey, Tayshaun.
See what I'm saying?
We don't know what he says, so I'm just gonna say this. Tayshaun, stop with the threats, and everybody else, stop with the threats on the internet. We did a whole month and a half in April or May or something like that, talking about how the CIA has put these social medias together and people in this stuff. And I told y'all then, don't motherfucking go fed arguing with the feds in the goddamn chat. You look stupid in the joint.
I don't want to talk to these niggas. I understand you brought him up here, but fuck him. Why the fuck you keep coming around, bro?
You see how childish that is, bro?
Nigga, how you gonna call somebody terrorist and nigga hang around terrorists? Yo, get the fuck around
like
here,
a terrorist right now.
I don't give a fuck, nigga. Get the fuck around here.
You mad?
That shit was funny. You think that shit funny? What's funny about that? What's funny about that? On 9/11. On 9/11, you did that.
Tayshaun,
what's funny about that?
What you say is funny? What do you?
He think calling us terrorists on 9/11. He think that shit's funny, bro.
Oh no, that wasn't funny, Lex. Because I wanted.
What's funny about that? Why would you hang with terrorists?
That's foul, man. That was really real foul. What say you? What say you, Lex? Well, I'm listening to you.
Pull up the definition of terrorist and read
Man,
it for us.
get the fuck out of here. You called us a cold.
Y'all like to deal with words, right?
You called us all type of shit. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Hold up. You not a gangbanger?
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Ain't nobody
This
know.
nigga, bro, I didn't say hold up. Check it out, right? See what I'm saying? Every time.
Get a word in. He ain't even spoken.
Can we get to the information? So right now,
yeah, let's get to the
King
information.
911 was answering the question. So we're gonna let her get the floor. Then next, you got it. We're talking about.
No, she bounced.
Oh, she bounced. Okay, well, Lex, answer the question I asked you. You said it's not bloodline.
Please, sis, you can come on
Go
back.
ahead.
I implore you to come back, sis. I was just trying to make the way.
The difference between the Jewish community and everyone else is what they put out in the world is their propaganda. They don't give a damn about the Bible, the religions, because to them, they are the God of the book. They are the manifestation of God on earth. They are the ones that have the power of life and death. They're the ones that punish, that send you to hell or heaven. They're the ones that bless you or curse you. That is their mentality. So they trick you and make you think they're talking about the people in the book, when the God in the book is who they see themselves as collectively. And that's why the number one mantra of Jews is, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one." What that is the concept of unity that brings forth power. It's a universal concept. And this is what I'm saying to you. Y'all be sitting around here and others talking about what's the truth, what's a lie. No. In the mind of people that think like this, it's whatever they say is the truth. Whatever we agree upon is the truth. They don't care less about an Abraham, Isaac, a Jacob. It's all about power and the power of God. If you had that same mentality, you wouldn't be so power. You wouldn't be so. See what I'm talking about? This nigga can never be in the Jewish community. That's low level nigga goyim shit he just did.
No,
that's
you
what they
power.
call.
Aboriginal is power.
Hold up.
American
this is what, and this is what I'm trying to show you. See what he's doing?
Ain't nothing else to talk about.
See what he, bro? I'm talking, man. Have some type. Just
I don't give
chill
a
out,
fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro.
This is the difference between the goyim,
It
the
ain't
human
about shit, nigga. Fuck.
the human beast that thinks like an animal. And higher level thinking. This nigga is the goyim.
You manifested me. You manifested.
He's the
What you call
goyim.
me? Yeah, I'm that now. Now I'm
He's a human animal.
You play that manifest. Now I'm here.
This
Yeah,
nigga is one level above a monkey or a horse when it comes to organization, thinking. And look, that's why he's doing what he's doing. So that's your answer. Now, when it comes to the black community, if y'all were smart, you would realize, Chief, let me just say this to you, Chief. Let me finish. This is what I be telling everyone in these different groups and cults and tribes. Tribalism is inferior thinking. That's the when it.
Wait
That's
a
what I'm
minute,
saying.
but
When
you
it
just
comes,
told us to practice tribalism, though. Hold on. You literally just said that that's what they're doing. They're practicing tribalism, but no. The question, sir. You just put a blanket term over there.
I know. Don't get offended.
I'm trying to get some clarity. You can get the floor back, but I'm gonna ask you a question. So we just heard Harry Rosenburg. I think we're going to we're gonna play that video again because there's some things in there that I want you to address, and I want some other people that probably haven't seen it to see it, right? But he made a clear distinction that he wasn't the evil people. He wasn't a part of that, and they don't represent the Jewish community.
This is what I'm trying to show you.
Okay, wait. What is your wait? You can't. You gotta have evidence of this. What is your evidence?
No,
of this?
my evidence is because the evidence is I know how higher beings think, especially whether they're on the evil side or the righteous side. Harry Rosenburg is a part of an ant colony, nigga. And he will say and do anything to protect the ant colony, period. He's with them. So all they manipulate, they send one out here to say this, one out here, because they are trying to confuse you. You think Harry Berg is fucking with you? Like he's going against the Jewish community? Hell no, he's sitting in a dark room with them right now. And that's the difference between the nigga and the people we talking about. We should be. We should now listen. No, bro, it's not about African and Arab. What I'm telling you.
Wait. Lex is on to something. We cannot throw this in the trash. We cannot throw this in the trash because you absolutely know that lies or they can lie in the name of God to goy. So we're gonna have to look up this term goy and what goy mean and stuff like that or whatever. And a lot of people may not know these things or whatever.
I'm gonna tell you what it means, boy. Goyim. Because if you look it up, it won't tell you.
But you're putting a blanket term on all these people, bro. And I need to all of them. Like all of them are not the same. Some of them from Poland, some of them from Germany.
No, I'm talking about the ones.
Okay, break it down because I have never been a Hebrew Israelite. Go ahead, bro.
Listen.
And then also, I want to ask Sister Betty. I want Sister Betty to get the floor next because you said something that was interesting. If it's all of them, then that means her friend Michael. I would like to talk to Michael, who's in Israel right now, and I would love to talk to the people to see in Israel if they feel the way.
Yeah, he's a liar. Y'all don't be fooled. Listen, man, this is what I'm trying to. Listen, our people, most of us don't. Y'all, I know it sounds insulting. They don't have the level of thinking complexity to deal with these people. That's why they're so easily deceived. You had a Jewish dude came on Sinetta TV named Michael Kahn. He came on there with some Hebrew Israelites trying to act like, oh, he's not really with it. Then you got other Jewish people showing up on your Goyim channels. They trying to rock you to sleep because you don't understand what's going on because you are divided. Bro, listen. You're practicing primitive tribalism, and that's why you can't compete. Now, when it comes to these people, they don't care about none of that. None of that. The bottom line is power, and you don't have a right to challenge their power. Nothing you say can be used in a court of law. Nothing, you can't even, in the Talmud, a Goyim can't even bring a Jew to court. Okay? You can't even bring one to court. So that's your law. And that's why when y'all be talking that court shit, you don't know what the hell you talking about. Oh, we got to do this with the paperwork.
You talking about these people like that boogeyman,
bro. You know what? Remain ignorant, bro. Let's remain ignorant, bro.
Hold on. Time out. Foul play. Listen. You was going good, Lex. You was going good. I want to get the floor to Sister Betty. Sister Betty. Yes.
Please,
I know you're in our community, so you're not a part of the Jewish community.
Sister Betty works for the government.
No, bro. Let her.
I love
what you're saying.
Lex, you can't control
we're not talking about our personal stuff right now. We're talking about this right now. Because what you're saying needs to be examined, and it can't be. And right now, we haven't.
It's undefeatable, man. But you can't bring a government agent in here to try to tell y'all how to get free.
Okay, hold on. Nah, brother. A lot of our people work for the government, bro. Some of our people are in the military right now. Some people work for the police, bro. We're not doing that. We're predominantly that's our armed forces. So we're not gonna do that, brother. Let's go. We're back to the conversation. Back to the conversation. You talk about power, right? They think in power. Isn't that empowering ourselves by taking those positions of administration?
No, you can't take on positions of administration under another man's government. And that's what's wrong with black men. Okay?
Wait. So we didn't have a government before the pale skin came here?
It don't matter what you had.
Wait. Was there a government on this land before the pale skins came here?
There was a government hold on. And the government, but it wasn't, brother, I'm answering your question, bro. The government is nature. That's the government that was here before these people came. We followed the nature, the laws of nature. The sun governs this earth. The moon governs this earth. The rivers, the water, the trees govern this earth, and the natural laws. So listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Get back to right now, bro. Get out of La La Land. Get back right now. Get all that.
So right now, you cannot become an administrator as a Goyim. You can only be an agent of God, and God is a Jew. And so when you start talking about going to court and all that, you have no right you're not even a human being when you step in their courtroom. So you're wasting time with all of that. And anybody who works for the government works for them.
So what we do then? How would you handle it?
Great question.
How I would handle it? I tell you, you got to pull out the matrix, but you ain't got enough heart to do that. Because in order to pull out the matrix,
I'm asking for the people in the project.
You asked me, but I'm gonna tell you,
keep
bro.
saying that. You and Beast Mode keep saying shit like that. Okay, what are you doing? What proof can you show that you're doing that?
Man, I wish I could show you my life. I live so free.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I live so free, bro.
Get your ass
I live so free, bro.
Niggas cap, bro.
He was squatting in the park.
I live so
Stop
free.
it. Hey, man. hey.
Yeah, you can try to insult me. It's hard to
It's a joke.
It's a good joke, but it's hard to squat in the park in a Tesla. It's hard to squat. To not be noticed when you drive in a Tesla. It's hard to do that. But what I'm saying is this, bro. With all of that distraction, what you gotta realize is not only are you dealing with when you're dealing with government, you're dealing with unseen forces. The government is just a manifestation of what's going on the unseen world. So anybody who works for that government is a demon. Now, I don't mean this to be an insult. Put it like this. When you form a corporation, that is an entity. They're called entities. Why? Because there's an entity behind that corporation.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. We get all that what you're saying. Let's get back on La La Land. Question you is, where did you get this information?
That's not La.
Oh, Dark One.
Bro,
where did you get this information
This is the information you need, though.
Bro, can you please tell the people where you got this information from, sir?
Nah, I can't do that.
All right, so with that being said, right, wouldn't the government have someone appear as if they're because I can't even can you say you for the people?
Government, to talk against the government,
everything though, Lex. Have you noticed that you're against everything?
To talk against the government.
That's your question. What are you for?
I'm for freedom.
What are you for?
This nigga got a justice before he got some land.
I'm for freedom of humanity.
I mean, but
freedom
that's
of
too
humanity,
vague.
No, that's not vague. That's your problem. It's not vague. These people have all of humanity in a prison. And you dummies thinking about some tribe in a corner somewhere.
How do we get out the prison?
You still in the matrix.
You unplug. You stop believing in the narratives. You stop participating.
Just live in a Tesla. Just be plugged into the Tesla.
I don't live in a Tesla, sir.
No, I'm just saying though. But
see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You play games because you're an agent, bro. That's why.
Right.
That's why you talking. You're an agent, nigga.
It's jokes.
Hey, the bottom line.
Hey, by the way, I am not an agent of local, state, or federal, or international, or intergalactical government.
Let me show you what you did. Let me show you what you did. Hold on. Let me show you. You the GOAT, right? Why are you so scared to talk to me?
Can you say
Why
that?
you so scared? Why are you so scared to talk to me? See what I'm saying? Bro, you did a show. You did a show. You and DJ.
No, you said I'm an agent again. So can you say that?
Let me prove
it. Can you say what I just said? No. Can you say what I just said?
What?
What I just said. You are not an agent of local, state, or federal.
I'm not an agent of local, state, government, any type of agency. Matter of fact, I'm the enemy. Hold up. Listen here, bro. I'm gonna show you. Hold up. You see what I'm saying? Y'all are scared of me, bro.
Go back to the information, man. Hey, can we let Sister Becky talk now, please?
Now, you see?
All right, hold on. Go ahead, Lex. Go ahead.
You don't want to hear.
Can I come on your channel and finish the week up of Aboriginal stuff, please? So we
yes,
go ahead and take the rest of your people that need some information. All right, cool. Go ahead. You got the floor.
So listen.
Go ahead. Terrible.
Brother, you did a show. Let me show you how ignorant you are. Called Stop Anti-Americanism. Now, I understand what you're trying to say. But, nigga, that's some agent shit. With this going on, with the Jewish community, bro, I'm going to explain it to you. With the Jewish community trying to let our people know that you better bow down to God. You, because of your personal agenda, yeah, that's who they think they are. Listen, see, this shit is old. So, with your personal agenda, instead of realizing what was going on with the situation, you started your tribalism dumb shit. Let's
Nigga,
stop
we Americans. What the fuck is you talking about?
Bro, listen though.
Yo, this nigga weird.
So you did a show called, but when you say anti-American in a title, nobody in the regular world is thinking, oh, he's talking about the black original people of Americas. No, when you put anti-Americanism, that's exactly what it's taken for. You sound like a fucking patriot. You
Nigga,
sound like
I don't give a
Jay
fuck
Sean.
what it's taken for.
Listen.
We're Americans.
You sound like Jay Sean ready to pick up a gun and go kill for the white man.
Don't nobody give a fuck.
So that was some agent
Don't nobody
shit
give a
you
fuck.
did.
You bought a car from Tesla, bro.
Hold up.
You got a Tesla.
You shifted to
Tesla.
black. You shifted. Listen, you shifted. Hey, yo, everybody come to the dark side, to the Vortex Entertainment Network if you want the truth. Now listen, you shifted the energy from addressing the most important issue with our people, and that is the imbalance of this relationship with the so-called Jewish community, to some Americanism shit. Like, that shit is silly, bro. Like, y'all niggas is silly with that shit. Like, you should.
Niggas, shut the fuck up.
Hold on.
Hold on. You hold on. You hold on. Let me talk, man.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Lex Vortex, man, I ain't gonna keep on telling you stop insulting people. That shit is for the birds. We do what the fuck we want to, just like you go over there and do what the fuck you want to do on your channel.
That's the problem, Cut.
No. This is the problem. The problem is you want to come over here and make everybody look through your pupils, but won't nobody do that.
No, not through my.
No. What kind of pissed me off, man, is you come over here, man. Is you coming over here?
I know it hurts,
channel? Hold on one second. Is you over here trying to promote your channel? If that's the case, then go on ahead and do that. But stop insulting motherfuckers.
Nobody on his channel.
Now, I can care less about a channel, sir.
No, can you please stop doing that?
I made $40 off YouTube this month, sir. That's lunch one for maybe 2 days for me, sir. I can care less. I make from 70 to 100 grand. YouTube means, why you keep muting me, bro?
Because don't nobody want to hear that shit. I want to get this.
But because you're making accusations, though.
Okay, what was my?
I can care less about it.
Hey, but isn't that what you promoted?
But let you make accusations too.
Isn't that what you did? You came over here talking about come to the dark side and shit like that. Man, that's some old gay ass shit, man.
No, it ain't, because y'all doing this stuff, and I don't think you understand what you're doing.
When I'm talking about happiness.
Sister Betty did a show talking about the government is what divided black and white people.
So and it's true.
Let her respond. Now you going around the going around the room talking shit.
Wait, real quick,
man. Hold on. I'm gonna let y'all talk. Hold on one second. Go ahead, man.
The conversation was
you can respond to it because
right?
He said something to you.
Hold on. So the conversation was anti-Semitism. So we, of course, he understands who the Americans are because he understood that in his conversation, and he said it wasn't time for that, but it was also time for us to address and have a response to the anti-Semitism rhetoric. So that's what that's about. So knowing what anti-Americanism is specific to here in North America where we live, if you look into it. So that's what it's about. It was about redirecting the energy and then so yeah, we are patriots, but that's the most revolutionary thing, is to be the best Americans we can be. That's what you don't understand. What you're pushing is the Asian shit that they've been pushing us away from. Oh, the big bad this. Don't build nothing. Go live in the woods and wipe your ass and live in a Tesla and squat. You know, all this shit, you all over the place, bro. Like, bro, you've been all over the place with this, man. So you got to know that like, I'll just be looking at you like, bro, I thought you supposed to be living in the woods right now with bears. You know what I'm saying? And now you saying something else. 70 to 100,000 on the bro. Like,
Right.
come on, fam. That's
Right.
that's not unplugging from the matrix, bro.
Nah,
what we're
man.
doing when we're the
man.
jobs and things, we're talking about thousands of jobs, if not millions of jobs, is with Aboriginal businesses that need people to help their businesses thrive. That's how this works. So when people are saying, you know, about niggas, bro, it's about your actions, it's not about your words. We don't follow people, we follow the directions and actions and things that people are doing. So the Betty, she ain't been in the game longer than you. And she's manifesting some things that you can actually see. So Sister Betty, you got the floor. But Lex, I mean, look, Lex, I mean, come on, bro. You've been around, you know what we've been doing over here, Lex, in this community. Lex, you've seen it.
All right.
And so for you to come over and for you to still be around is just bearing witness to that.
See what I'm saying?
Where the power is, brother.
So hold up, bro. You lied, mischaracterized what I said some shit about. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, why y'all ain't got no integrity?
What? I'm trying to address this, monkey.
Go ahead, Sister Betty. You got it.
I want to address him in his face because I ain't scared of Lex.
But I don't want to hear all that.
Damn, thank you. Hey, yo, Sister Betty got more balls than all y'all. Thank you. Address me.
Oh,
Because I want to address you. That's why y'all got a woman. That's why y'all got a woman as a chief. That's why y'all got a woman as a chief.
I'm gonna tell you something. Lex doesn't. I know Lex. Lex. This is Lex. This is
now.
Let
the person with the biggest balls address me, please.
Oh God.
Lex,
and there's no insult to you.
I'm talking to you right now.
You are.
I'm talking to you right now.
I don't mean to say you got balls. I'm just saying you got the biggest. You got more guts and courage.
I'm right here talking to you.
Even this wrong.
No,
nigga, you came up here crying.
Go ahead.
Want to beat you up.
Go ahead, Sister Betty. I want to hear that shit. Go ahead, Sister Betty.
First of all, Lex, that's not true. I don't have the biggest bars because the people you're talking to are the people I actually learned from in the YouTube community, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. I'm proud. So, can we get a bomb drop for Chief? I'd like to correct a lot of this story.
Ooh. Man, hey man, I just came up to the I just realized Lex, you really on the police.
I like to address his ass.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not scared of him. First of all, he called me an agent for the government, and then he turned around and stated the show that I did the other day, the government divided us. So how does an agent come on YouTube and tell and attest to that the government divided the country?
Do you want him to answer that? Here you go.
Hey, yeah.
But
because
also, you know, we did.
Stop, bro. Let me and your chief dialogue, please. And you did the right thing, Sister Betty. You bigged your brothers up. You know what I'm saying? Even though you know they weak as hell, you bigged them up. Now let me answer your question.
No, they're not.
Now let me answer your question.
You only
the reason why
say what you say.
The reason why it's some agent stuff is because, yes, the government divides all people throughout the earth. But I sit and watch you on your show just about sister, you said you wanted me to address you.
He watches you though. Keep going.
You sit around. Of course I watch.
That's his problem. We got 123 and he be having 23.
See what I'm saying? Y'all are childish, bro.
Exactly.
So, Sister Betty, you sit up all the time and talk about Africans like they ain't shit. People that all right, exactly. People that look like you with your Kenyan ass face, but then you go on your channel and buck dance for white people who are a part of the governmental system.
I've been working with white people longer than I don't even work with.
Can you handle it? Can you handle it? Can you handle it?
I can handle anything.
So let me give you the work, and then you can respond, please, Queen. But you get on, Empress,
get it right,
but you get on here and buck dance for the people who actually destroyed, warred against the original people here every day. But you wanna conform, you wanna get a union with the goddamn. Hold on, Sister Betty, come on, man, come on, sis. I know it hurts.
Hey, but your ass
Yelling.
can't sit up and
Yelling.
filibuster though, neither. You can't filibuster this
He
whole
asked
thing.
me
Now.
to end.
Speaker to
Now
have
it's
you.
Philip. Okay,
But go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish lying. Go ahead.
But you want to, and you know why you do that? Because in your government job, you sit next to the beast every day. So you gotta, so you're watering down the message. You want to turn. Hold on. Well, whatever it is, you got to deal with them. So, but you want to sit around and diss our brothers and cousins, directly related people, melanated people that look just like us, that went through the same thing as us, that went through colonization. Whether you believe
We
they
don't
are
agree.
people,
We don't agree.
but why y'all keep
for yourself?
See what I'm saying, man? Y'all are cowards, bro. All y'all are fucking
Nigga,
cowards,
shut your
bro.
bitch ass
You
up.
fucking
talk about
cowards,
it.
nigga.
You come up here
And I tell you, any one of you
Get the fuck
niggas
outta here.
wanted, fuck it, nigga. I don't give y'all niggas cowards, nigga.
Man, don't threaten people. Come on, Lex. Don't go that low.
Lex.
We all better than that. We all better than that.
Hold on.
I didn't
That's a
threaten
lot of interesting
anybody.
things.
I didn't
Hold on,
threaten
that's a lot of
anybody.
interesting things,
So she
right?
sits
But
around.
hold on,
She wants to have a picnic.
Hold on.
She wants to have a
Calm
picnic
down with
with
the
the
emotions.
Europeans. She wants to have a picnic. Yeah, y'all the one that's getting emotional.
Okay, we
whenever I
already
bring up
addressed
the
that.
real.
We
What
already
you
addressed that.
yelling?
So we're gonna talk about
Hey, Lex, can I ask you a
Only start
question?
yelling when y'all start
Lex,
yelling over me
Lex,
and
Lex,
cutting me off
Lex,
and
you
trying
want
to
to talk
stop
about
the
us.
information.
Look,
Why
you want
you
to talk about us.
No, stop yelling, Lex.
You
Stop
want
yelling.
to talk about
Sister
us.
Betty asked me to answer her, and y'all kept
Hey,
cutting
but you
me
know
off.
what?
Oh,
So
shit.
Sister Betty wants to sit around and picnic with the Europeans.
Wrap that shit the fuck up. You understand? Wrap that
We
shit
got the
up.
murderer
Because I'm moving on,
in the
all right?
wings.
Wrap that shit up.
We got the executioner in the wings.
Got all this smoke for her own kin in Africa. If that ain't an agent,
not our
what the hell
people.
is?
Stop telling us
Okay,
we
that's
don't
enough. All right, you done, right?
You don't
You
understand how
done,
the
right?
world works.
All right, let's get to some information, man. Let's build, man, for real, because this
So
is
y'all want to
goddamn-
picnic with the Europeans?
Nah, we ain't
No.
picnicking with
Wait.
nobody.
Wait.
Nigga,
Hold on.
just
Time
like
out,
you
time
don't
out,
got
time out.
nobody
Listen,
to picnic,
Lex,
nigga,
Lex.
with.
You can't do that. Wait a minute. Stop that. So you said that you're doing something now, right? Not to be in your business or anything, but does that involve any Europeans? Be honest.
Keep it $1,000.
Hell yeah, it involves Europeans.
Okay, so wait.
Leave together.
Come on, man. Man. Are they hiring? Can you
Hold on, no,
provide some
wait a
jobs
minute.
in Nashville?
Hold on.
Hold on, wait.
Bro,
See, that's not fair though, bro. That's a
no.
hypocrite though, bro.
No, it's not.
That's a
No, it's not.
hypocrite.
Yes, I'm in
is.
Nashville, nigga. Check it out, bro.
I'll be through
That's
Nashville.
by default. You are not
Go.
gonna do anything in this country that doesn't involve Europeans. But I'm not out here propagating.
But you out the Matrix though.
Hold on,
But you just said you out the Matrix.
bro. Listen.
Now.
But I'm not gonna go out here and propagate and say fuck
You just said
Africans.
you was out the Matrix.
But then,
you said you
Hold
was
on,
out the
Sister
Matrix.
Betty. We got you. Hold on.
But then talk about how black.
We gotta beat him up for you real fast.
Yo, y'all, I
This
even
nigga cap as hell.
they
We
even
gotta
went.
beat him up.
I'm not the Matrix.
Hold on.
I'm not in the Matrix.
Lex. Hold on, Lex. Just understand what you're saying though. That just tell everybody you're a hypocrite.
Man, you trying to you can do all those games, but that ain't got nothing to do with your personal attacks. Turn your camera.
It's not a personal, brother. That wasn't a personal attack. I would
Turn
have
your
known that
camera
you was,
on and let's see if you African. Let's see if you look like an African or.
Listen. My locks hanging to my ass, bro. Like you see Africans with that?
Hey,
what's happening, bro? Like why you still trying to look at me?
Lex, control yourself, man.
What is happening?
All right, Sister Beth, you want to say something?
I can kill him. I'm just trying to understand. Like, okay, like the hypocrisy has to stop. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, okay, he knows that everything you have to deal with different people, whatever. That's not even the question. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about right or wrong, and how do we get to power? So I don't understand the confusion. Because once again, he knows anything that he's attached to is also attached to that same system. So that means that when he's coming and telling us all this negative stuff, and he got this information from somewhere, right? I'm just like, well, how do you have all this magical information that Harry Rosenburg is lying, right? And all these other things. Now, I had one question I had to ask you that was related to, I understand you're a Christian mystic as well, right? Why aren't the Christian pastors and all the Christians standing behind Kanye, like Joel Osteen and all of Creflo Dollar and all the pastors and stuff across the country? Why are they not speaking out with Kanye West?
Because they're government agents. That's why. The church is going all the way back to taking over this country. The church has been a government institution to placate black people. That's why. I'm not saying everyone that is there's some revolutionary pastors, but for the most part, because their ideology is linked to the Jews, and that's what I mean by the spell that they cast Jews on everybody. They worship a Jew who they say came to earth as God. So what you think they're gonna do when you attack their God? They're gonna protect them. Jesus is a Jew. See, that y'all don't understand the spell. The whole earth is worshiping a Jew. And psychologically, a Jew came to earth as God. So subconsciously, Jews represent God on earth.
Well, I don't worship Jesus, so
whatever. Check this out though. Ancient Warrior. I just got through eating some key lime pie.
I would like to respond.
Exactly. Let's get to the coon shit. Go ahead.
First of all,
explain to us why you love Europeans so much and hate Africans.
Yo, shut the fuck up, yo.
I want to hear this. I don't hate Africans, and I don't got shit to do with them. They're not my people, and they're not my.
But you got something to do with Europeans, though.
Yeah, I actually do. Business.
Thank you.
There ain't nothing wrong with it. You got business with Europeans too.
She said she ain't got nothing to do with Africans, but she got something to do with Europeans.
So what? So what is the problem with that, Lex? What is your issue with that?
Wait to respond.
What is your issue with
that? Let her finish giving her reasons. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't deal with Africans. I don't want to deal with them. I don't care about their history. It's not connected with mine. I live in North America. This is the soil I'm from. So, on that note, I do business with Europeans. Why is that a problem with you?
That's not a problem.
Obviously, I can't do business with my people like you, because that would be just fucking mootless. So, what do you expect me to do?
I'm not talking about business. See, you're misconstruing.
Well,
this is what I'm saying.
Business.
You're lying.
That's what it's all about.
All right, but Sister Bethy, you're doing business with Europeans because they are in a position. Listen, because they are in a position to do business with. But if we're talking about power, you say I come from this soil. This soil is a part of the earth.
Well, guess what?
Hold on. See, you don't want to hear it.
No,
the soil. But hold on, because I want you to understand where I'm coming from.
Listen to me, because I sat and listened to your bullshit.
Yeah,
first.
you know it.
So
you don't want it.
Mine. You can listen to mine.
My shit is not bullshit.
I'm not. No
Turn your mic up a little bit, Sister Bethy.
It's your music. I'm not no fucking war chick looking to overthrow shit. All right, I'm looking to do positive things in our community. And there's nothing wrong with getting together with like-minded people to make that happen. But obviously, you got a fucking problem with it. I'm not a racist, and I'm not going around.
You're not a racist, but you don't want to have nothing to do with Africans, though.
So what? Just because I want nothing to do with it,
oh my God! Talk about hypocrite.
What business is you doing with Africans?
Hold on.
I don't want to do nothing with it.
Actually, I have a business with some Ethiopians.
Why do I want to do
that? Right. What's that business called? What's your website?
That's none of your business.
Oh, okay. Because you ain't got no fucking business with no Ethiopian.
Okay. If you say so. If you say so.
Why wouldn't you want to promote your business?
Niggas, they didn't got together to make some Jolo.
Business?
So she's saying
you promoting your channel, but not your business.
She's not a racist. She's not a racist.
This nigga's
and I don't understand where y'all are
doing all this judging shit. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Y'all talking about being aboriginals.
Yeah, we aboriginals. Yeah, it's our shit.
Andrew Jackson and all these people. But yet but you got a problem with Africa.
But you still here. But you ain't in Africa. But you not in Africa.
Hold on, but check it out.
None of you niggas in Africa.
And here's the real problem.
You're not in Africa.
All right, it's bigger than Africa.
You're not in Africa.
Nigga, you have to deal. You have to deal with.
Hold on 1 second. Lex, have you ever been to Africa?
fuck no.
Does what?
Have you ever been to Africa?
No.
Get the fuck
Okay.
off the panel,
All right, get the fuck on there. Like, bye, bro.
Now that's stupid. See how dumb y'all are? I haven't been to Africa, so get off the...
The white man in America so bad, but you still here. Bye.
No. What's stupid is to contest what we're saying, and we've been here all this time. We're saying we never went nowhere and shit like that. But you over here with us, but you saying your people are from over there.
No, that's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying my people. Hold up, listen.
Hold on, Tayshaun.
If you shut the coon up, you'll get some information. Listen, bro. We live on the earth. And y'all, you know what y'all are doing? You're playing chess. You're playing checkers, not chess. The earth is the battleground. Hold up, listen, bro. It's world politics. You niggas are concerned about a little corner. This is the difference between niggas who want the block, niggas that want the neighborhood, and know the neighborhood politics, the whole city. Not just a nigga talking about this is my street, nigga. That nigga's a small time nigga. He don't understand what's moving and shaking. So when I talk about Africa, I'm not saying it just because I'm focusing on Africa. I'm telling you we got to deal with world politics. And world politics is dealing with your relationships with different people across the whole world. Man, not just in America. Listen, bro. So listen. All right, so hold up. Listen real quick. I'm going to show you how silly you are. Check this out. DJ Cut, won't you let it come out, bro? If y'all are so real with the information, why are you so scared? Why are you so scared?
It's not
hold
the
up, just listen to this.
It's
Listen
just
to
your
this.
viewpoint
All right,
and what
brother,
you
listen.
think should happen.
But you won't hear my viewpoint, though.
Well, I mean,
You
we've
wanna
been
paint a
hearing you
picture.
talk. We've been
But you
hearing you
won't
talk for a
let
very
me
long
get to
time.
the meat.
When
Listen,
you land your
America.
plane.
All right, let me land the plane. America itself, they interfere in politics in Africa, in Asia.
Don't say America.
Listen,
Say
man,
United
shut
States.
up.
Say United States.
Shut up.
United States.
But
Say
I'm trying
United
to show you
States.
something about politics.
Say United States, nigga. Say United States first.
Listen.
Don't say America dealing with it.
Why is the
you playing some meta
United,
games,
whatever
nigga.
you want to... No, you're the one playing semantics.
Hey,
when you're the
y'all
one...
go along with it, man. I'm telling y'all when y'all
Listen,
cut him off and make
why
you feel
is
like
the United
that.
States-
Go on and get that shit out. Land your plane, because I'm trying to move on from
Right.
this shit.
Y'all are small-minded. Why is the United States back in the Ukraine if it has nothing to do? Oh, we're over here. We have... Because it's world politics, you dumbass.
Because they're the
It's
same
whole
people.
bull-
The United States and the Ukraine, the same
United-
people running. They Slavs.
And United
That's their
States,
people, fool.
United States
Listen,
is sent
hold
that
up.
money over there
That's
to
Joe Biden's
invest.
first cousin.
Now, hold up. No, listen.
They
Why?
are in-
But if that's what it...
No, you asked the question. You
They are
hold
investing.
No, it was a rhetorical...
be
It
answered.
was
sent the money
rhetorical.
to
They're not the
invest
same
into
people, bro.
Ukraine.
Okay, so you didn't
They're
land
not
your
the
investing
same.
into
The
a
same
war.
way y'all say you're not the same people as the
Lex,
Africans.
let
They're in
White say
different
what
land
he-
masses
Slavs.
under different
They
governments.
Slavs. They Slavs.
They're under
I'm tired of
different...
going back and forth with you. They Slavs.
All right, and what are you?
Fuck out of here.
And what
They
are you?
Slavs. I'm Aboriginal to America. The first American.
All right, do you
Fuck,
care
bro.
about... All right, so let me ask you, do you care about what's going on in Cuba?
Nigga, I care
Yeah,
about
I
Marion
care
County,
about it.
South Carolina.
I care about it.
Exactly. That's
Yeah, I
my
care
point,
about
you
it.
low life
Okay, I'm not
nigga.
worried about no
You
fucking
care about what's
Africa.
going on in South Carolina.
Yeah, my people
Y'all see
here,
what I'm
not no
saying?
Africa.
You are
My
a
people
dumb
here.
nigga.
I'm from
You
my
are
people
a dumb
first.
nigga.
Ain't no Africans
Lex.
over here helping us. Yeah,
Lex.
yeah, my people
Lex.
first.
Dumb.
The fuck?
Lex.
Niggas are dumb, bro.
What I look
Lex.
like sending money to Africa and my
Lex.
people in my hometown to help.
Oh,
Dumbass.
Lex.
Nigga, I said Cuba.
What are you
Lex.
doing for Nashville? Huh?
I said Cuba.
Look at these
Yeah, I give a fuck about those people
What
too.
are
but
you doing for
what are you
Nashville?
doing in Nashville?
That's a good
What you doing for
You know
question.
what
Nashville?
I'm doing? I'm gonna tell
Dang
you
on,
what
you're
I'm
fed.
not.
You're
I'm gonna tell you
fed.
what I'm doing. I'm not like Smoke. I'm not gang
No,
gang.
what are you doing?
I'm not
What are
killing
you
my
doing?
people.
That's not the question.
I
What are you
educate
doing?
my people.
What are
I
you
serve,
doing for those
I'm
people?
here. I do not hurt
What
my
jobs
people.
do you have? What
That's
jobs
what
do you
I
have
do,
for those people?
nigga.
What jobs do you have?
Come find out. I'll give you one.
Oh, okay. I'll be there tomorrow. Put your number in the back
I'll
check.
give you
I'm coming
one.
through Nashville tomorrow.
I'll give you one. Come through.
Put your number in the back check.
Hey,
Come
man,
through, bro.
come on with that goofy.
Just
Nah,
call
this
it
nigga playing
Lex.
too much. Put
Man,
your number in the
hey,
back check, nigga. I'm going
it
through
takes
Nashville
time.
tomorrow.
Hold
Lex.
up, man. This is what's
Nigga, I
crazy.
missed the
Lex.
pull up for
Hey,
real.
man, hey,
Niggas think
hold
I'm
up,
capping on
hold
this
up.
bitch.
Tayshaun,
How you really love this?
Hey, yo, right?
What he's doing?
Hold up. Let me put your ass in the back too. Right, say wait. Don't say another word, please, my brother. I appreciate it. We got to get some order in the court. Did them niggas get to threatening each other, talking about meeting up? Tayshawn, man, that shit be too much, man. I got love for you, man, but you fly off the handle too easily and too often. And I know you got babies. What the fuck you on a kamikaze trip for all the time?
Let that nigga go.
Goddamn talking. Hey, right, say wait. Did you just say something? Hey, let's just go ahead and put you on the back. Cause you can't control yourself either. Let's woosah, niggas. What the fuck is going on with cats? Man, look, here's my son calling. No, nope. Everybody chill. Whew. Damn, this shit crazy, man. Lex, man, I got you coming up here, man, because I think you're all right, man. I really do think you're all right. I think you're an asshole. I think you like to be an asshole. And I think sometimes that can be entertaining. But man, all the insults and all of that shit, man, don't nobody want to hear that shit, man. And you're not even directing them to me. I just want to try to deal with the information. Let's build on the information. Hey, Sean, cool out, my brother, man. You have to think past these niggas and think about your seeds, my nigga. This shit gonna be viewed 30 years from now. It may not make you look good. Come on, man. Think about that, man. If I can implore you, calm down. Ain't none of y'all meeting up with each other. Leave that shit alone. That shit's weird. Right, say wait. White Watery Stay. I'm gonna bring you back so you can say your piece, my brother. Cause you've been waiting.
Nah, I just came on here to salute everything and tell them.
Man, salute to you, my guy.
I'm thankful for I'm grateful for the information that I've learned from many platforms.
That's right.
The ones that I've, been seeing that, Brother Lex been coming on. Like I say, the information got to be true because he following every last one of them. Keep jumping on you to try and debunk something. We don't hate Africa. We love the people from Africa. It's just apparent that the ones that involved with this political standpoint at this time is making Africa look like that they're, against what we're standing at. And we're not going to stand for that. They're here on American soil. That's all we're saying, dude. That's all cut. You heard me?
Yeah, that's real. That's real.
Hey,
that's real. Don't really have no problem with the African people.
No, never.
Yo, we have to be real. They got a problem with us. No doubt about that.
Right, they got a problem.
They got a problem with us.
That's why I say the ones who come in here though, cut it, y'all got a badass show coming, man. This a badass platform, bro. And right now, like I say, people gonna come around it. We know we're hot head. Like I said, I was hot head. I'm still hot head with it. But at the same point in time, I'm saying the ones that's claiming to want to come against us, they're just trying to see how they can touch that nerve to keep you up, like you say, up there to that high speed where you can just calm down and won't be able to see your stop. So when it's time for the stop, you can't see it. So I tell them, and about Tashawn going up into that thing, I told you, he wrestling the same thing I used to wrestle with it. I can't speak for him, but I used to wrestle with it all with it. And I'm thankful,
too, man. That's why
thankful that y'all give me the platform.
Man, it's niggas like that is why brothers are dying in the street. He said he wanted a job.
I can't say that. I can't say that.
Okay, Lex.
I can't say that.
Well, hold up. Lex Vortex. You just jumped in. I didn't lie. I'm not even hearing that shit. I'm not hearing that shit. You said something. I don't want to have you divert what I'm about to say. Hey, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. He said something that was crazy. It rubs us the wrong way. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. He telling the truth about that statement. Yo, us not thinking and us just jumping out the window on emotion is why a lot of our young people are dying. That's a fact. And for anybody to say that's not true, ain't close to these young people. Ain't knowing what the fuck they talking about. And really, to be honest with you, I don't think Lex knew what he talking about. I think it was a Freudian slip. No, I think you know what he's talking about. But yeah, point of that matter is, man.
I know exactly what I'm talking about, bro.
Yeah, so all I'm gonna
Lex an
say is, man,
antagonist, though, man. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
He's soft and
I know
white.
he's pushing your buttons.
It's those brothers like that. That why brothers?
Oh, hold
again-
on, Lex. I'm trying to let him have his piece, and then you can say your piece, and then in fact, we're done with this shit.
Right.
Tay, say your piece, and that's it, my brother. Because you ain't
all
really.
I
get
want
to
to say is, niggas like him can't be antagonists and then play victim. I'm retarded.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm retarded. That's all I want to say.
Right.
Hey, Tayshawn. All I'm gonna say.
I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with that.
All right. Well, I'm just
I
gonna
can roll
implore
with
you,
that.
man, to try to not think about the certain situations. Take at least 10 seconds, man. Close your eyes.
Hey,
man,
Cut.
think about-
Can
and
you
think about
tell
your
me?
babies.
All right, Cut. Can you tell me what I said when I asked people when I said that it's a world thing? I asked them about Cuba. What was so antagonistic that he wanted to come shed another
Lex,
brother's
you
blood?
done talked about niggas'
Tell me.
grandma, bro.
Tell
This
me.
ain't the
Now
first
he's
time,
going
bro.
back to some other shit.
Hey,
You know
Lex,
what?
Lex,
I'm done.
hold on,
Bro, it's all
Tayshawn.
good, man.
Tayshawn,
I'm talking to DJ
let's be older. Let's be
I'm
older,
down,
because he's doing that strategically to get rises out of you. And I'm learning.
How am I?
Lex,
Oh my God, bro.
I mean,
I'm about to
Lex,
shut
be
down.
up.
Y'all some wicked ass people,
I'm listening
bro.
to you. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Bro, I was explaining world politics. I asked the brother about Cuba, and what I was trying to let people know is they have a small world view. Now, if they took that as something that's worth being killed over, I don't know what to tell you. And that's the reason niggas are where they are, because of that. And that's what y'all don't want to deal with,
But
bro.
the thing about it
And
is,
then you
look,
expect
no,
me to be scared
Lex, no,
of
Lex,
an
no,
ignorant
Lex, no,
nigga.
Lex.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
If I
Lex,
say
see,
what I
I'm
say,
coming.
and niggas threaten to kill me,
Yeah. Ain't nobody about to do none of that. Yeah, you ain't gonna lie, talk over me. Ain't all that dumb shit. Look, man, Lex, look, I'm gonna tell you something, man. We don't have time to deal with everybody else when we're still trying to get ourselves together. We ain't got no time.
That's
We
a
ain't got no
lie.
time. We ain't got no time to be going after you, what you want us to go after. We'll deal with what we're gonna deal with the way we see fit, and that's it. And we respect the dark side and the way y'all move, and we're not over there telling you what direction to go with that. I just don't understand how you feel like you can come over here and do that to others.
All right, because you don't live in a house by yourself.
No, Lex. Don't come to
Bro,
get
why
with
are you muting me again?
No, because you said some dumb shit and I'm not gonna hear it. You said some
Okay, now
dumb
you
shit.
just called me dumb. Am I supposed to flip
Because
out
you've
and say,
been
DJ
insulting
Cut?
people. No, I didn't call you dumb. I said you said some dumb shit. I said you said dumb shit.
Then why'd you cut it off?
I said you said some dumb shit.
So you live in a house by yourself?
I live in a house that I own. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, you
Is it
can't
next to
say-
other people's
you
houses?
can't say no. Let me answer my question. I don't want you to continuously move the goalposts. So I'm gonna mute you the next time you try to move it again. Okay. What I'm saying to you is, we have to deal with our own selves first. But even then, whatever we're doing, why do you feel like you have the right to criticize and tell us what we should be doing based on what you think? Why do you feel like you have to do that? Why is that? Why can't you just respect somebody for whatever they're doing and however they're doing it?
So,
We're gonna
now you
all-
gonna let me answer that?
Yeah, but if you take longer than 60 seconds,
I never do. I never do.
All right,
cut
let's
me
get
off
it. Let's
usually
get
at
it.
about 10.
Who I do?
All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
all
ahead,
y'all.
brother. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
All right, because first of all, whether you like it or not, I'm a part of this family that we call Black Aboriginal, whatever you want to call it, Black Americans, African Americans. No matter how
I
you
agree,
like,
Lex.
no matter how y'all want to label shit, you can't throw people away because they have different names. And I can ask you the same question. Well, why do you care about what the Pan-Africans are doing? Why do you criticize what they... Bro, you're about to interrupt. Because a moment ago, I was called a hypocrite when I wasn't, but now you're really saying some hypocritical shit. This is a public platform. It's dealing with the minds of our people. the direction of our people and the freedom of the people. So that's a collective movement. So I have every right to jump. You dropped the
Nah. 60 seconds. You passed 60 seconds.
No, it ain't. That ain't even 30 seconds, bro.
That wasn't 60 seconds.
That wasn't even 30. And so when you ask why would I just let y'all live? All y'all do is debate people. You have shows dealing with. You play other people's videos saying this person's crazy. You go after SETI. Y'all got pictures of people on the short bus. Why don't you leave them alone? So that's a ridiculous question. So when I hear incorrect information, whether it be here or any other, you drop the link, I join the panel. So the real question is, why can't you handle someone who truly challenges your pseudo information?
All right. The plane is landed.
Now, can I respond?
Oh, sure, Sister Betty. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So after today, I want to say this. How come you can't respect the fact that some of us don't want to deal with you and your ideas and leave it at that? Some of us don't want to do business with Africans. Some of us don't want to do business with the African American community because we're quite fine dealing with ourselves. Why can't you respect that?
Who is ourselves?
Me and other people with like minds.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, so then we should be arguing.
So what is the point of contention then, Lex? So none of y'all have been on my panel?
We don't want to deal with you. I've been over there. And
what was you doing over there? What was you doing over there?
Have I came back? No, because it's boring.
So why'd you come over there in the first place?
Lex, only like
they told me the cartoons was on.
You know why? Because you're full of shit. That's why. Because what you're saying is full of shit.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
It only be like 20 people watching you.
So what? Why are you worried about how many? What does that got to do with anything?
I was really saying if there were people.
There's only like 20 people watching you. So like you think?
To be
Hold on. Let's get this passed real quick. Shout out to Knowledge X and shout out to Truth Search.
Anytime.
Hey, Lex, hold on one second, brother. Please.
You know what? Honestly, I came up here today because I just came on a whim, but I don't really.
Hold on, man. Lex, you want to talk to you? Hold on.
Come on here again.
Hold on, let Truth go ahead.
Sister Betty's panel. Your panels are not exciting to me. Y'all sound like a bunch of idiots.
The nigga ain't shut the fuck up yet.
All right. Go ahead, Truth. How you doing, brother?
Well, at least
how y'all doing?
At least I have the attention of 2,000 people.
That's right.
Versus your 12.
So what does that mean? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're a coon. You love Europeans. 2,000 coons listen to you.
Are you kidding me?
You work for the government.
Are you kidding me? Sister Betty has a trial. She done did all kinds of with it.
What, started the wire trial?
Don't stoop low.
That dumbass shit.
Don't stoop low, Sister Betty.
Hey, man,
don't stoop low.
Go ahead, Truth. He said truth and you gave up your mic, man.
Go ahead, Truth. Let him have it. Get him. I'm gonna let the young wolves get it. Don, get at him.
Nah, man, because he said something that I agree with, bro.
What'd he say?
Y'all can still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
When he spoke about the world politics, right? Right. Politics, right? And that's something that we should strive to be able to accomplish and start playing on that board. But the thing is, with a lot of these,
we haven't even came together yet.
Yeah, hold on, bro.
You got it, Truth. Go ahead, Truth. You got it, Truth. I'm sorry.
No, you good, G. You already know, man. But that's the problem with a lot of these Pan-African, loud-talking ass niggas, right? They want to jump straight to world politics and can't even fucking establish local politics. Niggas talking about all you concerned about is the community. Nigga, that's where the fuck you start first. How the fuck you gonna know how to fucking behave and motherfucking handle yourself on the world stage when you can't even handle yourself in your own goddamn community? So that's first thing is community first. Community first, city next, state.
You can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time.
Hey, my nigga, I done listened to you talk for 2 hours. Come on, bro. Like, damn, my nigga. Hey, you an adult, right? You an adult, right? You an adult, right? Learn how to fucking be quiet, bro, when somebody else talking. Show some fucking respect.
I think you should
That's
talk to
another
your
thing.
own people about
That's
that.
another thing, bro. You lucky
Come on,
this
brother.
ain't my shit,
Please.
because I'd have dropped your ass in the back to niggas
No,
got
it's all
their shit
good.
out.
Please.
I know it's all good, bro.
Hey, man, who's
But at the
wrong,
end of
man?
the
I shouldn't
day,
have to get you.
I shouldn't have to
Fuck all
tell
y'all.
you this, bro. Yeah, fuck you too, you old country bunking Boston ass nigga. Fuck you talking about?
Don't let him get your truth. Don't let him get your
No,
truth.
man, he ain't gonna get to me because at the end of the day, world
Right.
politics is what we should strive for. But motherfucker, we gotta start first. How the fuck you gonna walk and you ain't even put on no shoes yet?
You right
How
about
you gonna
that.
how you gonna walk and how you gonna put the baby on some Jordans and
You
tell them
right
to walk
about
and you ain't
that,
never
Drew.
put on they never put on the hard tail walking shoes. How the fuck they gonna learn how to walk in some soft shoes? So nigga talking about walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time, then why you ain't take over your community yet then? Nigga, show it. Niggas always got all these answers and ain't doing shit, but oh man, cause I'm riding in a Tesla, I could whoop, man, nigga, you probably sleeping in that motherfucker. Nigga, stop playing with us, bro. Like, nigga, we know you, nigga. So don't even come like that, bro. Like, man, like, he disrespected Sister Betty because they did
Right.
something. Nigga, what the fuck you did?
Yeah,
Where your
that's
Igbo,
weird.
where your Igbo tribe at in America? For the
Facts.
African Americans you talking about.
Facts.
Where the fuck your Bantu tribe at in America? Motherfucker, you ain't even reach out to the Bantus or the Igbos in fucking Africa, nigga. Fuck you talking about,
Hey,
bro?
Not one time.
Hey, True. Let me just do this. Let me do this. Let me apologize to Tayshawn,
There you go.
Ethy, and everybody here. You know what I'm saying? And everybody that took the time to even be on the show and was listening to that stuff. Why am I apologizing? Hey, number one, because I wanted him to come on here, right? And the thing about it is, you know, I really am trying to figure things out. You guys have been on this YouTube for a very long time, and I'm starting to figure things out and people out at the same time, just paying attention to them, you know, and I'm starting to understand what's going on. And I just want to say I apologize because I think you guys knew what was going on before me.
Man, you ain't gotta apologize.
And I'm the elder, and I'm just gonna be real. I tell the truth and shame the devil, even if the devil is me at the time. So,
You ain't gotta apologize, because at the end of the day, we do need decorum and we do need differences of opinion and shit, because if we all up here just saying the same shit, that shit'll get boring. But then it get to a point where a nigga is just trolling and talking shit. And the crazy thing is, like, you want to have a conversation with the nigga, but the nigga get disrespectful at the mouth, and then when you get disrespectful at the mouth, motherfuckers start feeling hurt and shit, bro.
Right.
And you know, at the end of the day, I agree with the brother as far as the world politics shit. But at the end of the day, you can't shit on motherfuckers for saying that, nigga, they want to control their community first before they reach out to other motherfuckers. Like even with Cuba, right? Why the fuck we gonna go down to Cuba when we ain't even got our shit straight? Even though I would, because Cuba is the only motherfucker that offers something to motherfucking Black Americans. We can go there and live and get free education, free medical school. You feel me?
True.
They help fund a lot of our motherfucking brothers and sisters and
You
shit.
telling the truth like a motherfucker.
You feel me? The matter of fact, Castro is the main funder of all the African revolutions, along with Black Americans helping to go over there and give them military strategy and shit. So we owe Cuba a debt, but Africa owed Cuba a bigger debt. But we all do, and Cuba has always been a part of the solution for us. So me personally, I would go help them because they'd have helped us. Look at our sister Ashanti. She down there hiding. She's still on the FBI most wanted list. A political soldier. You feel me? A lot of our brothers and sisters escaped down there and shit. A lot of our brothers was to help fund revolutions and shit due to the financial backing and the military backing of Cuba. But at the end of the day, they gave us that assistance to be able to get control of our communities and where the fuck we at. And that's still the thing that we haven't done yet. So we can't keep going off helping everybody else when we ain't even fucking take advantage of the help that we got to take advantage of our shit.
Now, truth. You said something, and everything you just said, 100% true. I just want to add something to it. Also, since the early 90s, I believe, it was a decree by what was his name? Castro, that every so-called African, black, whatever, in the diaspora can go to Cuba and go to school for free to be whatever the fuck you want to be. They, with that program, they were able to have create doctors, copper color, indigenous, aboriginal doctors all around the world. When COVID went down, they were able to dispatch doctors from Cuba and all around the world to help with that issue, and they didn't never get no credit. So I just wanted to add that on to what you were saying.
And on top of that, bro, they send doctors out to all oppressed countries still to this day. Damn, there are a lot of South American countries, a lot of African countries.
Don't even realize how big that is.
In Central America as well, and some of them islands down there. They got doctors there training motherfuckers there too, and helping out with the problems that they got. You feel me?
Yeah.
And that blockade is actually what stopped them from being in Haiti the way that they want to. Because they've been trying to help Haiti as well too. So, you know, it's a lot of things that's up in it. That's why I say decorum is cool, because it's gonna be some truth on both sides. We just gotta iron out the narrative behind a lot of these truths to get past the bullshit. But nigga, we can't go on the world stage and we don't even know how to do local shit, nigga. Like basically that's a I ain't gonna lie, that's a token nigga to me. They allowed you to come up there, in my opinion, because if you got your shit in order where the fuck you at, you will beat that nigga by force. If you come there and ain't shit popping and you ain't got shit together where the fuck you from, oh nigga, you a token nigga for the stage, nigga. They want to broadcast out on the public, nigga. In my opinion. And we can't keep being puppets for this fucking system, man. We got to get our shit in order and shit. But niggas want to drag us. Oh, what about these people? What about these people? It ain't really fuck them people, but it's like, man, so we got our own shit we got to take care of first and shit. Not necessarily saying fuck them, but at the same time, a lot of these Africans is coming over here showing their ass that make you say fuck them.
Exactly, my point.
To keep it a buck, so it's like shit, nigga. If it's fuck us, fuck y'all too, nigga. After we to help y'all, just to keep it honest, nigga. We built West Africa. West Africa would not be West Africa without us. All them countries, we went there with the colonizers and colonized those areas. It ain't just Sierra Leone and Liberia. We talking about Nigeria, Gambia, Senegal, all them places, nigga. Nigga, we helped build that shit. And we ain't even, and left our shit to rot over here and shit, worry about other people and shit. And then they come back and thinking they better than us, you musty motherfuckers.
The only part that you missing is we was together. We was together in our hood, going to fix up and help other hoods and create other hoods. That's all we was doing, right? But right now, in this particular time, we a fucked up hood trying to go to another fucked up hood. And we all just gonna be looking at each other like, nigga, what we gonna do? So I'm saying, right now, in my idea is we gotta fix our hood so we have something to offer and a way of doing things to help the other hoods. But it starts with ourselves, I believe. I don't think we leave out the geopolitical at all, but I do think we have to know and fix our own ills, come together and know what we can really offer others. We don't even know that yet.
It's the integration though, bro. At the end of the day, integration fucked us up. We used to have pride and shit because we own shit. Now they done convinced us and focus our mind to have pride and goofy shit. Like street shit, negative shit. You know how many bitches you fuck. You feel me? How many niggas you fuck? How much money you got off that nigga and shit? How much money? How many drugs? How many poison your motherfucking community and shit? That's the shit that they focus our mind and have pride in. And at the same time, I don't give a fuck what color they is. It don't matter to me. Well, the immigrants came in, bro, and they start providing us with the shit we used to provide for ourselves. That's why I say it's nothing wrong with doing business with other people, but it should be on the wholesale level only, because that's how the fuck they work. They don't allow other motherfuckers to come. They don't allow other motherfuckers to come in they shit and say, nigga, go open up a chicken shop in Chinatown, nigga, see how long it lasts. Go open up a chicken shop in Little Mexico and see how long it lasts. Little Puerto Rico, Little Africa, anyone, see how long it lasts. But nigga, walk your block. You gonna see Abibi, you gonna see Matubu, you gonna see Ling Ling, you gonna see all of them. And the thing is that they keep saying we don't have money to pay for shit, but they keep bringing immigrants in. And what does that do? That brings stress and strain on the economics, because now you got to provide for new motherfuckers when you say you ain't even got the money to provide for the motherfuckers here. That shit is a problem. There's no disrespect to them or none of that and shit, but how the fuck they gonna help them before they fucking help the American people? And I don't give a fuck what color you is. This right here is just real shit. I care about my people first and foremost. Don't get it twisted, nigga. But any American supposed to be first before anybody. Ain't no way in hell we supposed to be having poor motherfucking Americans and fucking foreigners is allowed to come over here and research the economic plans and shit and get rich before any of us, regardless of what color. So I feel Chief when he say that anti-Americanism shit, and it's us first in the anti-Americanism, but it's anti-Americanism all over, and that shit got to stop. That shit hurts all of us, not just us. We ain't the only one. That's why I keep telling niggas, we ain't the only ones that been manipulated, and we ain't the only ones being taken advantage of here in America.
But true,
you gotta stop the fucking foreigners from coming. My bad.
Well, it's an easy fix to stop. Oh, it's an easy fix. We gotta stop buying from their fucking foreign stores in our hoods. The only reason why they open is because we keep going in there buying their shit, buying their food, buying everything. What if we stop? Then they won't have no business.
But the thing is, Sister Betty, and you right, and that's the shit that I strive on. I always look for my own first before I buy anything. But then at the end of the day, you need things. And you pretty much ain't got no choice but to go because
we don't need Chinese food.
No, I'm talking like grocery stores, Sister Betty, gas stations. You feel me? Building material and things like that. Our people don't own that part right there.
I get that, but I'm talking about in our hoods.
Yeah, I don't eat Chinese food. I don't eat Chinese food.
I think
none of that shit. Yeah.
I was just want to say real quick, but you're right. We need all that, but it goes back to unity because we don't need it we don't need to stop buying it forever. We just need to stop buying it long enough for them to feel the effect. You know what I'm saying? That unity will get people around your neighborhood to all stop buying it at one time. Not just you, your neighbor, their neighbor. Everybody stop buying it at one time.
Yeah.
Just stop. It doesn't need to last forever. But you see how they shut down for COVID. You know how many businesses went bankrupt for COVID? Man. Multi-billion-dollar corporation. And look what happened to them within months. With no revenue, though. Go ahead, brother.
Knowledge. Oh, no. You're right and exact. That's what I was saying, man. You know, if we could just look, we all know the proper preparation. We all knows this, right? If we could just take 2023 to organize ourselves, right, on a campaign to not do something for a month, 60 days, 6 months, whatever, just all of our people, just stop. Don't do nothing. Don't pay nothing. Don't do nothing all together. Do you know what that'll do?
Absolutely. And you could even
they will start. It's just like if you're in the penitentiary talking about you won't eat, man.
Yeah.
They'll start putting food around you. If you stop spending money, they'll start giving you money.
Hey, but this the problem with that right there, and I agree with you, bro. Real shit. If niggas did that shit, bro.
Let me finish it out. I promise. No, you're fine because it sounded like
I agree with you. Everything that you said, I agree with you.
It sounded like I was about over, but I'm about to end it so you can jump right on in. But pretty much, man, if we just organize to at least, and I'm just kind of like pie in the sky, 30 days, all of our people don't do nothing. Even a week. You know what I'm saying? Just don't do nothing before the election. Before the election. Go ahead, True.
All right. And, like I was saying, everything that you said, I agree with you because that would cause a big economic problem that they will feel the effects of. But then this is why I see what the problem at, right? And I got to take it back to, like, even other shit when I hear people tell motherfuckers unplug for the system and shit, right? You can't ask people to do to do shit like that, and you have nothing in return for them to be able to sustain. So this is where how the Jews is putting pressure on Kanye West and Kyrie Irving. This where niggas in America, right, need to put that type of pressure. Hold on.
Go ahead, get it out, truth.
We need to put that type of pressure on all these rich ass entertainment niggas, cause I'm gonna keep it a buck, right?
You right.
It's enough of them niggas from damn near every fucking city and state in America where they can go to their own city,
right,
and start taking their money to build that shit for the community. And if they not, nigga, we gotta cut you the fuck off too, nigga.
Big facts. And
because at the end of the day, we can't keep asking nobody to do shit for us. Nigga,
right,
we gotta do that shit.
And that's what I'm saying, bro.
Not just cut them off, make it uncomfortable for them. Go ahead, Knowledge.
I agree with you when you said, but I was saying, it starts with unity, because with unity, you form a plan to prepare for that. So when that time comes, there will be nobody in need like that. And goddamn it, if some family is in need, that's when you come together and you make it happen and you make it work for, because y'all all taking a stand together. You prepare for this. You don't just walk in the war. You prepare for war.
So
you know
now,
what I'm saying? So you're giving people, like, if you got your stuff ready, you got to everybody have their stuff ready to make this stand. And if we say, if everybody has sufficient enough to make a stand, you make the stand. You know what I'm saying? Whoever falling short during that time,
knowledge. Y'all speak, y'all catching up. I get y'all catching up. But that's why I said we take the whole 2023.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, let me finish. We take the whole 2023 to get the campaign together. You know what I'm saying? Try to get as many people on board. You know, whether we have them sign up or whatnot, we start putting the press in in the spring and summer of 2023 on the famous people. You know what I'm saying? Let them know we're gonna need y'all to donate to food banks for all the people that's gonna need this food, because they're not gonna have monies to do this, because we're going to go ahead and shut down for 30 days, and we need you to donate to us directly, you know what I'm saying, or to whatever we establish, so we can make sure everybody is sustained at that time. Just like you said we got to have proper time. That's why I said, hey, why can't we start January 2023 with our plan and start executing it as of February? I think that's something we can do. Go ahead, Knowledge.
Absolutely. That's all I was saying. Exactly what I'm saying. I was just going off the truth.
Got you.
We would just build.
I'm gonna jump off some smoke signal to get on.
We get that going.
Smoke on, Sister Beth.
Yeah, smoke's on.
When we start this campaign, that way we're prepared for what we're doing. We don't go nowhere blind. When we're going against the system, we don't want to go not prepared. We're gonna make a stand. We're gonna make this stand.
Tell me this though: are we really going against the system?
We're going against what we're going against it all, of course.
No, we're not. No,
I'm talking about for
no,
us.
that's the wrong way to look at it, if you ask me.
Well, I say this, man. Everybody has that goal in the war when they're fighting for. As long as we're on the same outcome. What you fighting for, we might get what I'm fighting. But we're fighting for the same. Does that make sense?
Well, I tell you,
that simple idea, what I'm looking at, doesn't mean that much to me what you looking at it for. I know you fighting right next to me for the same thing. It's the king game.
Well,
it doesn't matter what you're fighting for. You might be fighting for your family. I might be fighting for religion, whatever. But
I'm not even fighting.
I'm just saying, though.
That's what I'm saying, though. You know what I'm saying? We got different terminology, and this is a lot of us. We're going to all come with different terminologies, and that's going to make us disagree with the terminology. But when we understand what we're saying to one another, we're going to agree with one another. And I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying wholeheartedly. But pretty much using the whole year just to kind of like get the campaign. Hey man, rice, beans, stack up on water, 30 days worth to sustain your family. You know, if you need help, we got these such and such food banks in your community based off of these athletes that are in that city or state that are helping with this. Because and this is not even a fight, if you really think. It's just non-participation. We're just gonna sit down for a minute. They made us sit down for COVID. We did it. We can sit down for ourselves.
But they passed out a check though too. They gave people something to sustain.
Not true. Now you going back to what I said when I first began. Once we start sitting down and not participating, just like when people stop eating in the penitentiary, what they do, they start giving them food. If we stop participating, they gonna start giving us money, like really addressing a need that we all have. We all been talking about reparation. We all been talking about restitution, things of this nature. When we stop participating, maybe things start happening. I don't know. I don't know the future. I'm just saying something. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna keep it above, bro. If niggas don't get their shit together soon, it really ain't gonna matter because they already trying to fucking outnumber us with immigrants, and they damn
That's
near,
a fact.
They damn near there.
Hey, that Democratic Party is a beast, isn't it?
They damn near there, bro. Like they don't need us. They don't need. They ain't gonna need us soon.
That's what I'm saying.
Been the
That's
plan.
why the campaign.
That's why they flooded all the immigrants in around between the 1880s and the 1900s. That's why they flooded all the immigrants in, because when you look at it, the Republican Party and shit pretty much ran everything. And who was part of the Republican Party? Us. So they needed fucking numbers for the Democratic Party. So what they do? They flooded in a bunch of people from areas from Europe and tried to outnumber us, and then when they couldn't outnumber us, they used scare tactics.
Hey, when does this political stuff cross the line of treason, though? When does this stuff cross the line to being treasonous?
Well, they've already been treason.
No. It's not treasonous, because everything goes on as business as usual. So it's not treasonous. It's business as usual.
No, we're not holding them accountable.
We're not holding them accountable.
Who's to get him accountable?
Who's to hold them accountable?
It's like playing ball. It's only a foul if you get caught.
That's why I say that.
I'm being rhetorical.
No, that's a good question. Who's to hold them accountable? And that's why I say they out trying to outnumber us with motherfucking immigrants, because what's gonna happen when you bring motherfuckers from nothing and give them something? What would they do? They would do everything to make sure that person stay in power and will go against everything that you stand for. So when your numbers ain't the majority and shit, because they got so many other people from everywhere else to make the majority, you can't really hold them accountable. Guess what? They gonna hold your ass accountable. Like that Dave Chappelle Saturday Night Slit. Like motherfuckers, I ain't gonna lie, Dave Chappelle a motherfucker, bro. Like motherfuckers say what they want, but if you really pay attention to a lot of the shit that nigga said in that shit, oh my God, bro. He basically said what Kanye said without saying it, and then made these white motherfuckers laugh.
What he said,
that nigga's a genius.
Because he said it he said it in such an eloquent way they wouldn't feel offended. Look, they know it's true.
That nigga said,
it's not how what you say, it's how you say it.
That nigga said, I'm in Hollywood, and I ain't saying it's a lot of Jews, but it's a lot. It's a real lot, right? He kept using shit like, we're not gonna put no names who run this shit, but you already know what he's saying. He basically confirmed what this nigga saying. He's saying that's why he don't sign no fucking contracts or take no deals, because the moment he say something they don't like, he gonna be anti-Semitic, bro. Like, so, you know, I mean, man, and niggas just laugh about it. Like, it's funny, because he did it comically, but at the same time, it's true, it's fuck. And once motherfuckers stop laughing about it, they stop thinking about it. Niggas is scared. I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. Niggas is we the scariest motherfuckers on the planet. I don't know what the fuck going on. We supposed to been got this shit popping.
Hey, so hold on real fast, right, you guys? Truth. Check this out. So
y'all done woke the chief.
Now we have the Anglo-Saxons, right? They call them, we're gonna call them pale Anglo-Saxon Protestants, right? Whatever that comes out to. They like to say WASP, but POSP, whatever, right? Pale Anglo-Saxons, right? Who are opposed to these people, right? What are they? How are they? You know, why aren't they speaking out like on this situation? Why do you guys think that they're silent as much as silent as they have been? Why do you guys think they're so silent?
Because the shit that we look to watch, bro, they got an algorithm to make sure that we see what we see. Trust me, it's a lot of them been talking about the motherfuckers for the longest too, bro.
They've been leading the world on this internet shit.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. Like Chief, you know this already too, bro. It's other peoples that speak out against these motherfuckers too, and the crooked deals that they doing too. But we don't see that shit because we niggas. So they gonna make sure we see nigga shit in the algorithm for the most part. Just to keep it a buck. Cause I be watching they shit too, bro. And I be.
But isn't it more Anglo-Saxon Protestants? Is it more Anglo-Saxon Protestants than them? Shouldn't they? How did the Anglo-Saxons allow them to come in and take over everything as well from them? Or did they take anything from them? Or did they take anything from them? So we gotta ask some real questions.
I think
we need to some clarity. You think they're the same people?
I'm gonna say
it
like
the ones that was in power, bro. Because when you look at it, we all know that it's a lot of new white folks today. A lot of niggas weren't white back then, but the ones that was the original ones, they the ones that allowed them to do it, and the ones that claim it now, it's nothing that they can do about it because they wasn't part of the process when this shit went down, because technically they wasn't white then, bro. And like I say, it's the same thing. When you give a motherfucker that came from nothing something, nigga, they gonna always be on your side. But now they starting to even speak out on that shit too, but it's nothing they can do about it because a lot of them ain't even the original white people. That's just my opinion.
That's facts, but and peace to the channel, peace to the guys, peace to the chat. I'm gonna build on what Truth said and then add two more things. Yeah, they starting to wake up because the people that's actually give them something originally took it from them. That's one fact. And even though Lex is actually very disrespectful, I had my little debacle last night, so I'm glad I wasn't up here for that. But when he was saying they all in cahoots together, we gotta pay attention to that. He did say something about that. They in cahoots. That's facts. We gotta pay attention to that. We gotta be careful, and that just let us know we gotta. What was the original saying? Tribe up, because he said the second thing he said was power. He said once you in power, what you say is the truth. Haven't they been running things off of a lie? The whole lie. But because they got mob rule over us, and he said it, we are tribal. That's the thing. We can be tribal, but ultimately, what we haven't got to their level is to like get together. Even though they cuss each other out, fuck you, I ain't gonna do this. But at the end of the day, their mission is not to let the nigga rise or whatever they want to call us. So we got to get on that code too. That's facts.
Facts.
One quick insertion. Just one
always
quick.
Recommended smoke. Always.
We got two type of people, man. We got the species, we got the subspecies. To make it more clear, we have the organic and the inorganic. You only fall in one of those two categories. I'm sorry, this may come as a surprise to some of you, but it's just a fucking fact. Get over it. Look, one other thing. When it comes to the etiquette, of debating, right? Because this is something that's going to continue to occur as long as there's disagreements within or without the community. We have to devise or formulate a way in which we conduct ourselves during such instances, right? Because I felt like I got uppercutted earlier and drug out the fight and was not allowed to get my fucking lick back. I want you guys to reflect on this statement and maybe you'll get it.
No, he just dropped you, Smoke. He just dropped you.
Huh?
No, I'm fucking with you, Smoke.
There you go, Cut.
I'm fucking with you, Smoke.
There will be an inquiry, man. There will be an inquiry. All right, I'm out.
The motherfucking Smoke signal.
Hey,
go ahead, Miss Grateful.
I would like to add on. As I see forth this, there's never It's not a problem with us. We only make problems with us through our indoctrination. That's our only fight. Our only fight is that you've been indoctrinated this way, I've been indoctrinated that way, and that's the fight between that and our sector, as it will. Is it portrayed to the outside forces? It's not necessarily outside forces, because we do have brothers that don't. We may not see it. They might not be that melanated. It could be closely related to it. May not closely related to it. We don't have a problem with them either. It is a faction of these people, or how can I say this shit? Because they're not people. The factions are simply trying to control. And that's all it is. Y'all motherfuckers is fighting over control. Everybody. And they put y'all in the factions of wanting to fight over control. My shit is greater than yours. Your shit greater than mine. And then they fucking send that fucking vibration down onto you all. If you see your factions is greater than that, and this and that and third, and then you sit in that energy and you fucking portray that energy. You have to be able to sit outside of that shit, see that shit, recognize your brother for your brother, your sister for your sister, and go outside of that shit. And that's when you will break the spell. A spell has been played. It's a spell sitting on us, people. Well, not me, but it's a spell that's sitting, and I'm gonna put myself in the fire. I told you, what the fuck I said? I'm a stick. I said a stick for the fence. I don't know which one of them bitches burns. However, the bitch that burns, I'm that bitch that's sitting in the shit and burning. Wish you motherfuckers to get yourself in the right light mind state to get yourself together. So I will burn with you motherfuckers to get you in the right frame of mind. So therefore, I will battle you. I will fight you. I will fucking take your eyes, you take mine. I take your body as you take mine. I do whatever the fuck you think you can come to me for. Motherfucker, guess what? I'm taking you out in the same light. So if we just sit, and there goes the counterpart of the so-called fake ass Judaism. Like motherfucker, those atrocities is not no more than mine. Because if you think about it, where did anything outside of a black and white come into existence? Huh? Where did it, oh, you're Arabic, you're this and that, they just start bringing up other parts. And then you became confused. No, motherfucker, it's a black and white, and then they threw the gray in on your ass and confused you more. Use your fucking everything that you was already given. Stop playing with yourself. Because you ain't playing with nobody or nothing else outside your fucking self. I be so sick and tired of this shit. Stop looking out of anything or arguing with anybody outside of yourself. Because the only argument that you really have is with your fucking self. And you will never correct this bitch if you're constantly arguing with yourself that you don't see. Because you don't even see your fucking self. Because you're too busy looking at other ways that you ain't present with you. Motherfucker. Y'all be pissing me off. Y'all really do. And y'all be pissing the ancestors off too. And the Galactic family. And the like y'all be pissing us the fuck off.
That's a fact. So, we got Anthony L in here. Truth, Knowledge X, Reginald Jones has entered the building. Peace to the guy.
Was that a good enough answer? Was a good enough answer for you, Chief?
Oh yeah, man. I mean,
can we expound back on that subject right there, bro?
Yeah. It had been a minute though. We're gonna get back to it. But I think I was talking about the pastors, maybe. What was the question again?
We was talking about the white people and shit and how they took the power and shit from them.
Oh, we're talking about the Anglo-Saxons, right? Now you know what is interesting, right? You guys watch the House of Dragons and shit, right? So y'all know the Valerians, and then they be talking about the purebloods and stuff. Well, you know the purebloods are the dark ones with they still have the locks with the blonde hair, right? Now you notice that they have locks and the other ones don't. They got the blonde hair like that, or the platinum hair, but they're not locks. And of course, they don't have darker skin. Then they had the mulatto ones, but then they had the darker ones that were trying to keep their bloodline pure. Now, remember these conversations in this movie if you watch HBO House of Dragons, right? Now, they throw this shit in science in your face. Now, the time period that they're talking about, right, also. Now, it's all interesting that the dudes that's the sea dragon, they call him the sea snake, sea dragon, sea snake, right? It's the brother, the dark skin, and he's in the seas, and he's doing this thing. Oh, is he mooring? But we'll get back to that. But the problem is that
light-skinned Larry Targaryen.
Yeah. So, but they hide the science in there. But there was a system of eugenics that happened, but it didn't happen in certain time periods. See, what they do is they write it back in time as if it happened in these time periods. So that's the thing they put in the movie. That's the problem. So these people did not become. So we know at some point in time, Scandinavians, Norwegians, all these people were people of color. But something happened. What happened to those people? You understand what I'm saying? And I also want to know what happened. Where's Roland Polanski? You know, they just be sweeping shit under the rug, man. What's going on with them? Like, we gotta apply the same amount of pressure they try to apply. But once again, the ADL will start saying that, hey, you guys are banging on Weinstein and Roland Polanski. You guys are being anti-Semitic. And that was why the pushback for the anti-Americanism, because we're Americans, and when you call us black, that's anti-American. When you're taxing us, that's anti-American. You're enumerating us, that's anti-American. When you call us Africans, that's anti-Americans. Okay, when you do all these things, now all of us don't feel the same way about everybody. Some people like Chinese food, some people like jollof. We all don't like neither. Some of us might not like either one of them. That's how they go. You know what I'm saying? Based off experiences or whatever the case may be. The point is that this is about doing for self. When are we gonna get off these people's titty? Like in real time, though, you guys. Like, it's really embarrassing at this point. Reginald Jones, man, you got the floor, brother. I haven't heard from you, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Please see you.
Blessings to the panel, to our people everywhere.
Everybody else mute up.
As talking about your question, how the Anglo-Saxons lost control, the civil rights movement gave the Jewish people the angle to take over. Because prior to the civil rights movement, they were in banking, they were lawyers, they were doctors, and things of that nature. And some of them were in politics because, you had the Jewish people on Roosevelt's staff, and they're the ones who convinced Truman to drop the bomb on the melanated Japanese. But after the civil rights movement, that gave them the validity to claim dual citizenship. And once they were able to claim dual citizenship, that gave them the avenue to take over the State Department and politics and international, the real power of this country. Because prior to the civil rights movement, they couldn't take over the real power. But once the civil rights movement was manifested and what have you, then that put everybody underneath their umbrella, and they became Americanized completely. So, they did not really have total power back in the civil rights movement. So we lost our power, and they gained our power.
I like that, bro. I fuck with
Hey,
it. Yes, sir.
as you can see, we get to dominating all the sports and shit. They get to creating new dumb ass sports that we don't even want to fuck with.
Hey, Cut, did you see that shit that Chief showed me last night, bro?
What?
From what's the guy name? Chief Israel. What?
Oh yeah, Asana. Yeah, we watched the fight. We watched the fight.
Nah. You talking about the fight, bro? I'm talking about some shit Chief showed last night based off what you just said. Chief know what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about just how?
Yeah. Let's pull it up.
Yeah,
Israel.
I've seen his highlights. I've seen his highlights. Man, let me see who gets sleep.
We not talking about the fight.
I said his highlights. Yeah, am I right about that?
Nah, we not talking about the fight, brother. We talking about some shit that a Jewish motherfucker said published in 1912.
Oh. Shit. Okay. No, I thought you was talking about highlights. Okay, I got you. I got you.
Nah, I know what you talking about. Nah, I ain't talking about the fight.
Put it in private chat. I'm listening to you. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and have Cheetah pull up, send you that picture and pull it up because it's very interested in what the man said and everything that he said that came into fruition already. It's nothing niggas can really do about it. It's already here. So the only thing now is, what do we do about it by getting it away, which I think is going to be pretty fucking hard with certain niggas.
Well, I tell you what, I know a lot of the trick bag that we in. It took us a lot of a gang of time to get into it, like generations, and it's gonna take at minimum a couple generations to get somewhere back on track. And if that is the case, then we have to understand our lives is over as far as us seeing that type of stuff. Only thing we can hope for is that we're planting seeds for the generations to come.
May I say something about that?
Sure.
Okay. Normally that would be the case, Cuddy, but I truly feel that this is just a gut feeling that our recovery and restoration is going to be real soon. These people are World War III has already started. Okay, that's just
right. You're right about that, brother.
And so this particular event, even though they're trying to use it for their benefit, is going to be their ultimate destruction. So we, in turn, must organize locally for our benefit to come out of here on top. The drafting age is 16 now. So every swinging dick Caucasian white boy is going to be out of here, going to fight somewhere else to die. Okay? And what's only going to be left is the elderly, women, and children. And there's going to be a civil war as well, where these immigrants going to be fighting each other, because the Anglo-Saxon was the top immigrant at one time, and then the Irish came in, then the Italians came in, and the Mexicans and whatnot. Now you got all these other people like Vietnamese and so on and so forth. So they're going to be fighting amongst themselves to who's going to so far take over as far as controlling us. So all of our adversaries are going to be killing each other off. And we just have to sit and cut and not get involved. And once that mutual destruction is over with, we step in and take back our shit.
Yep.
That's what happened in Great Britain when these Anglo-Saxons fought against the Britons, and the Normans were just chilling. So when the Anglo-Saxons and the Britons just fighting annihilating each other, that's when the Normans stepped in and took control. Henry VIII family. So all we have to do is continue to reach out to each other, continue to support each other, get rid of the trash amongst our people, and those who come against us, destroy them outright, and just nourish our children, protect our women, and return to segregating ourselves from everybody else. That's our only salvation, is to segregate voluntarily. And if we do that, then we'll be a much stronger community the way we used to be. I mean, I long for it. I mean, I see it. I envision it every day. I feel it. I feel that these things are going on right now. Their teams are coming apart, and the only thing they have working for them right now is the media. You take the media away, everything else will crumble. So this holding together the facade, that they're in control, that they own everything.
Yeah, they control all that shit. Entertainment, sports, non-profits, charitable organizations, grant programs and shit, education. I mean, they pretty much control like damn near every aspect that has to do with the development of minds, from kids to adults, which is a problem.
Right. And, when I was growing up, I was the one that would not comply. I lived in Yonkers, New York for 9 years as a child, so I was exposed to all nationalities. And then at 9, we moved back to Savannah, Georgia, where it was only black and white. So, but in the meantime, when I was growing up, I would always visit, so I understood the boundaries between the white community and the black community. And when they did the switcheroo on that civil rights movement and brought in desegregation, innately I did not go along with it as a child. They tried to label me, various types of labels and stuff. But in the lab, I knew and understood I could not trust those people. I could not trust those teachers. And as time went on, I felt that they were deliberately not teaching us what we needed to know. And they were deliberately giving us falsehood and lies. And then when they really took over the church, church felt like capitulated and just fell in line with it. And then when I went to college, it was just evident, even in fraternity, was more evident. And then when I went back to work at that college, and I started introducing the truth to the students, the powers that be rebelled, even though it was a so-called black college. They didn't want the students to know anything about the truth of their black history.
Hey, can I ask you something real quick, brother?
Yeah.
Because we know before the creation of the 501(c), right? The main reason why they offered it to the church was to stop churches for getting involved in the political field, right? It's supposed to be a separation of church.
That's right.
State, right? So with that being said, right? Mm-hmm. Should we, as a people, start taking these mega black churches and other churches who also do this to court and sue them for bringing in state into the court, because they clearly they clearly be out there politically campaigning for politics, which is something against the agreement of the 501(c). Should we sue them?
Ooh.
The black churches should. The black Americans in every community and shit. Any church that's involved in politically campaigning or allowing any politicians to come into their church to campaign, should we as a people from that community, wherever state or town you in or whatever where it happened at, should those people take them to court and sue that church for violating that agreement with the 501(c)?
Yes, sir. We should start at our local things, like you stated, true.
But it goes back to 1950 with Senator Johnson, when he made it to where preachers could not advise their congregation on how to vote.
That's the 501(c), bro, which makes them tax-free.
Right. It goes back to 1950.
Right, but they still under the 501(c) to this day, right?
Right. You're
So
absolutely,
they in violation, right?
you're absolutely right. I'm
My
not.
bad. I'm sorry, brother. I'm getting a glitch. I ain't mean to cut you off. My bad.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm wholeheartedly on.
Yeah,
Right.
my phone was glitching and shit. I was hearing bits and pieces of you. That's why I apologize. I didn't want to make it seem like I was trying to grill you and no shit like that.
Okay. Well, the way I feel and believe, we should sue any and everybody, all entities, all corporations, any and everybody who's done anything against our community. It should get to a point where if they fix their mouth to say anything adversely, they should be held accountable for it. If they use their hands to do anything negative to our people, their hands should be cut off. If they use their mouth, the tongue should be cut off. And if they use their brain, their heads should be cut off. That's how I feel.
Right. Now I got you on that, and that's something that we all discuss on the regular. But when it comes down to something we can actually do, right? That's in the legal paradigm of the United States. Should that be one that we should start looking into by suing these churches from the communities we from that operate in political campaign for politicians, even though they're 501(c), and that's against the agreement of becoming 501(c). So we start taking that route because the church seems like to be not all churches, but it's a lot of churches that seems to be a real big problem to our community, in my opinion.
That money should be gotten and put into our treasury. I mean, that's how we would take back over what belongs to us, using their ill-gotten gains. But that's legal. But we have to think lawfully too. We have lawful power that supersedes legal power.
Right.
So,
and when you sue them and shit, make it put in a way that all funds should be invested within that community, schools, housing, and motherfucking businesses for the people of that community. So that way that money go right to that community and not to individuals.
Right. And the political structure should be sued as well. And it should be made to where we shouldn't have to pay taxes at all. And we shouldn't have to abide by their statutes and their codes. And they should not even have a right to even pull us over to even look at us sideways. Here's the thing. They know who we are because everybody else is given the status of white, right? And we're the only ones who are given the status of black. So they can't say, well, we don't know who the restitution is supposed to go to. Yeah. So they know. I mean, it's clear as day. They're violating who we are politically, socially, economically, law enforcement, the whole 9 yards. But like you say, yeah, we need to start suing everybody. We need to put together a legal team who is loyal to who we are and what we stand for, and then systematically start eating away at their financial hole like termites to where it slowly crumbles. One section might be doing well while the other section might be struggling. So the prosperous section only funding to the areas that need help to get, on par across the whole board. We start off from the southeast and work north, midwest, and due west.
Yes, sir. But hey, man, I'm gonna let y'all brothers have it, man. It was good building with y'all, man. I got to get ready to go catch my flight, so I'm gonna be listening in. But man, y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. Love the build, man. Much love to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat.
Man,
I'm gonna tap into the chat and shit.
Shout out Truth, man.
Man, for sure, Cuddy.
Cut. Kill him.
What we on, man?
Hey, shit, man. Let's get a couple tunes, something, man. We got Blue Diamond. We got that new Felonies. Yeah, man, we got a few things going on, man. Trying to
get situated for finish out this rest of this year, you guys, and going into the new year strong. You know what I mean?
When we gonna start talking about the private bill?
We can start right now.
Friday, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna be presenting a couple movies. We're gonna have a documentary early, and then we're gonna have a movie at the nighttime, but it's all gonna be on Zoom. It's a 100-person bill where we can, you know what I'm saying, speak the way we want to speak. You know,
Limited space is available, by the way, too. So you know,
a little bit.
Shout out all the builders.
A little bit more candid. That's all.
Yeah. So that's for Friday, right?
Chief, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
I want to share something with the family. Do jury duty, and I had a confrontation with a circuit court judge, and I used the American Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People as my defense. And the very first day, he tried to act like I couldn't tell him what to do. But when I came back that following Wednesday and expound on it even further with the assistant district attorneys and the judge and what have you, they surrendered, and I was not required to partake in that because I told them I was an Aboriginal American Indian and that I was not under his jurisdiction. And I just want to let everybody know that that documentation has power, and when you present it to them, they melt and understand that they have no jurisdictive power to try and subject you. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Somebody that has actually applied something in real life with success, I might add, but actually applying something. And a lot of times, man, just about that, man. Knowledge is power. It's the right words that you're saying. You know what I mean? Hey, man, we're Americans. Don't call me black. That's un-American. That's anti-Americanism. That's racist. They know it, but it's a trick. It's a fork-tongue trick that they like to play. Even the niggas that push black is a part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the judge tried to trip me up. He said, "You mean sovereign citizen?" And I said, "No, I'm Aboriginal American Indian." Then one of the other attorneys tried to say, "Oh, you mean Native American?" I said, "No, I'm an Aboriginal American Indian." I said, "Do you understand what that means?" And when I asked that question, they all got silent and like the tongue was stuck in their mouth. You know. So when you have the
hold up, you said you was what? I'm
documentation of that and the Constitution, sir.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean. You said you told
me
you was what?
An Aboriginal American Indian.
Okay, I got you.
I use that combination so that they could not squirm or try to redirect. You know, Aboriginal means from the beginning. American, I'm an American. And since they want to claim, you know, Indian is a descriptive term, what they used to call us. So they try to, you know, the judge tried to say that, oh, you saying you're a sovereign citizen. See, I knew not to say that because when you go to the organic constitution, when you're talking about citizen, it's a capital C. So it means that you're free. But in the 1871 Constitution, it's a corporate constitution. It's a lowercase c, which means you're a citizen and you're a slave. So I knew not to go that route. So I said immediately, and he couldn't say nothing about it. He shut up after that.
That's because you removed the subject matter jurisdiction.
There's a crazy lag.
Well, what he's trying to say is he used the correct terminology because they try to trick you with words. He removed a subject matter jurisdiction.
Okay. The one of the attorneys say, "Oh, you mean?"
That ain't lagging for just me, is it?
No, it's lagging real bad.
You're Native American.
Hey, Reginald, leave and come right back in, man. I think it's lagging on your end, brother.
Not a Native American.
I think it's froze for him, cut, because that's the third time I didn't play that back.
You said you think it's froze for him. Hey, Reginald, leave and come right back in. Let's see if we can fix that, because he can't even hear us right now. How do I sound, family, in the chat? How does everybody else sound?
You sound clear, cut. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Yeah, what I was saying is that he was saying he said the correct terminology that removed himself out of their jurisdiction. He took them. It's called non quorum jurisprudence. He removed their subject matter jurisdiction. That way, they cannot even proceed with any of the civil actions, civil or criminal. So that's why they was trying to trick him up by using Native American, things of that nature, because they do have jurisdiction on Native Americans.
Oh.
Because Native Americans have dual citizenship.
Man, I wish you could get right back in. Reginald Jones, man, why don't you try to leave and come right back in, brother? See if we can get you right back in. I don't even know if he can hear us. You see him froze like that? Oh, yeah, he heard us.
How did you like the entertainment, cut?
What entertainment?
With Lex, because I heard earlier you said sometimes you with the bullshit.
Yeah, man, we gotta have like disagreeables, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? But you sometimes I can see, sometimes, man, like I said, I'm feeling this stuff out and feeling these people out as well. And I see, this game's being played, you know what I'm talking about?
It is. I had my little bullshit yesterday. It was fun for the moment.
You just wonder, like, why, you know what I'm saying? But, I guess it's a method to the madness. And I know it's a method to the madness. And that's the only point that I'm really, tripping on for real.
It is. And you did call it out. It was funny, though. You did call it out. You hit it right on the head. So if you just want somebody to help you with your channel, just say that.
You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I was just kind of listening to him. You listen for a while, you know what I'm saying? You hear the little grain of what's going on now. Do I think that's the totality of it? Nah. I think it's a little bit more involved in it because there's a lot of inflammatory statements being said, allegations, even though it's made to seem light. Very, very, very very bad statements.
That's true. He did drop a couple of Jews. Like you said, we can learn from anybody, even from the negative.
Oh, yeah. So, hey, I think we handle it well, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, you know what I'm saying. I understand some cats, been dealing with Lex for so long that, you know, they really like pissed that he even is wanting to come around.
That's a fact. But I proposed it yesterday, Cut. I don't know if you heard me. So we need to do a charity boxing or MMA for our little. We make our own Aboriginal street beefs.
That mean motherfuckers have to fly in to get together. We'd have to hotel people. That mean we have to come with a budget.
Well, we got to get this money together.
Hey, I tell you what, it would be cool to have something like that, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's like, you know what I'm saying, for real, being that ain't nobody professional, you know, what is it, like 16-ounce gloves, even the 18-ounce gloves, like the tough man gloves, headgear, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. Because most people aren't, you know, well-versed in the markets of Queensberry.
We just have them sign a medical waiver. I used to fight in the cage.
Man, I'm telling you. And my biggest advice to tell people, man, there's two things to get to working on if you're talking about doing some fighting. Two things, the most important things that nobody tells you to work on when it comes to getting prepared to fight. The number one thing is your offense. Am I talking about your punching? No, I'm talking about strengthening your wrists. Come on. I'm talking
Your
about
chin
strengthening.
and your
Oh
neck.
shit, hold up. I did that shit again. All right, here I go. I apologize. I had to let my wife in. But number one thing, man, you got to strengthen your wrist. You know what I'm talking about? That's your most important thing, because if you punch and you bend your wrist inappropriately, the fight is over, because you're gonna hurt yourself really bad. The number two thing to get prepared is your defense. And when I say your defense, I ain't talking about how you move. I'm talking about you better strengthen your neck.
And your chin.
No. You can't strengthen your chin. Only thing you can
Oh
do
no,
is...
I'm making it fun. I'm making it funny because you strengthen your neck.
Okay, I got you. No,
You
only
can
way
get
you
away
can
with the
strengthen
punch.
your chin is eating some corn nuts. But no, but you better get your neck strong, because a motherfucker jab you in your forehead and rock your head, the back of your head, and touch
Lights out.
the middle of your back, and the fight will be over because you done tore some muscles. So yeah, man, work on the neck and your wrist if you're talking about fighting or doing anything. Otherwise, ain't nothing else gonna work.
That's a fact. You got to be able to slip with the punches. You got to be able to absorb it.
All right, Chief Holiday, where you at with it?
Yeah, it ain't kind of calmed down. Can we get back to the subject matter at hand?
Yeah, for real. Did you see what I was showing y'all, man? You see that?
No. The slaps and shit?
No, not the slaps. Hold on, man. I'm about to bring it up right now. I'm about to bring it up. Yo, hey, y'all talking about beef in the streets, pull up, do this, wound to wound, that wound to wound. Y'all don't know what beef is. Y'all don't know what beef is. Y'all don't know what beef is. Trust me. You don't know what beef is. You want to know what beef is? Beef is this right here. This is beef. This beef, homie. Nigga drop in on your house. Nigga drop in on you. Hey, hold up. Pay attention, though. Y'all see this? Can y'all see my mouse? You see me cursing? You see that gun on his shoulder? That's on that gyroscope. His goggles is the aiming system for that Glock that's right there. You see that? That's beef. Now, you gotta know, this is Israeli, man. straight up. Our military is not doing this. This is the next level shit. So all of our rap money, all of that stuff that they be jacking us on contracts and stuff, go so they can defend themselves in a way we ain't ready. They be like, fly on that nigga house. Fly on that nigga's house. We patty caking. Hey, this right here, this beef ain't in platinum and gold. This beef on the streets and in the air, player. Look at that gun right there. Wherever he looked, that's where that gun ain't.
Fucking terrible.
Now, Cut, you play Call of Duty. You know where that's from. The exoskeleton.
Look, we talking about these people, man, but these people, man, they've been jacking us for years and putting it in this very technology that we call YouTube and shit like that. And this flying shit and robots and shit like that. So they don't have to fuck with us. We have to fuck with the garbage can. They be sending the garbage can to come fuck us up, man.
I mean, they already showed y'all the Mandalorians. You know what I mean?
See?
So, hey, I think it's dope. You know what I'm saying? Because once again, that's our shit. I want one.
But guess what? That's what's the best part of everything.
Let's get it.
Huh? Let me tell y'all this.
That does give you an advantage, though. Go ahead, sis.
I'm going to tell y'all the best part of everything. We're the fucking most protected out this bitch.
Hey, you got to learn the art of short and sweet, and that's real.
What I just tell you, we're the most protected out this bitch. We're the protected ones, baby. So whatever you form, because you gotta think everything they put in these motherfuckers tell us that everything is against us. Everything they say is for us. We're the most protected, darling. And I'll sit on my shit, Cuddy.
Grateful.
So, Anthony, going back to Harry Rosenburg's conversation that he had with some brothers over there, all hip hop, or all viral hip hop. Shout out to old guy and the brother. Great interview, but he said some key shit that we got to talk about. Knowledge as well. When we're talking about like him trying to separate themselves from the evil ones, and as you guys seen, Lex is talking about, nah, he's lying. What's your perspective on that?
Hey, now that's his fake thing. He comes in, he always has two accounts. But look, I know what he's talking about. Do you know what? Look, there's a faction of those people, man. They wear the Run DMC suits and stuff in New York. Them people, man, are definitely at odds with the people that we speak of. Did you know that? I think they're called Hasidic. Hello. As far as I know, that they're at odds within that faction.
I mean, a lot of people are at odds with each other, but don't mean that they're still not working together ultimately against everybody else.
They're at odds, and
we're addressing
they're at odds in a serious way where they're very, very vocal and actively at odds with them.
All right, but I mean, at odds, is it just talking, or is it actually physicality? Or
I mean, as physical as they can be under their religion and under the law. You know, they pick it. You know, they pick it. They pick it for Palestine.
All right, my point is though, how's it
So I mean,
as
that
far as
just
it
lets you
relates to
know.
us? If they wouldn't be fucking with us, we wouldn't care about all that. But how these people are using religion, they're hiding behind religion. They even use anything that they can use to, so for instance, to silence Dave Chappelle or any other community. Because if they can silence Dave Chappelle, then they can show all the other communities y'all need to shut up too. If they can silence Nick Cannon, same thing. You guys, we can silence Oprah. We can silence all you guys, so we can affect your business, your bottom line. We can cut you off, and that's the ADL. And once again, we understand that the ADL, they're not working for nobody else other than their own people, like Harvey Weinstein and Leo Frank and them. That's right or wrong. That has nothing to do with, once again, we got to ask some of you guys all standing up with the Harvey Weinsteins and the Leo Franks of the world. See what I'm saying? That's just right or wrong. Now, what Rabbi Harry Rosenburg is saying, he's exposing that as much as he could in that interview, that there's a difference. Now, is that what you're talking about? That difference in between the religious ones and the ones that are worshiping Satan?
Look,
just jokes.
For real. Far as I'm understanding, there's people who follow the now they can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not of this stuff, but I'm just trying to give you what I think I know. How's that? What I think I know up to this point. There's people that follow the Torah, and then there's people who follow the Torah and the Talmud. The people who follow the Torah and the Talmud are different from the people who just follow the Torah. The ones that follow the Torah used to be like living in harmony for a few hundred years, from my understanding in the history. Like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're actually lived in harmony with the Arab people because they were so alike and things of this nature. The Talmud, on the other hand, implements a whole different era into what's going on. The Talmud, as well as the Zionist protocols, in conjunction with those two, is getting us in the situation where we're at right now and what we're dealing with right now. If you'd like me to share, I will go ahead and share a little bit of some of the things that we're dealing with and that people are not speaking on, and it's time to speak on it. So here it is right here. The difference between these people is this right here. Let me share this. Here we go. Window. Yes. This. Tell me if you can see this good. And tell me what I need to do to make it to where you can see it good. How's that? No? Does that work? Does that work? No? What I need to do? Tell me what I need to do. Let's get this blown up. Can you see that? Yeah, let me see if that's better. Hey, I don't have nobody. Anthony Pickens, you with me, guy? You seems to have a good, reliable mic when I speak.
I can hear you.
Good. Can you? Okay, yeah, y'all can see this.
All
right. You want to take a crack at reading this? I hate to read, man. It make me feel like when I'm in school and I used to fuck up all the time.
I feel you. I got you. It says, kicked out of every nation we inhabited in history.
Oh, in fact, let me move the banner so you can see that top thing. Hold on. There we go. I'm going to let you get it from the chisel. There you go.
Okay, hold on. My live things in a way. It says, is that my oh my?
Yeah, it says my oh my. My oh my, this is an offensive picture.
Got you. Okay. It says kicked out of every nation we've inhabited in history. Everyone else but Jews are the problem. I know. Let's read the Talmud instead.
See, now we're gonna get into some of the stuff that's in the Talmud. That right there is the this is what we're dealing with. Like you see where it says Sanhedrin?
Yes.
Yeah, that's like a verse and chapter, like in the Bible or something, right?
Yeah, it's equivalent to Genesis. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, well, let's go with number 1.
It says quotes from the Jewish Talmud. Sanhedrin 59a says murdering goyim is the killing a wild out animal.
So it says murdering goyim is like killing a wild animal.
Yep.
Now, what is a goyim? Do we all know what a goyim is, or do I need to pull that up for you?
We need to pull it up for the people for them to see.
Let me
Sometimes
stop
we know
this
we
real
visual.
quick. Let me stop this, and I'm gonna get the etymology of goyim right now. E-P-O Malo G. There we go, right there. Let's pull it up so we can make sure everybody's with me when I do this. Boop, 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 boop. Share that, share that, share that, share that. Here we go. Plural. Goy. Non-Jew.
Yep. A Gentile to be exact.
Yes.
A Gentile, a non-Jew, plural, Goyim, 1835, from Hebrew, gay, people, nation. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Gentile, one who is not a Jew, just like Goyim says, a Gentile, a non-Jew. Yep. Plural. If you're saying plural, it's Goyim. So Goy is a non-Jew or a Gentile. Goyim is multiple. Gentile is one who is not a Jew, one who is not a Christian, pagan, from late Latin use of Latin gentilis. Gentilis, yeah, blah. See, I get into these words, man. I get to wanting to bite my tongue for real. But we know where we at with it, right? We're going back. So, hey, and you gotta understand what they say. Well, it'll get back into it and let you know exactly what Goyim is. So we're gonna get on back into it. I'm gonna get on back into it right now. So here it is. Right there, boom. Here we go. Right back at you like we never left.
Okay, number 2, Obadiah, Zara, 26b, I believe that says. It says, even the best of the Gentiles should be killed.
Anybody but a Jew. Even the best of anybody that's not a Jew. Okay.
Yep. Number 3, Sanhedrin, 59a. A Goy, parentheses, Gentile, who, can you blow that up a little bit? Cut. Oh, no, I can see it. Who prize into the law. The Talmud is guilty of death. Prize. Yeah, it means to open. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. That's why.
Oh, so even us looking in this right here, they can kill us.
Consider blasphemy, yes. To question.
Hey, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here, man.
Blasphemy means to question the Holy Spirit. That's all it means. Which is supposed to be the only unforgivable sin. What's the question?
Wow.
I think the 4th one, it says Ebre.
No, library, David 37. To
can you blow it up just a little bit?
Yeah, let me try to blow it up some more. Boop.
Oh no, I read it for you.
I appreciate it.
Hold up. Bring it down a little bit more. Just bring it down more. It said, what was the other one? It said library, David 37. Library, David 37. To communicate anything to a Gore about our religious relations would be equal to the killing of all Jews, for if the Goyim knew what we teach about them, they would kill us. And number 5, library.
Nah. Go to number 6.
Number 6.
In fact, hold on one second. In fact, let me zoom out. Let me see how this is actually. Let me look at how this looks on here.
Just do it up.
Is it hard for you to see that or something?
No, just do it 1 dash, and I can read it for you. Do it 1 dash. Yib Hamath. 11b. Sexual intercourse with a little girl is permitted if she is 3 years of fucking age.
Yes, I'm aware of that. The Hebrew Israelites teach that. Yeah, that's common.
Ooh,
Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that mess. We can see what kind of stuff we're dealing with. You know, this is the kind of stuff that we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and this is allegedly. So, because I don't read, I haven't never read the Talmud. So, but if that's any indication of what we're dealing with, man, we're dealing with it.
No, that's a fact cut, isn't there? When we were younger, we were raised in the different religions because we had a uncle that was a minister that was going against the church. So he'd study John Calvin, all of these, Charles Spurgeon, the Presbyterians, the Quakers. So I'm kind of familiar with all this, even the Greek mythology. And even breaking down that Jesus' father was not actually God, and his name was not Jesus, his name was actually Emmanuel. People pronounce it with the G, even though it has a J there. Actually, the archangel or the dove that descended from heaven is Jesus' father. That's why he says, that's why he never said that he was the son of God. He said, they say I am the son of God.
So, Anthony, let me ask you a question, right? We've been so programmed, right? I mean, even if it's in our family, right? Because within my household, comprehension was the number 1 factor in my household.
Yes.
Like, you understand what I'm saying? Comprehension of every word, verbiage, how it was spoken to you, how you were supposed to see it and view it in a sentence, how it is you're supposed to view it and see as the person is giving it to you. It was always about comprehension in my household, right? So what the comprehension is in ourselves, right? And we've been given the aspects of all things, right? Even with our brothers that say that we don't know what we're talking about. Or even with us saying, our brothers say, well, no, I'm over here and I'm really trying to do this. How do we break the cycle, right? For us to really get it together. Like, how do we, like, just let all of the bullshit go about our teaching for no matter how the fuck we got here? How do we let go of the fuckness of ourselves through the indoctrination? Because this is the issue. Because you're indoctrinated on your side, Anthony, right? I'm indoctrinated on the somewhat set on my side, right? How do we let our biasness, which sits within ourselves, or ego, or however the fuck you want to say it, how do we let that shit go so we can line up with each other to goddamn get our asses over the fucking mountain?
Truth.
What do we do?
We need truth and awareness to it, and we have to understand that everybody is not going to agree with it. So you got to let them lie where they lie. But you present the truth and keep it moving. And then while you present the truth, you got to also be moving and doing. There's some things that we're working behind. We need to go ahead and start mobilizing. I'm not saying that we're not, but it's all in action. That's the only way you can stop the indoctrination, because the indoctrination keeps you from acting or doing what you need to do. It's a spell.
Okay, so within the spelling that has been casted on us, right? And a lot of us are super embedded in the contrast, which is the spell, right? So how do we get those folks out of the mind state to say, listen, even if you don't agree, because we're not supposed to, because we're two boards, we're two pieces sitting on the same board. Let me put it that way. We're two pieces or multiple pieces sitting on the same board because we're a puzzle to each other, right? So with us being two pieces or multiple pieces sitting on the board is the puzzle together. How can we construct a person to be like, listen, how can we get these bitches over? That's the problem we having, Anthony, and Supremely Cut. We know these folks know they sit on the board with us. They know they're a piece of the puzzle, but they're still so abstract. They're sitting in an abstract mind state. How do we take that abstractness from them and get them to understand, even though we're not actually fucking lining up, we still line the fuck up? What the fuck do we do for these bitches?
We can't help them, because there's a saying: it's better to raise strong children than to attempt to repair broken men.
I like that one. I like it.
So we need to focus on what we know so far, put action into it, and stop giving away our babies, because that's how the indoctrination is programmed. They're being molded mentally. Their minds is the sponge. So even if they do find the truth, it's gonna create mental illness. That's how you create the mental illness, because they're fighting against themselves, what they were taught, and then the truth.
So, and I'm gonna say this again, Anthony. We can give them so much, right? And they are fighting against themselves. But as we know, you come outside yourself and you go out into this experience that you're gonna experience, right? And then you're combated with so much other shit that you start questioning yourself because it's so overwhelming. And this is what the children experience because we experience it. Luckily enough, we fucking said, hold up, something isn't right. And that's only because we were saved some way, somehow, that now we're sitting in that position, right? So how do we take out the opposition that they can't even come at our folks like this? That's what I like.
Unity with the like minds.
You said the unity with the like mindedness?
Yep. That's one thing. You know, Lex Vortex talk a lot of shit, but he did say one thing that was a jewel, and I'm gonna say it again. He stated they believe they're the God, and because they have unity, that is the true power. When we unite, no matter what our differences is, and say enough is enough, then we'll be able to be in the position that they're in. But that's why they keep bringing so many people over, many different distractions. We're bombarded mentally, physically, spiritually, music, food, television, vibrations, radio waves, 5G. It's so much. I mean, it's sad to say some of our people are not going to make it. We think that during what they like to say, C-19. I'm going to be touching bases on this. Whenever there's a new technology release that deals with vibrations, there is always a pandemic that follows. Anything that can play with your vibrational frequency.
That's true. So, within because we're a drum beat, and
you said we're drum bees.
Yeah, we're drum beat.
That's true. The hive mentality. Yeah.
Yeah. We deal with it. We're constant vibing or penetrating. I mean, you might not like that word, but we're constantly penetrating or vibing off of something. We're constantly a contract. And if you know, you can look at construction. Construction is a give and take, right? We're constantly, back and forth. But the back and forth is within oneself. And when the contrast is within oneself, it's you looking at the frequencies. You need to sit yourself and bring a balance to that self, right? And getting in alignment to bring what it is that you know that is right within your cosmic or galactical aspect. Whether or whomever see how it sees for, or sit for yourself. No one can give you that. But for me, all I have ever said to anybody is that where is it that you want to sit within chaos? How come you like chaos, motherfucker? When you can bring the heaven to your fucking self if you just want to do it. For anything that's experiencing, even on this dimension, you can give yourself the heaven that you see. How come you don't want to? That's a problem with you. Ain't no problem with nothing outside of you. The problem sits with you, that you don't want to see peace with self or anything outside of you. So therefore, what does that mean? That means you like the structure. That means you want to see the structure. That means you want to see everything that is of the mind. So therefore, that type of energy is what's causing the fucking problem. Because we're also, if we're vibrating, we're fucking energy. We're the fucking beat. I'm the fucking drum. So if I'm the drum of the beat, that means I make the music, motherfucker. That means I make this shit to my fucking drum and my fucking beat.
All right, we're gonna land this plane right here. Let's move on to a little something real quick. Let's see what I got here. Chief Holiday.
Okay.
Chief Holiday. I'm about ready to go find me some individuals. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a cat or something. You know what I'm saying? For real. I'm sorry to cut you, Miss Grateful, but you can get right back in as soon as I get ready to exit stage left. I'm about to give me something to eat. Mr. Brooklyn, I see you, bro. I see you, Karima. You know what I'm saying? Point blank. He who is. Willie Jones. I see y'all, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to hear from He Who Is too. Because he identifies as a Hebrew Israelite.
Oh yeah, man.
I got questions. Calling all Hebrew Israelites. Calling all people in the Jewish faith and Jewish community. Ooh. As well as anybody in the music community. Because once again, we can't conflate all this shit.
Hello.
Yeah. Because this guy right here, Israel Cohen. Let's get into him a little bit.
Hold up, right? One
Yes,
second before cut, I want to ask you a question. Because I want to bring Cut all the way over here. Cut, where how do you see yourself sitting
Cut
in
love. No, I'm listening to you, Miss Grateful. Go ahead.
Cut, I would like to know, like, what's in your know-it-all, right? Because you're experienced. Where is it within your know-it-all that you don't see yourself sitting where you're sitting? And like, a projection is everything. You know this, my dude. So where you sit, Cut? Because not a couple weeks ago you said that within what I learned from the Aboriginal community, this is what I've learned. So how have you applied that to yourself, knowing it? For real.
I apply it to myself with everything that I do in preparation for you.
It ain't no for me.
Yes, it is for you.
Nope, darling, it's not for me.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You know why I say it's for you? Because you're a part of this right here. You're on this platform right here. I work very, very hard to make sure that you have something to come on. Of course, Chief had a channel here, but I just added to it. And I work very, very hard to make sure it's something, at least it's, I'm adding to it. So that's what I mean. So as far as the learning and all of that, I already knew who my people was, the deep history and all of that I wasn't paying attention to. Yeah, I'm learning all of that stuff. But in the meantime, in between time, it don't do nothing but help me be able to do more for you as well as other people who enjoy this platform. Not just this platform, BAP's platform, that's Aboriginal Powers platform, BAP News, that's AB TV, that's Hawk School, you know what I'm saying? So behind the scenes, I help out a lot of brothers, you know what I'm saying? As well as Sister Bethy, you know what I'm saying? So I help out a lot of brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? So that's what the information do for me. It don't do nothing as far as, I'm a brain, I could regurgitate this stuff, because I'm past that. You know what I'm saying? I'm past that shit. I just stay in my lane, and I support those who need my support so they can be better people. You know what I'm saying? I know my rightful place as an elder. My rightful place ain't to be the king or queens or whatnot. Our day is that of support. So I just get on my knees, let these tips of the arrow get on my shoulders, then I stand up strong so they can break the glass ceilings that we both couldn't break by ourselves. I hope that answers your question.
I will take your question. I will not question. I will take your answer as it is. However, I would like to also say this. I've been in this shit for over 25 over 25 something years.
And you still a baby, so don't talk to me like you grown or something. You still a baby. Let's keep it $1,000. You're only 48 years old, so let's keep it $1,000. You still just a baby, so let's not speak for real. You still a baby. Oh yeah, you's a baby to the cutty. You's a baby to the cutty. So let's get for real. I mean, I give you your love because we both elders, but you still a baby to the cutty. That's $1,000 for real. And you know what? And then on the strength of realness, there's a lot of areas in which you speak and know, in areas of expertise in which I'm a baby. You know what I'm saying? So I salute that, you know what I'm saying, as well. But I just let you know, man, that we in the same area. We both elders, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't know if I want you to elder me though. I don't know. don't know if I want that.
I don't want to elder you, but I am a
I
baby.
don't want you to elder.
I was goddamn tell you, I look like a baby. I'm gonna tell you right there, I still look like a baby. It's not age.
I know you look like a baby. Hey, shout out to Grateful. Hey, man, look.
That's goddamn factual.
Once a week, me and Grateful have one of these dialogues where it's like, okay, Grateful, I love you. Alabama is in the building. Salute to Alabama, man. Please excuse my jargon with Grateful, please.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm glad he's here. I've been waiting to I've been waiting to actually like decide what my freaking
Hey, Grateful, let him say something real quick. Let him at least say hi.
No, because he's amazing. I like his verbiage.
So he can't talk.
DJ Cuddy, you killing him!
Hey,
you killing him!
Alabama, man, I just be messing with Grateful, man. I just egg her on. I'ma leave her alone. Hey, that's my sis. How you doing, Alabama?
It's your world. I'm just a squirrel. The Orange Juice Jones.
That's right.
You need to pull that out sometime, bro. You know that's deep. That's a damn. Deep back in the closet. Because we need to be said, I saw you and him walking in the rain.
You holding hands and I
would never be the same. So who is the sellout mofo holding hands with these Ashka Nazis? Huh? I should cut off your account. Cut off them charge cards. Took off them Gucci bags, blue diamonds, shit you didn't know how to pronounce. Yeah, well, fuck that's that, right. I don't know, man. I'm just a crazy Negro Indian. Now, you know, when I'm being called out of my name, I don't want to revert backwards with Lex Vortex, but here's the thing. Here's what's called disingenuous. Okay? When a person says something like this, are you familiar with Ronald Wilson Reagan? And by the way, that's 666. If you did not know, those letters are 666. He says the first words of danger is "I am here from the government and to help you." Okay. Who's that referring to, Teddy?
That's talking about us.
Now he wants to come over here, and I don't care who he is. I'm using him as a stand-in. I'm not trying to cast aspersions, because people like to listen to themselves talk, especially those folks who talk loud and try to talk over others. That's because the only thing they hear is themselves. But you are going to try to tell someone, "I'm here to help you," and not listen to their concern? You're going to tell someone, "I have what's best for you," and you don't know who they are?
No, can you pull that back up, bro? I got to talk about this character, man.
No doubt. I got him good. I got him.
Okay. Hey, peace, Elder. Alabama.
Chief. Greatest of all time!
Let's go.
And just to let everybody know, I'm going to be dropping a build on DNA mutations, high vibrations. Just to let people know I got something coming for people.
Is that brother Anthony?
Yes, sir. How you doing, brother?
My legal eagle, unofficially. Can we chop it up for a minute here, my good brother?
Yes, sir.
Now, as I heard 111 Truth ask, the question would be simply answered: yes. We need to sue every motherfucker. We need to sue their pants off. Okay. Now I don't give a damn who they are. I don't care what color they are. I don't care whether they're foreign to the soil or they sprung up from the clay, meaning they are turncoat amongst me and mine.
Alabama,
okay.
Real
yes,
quick,
sir. Yes,
now, you could be able to tell me a little bit better because you have a little bit more experience, right? And wisdom in this. So it's a question, right? Now with them being entrenched in legal, right?
Well, that's why we have to recruit a young brother like Anthony. You know, we have to recruit certain people that will be agents in our behalf.
But wouldn't it still be in their? Here you go. Wouldn't it still be in their?
It's in their realm. It's under their quote unquote jurisdiction, though we don't fall under that. However, all of the crimes and the fraud and the genocide that has been committed was against us outside our jurisdiction. Okay, so everything that we are claiming, and their claims are due, and they are just, has to be effectuated internal to the criminal system. There's no way of getting around that, you know. Now, I'm not talking about agreeing with it. That's not the issue here. It's just like this same specious arguments going on with reparations, because these are people who are confused and they're ill-informed. But I'm not going to hate on them for that. We're all ill-informed. But when you speak in a manner which I heard disrespectfully from Lex this evening, starting with our Queen Mother and any of our women, and then having the nerve to be cute and talk about, just be a lady, that's some misogynistic, paternalistic bullshit. Okay? Now you're going to go badmouth a woman and you can tell her, shut up, and it's on the sly kind of way. All right? That's the manner in which we as a people have been dealt with. That's called a minority. Chief, I know you know all this shit, man. I'm not enlightening you or educating you.
Well, I want to dig a little deeper, because I want to get your reaction to Harry Rosenburg. I want to also get your reaction to what we're about to read, because this is a over 100-year thing, and also we know that they changed state constitutions to disfranchise the Negroes out of power.
They specifically said the Negro.
Hold on, brother. I'm gonna let you take it with. I need you.
Was that 1911 you were referring to?
1912, but of course they started 1890, when they came off the boats from Europe.
From day one.
Day one. It was always infiltrate,
displace.
Oh yeah,
judo flip. And then claim to be who they are not. But go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
But here's my thing, though, right? So does Lex have any merit when he says that a person like Harry Rosenburg is speaking with a forked tongue and he's lying? Because that's why I would like to speak to Harry Rosenburg, because I know Cut said something about the Talmud and what's called. From my understanding and studying of this, it all comes from a Kabbalah root, period. All of it is just all been corrupted from ancient.
You have the Kabbalah, and you have the Babylonian and the Assyrian Talmud.
Absolutely. It's all, like, even down to the pastors, they all believe in the same thing ultimately. And, all the way. And it's all, he did say something about the fraternities and stuff like that. Like I said, I don't know what's in Harry Rosenberg's heart or his mind. You know what I'm saying? He could be genuine like that, but I would like to ask him the questions about these things that are in the Talmud and these different rituals and stuff.
No, I got you on that. But that's internal to him and his people. But the projection on us is based on what? When these people, this is an amusing thing to me. We won't have to quarrel over whether or not we're the Hebrew Israelites, okay? Let's just talk. We're breaking down the concept is what we're discussing, right? So none of the people in the Bible are Jews. Even the supposed transliteration, the letter J is only 500 years old. There is no letter J in the Hebrew language. The nation of Israel does not speak Hebrew. They teach it. They are using a Yiddish language. And I know you know all this stuff, Chief, okay? But they are using that.
That's why I got dog, because there's a lot of people that do not know this.
I feel that's why I'm stating it first, and then there's some ignorant fools like Lex will come over and try to blow V8 and be a blowhard, which is to cause more confusion and diversion. The facts don't change, though. See, that's the thing. In 1948, there was no nation of Israel. There still is not, because there is no place on a map anywhere in the history of the world called Israel. That's just a simple fact. Now, inside their own Orthodox Jewry, inside of their university system, and inside the government itself, they know that fact, because they know the same scriptures, the Talmud, the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Kabbalah. Israel is a name, not a place. And you know what a noun means: person, place, or thing. And since we're only talking about one of two things, it is either a person or a place. There is no place named Israel. Now, in dealing with the name of a person, that by definition is genealogy, right? Now, these same people who claim Yahweh the God turned his grandson, Adam's grandson, Isaac's son, Jacob's name into Israel. Now, we know supposedly even these simple-minded Christian Negroes have been taught this in Bible study. So if Israel is only the name of a people, how in the hell is someone stole that name and placed it as someplace on a map? Is that not identity theft?
Yes, sir.
Secondly, those people are not Jews. In the Bible itself, it says the Hebrew Israelite. So, let me put it this way, Chief, and I'm not asking you to agree with it or to believe it. But Yeshua ben Yosef, the African Hebrew Savior, is not Jesus the Christ, white Jewish carpenter. Can we agree on that? And how did Yeshua ben Yosef, an African Hebrew Israelite, get transformed into Jesus the Christ, which is a title and a designation created by the Holy Roman Catholic Church? Now, these are just things that are called facts, okay? When we can't discuss these facts because people howling anti-Semitism, the same group of people who stole the identity of the people of this book and saying any analysis of that is being anti-Jewish. Am I missing something here? Please correct me if I'm in error. So then what am I supposed to understand is the beef with this rabbi person? Because I didn't see the first tape. You can just, bring up the speed on that, so I'm trying to understand what I'm going to ignore. But I'm going to listen. That don't mean I have to bring it into my spirit. What is it that we're supposed to be having beef over, brother?
You still there, Chief?
Who heard the rabbi he's talking about? Anyone on the panel? I just
I got him. If you want me to pull him up, it's not that long.
Absolutely. I don't want to respond out of ignorance, Cuddy.
No,
I know I'm an ignorant nigga Indian. I try not to flap my gums until I actually hear what I'm going to ignorantly respond.
I definitely would love for you to hear this, brother, and respond to this with your wisdom and knowledge.
Products, parties, and merch.
Because I'm asking you questions based off of what
live a few days ago
Rabbi Harry Rosenburg said, brother. So I would like for you to hear it. Absolutely. Shout out to old God. Hey, man, can somebody tell me this brother name right here, man? Brother Shaheed.
That's Sam Ant, man. Shout out to Sam Ant. That's old God and Sam Ant.
Sam Ant?
Sam Ant. A-N-T.
Shout out to Sam A-N-T. Peace of the God. Man, I like that. I like Sam Ant. I like how he move, man. He got some good knowledge, man, and he's smooth with it. Like him. Peace of the God, man.
Yeah, oh God, he all right, man. Good brother, man. Here we go.
Shout out to old God.
He was smart. He got away with
I think him and Sister Renee was a cute couple, though.
Here we go.
All jokes. Oh God, all jokes.
Lies to popularize #anti-Semitism. Why are Jewish sensitivities denied or diminished to work? We've seen the leader from the ADL make a statement today or yesterday, I believe. He said we shouldn't expect Dave Chappelle to serve as society's moral compass, but disturbing to see NBC SNL not just normalize but popularize #anti-Semitism. Why are Jewish sensitivities denied or diminished at almost every turn? Why does our trauma trigger a pause? Now, I'm not sure if you saw the monologue, but if you did, how did you feel about it? And do you express the same sentiments as Mr. Greenblat?
No, I probably agree with him on almost nothing, but not to take away from him, I personally saw a little bit of it, and I think Dave Chappelle's hilarious. He's such a funny guy. If you look at like South Park, it's a comedy show made by Jews, but in it they use such derogatory Jew hate terms, dirty Jew, Jewish money. They threw out these words. The ADL never said anything to them, It's a bunch of Jewish guys who were writing it. They never said anything. All of a sudden, now you see Dave Chappelle come out. It was actually funny, and probably a lot of it was he was saying was true. So what's causing these guys to get so triggered? It's a good question. I think the main fear is putting Jewish safety at risk, because there's places now where Jews are getting attacked at random in America for being a Jew, punched in the face, their hats knocked off. And we're trying to prevent that. So we have so much trauma. It's like the analogy I gave before of the lady who used to get, hit by the husband. When she drops something, she's scared it's going to get hit. So now when she drops something, let's say the husband changed his way, she's still going to flinch. She's still going to get very scared, because in her brain is the pattern that when you do X, Y will, Z, Y and Z will happen. So these people are like, and it was a little insensitive at the time, when the Jewish people are like, whoa, stop talking about us and mixing us with, other groups of evil people. We don't want to be mixed together with that. Then Dave Chappelle just come up right on there and start to like stoke the coals. It looks like they're pushing the divide and conquer strategy. It looks like there's an agenda that wants to create a separation between my community and your community. And for me, that's like the red flag. So I'm like smelling through all this nonsense. I'm like getting to the bottom of it. And I'm like, why don't they want us to talk and collaborate? Something's going on.
Do you think people within the ADL or in higher Hollywood, whatever the case may be, have a disdain towards black people? Because as I watched that, something that really stuck out to me was he said nigga twice on there, on SNL, on NBC, and they let that fly. People were losing their minds laughing. But when he made jokes about the Jewish community, everybody was up in arms. Everybody was upset. And we're all supposed to be leading a cause against hate. But it seems like it's a very specific, generalized part and section of hate that we need to generalize, and everything else is all right, fair game. What do you think about that?
Well, let me just put it, I have two things. One is, let's say I start dropping the N-word, right? Not okay. I don't have permission to do that. It's not allowed. It's not okay.
Neither should I, and I shouldn't have said it either. It shouldn't be accepted through anybody, but we know how to.
I like that, and I agree with that, but it happens to be today culturally from your community. It's allowed, it's there, and it's understood, and it's accepted that this is a word that gets used. So, for example, sometimes I go to the airport, and I'm going through the security, and, when you get to the security at the airport, there's a lot of pennies on the floor. So people emptying out their pockets. So I'm always like picking up pennies on the floor over there, because I bring it to Jerusalem and I give charity. Every penny is a mitzvah. It's a commandment. You're doing a good deed with it. So I enjoy picking up the pennies. But when everyone looks at me, I'm always making a joke. Like, you always got the classic Jewish guy picking up pennies on the floor, and I'll make a joke about myself, because you could do that because I'm Jewish. No one's going to get triggered by it. But if an African-American guy was like, oh, you Jews picking up pennies, it's like, wait a minute, can you say that? So I think it goes both ways. I can't start saying N-words, and other people can't start making Jewish penny jokes. Everyone could make, criticize their own selves or their own communities. But I think that's silly also. We shouldn't have an ego. My feelings shouldn't have to be hurt if you have something to say about us.
I pick up pennies too, by the way.
Until it becomes, physical violence towards Jews, then it's like we're just so much trauma. We're not having any of it. So I think the ADL is probably protecting a beast that the Jewish people communicate and miscommunicate as themselves. Like the Jewish people are like, oh, the ADL is here for me. ADL is not here for you, Jewish people. They're protecting something much bigger. They just, the name Jew is just covering both realities, the thing they're protecting and you simple folk who are just trying to make a living and stay humble.
I think it's a good segue to go into what Kanye was saying about hip hop.
Yeah, he's definitely speaking codes. You simple
one particular
folk.
comment, he talked
You
about
simple boy.
how, in black hip hop music, we could talk
Terrible,
about kill
Rabbi.
this, kill this,
Terrible,
nigga that,
Rabbi.
and it's pretty much there's no outrage, black on black. But as soon as somebody says something about the Jewish people, it seems like it's all hell breaks loose. But a lot of these execs we already established in hip hop are Jewish. How come they promote, fund, the destruction of black people through the music? But as soon as somebody says something about Jewish people, it's all hell breaks loose. But when it's black people, it's like they fund that and they don't care.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, but it's such a complex thing because no one should have the right to, the fact that they're promoting violence and drugs and then making that an avenue of like financial success. So now I'm a young African American kid and I want to get some money when I'm older. I got to start like training myself. If I want money, I got to rap about killing and drugs and and be hardcore. So that's something that's being set by the Jewish people. But let me ask you a few questions just on this. Let's say like, and I'm not a professional. Like
Can you
let's
pause
look at
that, Chief,
like
for a
Def
second?
Jam Records or like
Okay.
some of these guys. Is there African American owned media that's still promoting?
Yeah, because there's a lot to chop up. If you can pause that.
Yeah, I got you. That was me. I was slipping on the button, man.
Now, before he goes into asking about whether or not there are African American young
And we
men,
got to
that was a slander right there. African American. Now,
well, and that was the whole concept of anti-Americanism for us to actually to have we have to learn from these people, but ours is coming with truth attached to it. That we are the Americans.
Okay,
Shout
so
out to
here's
Lex for
the
actually
thing, Chief.
pointing that out,
Was
knowing
said in
that.
just this little short segment, and I don't want to sound like I'm dragging this
Go
right.
ahead, you got it. No, this is for you. I wanted to get your knowledge on this.
Per se.
Ahead,
However, here's the thing that's always intriguing while they try to allow some equation. Now, the problem is people don't know simple math. The equal sign, the point of the symbol of an equal sign, is something on the left is the same as something on the right. Okay? That's the first thing. And I'm going to jump on one statement he made that is an outright bald-faced lie. When he put his finger on his nose and talked about sniffing out certain commentary that was driving a wedge between two communities. Excuse me, for anyone on the panel, I'm just going to sit on my tongue for a moment. You tell me what white person you know is a Jew until they tell you. And I yield.
Well, I'm pretty good at figuring it out. But here's my thing. Now, we know that according to them that they hid in plain sight Lucille Ball, Jamie Lee Curtis. That's not their name. It's something else. They changed their names and stuff until.
Well, you want to run down all of these people like Cary Grant and even
I mean, so many. But see, once again, we didn't care if Fred Astaire
changed.
We don't care. We do. Okay. Did we care about that though?
But wait a minute. Here's what's confusing me about the comment, Chief.
Yeah.
Where is there connectivity between our two communities?
Well, I'm saying though, like if people imagine in an alternate world where it wasn't exploitation, it was an equitable thing. Hey, yeah.
No, what I'm trying to understand from such a statement is he's saying what was alarming to him is the type of comment he's using the jump off of the monologue from Dave Chappelle. That when things are like the phrase Jewish tropes. Now I know you may be very steeped in understanding it, but most of the audience may not understand what the hell is a trope. Okay,
we broke that word down.
I know you probably did. But when it comes to us, the word is not used.
That's facts.
It starts with nigga. Now notice he has danced around the N word. All right. But anyone hearing that word, it doesn't associate itself with anyone other than the melanated Aboriginal of North America, right?
Facts.
Other people have culturally appropriated through rap music and hip hop, but who is always understood to be the nigger? But that's not described as a trope.
Right. But see, when we heard Dave Chappelle say it, we hear it different than people at Saturday Night Live, right?
That brother said he said it at least twice on national TV.
Because I would love to say it on national TV like that. Because it was, once again, I'm speaking to a culture people. And a lot of people might say, "Oh, that's ignorant." And the Sam Ant, he said that nobody should say it or whatever like that. I mean, for us, for instance, it's empowering. It's not tearing us down.
And I don't want to get bogged down on that rabbit hole, Chief. I got you.
I mean, I know it's a generational thing, and we can have that conversation later.
I'm a little bit longer in the tooth and had it worn over my head for 6 decades. Okay, but that's not the point that I'm raising. It, I'm saying there is no other term of any kind of ethnic slur or denigration that can be even associated with that term. Damn. Whether you say Jewish trope, anti-Semitism, I don't care. Even in Pogrom, The Final Solution, and Holocaust, but none of which were exclusively targeting Ashkenazi Jews. Okay? That's now, facts. Even the word ghetto is not negative, except now associated to who in North America? The word ghetto was actually specific to Jewish neighborhoods throughout the pogroms of a dozen or more European countries. Everywhere Jews congregated was called the ghetto. I'm sure you're probably aware of the history of that term.
And the teepee.
Yeah, but who is the ghetto referencing in 21st century nomenclature?
Well, of course, a lot of things have been transferred to us. Yeah, it's all been trading places.
All denigrating, not uplifting, and certainly you wouldn't consider positive, correct?
But we watched Professor Black Truth. I don't know if you caught that clip and the stuff that he was saying about. I know you know about the jazz man. You know about a lot
jazz
of the
singer, yeah, and Mammy singing, Mammy, Al Jolson, Blackface. Right. If you've never got Donald Bogle's book, Tom's, Coons, Mammy's, Buck, Pickaninnies, that is the actual history of Hollywood, not the other bullshit that you hear from other people who have written books about Hollywood. When you really want to understand the history of Tinseltown and filmmaking, it's the image of the nigger, the coon, and the buffoon, not the hero and the villain. Those are the only two archetypes, if you notice, in all movies, right? You have a hero, a villain. You have a protagonist and an antagonist. But do you know what the rest of the movie making and the imagery is based on? The Toms, Coons, Mammies, Pickaninnies, and Bucks. You understand what I'm saying, brother?
Right. Absolutely.
So when all of the definitions of how people create ideas, because that's now we've kind of wandered a bit here, but since Hollyweird is a Jewish invention, and if you bother to actually look up the history of it, the phrase "Go West, young man" came from Jewish vaudevilles like Al Jolson and Mammy, who ran west because they said they were discriminated against in New York and on Broadway. So that's where the phrase "Go West, young man" came from. They went west, created Hollyweird, and gave the first prominent award for Birth of a Nation to D.W. Griffith. Now, is that a white supremacist trope or not?
Wait, hold on. So is D.W. Griffith Jewish?
I'm just asking.
Well, I'm asking.
Hollywood,
I know.
And
but
they had Birth of a Nation become the most prominent film. As a matter of fact, once shown by Woodrow Wilson in the White House, his famous quote is, "History written in lightning." I know you're familiar with that.
Hold on. So this is 1900, right?
1915.
Now, is this the same time that they are also disfranchising
the Negro? Go ahead, brother. Take me where you wanted to really go with this. Go with the
I'm going with it.
Defranchising the Negro, not more, not African, not Native American. I'm sorry, I yield.
No. It was important that you said that. I'm glad that you made the clear distinction. We're talking about the American Negro and all these different labels that have been applied. You know what I mean? Now, once again, you can identify as a Hebrew Israelite, Christian, all that stuff. That has nothing to do with what your grandmother told you and how you're connected to this land. Like our belief systems, like Malcolm say, leave your belief system at the door. Okay, look, that goes on not just with your religious beliefs, but also
they aren't lynching you because you're a Methodist. They aren't lynching you because you're a Muslim or a Baptist.
Well, the lynchings were all about economic empowerment and terrorism as well. You know what I mean?
I'm paraphrasing the quote that Malcolm said, but you get what I'm saying.
Right. But once again, it would be different if there was a group, though, that when we have people unjustly incarcerated, you know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. We don't have that going on.
In this experiment, there are no Jewish. Okay. Schwerner
what I'm saying, though,
and Goodman, you know how they like to throw Schwerner and Goodman at you, right?
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
They'll also bring the Jewish rabbi who was lynched. Can't think of his name right now. When they bring these anomalies up, it's to associate themselves with what's targeting us. It is still not targeting them. However,
hold on, Elder, but I don't want to get past the birth of a nation because we're going to get back into
Rabbi.
what the rabbi's talking about, because he said something that was interesting. I think he's already said it in this clip so far. Is South Park.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too. But with Birth of a Nation, D.W. Griffin, which is still the premier Director's Award for the American Motion Pictures and Academy of Sciences. So most people don't know what the Oscar stands for. The American Motion Picture and Academy Sciences. I'm going to say this one more time. The American Motion Picture and Academy Sciences. That's what that acronym stands for, not Oscar. Okay?
Wow.
But the D.W. Griffith Award is the premier award for directorial excellence, DJ Cuddy. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, I'm relating it to how art created life, created real situations.
Do they say art imitates life?
No, this was life imitating art in this standpoint, right? Once
so
again,
how does, maybe I'm confusing the situation. How does preeminent white supremacist tropes, I'm using the word they like to use when they say the word Jew, okay? White supremacist tropes, the big hulking black buck, the menacing the white female womanhood. You know what came out of D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation.
Well, but all that, all the hate and all the other stuff that came out of it, absolutely. But they showed at the time, they showed brothers in blackface. Once again, they were in
the Congress with their feet up on eating chicken legs. But go ahead, keep going. Now we're talking tropes, right? These are tropes and stereotypes.
How that's those stereotypes that was, and this is the first image film, right?
History written in lightning, according to who created the compulsory education system? Woodrow Wilson, former president of Princeton University.
Keep talking to him.
So here's a man who was the progenitor of the compulsory K through 12 education system, who pronounced this propaganda piece to be his story. I'm sorry, his story. Okay? And who authored it? Jewish Hollywood. Now, this Jewish Hollywood infrastructure built its entire dream-making factory on nigga shit. Now, that's what I mean when I say nigga shit. Okay? Niggas are coons and buffoons. Niggas are shiftless and lazy. Niggas eat chicken. Niggas can wait to take your bitches.
Cartoons.
Niggas come in blackface, fat lips, and are hulking brutes that can't wait to perform criminal acts. Am I missing something here, brothers? DJ, the GOAT, straighten me out, because I'm a old nigga. Okay?
If it's gonna be some trouble, it's gonna be some good trouble. It's gonna be some good trouble now.
Well, here's the thing, man. You're definitely on point. Yeah, I mean, man, yo, bro, and it's so crazy because it built a whole industry on it. And wealth, you know, we're talking from 1900s to today. You know what I mean? The wealth
So
that has
that's
been amassed.
120 years uninterrupted.
But check
now,
this out.
please explain to me where
Look
the
at all the destruction, though,
connectivity
from
between the
1900,
Jewish.
though, brother.
Well, hold on. I'm going back to the rabbi's quote. When he put his finger on his nose, because to me there was a lot of things that was going on, like you talked about, symbolism, imagery.
That's right.
Body language. Okay. When he said he sniffed some shit out, because he didn't say shit, but I'm gonna fill in the blank. There's certain commentary coming out of Dave Chappelle's monologue was driving a wedge between. I don't know if can you rewind just to that, maybe, Cuddy, if you're all ready to move on, because I'll sit on my tongue, man.
Let me
We got
find
more
it
that
here.
you wanted to hear.
No,
We could
not a
chop up
problem.
on him.
Let's see
The
what
fact
we
that
got.
they're promoting violence and drugs
through the music, but as soon as somebody says something about Jewish people, it's
Was it
all hell
before
breaks
that?
loose. But when it's black
think
people,
Yeah,
it's
it's
like
before that, because he was talking about the Chappelle
yeah, well, it shouldn't have
monologue
to
when
be
he said,
heard. If you
when
have
I
something to
hear
say about
certain
us,
words
they
come
throw
out
fun
that
and games.
drive a wedge between your community
It's
and
like
my
picking up
community.
pennies on the floor over there because I bring it to that's not okay.
Neither should I, and I shouldn't have said it either. It shouldn't be accepted through anybody, but we know how it
Okay,
is.
I
Before
like that. I
that,
agree with that,
Cuddy,
but it
before
happened.
that.
Do you think people within the ADL or in higher Hollywood, whatever the case may be, have a disdain towards black people? Because as I watched that, something that really stuck out to me was he said nigga twice on there, on SNL, on NBC, and they let that fly. People were losing their minds laughing. But when he made jokes about the Jewish community, everybody was up in arms. Everybody was upset. And we're all supposed to be leading a cause against hate. But it seems like it's a very specific, generalized part and section of hate that we need to generalize, and everything else is all right, fair game. What do you think about that?
Well, let me just put it. I have two things. One is, let's say I start you dropping the N-word, right? You know, not okay. I don't have permission to do that. It's not allowed. It's not okay.
Yo, Cuddy, it's even further back, because
They
it's
use such
before he asked
derogatory
him this,
Jew hate
where he
terms,
talked about
dirty Jew.
when he hears certain
Here it is
things
right
come
here.
up.
Appalled.
Here you go.
Now, I'm not sure if you saw the monologue, but if you did, how did you feel about it? And do you express the same sentiments as Mr. Greenblat?
No, I probably agree with him on almost nothing, but not to take away from him. I personally saw a little bit of it, and I think Dave Chappelle's hilarious. He's such a funny guy. If you look at like South Park, it's a comedy show.
Even that didn't even
made by
sound
Jews,
real.
but in it they use such derogatory Jew hate terms. Dirty Jew, Jewish money. They threw out these words. The ADL never said anything to them. It's a bunch of Jewish guys who were writing it. They never said anything. All of a sudden, now you see Dave Chappelle come out. It was actually funny, and probably a lot of it was he was saying was true. So what's causing these guys to get so triggered? It's a good question. I think the main fear is putting Jewish safety at risk, because there's places now where Jews are getting attacked at random in America for being a Jew, punched in the face, their hats knocked off. And we're trying to prevent that. So we have so much trauma. It's like the analogy I gave before of the lady who used to get, hit by the husband. When she drops something, she's scared it's going to get hit. So now when she drops something, let's say the husband changed his ways, she's still going to flinch. She's still going to get very scared, because in her brain is the pattern that when you do X, Y will, Z, Y and Z will happen. So these people are like, and it was a little insensitive at the time, when the Jewish people are like, whoa, stop talking about us and mixing us with, other groups of evil people. We don't want to be mixed together with that. Then Dave Chappelle just come up right on there and start to like stoke the coals. It looks like they're pushing the divide and conquer strategy. It looks like there's an agenda that wants to create a separation between my community and your community. And for me, that's like the red flag. So I'm like smelling through all this nonsense. I'm like,
You saw how he did his head right at that point when I said, saw how he went under his nose, right? Okay, now, preceding the statement he just made, why did he say the Jewish community? Because again, remember, he's a member of this community, but you have to think about how people are psychologically saying things. We don't want to be mixed with all these other evil populate. Who the hell was that? Chief, did you pick up on that? I mean, who are they talking about amongst themselves?
I mean, I've already pointed out that he said, you people. I mean, come on, we don't understand what's going on.
No, he said themselves to themselves. He's relaying to us, the audience, that amongst themselves, they said they don't want to be. Could you just rewind that part right quick there, Cuddy? Because I don't want to put words in his mouth.
They're pushing the divide and conquer strategy. It looks
A little further back.
Sensitive. It's like the analogy I gave before of the lady who used to get, hit by the husband. When she drops something, she's scared it's going to get hit. So now when she drops something, let's say the husband changed his way, she's still going to flinch. She's still going to get very scared because in her brain is the pattern that when you do X, Y will, Z, Y and Z will happen. So these people are like, and it was a little insensitive at the time, when the Jewish people are like, whoa, stop talking about us and mixing us with, other groups of evil people. We don't want to be mixed together with that. Then Dave Chappelle just
Stop right there. Stop right there.
At the time, when the Jewish
You
people
see,
are like, whoa.
you see what I'm saying though, Cuddy, the Chief, mixing us with other evil group. What does that mean?
Now, to be fair, I don't know if he said evil.
Well, just rewind it one more time because I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Let me check it out.
Stop talking about us and mixing us with, other groups of evil people. We don't.
Now, did you hear it that time?
I thought he said other groups of people.
Evil people. Chief, do you get what I'm saying? What I'm trying to ask, Chief? See, here's the problem, Cuddy, when people don't understand what the word trope means. Are you familiar with the word pogrom?
Let's go back one more time.
Pogrom.
Hold up, what'd you say? Chief, you said you want to hear it one more time?
Yeah, one more time.
Stop talking about us and mixing us with, other groups of evil people. We don't want to be mixed together with that. Then Dave
Chappelle I think he said evil so quick, though.
Yeah, he did. It was like a
move.
But again, see, it depends on how you want to hear this. It can be looked at as two different ways. When you first of all saying grouping us with other evil people.
See, that's why I'm glad the elder was there.
Now, put the Negro part of it aside for a second, because we are talking about who? A black person, Dave Chappelle, correct? But I want to get you to focus a little differently for a moment. And that's why I asked you earlier if you understand what the word trope means. T-R-O-P-E. That's for the listening audience. Or the word pogrom. Would you please Google that if you can? P-O-G-R-O-M. Now, what people don't seem to understand, nor are very fully informed about why Jewish people are reacting as if they're going to be hit like the beat up bitch that he uses an analogy, right? You got that now? The woman's being beat every time she drops a fork or wherever you go. You know what he said, all right? So this is a triggering thing that causes the Jewish people to feel they're going to be attacked. You feel what I'm saying? I'm just going to lead with that first, then I'm going to explain to you why this is not without merit and it's not without history of behavior patterns. Do you follow what I'm saying here now? So when you pull up the word pogrom, when you do get a chance, what is the history of that word?
It says it's a noun, an organized massacre of a particular ethnic group, in particular that of Jewish people in Russia or Eastern Europe. The Nazis began a pogrom against Jewish people in Germany, is what they say in quotation.
Yeah, but see, now that is a distorted manner of which is to actually give you the history of it. So let me give you.
You want me to go to the
You can go to something else, but I want to tell you something first, because Germany in 1930s was a culmination of more than a century and a half. Okay? So by the time we're talking about what we are all bombarded with as the Holocaust in 1930s Germany, at least a dozen countries. You could talk about Spain, France, Italy, Austria, the Austro-Hungarian Empire before what we know of Germany to be today, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, etc. All these places where we're now being told that, yeah, wherever you want to say that we're being told that these people originate from Eastern Europe. Okay. Each and every one of these cultures, or what we call nation states today, drove the Jewish community out of their community or their nation state. Do you know why? And it wasn't because they were po niggas, like people want to perceive and portray who to be today, for histories, for 400 years. Now, why is that same 400 years that's tagged on us not tagged on Jews when they claim they're the Jews of the Bible? That's a first. Let's put a check mark to that. Put that to the side for a second. What their actual behavior as a community, which caused them to be driven from nation to nation to nation to nation, is because of their specific behavior of being merchants, performing usury. You familiar with what usury is? That is lending money at interest, which, by the way, is unbiblical and is an actual evil practice. For those ignorant Negro Christians that may be listening to me now, the only time Jesus whooped some ass was he turned over the table of the money changers in the temple. That would be these same Jews, I might add. The bookkeeping, the mercantilism, and the merchant behavior of this Jewish community was to not do business with goyim or goyim. But if you do, all manner of evil can be directed towards the goy. Now, Chief, I'm sure you're probably familiar where I'm going with this. So in each community throughout the nations I just pointed out in Europe, drove out the Jewish population for specific behavior patterns, Chief, DJ. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So it ain't something that somebody said about you, like calling you a nigga or saying something about you, like you ain't shit, because you know, nigga fill in the blank, right? That's a running theme of treatment and denigration that we have suffered for centuries, have we not? But who have we profited off of? Tell me one community. While every immigrant community has profited off of whom? The nigga? Now, when you go and look a little further in your research on the word pogrom, you will notice how they have capitalized on defining the word now as mass murder. We say it again. You just say it exactly as they're going to tell you it supposedly means today, but failed to reveal what led up to why Germany took a certain policy towards a certain population. Give it to us one more time, Cuddy.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
The pogrom.
The pogrom. You need the definition again.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The definition is an organized massacre or a particular of a particular ethnic group in particular the Jewish people in Russia or Eastern Europe.
And then they go to Germany. But they didn't give you the historical track record I just shared with you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the word in definition has said to be attached almost specifically to a so-called Jewish people, right? You see how they have modified the definition? Are you still with me, or did I drop there?
Oh, I'm with you. I'm right here with you at Alabama.
Okay. But do you get the premise that I'm saying? If you want to go back to the if you wanted to finish up the quotes from the rabbi, because like I said, I don't want to speak out of turn and I don't want to put words in people's mouth.
Right
but
on
if you
there,
notice when
and
these
starts,
conversations
like,
happen,
cold.
they don't give you context.
Right.
And people drop in the middle of a story with no background. And I yield.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play it right now for you and finish it on up.
it looks like they're pushing the divide and conquer strategy. It looks like there's an agenda that wants to create a separation between my community and your community. And for me, that's like the red flag. So I'm like smelling through all this nonsense. I'm like getting to the bottom of it. And I'm like, why don't they want us to talk and collaborate? Something's going on.
Do you think people within the ADL or in higher Hollywood, whatever the case may be, have a disdain towards black people? Because as I watched that, something that really stuck out to me was he said nigga twice on there, on SNL, on NBC, and they let that fly. People were losing their minds laughing. But when he made jokes about the Jewish community, everybody was up in arms. Everybody was upset. And we're all supposed to be leading a cause against hate. But it seems like it's a very specific, generalized part and section of hate that we need to generalize, and everything else is all right, fair game. What do you think about that?
Well, let me just put it. I have two things. One is, let's say I start dropping the N-word, right? You know, not okay. I don't have permission to do that. It's not allowed. It's not okay.
Neither should I, and I shouldn't have said it either. It shouldn't be accepted through anybody, but we know how it is.
I like that, and I agree with that, but it happens to be today culturally from your community. It's allowed, it's there, and it's understood, and it's accepted that this is a word that gets used. So, for example, sometimes I go to the airport, you know, and I'm going through the security, and, you know, when you get to the security at the airport, there's a lot of pennies on the floor. So people emptying out their pockets. So I'm always like picking up pennies on the floor over there because I bring it to Jerusalem and I give charity. Every penny is a mitzvah. It's a commandment. You're doing a good deed with it. So I enjoy picking up the pennies. But when everyone looks at me, I'm always making a joke. Like, you know, you always got the classic Jewish guy picking up pennies on the floor, you know. And I'll make a joke about myself because you could do that because I'm Jewish. No one's going to get triggered by it. But if an African-American guy was like, oh, you Jews picking up pennies, it's like, wait a minute, can you say that? So I think it goes both ways. You know, I can't start saying N-words and other people can't start making Jewish penny jokes. Everyone can make, you know, criticize their own selves or their own communities. But I think that's silly also. We shouldn't have an ego. My feelings shouldn't have to be hurt if you have something to say about us. But it's all fun and games until it becomes, you know, physical violence towards Jews. Then it's like we're just so much trauma. We're not having any of it. So I think the ADL is probably protecting a beast that the Jewish people communicate and miscommunicate as themselves. Like the Jewish people are like, oh, the ADL is here for me. ADL is not here for you, Jewish people. They're protecting something much bigger. They just, you know, the name Jew is just covering both realities, the thing they're protecting and you simple folk who are just trying to make a living and stay humble.
I think it's a good segue to go into what Kanye was saying about hip hop and Jewish executives. In one particular comment, he talked about how, you know, in black hip hop music, you know, we could talk about kill this, nigga that, and it's pretty much there's no outrage, you know, black on black. But as soon as somebody says something about the Jewish people, it seems like it's all hell breaks loose. But a lot of these execs we already established on in hip hop are Jewish. How come they promote, fund, you know, the destruction of black people through the music? But as soon as somebody says something about Jewish people, it's all hell breaks loose. But when it's black people, it's like they fund that and they don't care.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. But it's such a complex thing because no one should have the right to, you know, the fact that they're promoting violence and drugs and then making that an avenue of like financial success. So now I'm a young African-American kid and I want to get some money when I'm older. I got to start like training myself. If I want money, I got to rap about killing and drugs and get hardcore. So that's something that's being set by the Jewish people. But let me ask you a few questions just on this. You know, let's say like, and I'm not a professional, you know, let's look at like Def Jam Records or like, you know, some of these guys. Is there African-American owned media that's still promoting, you know, violence and drugs outside of Jewish ownership? Is that exclusive only to Jews owning these companies, or there's also African-American owned?
I'm gonna take mine.
What company does African-Americans own?
I don't know. That's why I'm saying this question out of ignorance. I was asking you more.
It's usually like sometimes it's a partnership deal, but most of the time it's Jewish owned. They'll have like Def Jam, Rockefeller,
and all this. Is a Jewish guy at the top of it?
Say it again. I didn't hear that part.
Like Def Jam Records or you know, NWO or whatever it is. These are Jewish owned things at the top of it.
Like Def Jam, for example. Sorry to cut you off.
Right.
Current CEO of Def Jam, his name is Paul Rosenburg. He's been there since January 1st, 2018. The founders were Rick Rubin and Russell Simmons. So,
right. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, we do. Participate in it as well. I get where you're trying to go with that as well. But it's still the underlying issue of the majority of these companies being ran by Jewish people that promote and fund this message. Can we agree with that?
Yeah, it seems very shady. It seems that there should be, these are, I don't know if these are people that have like rabbis that could even call them. These are like rabbi-less individuals. These are godless individuals. These aren't people that have God in their lives. So it's not like we can get all the rabbis together and like sit them down and have a sit down. Well, they're going to listen to the rabbi. They're not even listening to God. How they're going to listen to a rabbi? But I'm with you on the fact that there should be no Jew involved. Yeah, I had this phone call coming in. It shuts it off. But I'm with you. If there was like a march against Jews who are promoting drugs and violence in the African American community and creating a poisonic, toxic environment for you guys, I'm on your team. That's totally evil.
It's
But
one
like I
thing.
said,
It's
I
one
think
thing to
these
say
Jews
that
finding these
they're not
roles
doing
are
it
serving
currently.
something darker and higher than themselves. They're not the boss. Like they're getting a paycheck from someone also, and that someone's the guy that the ADL is like, don't get to him. Like, don't get to the top of the ladder. Who these guys working for? You can't talk about that. And so I'm always curious, like, who's really calling the shots? Because it's not the Jewish people. It's some darker fraternity stuff. You know what I'm saying?
and to the best of your knowledge, who do you think, or in your opinion, who do you think those higher up people are, and where do you think the separation came between Jewish executives in Hollywood and music and yourself? Let's just put it like that.
I think the guys who are really at the top, you don't get to know their names because they pay for you not to know who they are, So the names that we're even given are the names that they let us get, So you're going to throw out like, Rockefeller and this name and that name. Those are the names they gave us access to. The names that we don't get access to is because they're the ones who are owning the wealth of the world, calling the shots with wars, and creating agendas to manipulate humanity. But where it stops and, separates me from these individuals is they give an allegiance to something that's not Jewish. These guys are all part of fraternities, whether it's Masonic or, their clubs from college, with their Greek symbols and their cults and their rituals. I know, I don't want to get too deep into it until the right time is, because this is like even dangerous for me to be talking about this type of stuff because we're up against a very dark force, But these are people who get paid by these entities, are loyal to these entities, and the Jewish people are just trying to unite the tribes, the lost tribes, and build a temple for all humanity and bring world peace. There's like two totally different realities. And I think if you looked at the last few hundred years of Europe, when these Jews started joining these fraternities and getting involved in the banks and the wealth and financing wars, they started taking on customs and traditions that had nothing to do with the Jewish people in the Torah. So there's just this divide going on, and the Jewish people aren't so aware of it. So part of my job is to explain it, and even part of the Jewish prophecies and our legends, we believe within the Jewish.
Chief,
Yeah,
you still with?
I'm here with you.
Because it's it's a mouthful, bro. If you just circle back to where he made the statement where Jews got involved with banking and funding of wars.
Like, who's really calling the shots? Because it's not the Jewish people. It's some darker fraternity stuff. You know what I'm saying?
And to the best of your knowledge, who do you think, or in your opinion, who do you think those higher up people are, and where do you think the separation came?
Is that about
Jewish
right there, or is
it's coming next? It's coming next.
Yourself, let's just put it like that.
I think the guys who are really at the top, you don't get to know their names because they pay for you not to know who they are, So the names that we're even given are the names that they let us get, So you're going to throw out like, Rockefeller and this name and that name. Those are the names they gave us access to. The names that we don't get access to is because they're the ones who are owning the wealth of the world, calling the shots with wars, and creating agendas to manipulate humanity. But where it stops and separates me from these individuals is they give an allegiance to something that's not Jewish. These guys are all part of fraternities, whether it's Masonic or their
Pause it there,
clubs
Cuddy.
from college, with their Greek symbols.
Chief, you still with us? Now, of course,
Chief Holiday.
We're still listening to a
Y'all
single
know I'm
man.
here, man. I'm setting up. Y'all know I'm turned up.
You know, we're just listening to a single man say his opinion. But when he claimed on the one hand that these individuals got in positions of Hollywood, banking, financing, and funding wars, which is an admission, right? I'm not going to say it's an admission of guilt. I'm going to say it's an admission which can be researched and revealed. You just start with the Rothschilds alone. This one man and his 5 sons were sent to create the 5 central banks of Europe. That's not an anti-Jewish statement. That's a historical fact of financial history. Study. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That is not racism. That is historianism.
If you state such a thing and you're not Jewish, using his rationale, it could be implied, and it is continuously used by the fake phrase anti-Semitism to shut down analysis.
Yep.
Okay. So on the one hand, he says, well, here's the thing, though. When he says the statement he just made, he said that it's not Jewish. And it's always interesting they say ish with something. Okay. But the behavior that is Jewish that he just described is Talmudic. It's in the Tanakh. Now, do you want to pull up Goyim, Goyim, Cuddy, and Google Goyim? Because the Jewish behavior that he just slipped up and exposed and revealed is what is stated in the Talmud. The Babylonian is even more disgusting than the Assyrian one. Is that correct, Chief?
Absolutely.
And all the behaviors that he just described, money changing, getting the financial system, funding wars, which means they fund both sides. They don't care who wins or loses because they sell bombs and guns to both sides, and whoever is in debt
he actually
to
said,
whoever
if
funded.
it's not the Jews and it's these dark forces. Hey, bro, you didn't slipped up too many times. Like, bro, if it's not, if it's not us, then it's these other evil people.
Right, but you in the room with these motherfuckers. Hold on now. You in the room with these motherfuckers, and you just said amongst your own people, hey, don't start talking about that because I don't want us to be lumped with other evil people. Did he not say that?
Yes, he absolutely said
That's what he said, man. And he said it.
Okay, so now let's take a moment here to tell me, what evil people are we talking about? Are we not just constantly in what we're discussing by not saying it? These are groups of white men. Is that not what we're discussing?
Let's be clear.
Who are these groups of evil people that are running the financial system, that are funding banks, that are underwriting wars to cause mass worldwide genocide and the divide and conquer?
That's what he said.
Okay, now what I'm confused about is where in the fuck are we in any association with these people? That's what keeps seemingly going over my head, Chief. Where do we have a relationship with these people that are called Jews? Now, I know, they're still beating up the minister over the secret relationship of black and Jews. You remember that book? You remember that book?
At gmail.com. Real. We can have some conversations.
Oh, yeah, that book. Didn't he come up with two of them? Wasn't it 2 versions?
Yeah, volume 1 and volume 2. But again, this secret relationship of blacks and Jews.
I'm like Kanye. I want to get them secrets, them banking secrets.
Okay. So when you keep being somewhere amongst a certain group of people and the history of them, that's why I shared with you the word pogrom, Cuddy, and why this certain group of people control the banking, the mercantilism, the business interests of all these developing. Now, by the way, Spain and France and Italy and these were not even developed nations then. Would you agree, Chief? The Meechees hadn't even got control over the village states, because they weren't nation states, just finally strung along to Rome. But how did the Meechees get their power was through the Jewish banking control, correct? And then when they got ejected from country to country to country, that's where the word pogrom became attached specifically to this population. Do you understand what I'm saying, Cuddy?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So it was not attacking Jews per se. It was attacking a behavior specific to a population who said their God, their belief system, said everybody else is goyim. Did you look up the word goyim? Goyim?
Yeah, it gave me to the it went to the actual word goy, which is for one single person. Goyim is plural form of goy, which is in fact it was a non-Jew, more or less is what he say. But I have it up here in Wikipedia as well as.
And the overall intention of such a word is anyone who is a non-Jew is fair game.
Pretty much
all manner of evil, all manner of practices, all breaking of contracts, all matter of fact, until putting one to death is acceptable because they are God's chosen. Do you understand? First of all, you have to understand what the premise is. So if you're the chosen of God, all manner of evil that you do is acceptable to those who are not chosen. There, you feel? I'm trying to be as simple as I can explaining what I'm saying. But
last night we played Peter Rosenburg from Hot 97, right? And he talked about they like when black people convert to Judaism, right? And the thing is that there was a conversion of their people into this religion, right?
Now, are you talking about the Khazarian Empire in the year 700?
Yep, 711 AD, I believe.
No, it was the decade before, in the year 700, the Khazarian Empire, through its emperor, the Khazar Emperor, brought in the wise men from Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. But here's the reason why I want to explain it this way.
Alabama, hold up. What were they called before that? Was it what they called
the Khazars? The Khazars. Now, the reason the emperor of the Khazarian Empire was instructed, this is similar to what I just told you, explained to you the history of the word pogrom. In other words, the same neighborhood. We're still talking about the same neighborhood, Eastern Europe. Okay. This was 700. So this is about 700 years before their behavior got exhibited in a different way that I just described. But leading up to the year 700, these marauding hordes of vagabonds, Visigoths, barbarians, you familiar with those phrases when you were listening half asleep in school and being taught history? Okay. These marauding bands, these Mongols, like Genghis Khan in Central Asia, the steppes of Asia that lead to what we call Eastern Europe today. These people were so horrible. They said, if you don't get your niggas in check, we gonna come in and wipe some motherfuckers out. If you don't get your some form of structure and discipline, what we call religion today, we coming to do something about it. Now, you get what I'm saying, brother? Isn't that called an ultimatum? I'm being joking now. They gave the emperor an ultimatum. So he called in the wise men of Christianity, Catholicism, the wise men of Islam, Mohammedanism, and Judaism, and chose to become a Jew. You follow me now? Some people will call these the descendants of Japheth.
Those people were never to be seen again. Go ahead.
Now, these Khazarians who had no homeland, as I just said it, these were marauding bands, hordes of vagabonds that were going around and disrupting the nations and communities around them. Okay? Does that sound like a behavior pattern? And once they converted to Judaism, they then created what we're told today is the Babylonian Talmud. Now, you can correct me if I'm in error, Chief, so far on this storyline.
Well, what I would like to do, because you're definitely on point, but what I would like to do is also pull up the Babylonian Talmud. We want to see when it was.
No. Now tell me this, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about the whole Talmud, or you want me to pull up what I pulled up earlier?
I don't know if I didn't see what you pulled up earlier. Just like the information on like Wikipedia, just basic shit. Yeah, nothing. We're not gonna get into the book.
I got you. No. Hopefully y'all can see this screen. Let me present this, man.
Now, while you're doing that, Cuddy, you have to remember this is them defining them. This is not this Negro Indian calling somebody out. This is me repeating some shit I heard. Okay? They say what is considered a worldwide Jewry today is 90 to 95% Ashkenazim.
Right.
Okay? That is their declaration.
But what's the difference between Zionism, though?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that next. But they self-define as Ashkenazim. Okay? The only other two categories, which are still in question, are Sephardic, and some people may remember or have heard of what was called the Falasha, which is the Ethiopian tribe of Dan. And by the way, they are the only ones who do supposedly have genetic historical proof to be the descendants of an actual Israelite tribe. You follow?
Can y'all see that by chance?
But I see when we call these Hebrew and Israelites and stuff like that or whatever, that stuff is not ancient. It's not even like 200 years old.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that, Chief. We're just talking about the context of the bullshit argument we get beat over the head with.
I know, but it means something because a lot of these, you can create whole stories and narratives. Which
They've already done that. That's what we're combating.
Around allegories and stolen and retranslated stuff. You know what I mean?
Which is that's his story. Like I keep saying, it's just being my
word.
But
said something that was interesting though.
Our story, once it's fully told, will become history. Okay? So world history will be altered when our story is told. But go ahead, Cuddy.
But people though, remember when we played Jason Whitlock and he said that his way how to not be called anti-Semitic was to say, hey, I serve a Jewish king. I'm a Christian.
You talking about Jesus?
I serve a Jewish king.
Jesus? Okay, now, hold on. I'm going to ask you this one more time as I asked you earlier.
Hey, let's vortex him. Hey, man,
how does... Hold on.
Give him some...
How does Yeshua ben Yosef, the African Hebrew Israelite, get transformed into Jesus the Christ, the white Jewish carpenter? Please explain to me how and when that happened. And you can go to Michelangelo if you'd like, and to the Roman Catholic Church.
Listen, man. You know, the whole color thing or whatever, and as we've seen, this is a system. Everybody knows it works. It's happening. That the blacks at the bottom and whites at the top. And then the other colors are in between as used as buffers.
Dispersed as a buffer zone to make sure the niggas stay on the foundation at the bottom.
But it's strata within, like let's say the white is on the top, right? It's still a lower on the top, the lowest at the bottom of the white is still at the top of the other colors.
You know what white Anglo-Saxon Protestant is supposed to mean, right?
Yeah, white. But then if it's white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, then it must be black Anglo-Saxon Protestants, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about the original, everything goes back to original people. A eugenic process is happening. That's evil. That's what we're fighting. That's what we are talking about.
Okay, so where's the dark forces that's Rabbi was talking about?
Well, he's a part of it because as the double talk and the double speech that was coming out of his mouth, once again, the fraternity, he's a part of a fraternity, right? He's a part of the ancient. If he's talking about, because when that was another red flag for me.
Are
When he
they
said,
using the six-figure
but I
star?
wanted to save it for the interview if I could get to him. You know
The
what I'm saying? To ask
six-figure
the question.
star is a symbol of something that doesn't exist, right? That the Star of David does not exist, right?
Well, we know that they've taken all symbols and stuff and from ancient people,
And
specifically
the
Americans.
Ashkenazim and the Ashkenazi and the Nazi SS has taken the life symbol from supposed Hindustan and turned it into a swastika, right? Right?
Oh, supposedly, right?
Supposedly.
The
Okay.
sun.
But where were you going, Cuddy? I'm sorry. I'm gonna sit on my
Well,
tongue.
I was hoping that you guys could see what I'm showing on the screen to break that down to see if that's what you're saying. Like it's got let's read these are quotes.
I just
from
want to
the
know when it was
Talmud.
published, when it was written and published, and
So
who did it.
one
What's their
of
name?
one of the
I don't know
things
off the
that's
top of my
said in the
head.
Talmud, it says murdering a goyim is like killing a wild animal. It
Hold
also
on, but Harry Rosenburg
go ahead.
doesn't. Has he said he agrees with this or he disagrees with it? Because I know he debated. I think he debated Polite. I don't know if Polite went into this direction, but I want to know. I want to talk to some Hebrew Israelites.
He
What
was
do you
in
guys think about
Israel.
this as Negroes? What do you guys think about the Talmud and the order, the protocols, and all that other stuff? And
Now
because
the
for us,
protocols of the
for
elders
me,
of
it still
Zion.
seems like they still a part of it. They're just on a different strata of it. You know what I'm saying?
But see, with the
Yeah, go ahead,
protocols
bro.
of the elders of Zion, that's kind of
No
like the
disrespect to
Turner
you guys.
Diaries. You know how the Turner Diaries gave us Timothy McVeigh, right? Now, as far as Zionism is concerned, because I know you asked that earlier again, there's two separate things here when we keep allowing them to take this book and then turn it into their fashion of what they're doing. And whoever was it said earlier, and that was Lex Vortex to be exact, they said they're God. They say they represent God. That don't sound any different to me than the Pope says that he's the vicar of God on earth, right?
Well, but isn't that though what Jason Whitlock said? Hey, I serve a Jewish king,
right?
But I'm a Christian,
right? Because
is there any difference between a Christian and a damn Muslim, or is there a difference in the Abrahamic faith between a Christian, a Jew, or a Muslim?
No, when you're saying you're an Abrahamic faith,
fucking
right?
no.
Okay,
Absolutely no.
So,
Go ahead, bro.
but again, back to what we're supposedly, because I know we sound like we're circling the drain or going down the rabbit hole. All right. The fact remains that all these people use us. And when they come here, they all agree to call us nigger, while he claims in public I don't drop the N-word. All right. They also must exist off us being at the bottom, as you just said earlier. Not whether you call it black or white or whatever. It's not really so much the issue. The color is a cover. At the end of the day, it is to keep us distracted, confused, and deluded, so that we don't look within and cut them all off. Period. Now, where you were going with the Goyim, that's what I appreciate you bringing that up, Cuddy. Was there one other statement? Because the murdering part was a very good, explicit example. But I wanted you to understand that so you got the concept of what Goyim means to them.
It even says to, have relations with a child at 3.
Oh yeah, that's that circumcision garbage and how even a 3-year-old girl could be digitally, invaded, and they don't consider that rape, or doesn't even consider it loss of virginity. But that's going down the sickness of what these people have internally. This is what they internally teach the rabbinate, the rabbinical, the priesthood, which is not the Levitical priesthood of Aaron and Moses. Okay? This is the Ashkenazi converts. Do you understand what I'm saying, though, Cuddy? Okay? So they took the Torah and they slap it, flip it, rub it down with creating the Talmud. You follow me now? Then they've stolen someone else's thing, whether you call it their identity, their culture, their law, the covenant, you know, the things that they abide by. They stole it. Now, I don't care whether you agree with me, listen to me or not. Do your own research, because, you know, you ain't got to listen to nothing I got to say. But this is stuff that's said by them in their Orthodox Jewish scholarship in the so-called state of Israel. I say stress so-called because there is no state of Israel. There is no place on this entire planet ever described as Israel. There is only a person and his descendants. That is a name of a people. Now, when we start focusing discussion on that, which I don't think we should be having discussions about this at all, but especially these Hebrew Israelites, they're attempting to do what they can to grab Negroes, since, thank you, Kyrie, for posting Hebrews to Negroes. That's going to cause this clash to come to a head. So when people like this rabbi said, I don't like to see some wedge between me and thee, is that what he claimed, Cuddy? Don't want to see some wedge between our people and their people. I'm still trying to understand, where is it that we're together in something?
Music, when they are exploiting us.
Oh,
Basketball,
so
when they're
they
exploiting
are
us.
not providing what in the process? You've been in the music industry for how many decades?
Nothing.
What Jewish whomever, agent, accountant, attorney, manager, what are the things that these people do in the lives of all of, go back to gospel, R&B, whatever, hip hop? What has this Jewish individuals from their community brought to this? Would you even call that a relationship, Cuddy?
Yeah, well, yeah, I would, because
You mean like a parasite and a host? Is that a relationship?
They brought slavery via contracts. They brought the 360 deal. They brought all kind of publishing fuckery.
And
But
Ye
anyway,
was just trying to speak on that, and how was their reaction to that?
Who was trying to speak on that?
Ye.
Oh yeah,
Did he not lose
oh,
$1 billion in less than 24 hours?
yeah. And like the minister said, man, did he really have it, or did he think
Well,
he had
no, they had it. Obviously, if
Exactly.
somebody could take some shit from you, that means you never had it. Yeah?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
but again, who is they? Other than J.P. Morgan Chase saying, "Nigga, come get your $140 million out my bank."
Put it up under your couch.
Well, okay, no, I'm not. I'm not trying to sound racial, but I know maybe the tone of what I'm saying may come across that
This
way.
is not racism.
I'm
This is
trying to
historianism.
understand. I'm trying to understand. At least that's what my personal motivation is. I'm trying to understand in this fashion, DJ Cuddy, what the fuck does it have to do with me? That's driving me, the individual. I'm trying to understand that. Could you help me, brother, with that?
It has everything to do with you, me, and everybody else that's melanated, because they're trying to subjugate us, put us in our place. Pretty much, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
So
Using our own ignorance. Go ahead.
Kyrie and Ye are being put on public display. In the case of Kyrie, are you familiar with the Herculean tasks? I think it was 7 or 8 tasks that were given to Hercules that he had to complete.
Vaguely, I do.
It's part of that mythology shit. Okay. So what was the list that Kyrie was given? Herculean tasks?
Yep.
For you to work for me.
Right. Well,
maybe I'm missing something here, Chief.
Well, I mean, like I said, most of that is really bigger than the apology, anything, because once again, Josiah said responding to Wall Street Journal, one of those publications, New York Times, somebody, he said that basically Kyrie, and I'm paraphrasing, that Kyrie only apologized because after he was suspended. You dig what I'm saying? So he's trying to play. He's trying to stay a part of the good old boys club. You know what I'm saying? But once again, we got to keep in mind, bro. These people are not. Their ancestors are not buried here in this land. We have people who are living like gods on our land and making decisions for us, bro. And that's a problem for me. That's a problem, bro. Like, yeah, man. Hey, listen, and I don't like no weak talk. I don't care about nothing. We got to start. Hey, Kawhi, what's up? Hey, what's up, KD? What's up? You understand what I'm saying? What's up, LeBron? What's up? You got enough money? Stand up for your sons.
The silence is deafening.
Man. You niggas need to stand up.
Silence
I'll go somewhere and sit down somewhere.
Deafening.
If it was up to me, I'd come bust all y'all balls. And I'm talking about the basketball. Y'all ain't talking about doing nothing to nobody. I'm talking about busting all the basketball.
Breaking is real. We are watching Buck breaking.
Hey, how about this, fellas? Do this right here for us. Y'all know how the Milwaukee Bucks stood up for something. Shout out to Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis, what up? Hey, so these niggas could have. Y'all say, you know what? Yeah. Hey, it's tip-off at 7 TNT time, right? Yeah, y'all got a bunch of stuff y'all got to do, huh? Guess what? We're going to come out about 8:15. We're going to come out when we want to come out, and we're going to warm up for another 15, 20 minutes. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, disrupt them. Do something to show us you niggas care, because it's about to be over with, man. You niggas ain't gonna be able to go to the club no more, nothing. Because nobody care about seeing you niggas up in there. If you niggas still think about, bro, nobody care about none of that. All you niggas, we do not care no more. We don't care about nothing that y'all talking about. We don't care about y'all cars. We don't care about nothing. How's that helping nobody? To see weak, what did the minister call them? Punks. Glorified punks. Won't even stand up and say nothing. No, just be men enough to say, bro, we cool. We all can.
And that woman that's the now head of the Players Union.
Police brutality when Kaepernick, he even capitulated and took a knee. Cap, you could have just said, I'm gonna stay in the locker room. I'm cool. Hey, who all staying in the locker room with me? All right, cool. Well, that means we're not gonna be disrespecting nobody. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna sit in the locker room. They're gonna make you go outside, kneel, or not stand in front of. See, they used him to make us un-American. See, that's anti-Americanism. See, once again, it's all about the switcheroony. It's all about you. Guess who's putting the battery in our backs not to be Americans? Oh, it's the same people. Griffin.
Well, right? the managers, people, the lawyers, the accountants that are pulling your financial strings.
Okay.
Now, where were you going with the rabbi? Did we finish up with that? You want to finish?
Well, I mean, you know, you murdered it. You killed it. You hit it nails on the head. Because you really could pull the cat out the bag. Because I was trying to lure me in to do an interview. But them guys are smart enough not to come over and fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? They really are. They're like, nah, this guy.
When you start with the one question is, how is it that Nazi is in the word that you describe yourself, and you say you have the authority over defining who's a Jew? That's the actual policy of that so-called state of Israel. And by the way, did you see the news about Benjamin Netanyahu? The Talmud that we were attempting to look at, Cuddy, he's going to make certain it is the nation's, well, I'm sorry, this is the quote, will be the law of the Jewish nation state of Israel. Did you all hear that?
No, I haven't. Thank you for that, Jewel or nightmare or whatever.
No, you can Google it, bro. I mean, you know me. I say I don't know shit. I'm the ignorant Negro in it. I'm just saying. I heard somewhere that the current re-elected, under indictment for corruption prime minister has said once he's installed, the Talmud shall be the national law, and I'm gonna use it again. It was a Jewish state of Israel.
Interesting. I don't, you know, that's terrible. At the same time, I don't know, y'all. Like, how that make y'all feel? Like, you be on the couch and be like, how do you feel about that? How does that make you feel? Like, bro. By
the way, are you aware of Damona and the Hebrew Israelites and they're being deported? That's the other jewel I need to drop for you. Why don't you bring that to Rabbi whomever, fill in the blank, that's not being discussed. And many of them have been there for 53 years, since 1969.
So with that being said, right, we understand that there's a lot of those are some of the things I would like to talk to Michael about, who's in Israel. Like, if how people that say they are righteous people still practice racism. You know what I'm saying? And once again, if we're here to eradicate
anti-black, quote unquote, racism.
Nah, yeah, all that's cool. Like, see, once again, why should we have to continue to push 200-year-old, 100-year-old, a 50-year-old dogmatic curses? Why do we have to do that? Why can't we be smart enough to say, you know what, that's not right. That's not right, exactly. Yeah, it's in this book right here, but hey, yo, you guys did change the books a few times. I mean, there's certain things that we could leave out, or some things that we could say, hey, look, this right here is hate. This is sexism. This is racism. This is not right.
But hold on. The Anti-Defamation League is not an anti-Semitic organization. It is an anti-hate of all forms and fashions, allegedly.
Well, I don't know. We went into their company the other day and broke it down, some of the stuff that they're doing and some of the stuff that they're saying. So we do understand that they love using it as a hashtag and attaching it to people, and they try to attach it to Dave Chappelle. We heard his monologue, we analyzed it, and we didn't see anything that should be warranted to be anti-Semitic. As well as when Professor Griff was on canon class, we went through that as well. We didn't find anything there that was anti-Semitic. Even Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, years ago, we've done King College. We'll probably do that again. I haven't found anything that Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad said that would get him kicked out of the Nation of Islam. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say that? That would be anti-Semitic as well. And he is the only American or human that's ever been censored by both houses of Congress. I don't know what censored means. You might have to break that down for some of us people.
Well, but again, that gives us the impression that if we think we're under their jurisdiction, they can censor us. Since we are not.
What?
Since in the document,
we got driver's license.
Yeah, we do. We volunteer.
Wheels,
all those things are voluntary acts.
But we all volunteer. Some of us volunteer.
That is true. And that's called ignorance. And even uninformed consent is the basis of fraud. So it doesn't matter that you're doing something you don't know that you're doing. Doesn't matter that it is being done with your will or against your will. The compiling of those offenses are daily. It's kind of like, what compound interest is, right? Since we're talking about usury and the Jewish control over finances and industry.
Absolutely.
Okay. Compound interest is the most powerful thing in the history of human existence. And it works both ways. Now, first of all, we're having debt that is not ours. That's another thing entirely for another conversation. The second thing is, whenever there's an offense that has been made, in particular in the case of fraud, which most of the time seems to be under financial duress, it is ongoing, unending, no jurisdiction, no statute of limitations. And until the person who's victimized of that crime says they've been defrauded, it's ongoing. And that's where we're right now. We're at the precipice, Chief.
Right, but the people, all right, Code. So in 1988, once again, shout out to Sister Betty. She had put up an article that was showing the quote top of it: Black leaders don't want to be called black no more; they want to be called African Americans type bullshit. So then they start, like, once again, these people was nobody's leaders, and these people were as we know now it to be a true fact to be puppets of these people that we're talking about. Even from James Baldwin to Duke Ellington, we can go down the list. There's Maya Angelou. I'm sorry, somebody wants to dispute anything I'm saying? For real, we've had the greats, Steve Coakley's. We've had people who have pulled our coattail. And it's our duties to take the information and then continue to build, to continue to dig. We cannot continue to turn around and be like, we know some people that are doing this thing against our people, then say, hey, we defer to them every time when it comes to leadership. That makes no goddamn sense at this point. Now, goddamn it. Now, if we, and it's more of us than them. But once again, because media, right? And once again, media is so powerful, and that's why they have a fucking, they try to maintain a monopoly in media, in all media. Okay, there's
Chief,
a reason
I
for
know
that.
that you know the first
Yes, sir.
casualty of war is information.
Let's talk about it.
The first casualty of war, which means what should be taking control over first?
Information. The information, communication, absolutely.
And we have none. Now, I appreciate your platform. No disrespect to you, A1, Chief Morning Thunder, Aboriginal Power. But we are through whose medium? Under whose influence? And ultimately, the plug can be pulled by whom?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if people appreciate that though, as much as they should. Because some of us are super safe, so they can keep their AdSense, so they can keep their viewership, so they can walk the thin line. But this community has always, not only through all that, brought the pain, brought the voice of the ancestors to the nation, right, to the world, right, moving mountains around this bitch, right, and with all that, all the shadow banning and all the hate that we get, and all, you understand what I'm saying? Still building, y'all. And that's what they're never gonna be able to stop, because that's the genius of our ancestors. That's why we say we golden. That's why we, just manifestation of you guys' greatness, man. You know what I mean? And that's just what it's about, man. I don't look at it the way they see it, and that's their problem. They
Can I give you an
see
analogy, Chief?
Well, I'm just saying
example
though,
that you
right?
just made.
Travis Hunter, I give you a perfect example, right? Travis Hunter and Deion Sanders, and once again, shout out to Deion Sanders, man. I wish him nothing but more success. And a lot of people say, well, he's doing it with that thing, but he's inspiring so many people. You know what I'm saying? But that young man, Travis Hunter, could have said, you know what, man, I'm about to go get this more money over here. I'm about to go to Alabama or Florida State, where he was going to go. But he instead was conscious enough
and centered himself amongst
he was conscious
himself.
enough, right? Coming from where he coming from, right? He was conscious enough and said, you know what, I'm gonna do something else. He gained respect of so many other young men. Like you guys understand, other people outside of our community respect manhood, respect people that say, you know what, yeah, we love everybody, but I love my people. I love my community. I love my mama. I love my grandparents. And we don't want to be
And how is that not logical?
I don't understand that. I don't understand why nobody is and we could do it, and we can address people with class and with decorum and with dignity. And once again, wanting to understand what's going on. Because yeah, y'all can have it. We can throw all these taboos and all this conversation and all the negativity, the 3-year-old stuff and all that in the trash, man. You don't have to think like that. So if Harry Rosenburg is really not a dark person, then he should definitely come over and talk to the GOAT, talk to the community, and see what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? What he's talking about, if he's really,
but they are being
duplicitous
duplicitous when they keep saying, I'm smelling, that's what always interested me, with that hand that he put on his nose. I'm smelling something nefarious here to put a wedge between. First of all, you're not in my community. I
He said
most
that you
certainly
people.
am not in your community because I don't know people how many that are supposedly called black, Negro, colored, or African American. How many times have you interacted with a Jewish person that you were aware of until they identified themselves as Jewish? I'm quite certain that most of you thought you dealt with a white person, or what we've been told is a white person. Now, what flavor of white person is preferable to you? The Protestants that you constantly come across, some of which wear Klan hoods, some might burn crosses on your yards, or the upper crust Episcopalian white person that you know nothing about,
Right. Whoa,
like
whoa,
they were
whoa.
the most
Whoa.
powerful
Does
people.
religion change them up?
Well, no,
Cause
I'm just pointing out examples, my brother. But let me give you another example here for an analogy.
okay.
Do you know how many
Can we pull up Cohen real
millimeters?
fast?
Do
Because I
you
want to
know
ask you
how?
about this guy. Go ahead, brother. This is about what you're talking about. Go ahead, brother.
Do you know how much the thin layer of the epidermis is? How many less than millimeters? The entire epidermis of your body, where we claim to be caught up in colorism and skin pigmentation. But you do know, as an organ, the skin is the largest organ, right? You do know that. But the layer of it is the least important. And the pigmentation itself is even also irrelevant. But our entire system is based on the appearances external in a color, right? But what makes up the actual person is the genetic interior that makes you who you are, right? We don't have clear understanding of that, though it is driving what's going on, and it's really because we, the lost people, and I'm not talking about whether we're the lost tribes of Israel, I'm saying the lost in ignorance, suffering an identity crisis. Our journey is forcing. Remember the bullshit you heard out of Rob Noxious the past week or so? I know you heard it, G.
Yeah.
He's driven now to see something about himself differently. But aren't all people driven to do something from being around the brilliance and the genius of us so-called lowly niggas? Interesting, isn't it?
Absolutely.
But you were saying something about a Cohen or whatever, or coin?
Well, yeah, Israel Cohen, right? We were pulling him up, right? And he's identified as Anglo, Jewish Anglo, right?
But most of the surnames come to mind for us with Cohen, Goldberg, Weinstein, whatever, Epstein.
Right, but those names were just those names are business names, brother. You
they
know
are,
that.
and they're
Those
primarily
are
Germanic,
right.
aren't they?
Well,
German,
but
Polish.
they've been Latinized. They've been Latinized. See, once again, these are all new, you guys. These are late 19th, 20th century, you guys, and y'all got to understand that. Shout out to Lotus, man. Where is Lotus at? Y'all know Lotus going. I know he's somewhere sharpen the guillotine of, oh goddamn chief, I'm gonna kill everybody. Oh,
and when
God.
they become Cary Grant, Rock Hudson, Edward G. Robinson, when they become those names, what are they?
Well, yeah, and of course people change their names as the Rothschild, you know, all that. The Stewarts, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we could go back, if we go on and on and on and on. Usurpation that has happened throughout the thing. But the point is, right, in order for us to beat something, we have to identify it. We have to destroy this color caste system, because that hurts everybody. And anybody that wants to participate in that, that's easy to identify.
But wait a minute, though. When you have informed consent, now people are constantly operating out of ignorance. Now, I'm not giving them a pass. I'm just making an observation of fact. When you have been given propaganda and dogma, then how is it that you are operating?
From propaganda and dogma, from a
So none of your behavior can ever be in an other direction until appropriate information that brings you to informed consent. Here's the reason why I keep saying informed consent, because informed consent is the basis of fraud as a crime. Okay.
Right.
Us being given birth certificates, certainly we didn't have anything to do with that as a baby, the moment of birth. And our parents were coerced. If you had both of them there and both of their names on the document, that's just proof of how they have been criminalized. A driver's license, a social security card, all of these things are not being informed to people that are voluntary and are a misidentification of you, the individual. And you already know about the all capital letters and the straw man and all that kind of bullshit, right?
Right,
so,
but once again, though, who's behind all these documentations and stuff like that? We understand that, and all the. I mean, you guys, man. I mean, at this point, people talk about even the woke has been taken. Like, you know what I mean? Be like, oh, we have woke teachers now. What are they talking about? Woke? What are y'all talking about? Like, you understand what I'm saying? And they're not even talking about what. Like real knowledge.
If you're not dismantling what is already indoctrination, everything that is in the case, and you're talking to a school teacher's son, so I take this very personally. Okay. All K through 12. We started earlier. Birth of a Nation, History Written in Enlightened, Woodrow Wilson instituted the compulsory, the key word is compulsory, K through 12 public education system. Compulsory is against one's will, right? And we're turning our children now to even call it shit pre-K, some at the early age of 3 or 4 years of age. Turn to the system 8 to 10 hours a day, 10 to 12 years. And what are they at graduation from high school? Our ancestors were not third grade educated. Now, I'm saying third grade, meaning reading at a third grade level. Some of our great grandparents, and they owned businesses, hundreds of acres of land, had children in the dozens because they were operating off and in harmony with Mama Earth. And we calling them stupid today? And
Well, I mean, once again,
can't feed ourselves.
But don't you think that's a part of the
indoctrination? It's one word.
Yeah, that's
indoctrination.
Hey, you guys don't know nothing. Y'all got to go up here. Like Professor Smalls talked about that, leaving South Carolina, right, and then going to New York, coming a new nigga, going back to South Carolina, and now I want to sit in their theaters and sit in their things. And the elders telling them, why y'all doing that when we have our own things and all that type of stuff. And we understand that to be true, but disfranchisement, we have to talk about this word, disfranchisement, more often. Are we still being disfranchised in America? And if we're not, then we still think we are, and we're still operating from that mindset, because even when we're a majority, still seems to, like, even with the voting and all of those things.
But the terminology you use, starting with disenfranchisement.
So stop
starting with disenfranchisement is small letter C, citizen. Okay. And like AP, and I'm gonna give props where he did, because he came with a good spin on this. He says the only ships we were transported in was citizenship. Okay. And we were transported from sovereigns at birth to prisoners of war, and some are trying to say we are. That's why you see on my avatar contraband. Okay. Right. Because this citizenship has transported us from A to B, not overseas, not over here, over there. You know, I'm talking about those supposed, you know, the song America the Beautiful. Okay. Those waving rings of grain, those purple mountains, majesty. Huh? All across the fruited plains. Whose is that? I know it's mine. But do we? Really? Or we wants to be citizens.
So Elder, I need you to address this guy right here, brother.
The Zionists? Is that what you're popping up on screen here?
Well, we got something that he a quote from him, but it right here. This guy right here was born in 1879 and died in 1961. So he had a long, evil life. Right? Was
Absolutely.
an Anglo-Jewish Zionist leader. Anglo-Jewish.
Now,
Zionist
first, let's deal
leader.
with one
Talk
word
about
that people seem to ignore and overlook. Do you know
Talk
what
about
Zion is and what the city of Zion is?
Okay, can we start with the first one? Anglo.
Well, you
Then
already
we'll
know
but
Anglo,
we're gonna get into Zionism.
English,
You got it.
English. The Anglo-Saxon were the Celts, the melanated indigenous aboriginal people of that island we call England, Scotland, and Wales. Right?
Sportsman. Right, got you.
Right? I mean, I don't know. You can correct me at any time because I'm an ignorant Negro.
I will step right in. You do your thing, Elder. You got it.
Now back to Zion. Since you went from angle, now I'm gonna jump on Zion.
Yeah, A to Z. Yeah, you got it. Because we already discussed what Jewish is, right? So go to Zion.
So Zion, or the city of, is who? Because these same criminal motherfuckers claim they got his star. And do you even know where the Star of David came from? Now, the city of Zion is supposed to be where the temple is placed of Jerusalem, or Jerusalem, because there is no letter J in the Hebrew language, right? We seem to kind of overlook these things, these some simple things they call facts. You know, Ronald Wilson Reagan used to make his quote. There was only two things I took from him of any value: trust but verify, or facts are stubborn things. Okay? Now, man, been nothing else came out of this Hollyweird's mouth as a professional liar. They themselves call him B-level actor. Okay? But he was smarter than Trump, who they have called a reality star, right? A reality TV star?
Nah, I have to come in on that one, my brother.
So let's talk about Zion in the Matrix. You want to pull up that with our good brother Lawrence Fishburne and Morpheus? What was Zion? What was Zion in the Matrix?
Can we click on Zionist right there? Cut. Are we talking about Zionist? Okay, I'll read this while you do that. So Zionism is a nationalist movement that espouses. Let me blow this up a little bit. The establishment of and support for a homeland for the Jewish people centered in the area roughly corresponding to what is known in Jewish tradition as the land of Israel, which corresponds in other terms to the region of Palestine.
Okay, there's a lie right there. There's right there. Jewish land. Circle back to that. Reread that sentence.
Who's your boy right there to the right?
Tradition, Jewish tradition of something.
Jewish tradition as the land of Israel.
There is no land of Israel. And even as far as Palestine is concerned, it was referenced in scripture as Canaan. So where is this land they are talking about?
Well, it's interesting that, you say Canaan, and, some people say Canaan is Canada. And that's, maybe why the Pope makes pilgrimage into Canada, as well as.
But here's the thing, though, Chief. This is what's infuriating to me. When you call somebody out of their name, what is a bigger insult than that, than being called nigger?
I don't know.
When you call someone Cuddy, you're killing them.
Yeah.
Call me other than what my mama called me. What should be bloodshed?
Yeah.
You dirty blood clot? I mean, we play. This is a big game that's being played, brother. What's in a name? And we are letting these people disabuse us. Actual liars. Liars. And when you call them on, if you in quiet, respectable, without emotional, right? Professional manner of conducting oneself with these people. When you call them on it, they shut down. Who was the brother that froze on you earlier, Cuddy? What did they try to keep calling him out of his name? What happened with the judge when he said, "I'm an Aboriginal American Indian"? What happened, Cuddy?
Oh yeah, they are. It was crickets. They didn't know what to do. He said.
How is it we don't know how to conduct ourselves that way?
Because
we like people calling us out of our name.
Well, I mean, once again, it's just not knowing. You know what I mean? Not knowing, and that's the big part of it, that we have to have these type of conversations on and off. You know what I mean? To strategize, and now it's easy for us to reach a lot of people with this information.
Now let me give you that metaphor again for Zion. When you said Zion in Matrix with Morpheus, what was the city of Zion in the Matrix? It was underground in the bowels of Mama, and only natural born. Do you remember them? Do you remember Dozer? Dozer and Tank?
Oh yeah, the brothers.
Dozer and Tank. What did he tell you about himself?
I gotta remember.
Full-blooded, natural-born children of Zion. You see how these criminal lying motherfuckers put it in your face?
That went over my head.
Do you remember Cuddy?
I do remember that. I do remember that. Him and his little brother.
Because they had nothing. What did they not have? They didn't have no motherfucking connective tissue. They didn't have no plugs.
Yep.
So they didn't have to be unplugged from the Matrix, huh? Hello?
That's right.
Full blood, natural born, underground, subterranean, in the bowels of Mama Earth. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm just fucked up, okay? I'm a weird motherfucker. I can dig that sometimes. So which one is the true Zion? And by the way, the Jewish control of that story, stolen from Sophia Stewart, and took her about 15 years to go to the court system, their jurisdiction, their criminal lawyers and liars, and they had to acknowledge themselves that they were liars and thieves. That motherfucker turned himself into a woman, like Dave Chappelle laughed and joked about. When you think you finally catch these white supremacist motherfuckers, you think you're gonna catch them, you say, "Call me a girl, nigga." And so he was able to remix the resurrection in Matrix 4. I'm sorry, he, she, them. What is this pronoun shit these HDTV motherfuckers slapping us in the face with now, Cuddy?
Hey, so y'all got to check this guy right here, man. Like this guy right here. Y'all when it's gonna make sense, but you got to know a little bit of background of this guy, right? So it says he was born to Polish Jewish immigrants. Now, okay, so Poland, right? They're still a dramatic people. See, once again, if you look at Europe as a country, complete, and then those countries that they're calling countries as states because they're big as our states, then things will start making a little bit more sense. You can drive one country to another within an hour, 2 hours sometimes.
You can drive across Europe from New York down to the Carolinas.
Absolutely. And that's just a fact, you guys. So you got to understand that. So put that in perspective. So when we're talking about this guy right here, Polish Jewish immigrant in Manchester, right, England. So that means that he left Poland and he was born in Manchester, England, right, in 1879. Israel Cohen was educated at Manchester's Jews School, 1884 to 1892. Manchester's Grammar School, 1895, and then simultaneously at Jews College and University College London, where he received his BA. From 1895 on, Cohen became actively involved in the Zionist cause. Now keep in mind, in this time period, you don't have, Israel is not a place.
Yeah, but his name is Israel. You keep using that. His name is Israel. But go ahead, bro.
Right, and I think that, but it's not where it's over there now, right? Now, here's the key thing. Now, do we really think his name was Israel? Even Cohen? But like I said, they don't get into his parents and stuff like that because they would be like, okay, what is his mama name? What's his daddy name? Right? But anyway, I'm gonna keep going. I just think I'm fucked up too, brother. So I just be thinking crazy, right? So the Zionist cause. Upon reading an article in the Jewish Chronicle about those things that you talk about, the pogroms in Russia, right? In 1891, Cohen became interested in Jewish affairs and political matters. Following a speech given by Theodore Herzl, he was further inspired to join the ranks of the Zionist movement in 1896 and became a lifelong supporter of the Zionist movement upon the establishment of the World Zionist Organization.
Now, Chief, you just said he joined the Zionist movement in 1896, the year after the Dawes Room. You also made the statement around 1890 or 91, the pogroms of Russia, which would be the tail end of them being driven out across here, because you know how far away Spain is from the steppes and the Caucasus Mountains of Russia, right?
Yes. Okay. You feel something?
No, I was just pointing out the timeline you're talking about. Those pogroms were happening between probably the same time the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Because don't forget, some of these Sephardic Jews, or the Huguenots, or whatever you want to call them, were here doing the antebellum South as plantation owners. The larger and the most profitable plantations were owned by Sephardic Jews. And I yield.
So it says that upon the establishment of the World Zionist Organization at the first Zionist Congress in Meeche in August of 1897. Cohen wrote, what is that? I can't see you guys. What is that word? Let me pull this up a little bit. Prolifically on the subject of Zionism, anti-Semitism, and other areas of Jewish concern. Now, I just want to point out, right, that Edward Wilmot Blyden, which is called the father of Pan-Africanism, but he's never called himself a Pan-African. He called himself, well, he was trained by Zionists, but he said that Zionism was the model for Ethiopianism. So he didn't call it Pan-Africanism, he called it Ethiopianism, basically just describing dark people and things for people of color to model themselves after. Now, once again, we're going to historianism. We have to tell what's going on so we can frame it. So what's good, we take it. Hey, we need a Congress of our own that comes up with things for our people. That's right. You know what I'm saying? And that's just it, to protect the people, right? Because once again, we're getting into why he got into, once again, this right here. He wrote prolifically about the subject of Zionism, anti-Semitism, right? And we know that's a lot of things that a lot of people use, even when they're using evil intent or whatever, they hide behind anti-Semitism and other areas of Jewish concern. His first publication was an article that appeared in the Manchester Evening Chronicle in September 1897. This was followed by a short sketch that appeared in January 1890 1908 in the Jewish world. He subsequently wrote hundreds of newspaper articles and pamphlets for both Jewish and non-Jewish publications alike. Don't want to get into that right there. You guys see it. So, yeah, ain't really too much right there. I kind of want to get into. I want to get into that screenshot of what he said in 1912, because it's interesting, and we got to focus on that, because we can say whatever we want to say, but these organizations, they just morphed into organizations like the ADL, NAACP, Eugenics Society, Baptists, everybody, man. Like, I just don't, y'all can expect to check it, man. Real talk. And if I'm wrong, then show me. Don't tell me, show me. Show me some organizations that are not working within the system. We talk about the taxation. We talk about people not ghetto gallery.
Yeah, he was. Somebody said something about the ghetto was referred to Jewish communities, and there it is, a ghetto gallery in 1931, which is a book he wrote.
Right. I mean, we act like we need ghettos though in America. I don't think we do. I think we can clean up, we can do better. And why just suck the blood out of America? Like even just the concept of vampire movies or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Things that they produce, it's just a metaphor for that. Just really just taking, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, bro? And it's really, really crazy, man. Even to Planet of the Apes films and all this other stuff, bro. All the racist things that are pushed in school, even today, when we talk about this fake ass slavery. Oh, you guys are gonna be on the auction and all this other shit. Really? Okay. So that's how we're gonna do this? See, you feel me? So imagine somebody, say, you know, when we want to reenact some negative things that have happened to other people in history. There wasn't nobody like that. See what I'm saying? Even though I say it's fake, they're still pushing it. They're pushing it, and it's a psychological warfare that's been waged. And once again, these are the people that have done it, published it, promoting it, and continue to keep pushing these movies, pushing these things. You know what I'm saying? People. So they had a plan. They've been working their plan. This guy Cohen in 1912. I'll read this what he wrote, and it's just really interesting. Hey, Sister Betty, you've been waiting. Sister Betty, you still there?
Yeah, sister, I was
You've
just
been
about
chilling.
to say that.
What is happening? How you doing?
She over there got them donuts. I'm telling you, them chocolate
I'm
donuts.
still here. I had the mic muted.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you got the floor. How you doing? How you feeling about this rabbi? And you didn't really get to speak your piece on it because you was.
I want to.
Oh man! Oh, yesterday! Oh my God! You was Sanchez. You were murdered.
Oh yeah, she went in.
Hey, I was laughing so fucking hard. Oh God! Oh my God! I was like screaming, like, oh gee! Hey, it was so funny, man. My stomach was hurting. I promise. It was so funny. He was killing him, and then the brother was like, "Help us!" So salute to that brother, man. We definitely here to help, bro. We're not here to hurt, man. But Sister Betty definitely gave it to him, man. So sis, you got it. That shit was crazy.
I'm sitting here learning. I can't even talk. My voice is hoarse, so I'm listening. I was trying to listen to Ali Bamu. He said something quite interesting.
He be going there.
Yeah. But no, it's the Moors. I just get tired of them. And you know, I was really damaged by those Moors. I mean, not Moors, the Hebrews. The Hebrews, I couldn't. They're terrible, terrible, terrible group of people.
Well, can we just say this just for full disclaimer, right? That was just a particular group of people. Not all of them are the same people, and there's bad people and everything, you guys. So can you agree with that, Sister Betty?
Absolutely. There's good Hebrews and there's bad ones. That's true.
Okay, and we also do have brothers and sisters that identify as Aborigines, but they also, like Kyrie Irving, for instance, identify as religious, some religious, and he's a Muslim who's starting to realize that he's also a Hebrew Israelite because it's all the same stuff. He go, but wait a minute, I'm a Christian too. Wait a minute, this is all the same shit. It's just different translations, and you understand what I'm saying. So I mean, and I think a lot of times people take what you say, and you're passionate about it, and they take it, super literal. So is that you kind of understand what I'm saying about that though, as far as those particular people that you dealt with years ago? And a lot of people had some great experiences in church and mosque and temples, but some people had some negative experience like you had. But those were those particular people. So is that something fair to say, sis?
No, that's very fair to say. But with Muslims, I think outside of everything that I've been through, I think the Muslim faith is probably one of the ones that I feel the most respectful. I really don't have any issues with Muslim. I really don't. I think, with the Muslims, they really disciplined a lot of our brothers that was turning the wrong way. So I can't knock the Nation of Islam because they really did help and save a lot of our men and women. So I do have a lot of respect for Muslims. That's why you never hear me really talk about them because I respect Muslims. I do. Nation of Islam, I really do. I actually like them. They're very good.
Right, and here's the thing: some people have had negative experiences with people inside that, and then they say, well, then they will be the opposite of that. So we gotta, once again, it's about being able to, also, well, these guys have a good program going there. They're on corners, they're disciplined. How about if we had something that was about distributing not only information, right, but products and services. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you understand what I'm saying? Like the right and exact, like, you know what I mean? And guess what? Those brothers could be that vehicle to do that. But when we say, oh no, we you guys, blah, 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 you understand what I'm saying? And once again, everybody got some cleaning up to do, you guys.
Yeah, we all do.
That young man Kyrie said that, you know what I'm saying? They say, hey, we got some cleaning up to do. That's all generations. We got some cleaning up to do. And there's no disrespect to the older generations, but you can't. What Cut say this all the time? He gonna cheat the grave. Meaning, Cut. Do you want to say that? What you mean by that, Cut? I don't want to fuck it up for you.
My goal has been for last 10 years is to die empty. The richest place in the world, in my mind's eye, is the cemetery with all the things that have died and went on to the cemetery. I actually heard this from a brother who actually it was an African brother too. You know what I'm saying? And it's so true. So like him, my goal is to die empty and rob the cemetery. I don't want to take none of my gifts or any of my talents or any of that stuff with me to the grave. I want to die empty. I'm trying to rob the cemetery.
Or give yourself some gunshots and some bombs.
It's all good. For real.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, but no, the seriousness of it though, that's what it is. And a lot of times we've been like, like we talk like niggas gonna take that with them to the pearly gates and go give it to Jesus and or whatever. And once again, what Lex said that was interesting. And I say a broke clock is right twice a day. I think he's right about 2 times a day today, right? And when he said that, as far as the conditioning, though, the conditioning and how it's written and how it's implied is that these are the chosen people, right? And these are the people that you should worship. So when Jason Whitlock said what he said, you know what I'm saying? And he still told the truth, whatever, but that was kind of his disclaimer, like David Chappelle, to give him a little cover from being anti-Semitic by saying he served a Jewish king. So I always remember that question when I told you I was a little boy, and I was like, hey, if Jesus is a Jew, right here, says it right here, and you're telling us to be like Jesus, then why aren't we Jews? And they didn't have an answer for that. And you understand what I'm saying? They didn't have an answer for that. And for me, you know, as a logical little boy, I just say, well, that's some bullshit. I must be the devil. You know what I'm saying? And real talk. And that's the thing. It's always been to put us in, to be docile. And if you guys really, really think about it as mothers, you know what I'm saying? When you think about it as grandmothers, as you think about it, as children, as you know, as grandchildren going to these places or whatever, it's really about obedience and fear. It's not about you being God. It's like, you're going to be a little God. Even heard Professor Gift that I'm a big God. Like, that brother back there name is Big God. He got a big G. You know what I'm talking about? We don't play that over here. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. We you know, even you know, people used to be like, they didn't even, like, even my family didn't want to say his name. Like, it was just so much fear. But I always thought it was really interesting. Like, in our culture, we don't name nobody Jesus, right? But Jesus, Kanye, I think he was probably the only one that stepped out and did that, right? But we don't do that. But it's interesting. We'll talk to to a gardener or somebody that, you know, of Hispanic descent and say, hey, Seuss, what's up, buddy? You know what I mean? And don't see the correlation in that. Anthony, can you address that for us, brother? What is the fear that they instill in us, and in our culture really is really church, you guys. That's big. And then, of course, a lot of people do see what Sister Betty said, have a little bit more respect when it comes to and for us, more so the Nation of Islam and the brothers and sisters out on the East Coast, especially in the Philly area. Y'all know about Sunni Islam and all that type of stuff or whatever. So, but address the fear, my brother, because you come from it. Address the fear, brother. Address that, please, for us. You got it.
Well, as like when you stated, the fear in it, as far as the hell, going to hell, that nature and indoctrination, and also being put under the spell of the ghost, known as the gospel, that, you know, we can only achieve heaven by dying and being good, while others partake in things that belong to us, and even made it bad to even want to be self-sufficient or sustainable in life. That's why they also put in the scriptures, sell all your goods and take up your cross and be as Jesus. Just a lot of fear, and that's actually where it actually comes from. That's why we're stuck. We're stuck on the indoctrination when it comes to religion. And we have this fear of hell, which I have to say that was introduced into the New Testament and not even in the Old Testament, and how the Jews, the Jewish community, wrote themselves into the commandments. Because I've always tried to figure out, how did Moses speak of his own death if he was the first one to write the first 5 books of the Bible, also known as the Pentateuch. We got to let it go. And to build on what Alabama said, as far as he was speaking of Zion, the subterranean, what they call it, kicked out of heaven. Mother Earth.
Yeah, man, that hell thing is a big one, man. And you know, most people, once again, it's just a belief. And I know a lot of people that, you know, coming into enlightenment and stuff like that, that's one of the hardest things, is to get around that fear. You know, because they'd be like, yeah, you show us all these bones and you show us all this evidence, but there's old hell and the devil with a pitchfork. And once again, heaven and hell, or good and evil, is within, but it's about a conditioning. Like we're supposed to, we have been conditioned to exist in hell, or even a mind state of hell, and thinking that when we go, the by and by is gonna be better. Like, you understand what I'm saying? And all this worship of the dead, as opposed to talking about the living. And that's what our culture is about. It was about the living. That's all it was about. It was about the living. Anybody can take that, address that. We got Wisdom Show in the building. Wisdom Show, you got the floor, brother. Peace. Welcome.
Oh yeah, what's up, man? What's happening, panel? Chat, everybody out there. You know,
hey, my brother. Hey, yeah, I don't know if you caught the Harry Rosenburg stuff. We played it twice. Did you catch that? I just caught your voice. I know who you are now.
A slight part, not really. A slight part. Well, actually, I did hear, but I can't even recall what it was really saying. So just give me a synopsis in my mind to remember.
Well, where you stand on the whole anti-Semitism of Ye, as well as Kyrie. Just where's your take on that? And what we're doing? We found a rabbi, Harry Rosenburg, who disagrees with the ADL, and he said that they're working with evil forces. He separated himself in the Jewish community from Hollywood, right? And all the negative things that's going on. And he said that he's against negative culture, music that goes to our culture, right? So he just broke a lot of stuff down. Let me see some other things. He said, like, for instance, South Park has super negative things about Jewish people in there, and the ADL don't say nothing to them because Jewish people put that out. You know what I'm saying? Because a cartoon is saying it's a joke. Like, we played a cartoon earlier about Meechee and Taharka Bay robbing a liquor store, right? It's a spoof. You know, Meechee didn't rob a liquor store.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just address that, man. And I know we've had our differences on some stuff, whatever, but some things that far as our community, man, far as do you feel that we have any negative intent towards the Jewish community, for instance, or any community? What's your take on that, my brother?
I think it's all reverse psychology. That's what I think it is. First, that's off the bat. I think the whole thing is just a big game to lead towards an agenda. And we know that they say the agenda is to have one world religion, one world government, one world every damn thing. You know what I mean? So we know everything they do in the between time is to move towards that. And we do know they've been trying to start, like, so to speak, a race war or whatever, you know what I mean, between people, you know, and have a reason to actually change rules. You know what I mean? You had to, cause a problem, then solution, and so on and so forth. So I think that's like the major thing. And I think when it comes to anti-Semitism or whatever, they're not Semitic at all. When we talking about Jews, you know what I mean? Then we are talking about Jews in the sense before they created it to make themselves a people. Before then, the etymology of the word Jew is Judah. So we was to go with the biblical aspect of it. Everybody would say that Judah is a so-called black person. It was go with the fake story. And the people that was persecuted, so on and so forth. But there are people that were considered light-skinned Jews as well, like fair-skinned or whatever, and not until I would say the 1930s they hadn't actually been considered a part of the white society. You know what I mean? So they were actually equated with being black people. Them along with the Germans and the Irish.
Hold on. To be exact, brother, colored, right? Because that's why they started the NAACP. Are you familiar with that? Colored. So it was color, and I'm saying colored specifically because we know they're not Negroes, and it's another way how to infiltrate. Because you could be colored and be a part of a community, right? Through bloodline, right? Like you mixing with people, correct?
That's right.
Right. So we still say that mulattoes will still classify as being colored people. Everybody comfortable?
That's right.
Okay, you got it, brother.
You know, and so, like back in the 1930s and all that, like you just said, they threw in African American and all that type of stuff, or Black Americans, which didn't really coincide with us. But how I see it is that we were never a part of their system from the beginning. And what they did when they was able to finally make their way into white society, everything that was placed on them, became a part of our so-called culture because they grouped us all together. You know what I mean? And so they kind of left us hanging, even with Martin Luther King and all that. Well, that's what I think about it. So I think Kanye, if you look into who he's still actually working for, you know, it's nowhere around nowhere around the Jews. Seeing that he was linked up with Candace Owens and all that, and you check out their background, you already know that there's Jewish right-wing people supporting them. You know what I mean? That's a fact. So to me, it sounds like they're coming with the Nazi propaganda, so to speak. You know what I mean, that they were doing back in the days. You know, but it's for the purpose of giving Jews more political stance and power because Jews run the Congress and everything, so they have control over the law.
Yo, you know, you just sparked something. Do they call Fox News or anybody over there anti-Semitic?
Nope, not that I know of, and that's a Jewish-owned company.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it'd be really interesting, you guys. You know what I'm saying? The thing. I mean, but once again, it goes back to control, and I do understand controlled opposition as well because they're not calling Candace Owens or Parler. They'd be like right wing. I don't even think like.
See, that's what you go.
Yeah, that's what be really kind of interesting because they're calling people anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry, but I think you're looking for the Hegelian dialectic, not to get too many big words.
That is
for us simple-minded Negro Indians. But here's the thing, though: is Rupert Murdoch is a Jew? And see, we keep going down rabbit holes with this stuff.
Right, but is he though? Is he?
I'm just listen to me just for a second.
Or is he part of the dark forces?
According
that nigga's the emperor, the Sith Lord,
and the nation state of Israel that I just shared with you earlier, the recent prime minister reelected Benjamin Netanyahu intends to install the Talmud as the law of the Jewish state of Israel and their current right of return of the Jewish nation state of Israel. Your Jewishness is turned by your mother. Wait.
So you do learn this in Jewish school, right?
I don't know. I'm repeating some shit I heard.
Okay. Right. But I'm saying though, they understand this because they get this in.
You mean like we get it in Sunday school and Bible study? Absolutely. You mean like us good Christian Negroes?
Okay. So can we keep it real? Did we go to school with a lot of Jewish kids?
I don't know if they didn't tell you.
I didn't.
Unless you saw a yarmulke. How did you know? And with a Jewish girl, how did you? But anyway, let me not digress.
Well, because they playing football with us on Saturdays, baseball, baseball and shit on Saturdays. We, you know what I mean, niggas is.
As I keep qualifying what I say, Chief, I am repeating what I heard.
Well, no, but I mean, it would be a couple of kids maybe that people have heard of that would be in the class. I'm saying that they have their own schools. For a reason to continue,
and they call them synagogues. Now,
but not just the synagogues, but I'm just talking about the schools. And we just went through old boys' schools, so they just these schools though. My point being is though the cultural thing is still instilling ancient cultural ways and the things even into the young. Could that be a part of the actual problem, you guys? That
but again, remember this is their free. But this is not biblical nor Torah. This is Talmud. Do you feel you don't understand what I'm saying, Chief? Under Talmudic traditions. So
I just think it's all the same. I think
I got you, but I think you're missing the point I'm making.
Go ahead, bro.
The Torah, the Old Testament is different than the Talmud. Okay. If it was not, Benjamin Netanyahu would not pronounce that the Talmud shall become the law of the Jewish, I keep stressing, this is the quote from his mouth, the Jewish nation state of Israel. Under these Jewish traditions, again, I'm repeating what I heard, the Jewishness of a person is determined by their mother. You follow me now? You follow what I'm saying? So it is the womb of a woman, right? Now, what were we taught in our traditions of niggerism? In chattel slavery of antebellum South, What were we taught, and what is still being imposed today? That all nigger wenches give birth to slaves. Huh? Hello? Huh? Are you hearing me?
Well,
sound like a coinkadinky?
Can I address that though?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we all were slaves because we all come from a family, right? House of slaves. We all, until we got emancipated at 18. So we're just gonna debunk the whole slave narrative, the whole chattel thing and stuff like that.
Chief, I'm with you, hammer and tong, 100% on where you are putting your perspective. I am trying to stay on not just tradition, but what became law. You feel me? Law here in the Negro Act of 1740. Law here of the Black Codes. Law here of what we call Jim Crow. Okay? All of which was based on the supposed slave womb of our Aboriginal mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers. Do you understand what I'm saying? And under the law, they said a slave was born to a slave, and slaves give birth to slaves for perpetuity. Okay.
Well, but once again, though, I when you actually get into these conversations, it's just a conversation because they don't have original documents of some of these slave laws and stuff like that. First off, second off, once again, when we're talking, it means something in the context of all conversations. When it comes to the concept of slavery and an American Negro, the American Aborigine, the American Indian, that has been misclassified as Black Americans or African Americans, it's fake. Period. Across the board, we are the masters. We own this land, and
you get no disagreement from me, Chief. I am saying because we're talking two different sets of constructs. What I am saying.
Well, right, but in order to fight the construct, then we have to not only tell the specific construct, the exact construct, and taking back.
But we're on the same page with that, Chief. You and I in our current conversation. We're still wandering. Wandering in the wilderness.
It's not going to happen.
Some of us are wandering in the wilderness, and many of us are swimming in the ocean of ignorance. Okay.
Right, but back to this franchisement though, don't all the dates line up to when these people came here and how they started to usurp and change things and start misclassifying people? Because we talk about Plecker, talk about Sanger, we talk about all these organizations were all working to disfranchise us. Did this happen? So is this another source of restitution or reparation? Or things that we can get changed in real time, according to American law as well as international law, my brother?
Well, again, if we allow ourselves to keep being defined as either Black or African American, you know what that path will lead. To be only the thing that we truly are, the Aboriginal autochthonous people of this land, which falls under what is laid out. And if you heard him earlier, brother, that was the brother who froze out and was talking about he went to the court and referred to himself as an Aboriginal American Indian and shut the judge down. Now, the problem is not whether we call ourselves something that we already are, is being confident in what one already is. It's not what you call me, it's what I answer to. That's within. That's not without. And that's what the confusion, the conflict that we have here is people all around us and all of these groups of foreigners around us are all pulling at us. Now we have one of two things to do. We're still dealing with a bunch of parasites. And until they are extracted off of us, we cannot turn within and become well. Hopefully you understand what I'm describing here first. Secondly, all of these connotations, they are imposed on us by the same parasitic groups, nations, cultures, philosophies, and religions, none of which have a thing to do with us, but we're constantly attaching ourselves to them. That's part of this confusion. That's why we're the only group with multiple name changes. No other group of people in the history of the world have gone through the unique experience we continue to suffer under as a people. So we need to stop allowing people, like that comment he made earlier about connectivity between their community and our community, this riding our back shit. And that's how they've been able to use the Holocaust. They've also then flipped the script and claimed that they're the product of the 400 years of slavery of the supposed Jews, which there are no Jews in Egypt in the Old Testament. Those are not Jews. You feel me? But that constant banging that narrative sold amongst a Christian-minded slave mentality of Negroes, because that's what we have been steeped in. Not about whether it's true or not, Chief. I never will quarrel with you over that. It is what has become true. That's why you tell the big lie, as the propagandist Joseph Goebbels said proficiently in Nazi Germany. You tell the lie big enough and often enough that it becomes the truth. And that big lie is we're a nigger. Okay? That started us down this path. The American, Indian, Negro, colored, mulatto, black, African American, fill in the blank. That is indisputable. Now you have thick-headed niggas like Lex Vortex and others. You have ignorant people who argue over that. But that is of no benefit to us whatsoever. Anything that's continuing the chaos and the confusion is of no resolution. Until we get focused, and that's why I keep stressing simply, it is only one thing, it's identity crisis. Everything else you're talking about is symptomatic of the condition, but it is not addressing that your identity crisis has to be addressed first. It's just like our conversation earlier. Until the correct mentality is operating in a person, it matters not what their actions, their behaviors, or what it is they do. They will continue to act in a wrong fashion.
Say Alabama, I want to cut in right here, man. So like, with all that being spoken, bro, let's try to get to some goddamn it, some real answers then about something. Like, so maybe you can help me, because you said that's your goal, as you just got finished speaking, to help unconfused people if they're confused. I might have a look. I wouldn't necessarily say confusion, but I got a lot of data at one time, and I want to help see if y'all can help me kind of iron the shit out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been hearing a lot of people talking about the Jews and all this stuff. More importantly, the Sephardic Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews. So when I look into Ashkenazi, I understand that only means, the word Ashkenazi only means German. And Sephardic only means Spain. Okay. So with that being said, so that's a German Jew and a Spanish Jew when we're talking about these two Jews. So we understand with the so-called Moorish history and all that type of stuff, people was kicked out of Spain and shit like that, Sephardic Jews or whatever. A lot of them came over here, settled in South Carolina, all these places or whatever, right? Because they was against the church or whatever. So then you got the Germanic Jews that were supposedly fucked over by Hitler and so on and so forth, and all other kind of stuff going on in the land of Judea and all these places. So, but we're just talking about Germans and Spanish people. Okay. So to me, that knocks out a lot of gray area right then in itself, as far as like connecting all this stuff together. When we talk about the pilgrims, and we talk about the colonies that were set up first, you know what I mean, before the English actually came, knowing that there was a Catholic Jewish, it was the Catholic Jews against the Catholic Jews against the fucking
I think you mean the Jesuits, but go ahead.
No, I mean Catholic Jews, and they were beefing with goddamn. I don't want to say Sephardic Jews, the Protestants. Not goddamn is another name, but I can't remember that part right now. Okay, but then when we talk about the word ghetto, knowing that the word, I'm kind of like going everywhere right now, but still kind of consistent to what I'm saying as far as like the data I was talking about. Y'all just kind of help put all the shit together, which I know my own ideas. I just want to see what y'all think. Okay, with the word ghetto, the word ghetto is dealing with Jewish settlements. That's where it comes from. So when we talk about the ghettos of the world, and thinking about how they running the propaganda and all that type of stuff right now. And they got us calling out, said, man, you ghetto, stuff like that. All that's their stuff that they have like infused into what you would call our culture that they have placed on us type thing, knowing they was running hand in hand with us and all that type of stuff. Okay. And then with the word, you know, when I guess I didn't look this far to see if they were matching this up with the same thing that I was looking into, but they were talking about when the so-called natives, the nativists were clicked up together to keep the so-called other immigrants that kept coming in out. And so they called themselves nativists. And then when you look into what nativists are and all that type of stuff, then they talk about native born. And then it leads you to understanding that a native is also synonymous with the word aboriginal and indigenous and another word they said. So I was like, okay, boom. Then they just talk about people that's born here. So that kind of like knock a lot of that out as far as like, well, where you're from, are you aboriginal or not, and all this type of shit. You consider a native, just off the back, you are. Okay. And then with the word ethnic, right? When you get into the etymology of the word ethnic, it tells you that a person that is non-Christian or Jew. So in order to be an ethnicity or whatever, they're saying a person that's not Jewish or Christian. And this is synonymous with the word nation. So to be a nation is to say that you are a non-Christian, a non-Jew, and this can cause you to be considered a heathen or pagan. All this is in the etymology. So it's like, what the fuck going on? So we said nation, they basically look at nations, all the other nations, as pagans and heathens, no matter unless you're Christian or Jew. So to me, that kind of go into why a lot of our people are of the Christian faith and all that type of stuff, or Catholics and shit like that, because that was to consider them to be so-called civil. But I don't know, man. I think I need to just pause, let y'all get in if y'all want to get in, because, you know, I got a couple more things I could say. I guess I go ahead and say it, because I'm sure y'all say something y'all want to. Now we talk about the Hebrews, right? So over in Scotland or whatever, they got an area called Hebrides. So to me, I was like, I'll be damned. If they call them the Hebrides, it's actually who they call them the Hebrews. You know what I mean? That's just my own thought. I hadn't found anything to coincide that thought. But I was like, I guarantee that's probably what's going on, especially knowing the history of the so-called Britain over there and stuff like that, knowing it was named something else and saying it was the tribe of Dan. And I heard when y'all mentioned about Dan, which was Denmark and Danaboo and all other kind of shit. You know what I mean? Then you had the Cape Breton over here and shit like that, you know, New Scotland, Nova Scotia, you know, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? To show the interlinking between these people. But, you know, I guess I just pause right there, man. So I don't know if I said anything that y'all could probably, you know, catch on and build off of anything that I said, you know, like the Ashkenazi, Sephardic, all that shit, and what it actually means, and how it connects to y'all.
Okay, well, I was just trying to figure out where you wanted me to go with it. But here's the thing. And some people, and it's not necessarily to correct you, some people refer to it as the Hebrew days. So whether it's called the Hebrew days, the Hebrews, the Hebrides, doesn't really matter. You know, all these languages and words that we're using, as I said earlier, is external to us. The irony of it is, Wisdom Show, it has nothing to do with us, but at the same time, it is all about us. I don't know if you understand what I mean by that, but it's just an ironic twist. When a person is a thief going to ever admit what they stole and who they stole it from? And if you deceived a person that you've taken what is theirs and you've turned back, and the reason why I'm going this way is because is that not hip hop and rap right now as we speak? What culture of the world, from any nation state over the planet, of anywhere on this globe or Mother Earth, is being sold and packaged to other nation states across the globe? Name me one. One culture, one language, one music, one fashion. Yes, being packaged, commercialized, and sold to every other nation, group, people, culture is being sold.
Yeah.
commercialized.
That's right.
Well, then tell me what culture is that's being actually sold?
Everyone,
other than hip hop and rap, which is, by the way, $1 billion global industry.
Listen, man.
Tell me what
Hey,
other
man,
culture
listen,
is sold
you
like
asked
that.
a question, you know what I'm saying? Hey,
Mm-hmm.
you got to understand that you ain't got all the answers, bro. You know, and then your answer could be right, and a person can build on what you're saying sometimes. If a person don't agree with exactly what you're saying, don't mean that, come on, man, you got to stop doing that. I notice you do that a lot.
Doing what? All I was asking was, show me an example. I'm still waiting for it. So then we could talk about what your example might be.
Okay. But where I'm going with it, though, is that we know it's called international commerce. You know, import, export, all that. You know, we talk about commerce. So everybody exchange different ideas and all that type of stuff all the time, cultures and everything. Everywhere you go in the world, you will see other cultures being practiced. You know what I mean? So it's not one size fit all. Just like when you in Egypt, there was a part of Egypt where they practiced Roman shit at, or Greek stuff at, or whatever. Just like here in America, you know what I mean? We got Jewish people going to their own Jewish schools, doing their own Jewish thing. Other religions doing their own thing, rocking how they rock.
Maybe you're missing what I'm asking you, Wisdom. That is not sold to another culture for their profit. No, hold on, because I want to stay on one point. Just one point for a moment.
I heard you.
The trade that you were talking about, international trade, is usually goods and services.
Why you necessarily
not
have
culture?
To do that? Alabama. It's more than one man on the panel, bro. I heard you. Okay. So again, I answered you right off the back. I said that in every place that you are at, every country, so on and so forth, right? I said people trade with each other all the time in international trade. And then I went on to give examples by what I meant. Like, for example, in America, you have different cultures that doing different things. They got their own different food. How are they getting these things, Mr. Alabama? They are getting them imported or exporting things to different places. Like you got Africans here in Nigeria. They are exporting things to people in Nigeria. They are exporting things out to them here. So even though I do understand the point you're trying to allude to, saying that American pop culture, Black American pop culture, as they would call it, is the most, I would say, culturally. I wouldn't never necessarily say all that. You know what I mean? Contrary to popular belief, not everybody in the world wants to be American culture. No, they might participate in, they might listen to the music, they may patronize our culture, but they don't necessarily want to be our culture, because our culture is about killing, robbing, stealing, and all that type of stuff, as the Jewish people have done so well to propagate. You know what I mean? So no one actually wants to be us. And then when you talk about the Talmud and stuff you keep talking about, it's a very strong principle that they highly hold to, and that's the Hermetic curse. So we get into the Hermetic curse, where they think that Black people are cursed, and it's God's will for them to rule over us and all that type of stuff. So that's the reason why they are actually running over us, and why the Talmud is so detrimental to us, which is very compatible to the Old Testament, which they call the first 5 books of Moses, which is the same thing, which they follow Abraham, which they took over Jerusalem, and you would say around the Third Crusade or whatnot, during that time when the North Africa was called Roman North Africa, Roman North Africa, or some shit like that, which people don't talk about much, like the Pan-Africans and all them. So, but it's a lot of things going on, my brother. You know what I mean? So, like, my thing is that we could talk about all this knowledge stuff all day long, but I think that we need to bring the pieces together to where people can understand it as a big picture, so they won't hit us with Sephardic and motherfuckers that say Sephardic Jews or Protestants, and they don't really know. We talking about Spanish motherfuckers. This is what we talking about. Instead of then when we talk about the Spanish was running this and the Spanish was running that, we ain't connecting it to these motherfucking Jews we talking about. Or we talking about, hey man, the Germans was over here, they were kicking that propaganda and they were doing that. We not knowing that these goddamn Germans, and the Germans were the people from the Netherlands, and the Netherlands are the Dutch motherfuckers, and they Germans. They the same motherfucking people. So that's kind of where I come in at, try to be like, okay, man, we talk about all these different ass pieces, but let's put this shit into a pot, like they put our ass into a pot called black, and they put themselves into a pot called white. You know what I mean? But they got us in history having them separated like they are. You know what I mean? But they don't. And the problem is we fighting trying to separate our blackness from the rest of the black. Like, look, man, y'all niggas African black, we American goddamn black, them Indian blacks. But goddamn, at the end of the day, we all black around this bitch, and we all getting our ass kicked together. You see what I'm saying? And so
wait. Can you give us an example of other people outside coming here fighting with us, brother?
Oh no, I'm not saying like physically getting our ass kicked. You know
No, not even physically. Are you just is there a group of them that you can name that are even speaking up for our people, brother?
They are speaking up for our people?
Yeah, because remember when they got so much to say about our lineage and what we got going on. They all on Tariq's line about FBA, but they're not talking about this right here, when essentially people are talking about, oh, my bad, that's not their culture. Oh, they know that was brought there, right? They know that the Hebrewism and all that stuff is new in on the continent of Africa. My bad. Oops.
They don't know that.
It's not ancient. It's not their culture. They don't know nothing about sphinxes and all that type of stuff. They don't know nothing about Jesus until they just brought it there on missionary things, which is kind of crazy when you talk about that, right? But back to this, right? When we talk about did any of these people came here speaking out for us, brother?
Did any of those people come out speaking for us?
Yeah.
Not in particular, right?
Okay. Wait. With that being said, though, do we speak out for them? Do you have an example of us speaking out for people outside of us and fighting for them, brother?
Yeah, but we had our own interests too, though. You know.
Have we ever fought for so-called Jewish people, brother?
Yeah, we fought with them. We fought aside with them, along with them. Yeah.
No. See, that's not what I said.
Yeah, I know. That's why I answered.
You feel me? So nobody stepped up for us, but we step up and speak out and do all these things for these people. And nobody did this for us. Nobody extends the law of peace to us, right? Of peace and friendship and honor and respect. No. These guys want to pull up some other things. No, but I'm just saying though, you gotta understand that if we have uncovered there's no more conspiracy, they're doing it. There's eugenics. They're trying to kill us all in all ways, even paper genocide. And even you realize there's a conspiracy, right? So that's in the education system. And they also told us that we're not from here. This is not our land. And why would that be important, brother, for us to be alienated from our land? Why would you think that would be important for them to teach us that? Why do you think that is?
So they
there you go.
Yeah.
And then they took our land, brother, and then and built tremendous generational wealth off of it.
Okay.
And it made us believe that we're supposed to be in squander, or even have a squander mindset. We have billionaires that still think they poor. Shit's crazy. Go ahead, brother.
Right now, please trust me, bro. I understand your plight. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I hope my contrary, seem to be contrary thought about it. You know what I mean? Won't make you think that I'm not
at all, brother.
On people's side. You see what I'm saying? All right.
I see you searching. Go ahead, brother.
Right. See, because I see that I understand what everybody's saying. It's like they did this, they did that, right? And I want you to notice, in everything that you were saying, you didn't really directly identify who actually did and done what, right? And I know you wise enough to know before anything was said about anything, we already had our thing going and how we was running it. We already had our own district, our own region, our own governments, our own everything already set and moving, right? So I think the problem is when it comes to most people, that like I said, getting back to the big picture again and really try to see what the hell going on. To me, how I look at things, right? I'd be like, okay, I look at it from that same aspect of they came over here, they took this, they did that, but I don't 100% believe that. I think that we fell on not knowing how civics work, not knowing how a city is actually structured and how it goes. And because of, like you said, because of the modern education and all that type of stuff that we have now today, that is designed to perpetuate all these things ever since the Walter Pleckers and all these type of people. But before then, we were in servitude or so-called enslaved, which is different from being an actual chattel slave, but from being enslaved through the so-called legal system that we all at one time understood to be like each person's own jurisdiction according to how they run whatever organization they're a part of. When we began to create our churches and things like that, understanding that was the central, so-called central bank, so to speak. You know what I mean? The welfare of everyone in our district or region, and knowing that we were in trade with everyone else, in which we understood contract law and all this type of stuff that they would call Moorish science and stuff like that. Those fundamental things are the things that we lost understanding of. You know what I mean? So especially when we talk about the so-called Sephardic Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews and all these motherfuckers, when they start coming over here by the boatloads, encroaching on land that was already so-called settled by immigrants already, which we would call the 1492 people and all these people, the St. Augustines and so on and so forth, that they tell us about, right? These places already had their own thing. So now you had the English coming in,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, bro. Hold on, brother.
Yes.
So who the immigrants? What's going on, brother?
So I said, who are the immigrants?
Yeah.
Well, I said according to the story, right? That they say
you said who the 1492 people, and then St. Augustine is like 1520s or something.
I was relating those folks with when I said about the St. Augustine and stuff like that. I was trying to keep that in correlation with the so-called Sephardic Jews that was ran out of Spain. And so I was keeping in coalition that, that they was enemies of the people that came later that was really like fucking over the people that was already here.
Okay, what I mean? So hold on. Gotcha. So Joe, there's no such thing as Sephardic Jews in 1500s. Are we cool with that?
I guess I could be cool with that, but according to history.
Hold on. So then I need you to give me another name then. If you can't,
I already said
then I need some evidence of this thing, because once again we found out that they have created stories.
Walk with me though, Chief, because I can go far.
I got to, because once again that don't really matter about you. It was people here though before.
Trust me, Chief.
1492.
You don't have to break your brain cells on this, bro.
Okay,
trust
trying to work with you.
I can go farther back with you than that. Then if that's what you would like me to do.
Absolutely.
Right? But
please
because the common modern understanding, right, is people who would say the so-called Sephardic Jews are the ones that were sent out of Spain.
No, but I would be able, if I had a modern name for some people, I would be able to tell you the ancient name in 1500s when they existed.
I can. That's what I'm telling you.
Right, and they can't either. You want to know why they can't? I tell you, you can't because they can, but they can't though, brother. Oh no, you can. Go ahead.
Yes, I can. There was the land of Brittany. You know what I mean? During that time, before it's called Spain and France. Right now, today, you know what I mean? That land was called Brittany.
Okay, so in what year? 1492. What is called Spain and right now, right? I've been in France.
In Portugal.
In Portugal, it's called Brittany.
Yes, sir.
Everybody good? Okay, so and that comes from what, brother?
And all that come from, if you had to go further back, that would be the so-called Celtics and all of them, people like that, people from what you would call North Africa. And then you had to go from that. That'd be the people that was already in the eastern part of America or whatever their establishments that went over there and settled what you would call now.
Right now in now like in 800 are the Moors or not. I won't say Moors are the Mohammedans or the no, because once again you said we're going back further than 1492, and they wasn't supposed to be pushed out to 1491. So I'm trying to figure out where are they at during this time period? What you're talking about in Europe, brother?
What time period in Europe?
Well, you're calling Britannia, right?
Uh-huh.
Essentially, how is that Britannia during the time of the Moors or the Mohammedans or the I can't. You guys like these words.
I think I know where you're
I hate
going
to
with
use
it.
words that
I know what you
didn't
mean.
exist at that time. I'm trying to come up with
Let me
more of
answer
a
for you. I know what you mean. Because during that time, we
the
thought of
barbers,
Britannia, they
the
went.
barbarians, the Berbers. Yeah, that's still not a good one either. Go ahead, brother.
But yeah, I get where you're going. Because I already know during that time they wasn't calling those people Moors and stuff like that anyway. You see what I'm saying? So I know what you're saying about that, right? So if I would say what they would actually call, and don't actually quote me on it, but I'm gonna give you some answers so you know that I'm in the ballpark figure, which I know what you're trying to say, right? Is that these people were people that's come from so-called North Africa, where you talk about Mauritania, well, everything that's called basically like Roman Africa. Yeah, so it's basically like South Europe.
Are they originally
and
from
North
there?
Africa? No,
or did they come with the Moors?
See, now when you say they come with the Moors, those will be considered
711.
Those would be considered all the same people. Because you know, Moors was just a word just to say they were black. That's it. That's all Moors actually meant.
But we know that the people was already in 710. They were already melanated
listen,
people.
Chief. If you want me to get always technical with it, I would call these people the Phoenicians, or what they would call Phoenicians, or what they would call the Canaanites, or the Moabites and the Hittites.
Why they wouldn't be called
Britons?
Why they wouldn't be called the Britons though?
But they can't.
They
They had.
Britannia.
They had. That was later though. That's what I'm saying. Yes, they are the same people though. Is what I'm saying. But they changed the name. You okay? People would say Britons, or I would say the people from Britain, or I would say Moors, or Canaanites, or Phoenicians. When you separate it, people would think you're talking about different things, and that's what I'm saying. Why
so they said they didn't kick them out to the end of. They didn't kick niggas out of Europe until the 1400s, right?
Right, that they say. And of course, everybody ain't go because like the one converted was the one that decided to convert was allowed to stay. It was just like they didn't. If you didn't want to go up under the Roman rule or whoever conquered their ass, you didn't want to follow their laws, get down and lay down to what they talking about. You can move around and go on where you've been going. How they kind of did here in America with us, you know what I mean? As far as like, hey man, get down and lay down. You gonna rock with this? Yeah.
But even with that concept, right, Rome. Like we know that's like a new term, right? I know guys we all over the place with this, but I gotta say it, right? Like when we're having these discussions, we have to have them from a position of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, we're sitting around having a conversation about sports, we're going to be writing exact when we're talking about statistics or whatever. We're going to be breaking the statistics. I feel like that should be the same thing when we're building on history, especially because our people have been indoctrinated for things that empower somebody else. Because I see it all the time. You know, people be talking great or whatever, and then they'll turn around and be like, well, we were buck broken because we came off the slave boat and blah, blah, all this other shit. And it just goes wrong with a narrative that it just it empowers the whole narrative, the whole system, and it takes away from all the power that we're saying. Because once again, even when we're talking about, you know, identifying ourselves as blacks, it puts us at the bottom of the system. And
so what you're saying about the Rome part? Are you referring to Romans to be the Etruscans, right, or something like that?
Well, I'm just talking about just the whole Roman Empire mindset is all fake. It's fake. It's not real.
So why? Let me ask you a quick couple questions then. See what your head at, Chief. Right?
Yeah.
Because like I say, it all depends on where you're trying to go with me. Because I can hit you on every level of information you're saying. But okay, but for you to say it's fake, right? Okay. We know it's a truth and it's a fake, like you're saying, right? And then we know there is also, I guess I should say, two truths and two fakes, I guess. We know there's a truth that majority believe there could be a lie and it could be a truth. Because, hey, majority of people believe this nigga, so it's the truth, bro. You know what I mean? You over there by yourself.
Write it down. Yeah.
Right type thing, right?
And people agree.
So now follow what I'm saying. Follow my logic behind the example I just gave, right? So now when you tell a person, let us say an educated person, right? A so-called educated person, like the people you like to talk to, that know history, they would say they know history and everything. Of course, they would know there is a Rome to them. It is a Rome, regardless. So now for you to just come out the back and just say, hey man, that Roman shit is fake. Okay, now the question that I'm gonna have to give you, if I'm a scholar, right, that know it's a Rome to me, and know that you don't have an education, right? So I'm automatically be like, you got to be dumb as fuck, right? So here's my line of questioning. Why would you say that Rome is fake?
Well, we're talking about this. The narrative that they paint is Rome is this massive thing that just conquered the world. Is that what you're saying?
I asked you, why do you say it's fake? So yes, that's the Rome I'm talking about. The one that conquered the world, the Roman Empire, the one
I know that they write literature. I got you. I know that they write mythology and literature and which has turned into history for them, brother. That puts them into power. You understand what I'm saying?
I guess I'm asking you this right here.
I don't agree with
Is there not
nothing.
a thing right now called the Roman Empire or Roman Catholic Church?
It is.
Okay.
What does that matter to you?
Hey, you telling me it's fake, right, Chief?
No. I'm just saying the Vatican is there, but the Vatican hasn't always been there, has it?
I'm saying you telling me it's fake, right?
Wait. Do you know how old the Vatican City is, brother?
Hey, I would love you to answer all those questions for me, but I'm just
saying. Right. Do you know how old Rome is in Rome, brother?
I'm asking. Is it real or
not?
not?
What about Italy? Right, but I'm just saying though. So when you say that, then that means that
I don't think you're helping a smart person.
If that didn't exist,
it sounds like you're running from logic.
No. I'm not running, brother. I'm trying to get you to logic. If people in that time period that they're saying existed, what 1,000 or 100, 200, right? AD, something like that. Mm-hmm. You understand that time period, right? Would they have called themselves? I don't know, sure. Did Rome exist at that time period, brother?
I don't know for sure. I know it's a one.
Well, no, you should know it didn't though. Before you had this conversation, I know, but you said I'm uneducated. I got you. You said I'm uneducated, so I'm educating you or something right now.
No, hold on. That ain't what I literally was saying, Chief. I'm not calling you uneducated. And remember now, I'm speaking hypothetically.
Go
I'm
ahead.
speaking hypothetically as a person that that I don't have a degree, right? That if I did have a degree, right, in history. I'm just simply asking you questions to see why you think what you think. That's all I'm saying, Chief.
That's what I know. I don't only say what I know.
Okay, then. Well, what you know then, not what you think, what you know.
Right.
Okay.
So going back to logic. Let's get back to logic.
Okay, yes, please.
200 AD, 400 AD, right?
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I'm telling you, Rome didn't exist then.
Okay, cool. And I know I'll have a problem with that being the case. Okay, so that still don't take away from what I'm asking, right?
Okay,
when it comes to that, when you say Rome is fake, we know all things have a certain time to where it was this, it is now it's something else, right? At one point, we didn't have a so-called United States of America with all the different little states and so that we had our own thing going on. So we know things changed. We know that, right? So now that still don't answer the question as far as like why you think Rome do not exist and it's fake, because right now, right, we follow history back, I guess at least 100 years. We can see that it is a such thing called Rome. You got these different so-called Roman people, so on and so forth. So I'm just asking, like, can you tell me why you think that's not real? That's it. That's all I'm really asking.
Are you familiar with mythology?
Yes.
Okay. Do you not understand that they have mixed their history into mythology into their history, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So so sometimes logic doesn't. Once again, Rome didn't exist. Therefore, nobody would have called themselves Romans at that time. Correct?
Okay. Well, they had called themselves
right there. Then I would just, when I said that Romans didn't exist at the time, whatever, and that concept is fake. So then now we got to start analyzing the storyline, right? That a little place like this right here, right at that time period, you have to go really into history and what science says what was going on at that time, and start cross-referencing other things, what was going on in that time, and who was there at that time, and what was like what was the crop there, and what was the trade going on, and you understand what I'm saying? Like,
so what
once
was
again,
going on, Chief?
See, brother, once again, we get into the establishment of what was going on there, and just letting your brain wrap around the storyline that they tell. that they had these great armies and they went and conquered all these people all over the world, but they need resources for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So where do they get the resources to do this? Where to build the boats? And then when you got there, right, you had to show the evidence of it. Once again, not stories, but evidence. Like, so if this happened, then why didn't this happen? Why didn't you have control of these areas that are right across 9 miles from you until the 1900s? Because you say that niggas got pushed out in the 100s and stuff, but you still had the Barbary slavery going on until the 1900s, brother. So they have to explain it. They got to explain a lot of the things so once again, we're talking about writing concepts and narratives back in history. Because once again, there's a people who have figured out how to do that, how to rewrite history.
Okay.
So people say, well, Jesus didn't exist in the 1600s. That means that Jay didn't exist in the 1600s, right? Well, what was King James' name, bro? And the reason why all this is relevant, because once again, he's the king that's supposed to commission the Bible in 1611 or whatever, right? So what was his name? And the reason why I'm saying this to you, because I'm going to break all this down, this is 1600. So we're not even talking about what has been changed 700 years before that. We're talking about 1600s, right? 800 years, 1,200 years before that, essentially, right? So if they could change it, what was King James, right? What is his name? Because somebody tell me if Jesus didn't exist, Jay didn't exist, what's that nigga's name?
Okay, let me ask you this then, Chief.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like you said King, because now first of all, even though I heard your explanation, I know you don't give a damn, but that's still about how the Roman thing don't exist and all that because it wasn't at a certain time and all that stuff. And
what's your proof that it exists?
That still ain't gonna fly, huh?
I got you. What's your proof it existed? That was my other question. That was a question I wanted to ask you.
Yeah,
what's your proof? But once again, you made the claim.
I mean, it can't be my actual proof, though.
Rome didn't exist, huh?
It can't be my actual proof because I've never been over there. But if I had to say what my proof would be, right, according to the average person, it would be that we know there is a Roman Catholic Church and all this type of stuff, and that they got what so-called Buckingham over there and shit, and their history go back so far, so on and so forth, and then you follow it back enough, we know that they got it from the so-called Etruscans, and they basically sit on top of their shit, to get the Hannibal Wars and all this type of stuff going on. So we know the so-called history of what was going on during that time. So that's why I would say it would exist.
What's the percentage of pale skinned people on the planet right now? Is it under 10%?
Don't start me lying, brother.
All right, so 1,000 years.
For it.
I got you. So further we go back in time, it's less of them, correct?
Right.
So would it make sense for these people to be oppressing the more dominant people around the planet, brother, without guns, tanks, and airplanes and stuff?
Now,
so if I write that into history, right, I can whitewash history and make Mel Gibson them, pale skinned people, and I can do all these things. I can equate mythology into shit that doesn't matter, right? Because even in the 1700s, right, when we ask pale Europeans what's their relations to the Revolutionary War as Germans, Americans, right? What's their relation to us here in the Revolutionary War?
Now, Meechee,
what were they doing in Germany in the 1700s? This is the late 1700s.
Now,
when this country was forming here, what were they doing in Germany in the 1700s?
See
what I'm saying?
Now with me, now we were having a discussion about the pale part.
What's King James' name, though, bro? Do you know that?
Hold up. I'm of the belief of that the so-called Europe and all that was so-called dark people, that it wasn't pale people. So when I'm talking about anything in Europe or what they're doing in ancient time, I'm talking about melanated people, from the Celtics to the Britons to the British, all of those so-called dark people. You know what I mean? That I understand white people, so-called white people, or pale people to be albinos, and it's just because they're a mutation of Negro people. And I think the reason why they was populated the way they were populated, because according to the Bible that everybody over there believe in, they so-called had people considered them to have leprosy, and so they put them in their own little colonies to themselves. I guess they would call ghettos or whatever, but you know, they was put by themselves, and I think that's how they.
Hey, bro, I want to address that too. Hey, bro, did they have poor slums before the ghettos and the World War II?
I can imagine they did, but the
Right.
word
So
ghetto.
yeah. See,
I'm
that's
not
what
talking
I'm saying.
about slum though. I'm talking about ghetto.
Poor villages. I mean, we even ghetto. Like once again, even when we talk about what is considered the ghetto now, it wasn't the ghetto when it first was created. So it was turned into the ghetto. So ghetto mentality. See, once again, that's the concept of trans. Hold on, brother.
Oh, go ahead.
We're having if we think about it, right, it's a pie. And I ask you, like, you know, what's affecting our people in that pie, and psychological is a part of the pie. How much of the pie will be psychological, brother?
I say 95% of it.
And that's a big part of it, brother. So that's why I wanted to deal with the psychological part of it. You dig what I'm saying? Because that's a big part of our problem is the psychological part of it.
That's what I think I'm. Well,
you see how quick you answer that? 95%. Think about it. It's that simple. And so words matter. And so why wouldn't they push concepts like, you know, king this and king that, and king this and king that, right? Roman this and
why would you say
empire this and y'all had to be under this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And y'all got conquered by these people and y'all got colonized. I don't believe none of that. None. Zero. Absolutely none. It's all fake. People are like, how you don't know that, Chief? Or I do a little bit more research than everybody else. And I also let's go a little, you know, I study the different things and, you know, different languages and, you know, travel. A lot of people say, you guys don't be traveling. Well, I've been to Rome. You know what I'm saying? And so once again, people say stuff, but they don't understand that. And once again, it's about interpreting the data, the scientific data, and without being indoctrinated with them saying, oh, well, this right here, we found this here, and this must be from their perspective. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is something 40,000 years ago it was found in France. Oh, well, it was France, that's Europe. Well, but no matter what they say, you know what I'm saying, it's still because they have indoctrinated us to believe certain things. It's cognitive dissonance is crazy at this point. Can you agree with that though, bro? Like when we talk about cognitive dissonance, how the psychological pie that we dealing with.
Oh, that's fact.
That right? You know what I'm saying? And so words in that thing, black, African. When Africans do not consider themselves African Americans, even after they naturalized to be Americans, they be like, no, I'm Nigerian American, or this American, that American, that American. And even if they're born here, they still and never been to Liberia or Togo or Nigeria, whatever, they'll still be like, well, I'm Nigerian American or Liberian American, right?
See,
they're not gonna sit back and identify with us still and say, well, I'm African American, while still trying to tell us we one of them. That's crazy.
But check this
That's
out,
crazy.
Check this out though. Like how you say, like the cognitive dissonance and all that, right? And you know that's all based upon because of something that you've been taught for so long that you believe to be true, and that you don't have enough evidence to change that thought about it. You know what I mean? Even though the evidence that's presented may seem to be straight up contradictory and right compared to what you're saying, right? And so that's what I was saying about how I was kind of trying to do you to see, you know, if you can do it. But I think it's all about how you give the people the information, right? And like being all the way thorough. I think many people have a tendency to not to want to be in like see where both sides is right, even though like the thoughts could seem to be totally contrary. Like let's say if a person say, hey man, we African, right? Now it's for me, it's three ways to look at it now that I understand more. You know what I mean? But we know what the general consensus of the person they're gonna say, hey, do we know where they get the information from to think they're African and all that type of stuff? Okay. Us, the more educated ones, we know where the word comes from and how it got to that point. But I don't think we try to, well, I know I try to find the middle part to what they ain't telling us, right? So for me, I can be a smart ass about it, or I could just be straight up, just say, nah, I'm not African or whatnot. You see what I'm saying? Or I could be a smart ass, I am African, or I could be a smart ass and just tell you why I know it can be that and how they tricked us. Now, the tricking part. And when you look into the etymology of the word African, you know, it also relates to a dark-skinned person. There's not necessarily, it don't mean you're from Africa. They're just saying you're a dark-skinned person in resemblance to an African. So that's their way of calling all people of dark complexion African, of African descent or whatever, because they're just saying that your skin is dark. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think, well, for me, I was able to understand the concept better when I saw that. I was like, okay, I'll be damned. These motherfuckers tricky. You know what I mean? So they ain't necessarily saying that we from Africa, that we came out the banana boat. You know what I mean? It could be just straight up just because my skin is dark, you know what I mean, which is related to Negroes.
Well, they say African descent, right? And that reminds me, you said enslaved. Can you break down the difference between slave and enslaved, my brother, as it pertains to us here? Because I also teach that slavery as it pertains to American Negro, American Aborigine, American Indian, is fake. So can you also address that, my brother? And slave and enslaved.
Remember the second part for me. I can catch the first one. But you know, the difference between slave and enslaved, right? You know, of course, you know, slave is just, first of all, as we all know by now, you know what I mean, that the word was Slavic and all that type of stuff. So it's just people in general, you know what I mean? They were so-called in their German areas, they were so-called pale-skinned people, or we call the Cretans or the Christians, which means Cretan means retarded person, mentally ill, shit like that. So that's why they needed God and all that type of shit. And they brought down to the Negroes over there. But that's another thing. But we talk about like chattel slavery, which is by force, you know what I mean, a prisoner or some shit like that, and you got to be a slave. And then you have enslavement, where it's involuntary. Well, it's voluntary, but it's involuntary at the same time. It's still it's oppression. So it's basically like what we are now. Us as people, we are technically enslaved, is what we are, because we're under the jurisdiction of another person's rule and authority. You know what I mean? Like ways of doing things, stuff like that. That's enslavement. You know what I mean? It's not by force, it's by necessity. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, so I hope without being too long, I think I answered you, Chief.
Okay, that sounds dope. Did you catch the second part of that though? As far as
the second part, yeah.
Huh?
Ask me the second part again. That's what I was trying to remember.
Shit, I kind of forgot a little bit. Hold on a second. Can anybody catch that? Bethany, you still there? Who else got it? Anthony, you there?
Yeah,
Alabama, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just trying to let my phone charge.
Yeah. Dang, Bethany still there. Man, hey, y'all.
I'm just listening.
Wake up. So I mean, me and the brother having an interesting conversation, man.
Yeah, it's the difference between slave and enslavement.
Yeah,
right.
But he asked me something else after that too.
Oh well, as far as me teaching that slavery is fake as it pertains to us here in America, brother.
Yeah, you're right.
And the reason why I asked you about the difference between slave and enslavement, because people say they'll be talking to us and they'll be like, well, you guys are enslaved. And yeah, we all come from a family. That means that we all come from a house of slaves, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only place I'm going with until I see a law that made all of us slaves into perpetuity. I want to see those Jewish contracts that say that we were all slaves, your babies, everybody was slaves into perpetuity. Because guess what? See, when we talk about the 13th Amendment, well, what was it before it was amended? See, that's what niggas don't want to talk about. They always want to talk about shit that was amended.
Huh? The 13th Amendment is actually what enslaved us.
9. Because once again, as Frederick Douglass said, that the Constitution is a freedom document. And because we know it is, because it comes from the great law of peace, is what that's the colloquial name for it or whatever. But the freedom document is what I call it. You know what I'm saying? That's what America is, the land of the free, the home of us, the braves. And being brave is about speaking the truth. And that's what we're doing over here. That's what we do. And that's why knowledge cuts, right and exact knowledge cuts through.
Right. So
you could just come into this knowledge of just yesterday, bro, and it's that light bulb come on, bro, and you just, it's like you just powerful, man. You just you know how they say people powers. What do they call that when people start getting their powers, mutant powers or whatever? You know, all that type of shit or whatever. Like everybody has that, you know, that mutant power. It's the ancestors waking up, bro. That's why you come. You know what I'm saying? Because you could be building with well, they don't build anything, but you know what I'm saying. You could be doing something like that, but you know, once again, you're getting information that, and you're the type of person that's gonna go back and check shit. Why not? How does it make sense for them to have to take industries and stuff if they had it before us?
See,
why would you have to take something? Why would you have to take land from slaves, millions of acres? Why would you have to take something from people that are illiterate? It doesn't make any sense. But
they never actually told us that, though, Chief. Like, you know, that was insinuated to us. That's what I'm saying.
Once again, that's the point. It's all narrative. Everything's insinuation. Oh, well, you guys are enslaved. And once again, enslaved means kunta kinte. See what I'm saying?
Okay, let me ask you this.
Black means kunta kinte.
Is it illegal to lie?
Should be.
It is illegal to lie because it's called fraud.
It's not illegal to lie. Okay, that's not a crime unless you do it under oath.
Fraud is lying.
Your tongue should be ripped out your face, like in public on a 50-yard line.
It should be
at the Steelers and Patriots game.
But my point is, right? We know it's morally wrong, right? It's morally wrong, definitely. You know what I mean? You know, your word is your bond. You know what I mean? All that type of stuff. You know, but that's not so the case when we're talking about legally. You know, it's a different ball game. Legally don't mean true.
What?
Legal don't mean true.
I mean, of course we understand that. We understand agendas and we understand a lot of that stuff. I'm just saying, like, as far as trying to get to the bottom of this stuff and having some remedies, we talk about disfranchising, right? That's a real thing. But when it happened in the 1900s, right? Once again, these film corporations and these entertainment companies are complicit, and not just right now in the hip hop and stuff, but from 1900, from Griffin and all the other films and stuff that created narratives and stuff. Even to JJM when they were talking about not wanting to have a father in the house and then ultimately killing him off. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's so much, and how those shows. To Martin, to this, to that, shape reality, and we have to acknowledge that we cannot. And these people were writing scripts, or the people were putting these certain things out, and all these derogatory things about our people, and we never seen, you know, any complaints about that, and still to this day. And they said, "Well, it's y'all culture." Well, it's called pogrom, a pogrom. I stand on it.
Program from the pogrom.
To the pogrom.
Okay, but now, as I said to you earlier, Chief, Donald Bogle, the entire history of Hollywood is in this man's book. Tom, Coons, Mammies, Pickaninnies, and Bucks. I may be misphrasing the title of it, but it is the history of Hollywood. We are that history. Or his story, whichever you choose.
It's Tory, yeah. We're talking about the Tories, another political group.
Right.
And a lot of times people talk about the Huguenots, another political group. They act like they're a race of people. And that's another thing. I don't like when people say certain things, because once again, you have to do your research on these groups. You just can't say shit out your face. Oh, they're Black Europeans. Well, what does that mean?
What does that mean? Chief, too, that's what I'm saying, too, about how
what are you talking about?
And that's what I'm saying too, how I couldn't understand that these are all the same people. You know what I mean? So, you know, they say Huguenots, then they say Sephardic Jews, then they say Tories. You know what I mean? These are the same exact people. They're just synonyms. So I think once people grasp the concept of, like, okay, instead of like thinking that Tories are different from Sephardic, or this is, you see what I'm saying? Where they understand that together this is the same shit.
Do you think Africans are coming here just like other immigrants and here just to take resources from our people and not was obviously you can't say any of them are here to contribute to our communities. So are they here to take from our communities, brother? Just like the rest of them?
They're here to compete, is what they're here to do.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, and that's what a race is. You know what I mean? It's competition, and it's through organizations and conglomerates that works together.
Well, wouldn't it suit them better to do business with us here and Africa and to empower all of us?
No,
because as they seen that European domination is not working out for them. So why wouldn't they? Because they not over here wearing clothes that match them. They wearing shit that comes from our culture. They listen to music that comes from our culture. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of them are eating food that comes from our culture.
But our culture,
they're following our culture. They're not following their culture, so to speak. Other than getting into the trades and stuff like that or whatever. Because once again, when you guys go to a doctor and gynecologist and this African dude fingering your girl, what are you gonna do?
But you know what I'm talking culture is called entertainment culture, though, Chief.
No, I'm talking about another nigga fingering your girl. That's what I'm talking about. In your face.
I ain't gonna be able to do it. What I'm saying is that they call it entertainment culture is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know I'm sick.
That's what they call it our culture. So everybody, so like the question you were saying though.
Fuck all that, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. We gotta stand up as men, bro. Like, yo, I have to say something to shock you because people don't listen, bro. Motherfuckers, like you said, people here to compete. They're not here to help us. And so in that competition,
it's called extraction. They're here to extract. They are not here. When we use the certain terminologies and words we use, in which I was trying to get with you earlier about trade. Trade is an exchange, equal and reciprocal. That does not exist when people interact with us because they don't conduct business with us. We don't get something in return. It is a one-way extraction. And we have to stop. We have to stop dancing around the edges on this. This is the fact. Every immigrant group has set up shop in what is now currently being described as the ghetto today. It was never a ghetto as it is designed currently. All ghetto meant in its original term was where Jews resided. Now, poor Jews, rich Jews, they all reside together, kind of like we did in the so-called Wall Streets of our Aboriginal existence before we got terroristic threats from white domestic terrorist mobs that attacked us for existing, period. Not for our skin pigmentation, for our existence. We existed amongst ourselves, to ourselves, and we were more prosperous than any immigrant group on our land.
Wait, but doesn't it go back to competition, though? That would be in their motivation? Because we watched a film called Whitewashing last night, right? And how they had to be whitewashed to get into that system, and which comes with privileges.
But wait a minute, hold on. When you're saying whitewashing, that is in the proximity of whiteness, correct? So these categorizations were these continuous groups of people who were considered what? Non-white.
Right.
And what was their whitewashing?
Isn't that a psychological weapon from that pie? White.
Exactly. That's a psychological weapon right there. The caste system, which we already know. Where people grouped together and created a bond together, you know what I mean? A pact, monetary bond, Federal Reserve, all that shit. They created a pact together and went and did business, started competing. That's the key, period. You know what I mean?
Maybe wisdom, maybe I'm not coming across.
No, I was responding to what
No, I got you on that, bro. What I'm talking about, the word competition. Okay.
Right.
None of these people are competing with us. Okay, that's the first one. Yeah, say that again, brother.
They're competing for us.
For us or at our expense? And I want to make sure I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to understand the words that you used.
Yeah, they're kind of for us, the one at our expense. Like we are the number one.
Okay, no, but you used the word for, and think you meant FOR, not FOUR. When one uses that word in English, it presumes it's of benefit to the preceding and following words in a sentence.
That's exactly what I meant.
Something is being done for something else. Nothing has ever been done for us by others. And I don't want to have any dispute on that understanding, I hope, with tonight's conversation.
No, that's what I meant. I mean exactly what you're saying.
Okay,
Like,
so that meant that it happened at our expense, not in our behalf. We on the same page?
but that listen, you know how you say, I'm in competition for your food. I'm in competition for those people. They're in competition for us. I'm saying the same thing you're saying. You said who are they in competition for?
What you mean? I mean, we already know. We understand the losses of millions of acres of land. We know the banking. We know everything that was taken over here, and how. And once again, the whole mindset that England was bigger than us and that they ruled over us is a lie. Revolutionary War was a civil war, just another civil war, another sectarian wars and things that were happening here that could have been instigated by outside force or whatever. But for the most part, bro, we knew how to fight against each other, and we still do. And that's the goddamn problem.
And that's what
so how about this? We got to figure out how to tap into what we did to build civilization and give civilization to the rest of the world. And that's one thing I can say with certainty that I know we did. And people say, well, where did men come from? I'm one of these niggas that be like, I can give you a whole bunch of theories, but I'm only going to say, I'm just going to tell you, I don't know because I wasn't physically there. But my energy was, and this energy is eternal. There's no time on this consciousness and this thing or whatever. If you believe in something or whatever outside yourself, then you should know that you're connected to it in some type of way. And for people to be connected to the lower side of it or whatever, that's kind of a part of nature, right? It's part of balance, ain't it? Like we act like that isn't supposed to happen. But what side of it should you be on is the problem. See, once again, no matter what nobody say, that brother, Big Mountain, Calais, he gonna go down in history as one of the greatest of all time. When they talk about athletes, because think about it. When you talk about and that was already happening when he just stood up for the Keyshawn Johnson. You know what I'm saying? So number 19. So when they did that right there, you know, this right here, this takes it to the next level. Standing, you know, even if it just, you know, if he say, man, look, you know, this is bigger than basketball. He letting them know that it's bigger than basketball. It's bigger than money. It's about respect. It's about like, and people outside that just looking in say, whoa, he's right. They're wrong. And their overreaching has exposed them. That's the problem. They're exposed right now.
And at the final analysis, and it's not even about Kyrie Irving, he's becoming like what any symbol becomes. What has been done? Actually, he has done that. He stole from who? He shot who? He defamed who? While this particular group of people is howling this phenomenal phrase, anti-Semitism, which still has yet to be truthfully defined. I know you know what I mean by that. At the final analysis, they have already extracted wealth, time, and energy, none of which he can get back. For doing what? And see, none of this can be upheld, whether in a court of law or anywhere, even in the court of public opinion that's going on right now. Because the only reason, and this is what's always trickery about this, Chief, is this so-called black male, right? He is described and defined as a black man, which he is not. We are not. None of the people on this panel are black individuals. But they are showing how black shall be treated. And I yield.
See, because how I see it, man, that's the whole goal. That's what I'm saying. That's going back to the okay. It's kind of like what Chief was saying. Like, you know how you create a fake story and then you start acting the story out in real time.
Mm-hmm.
And then when time repeats itself, as they say, right, they can input a reenaction as if it had been like that in the past and make it be a future reality, right?
There you go.
Like, so what I'm saying is, like, to me, ever since the Trayvon Martin thing, not Trayvon Martin, but the Brown guy. Y'all remember the Brown guy that got shot?
Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot. Ferguson.
Yes, there you go. Now watch this. Now,
shout out Ferguson.
Yes. Now, when you get I'm gonna try to paraphrase this. I can't. I don't think I'm better to remember all the details. But I'm gonna give y'all the concept of where I'm going with this. Is how I'm explaining the so-called slavery the chattel slavery that they give us. That they're trying to implement this and make it a real thing in reverse. Right? That's what they're pushing us towards. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with the Brown versus Ferguson. Now, I know what stuck out to me when I was doing my research on it. I was like, what the hell kind of trick are they trying to pull on us? And I just happened to run across the Brown versus Board of Education. So I was like, damn, is that a connection of why they doing this here, Brown versus Board? And I went into that or whatever, explain all that. And then you had the Ferguson versus fucking Plessy. And I'm like, hold the fuck up. Brown versus Board of Education in this Plessy shit is connected. You know what I mean? So I was like, if they doing some trick shit, why they did have shit happen in Ferguson, then it's a new Brown, and they trying to send a message of reverse slavery type shit? And then we just follow it on back. You know what I mean? How they say we were segregated at first and all that type of shit. Then we became integrated or whatever. So now that we integrated, they got to figure out a way to segregate us again. Is how it's looking to me.
Right. Well, think about it from this perspective, right? Mm-hmm. They had to have a 3/5 clause, right? Because it was more of us. Right. So and that means that we were doing for self, right? We had our own economy. So if you come here just like all the other immigrants, why are they empowering themselves? These people don't come here rich from these third world countries. Germany's third world country before, during, and after World War II. You know what I'm saying? So what are y'all talking about? Respect to the check it. And England, same thing. You know what I mean? So when you got they wasn't more powerful of gross domestic product, people like, you know, whatever. And the reason why we always win in the Olympics is because we are the greatest. You guys, it's just what it is. But back to what I'm saying, they just tell the story as if, once again, like you're saying, like it's all propaganda. Who wouldn't write like, bro, if you became the president, right, of News Corporation. Right, and that gives you way more power than the president of the United States, brother. Right, and now you can implement the narrative that you want to be painted across America. Imagine if you run a PBS. Imagine if you run in the curriculum for kindergarten or just for K through 12, brother. This is the people we're dealing with. I tell you, it's these people, and then be like, well, why are they contributing to that? Why are they? Because it gives them control. And if you don't implement the curriculum and things that they won't implement it to keep them in power, brother, then they can just pull their funding. That's how that works.
Exactly.
So
which is already understood, right? And that's where it go into contracts again, though. And that's where even like the media and stuff comes in at.
Shouldn't that be out of politics, though? Sister Betty, back to you. You're into politics. We all into politics, right? And as well as Alabama. Shouldn't they take money and lobbying out of American politics across the board? And kind of give us y'all experience and how these foreign international corporations are beating us because they have obviously way more funding that came from us.
Now you're talking about something theoretical, right? Since everything we're having is a hypothetical discussion. And Christopher Creer, shout out to his interesting comment. If you didn't see that in the chat. Now I don't know what he was intending by making a statement about it's focused on a system of weights and measures, but it's interesting because your request to answer about money is based on what? Because money and currency, is two different things. And in the Constitution, the only authorized money is gold and silver coin minted, which, by the way, is under our jurisdiction and our authority when we reclaim that we are the authentic Aboriginal inheritors of the minerals and golds and resources of our land. Okay? this Congress, this government cannot function or operate without that authority that we are abdicating through ignorance and our misguided behavior. I'll say that to be fair to my people who have been dealt this way for so long, and they continue to suffer in ignorance. Now, you can't hold a person to behave differently or something they don't know that they're doing. And that's this, going in circles here. Now, as far as answering your direct question about lobbying and money invested in the operation of what is called government, what we have been led to believe is governing. It does not govern us. That is the enslavement that you're talking about. The 13th Amendment did establish in its passage the judicial criminal justice system, where it says, their involuntary servitude and slavery shall exist. Because that's like that double negative shit. You know how that works, Steve. It started in the preface of saying that neither involuntary servitude nor slavery, neither nor, shall exist except. What does that one word do?
I'm sorry, which word again, brother?
Negate, except. Except is like the word but. Letters B-U-T.
Right.
Everything preceding the word except is now negated, right?
That's right.
So we have what you call a double negative. Neither involuntary servitude nor slavery shall exist except. Okay? Then the rest of what follows after except exists. Correct?
That's right. That's a fact.
And what are the terms and conditions they describe as what will exist as slavery? When one is duly convicted of a jury of their peers. Now, that doesn't include any melanated person from that point in time until this moment we're speaking. First of all, have you ever been amongst a jury of your peers? And secondly, Indians not taxed means that we are not under jurisdiction of these foreigners, right? Neither of which we are educated in this other penal system. That's what I prefer to think of it as, the compulsory educational indoctrination system, which does not teach us any of the basics, not even the civics, nor the constitutional law of what does not apply to us. Can we come to some simple agreements on things first before we continue to dance around the conversations that we have? Because even though it seems that it applies to us, it is only because through our ignorance we are allowing it to be applied upon us when it doesn't apply to us.
Well, the links in the chat room, I would definitely like to talk to Willie Jones and the brother Christopher Creer, the brother Earl Jones. I like the brother Christopher Creer's mindset. As when we're talking about this, is about solutions. Chris, I don't even know that you should even be talking in the public, brother. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you brothers, and your minds and the things that and the solutions. A lot of these things are about, when we say working behind the scenes and stuff like that. And then figuring out a way for us to mobilize and be able to start it small and implement it. Shout out to Lord Determined, man. If you haven't checked out LordDetermined.com, go check out LordDetermined.com. And we're about educating our own children and once again, setting up our own homeschooling networks and things of that nature or whatever. Once again, that is the best way to educate your people as well as
which means you would have to start with the appropriate frame of mind before you behave appropriately. Now, I don't know that I answered your question, so let me focus, circling back on whether or not the intent of your question was to defund what is the corrosive effect of lobbying. I don't know. Maybe I may be misconstruing. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But was that the intention of the question about lobbying dollars on the Congress of the United States, the House?
Well, I'm saying that should that be, isn't that not only illegal but unconstitutional? Because I think, I mean,
I think
person
it's a
who has
politics,
more money,
though, Chief.
huh?
I think it's a part of politics, though. That's all a part of
But
it.
we
So,
need to get it out of politics, though. It wasn't in politics because now somebody outside of the community has more influence, not only over the election, but also now over the governance. Because once again, the election is a small period. You know, even the campaigning aspect of it is only a small period. Now, most of the part is about the governance and what's going on with the revenue, the tax
But you
revenue.
would have to go back to the document. And since again, we are ill-informed as a populace.
My point
And
is though, right?
yeah, but
Because
watch this, though,
in order
Chief.
for us to,
The people you're talking about are called carpetbaggers. You know what I mean? That's what you're
yeah,
saying. You don't think carpetbagging should be allowed. And
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
See, because
absolutely not.
Because you know, technically, when it comes to the political setting and all that type of stuff, let's say, for instance, right, if all of us in our own district, you know how we have many black districts around here where they number niggas at, you know what I mean? But some kind of way, other people that's contrary to our interests end up ruling the governmental system. You see what I'm saying? That type thing. So it's like when you talk about solutions, right?
We'll talk solutions now, y'all. Talk solutions. Gotcha,
now, if people was to want to be in a part of the political system, they just have to actually understand what it is and what it's all about. You know what I mean? And so, like when you like I was saying, like, you know, you got a community of people, right, that was civic minded, right, that they understand the importance of having political power. If a group of people live in one district or whatever, that district has its own jurisdiction. It has its own little government or whatever.
You know what? You just gave me an idea that I actually, you know, try to implement in real time, you guys. But I think it could be done in a better way, like you're saying right now, like district by district, right? So you know how like every state be like, okay, certain things have to be grown and can't be imported into that country, into that city, or into that state. It has to be regulated and come from that state, right? It should be the same thing with communities. We should be able to regulate our communities that only people that have businesses in that community are from that community, from that district.
You know, they refer to that as protectionism.
I'm sorry.
On a large scale, you call that national interest. But
I believe in
block by
Americanism.
block, neighborhood by neighborhood,
absolutely,
that's called self-interest.
Is that bad?
No, and that's what I was saying about the lobbyists, right, Chief? Now, so that's why I was saying that lobbyists is a part of politics, right, in the right way, not carpetbagging though, like you're saying, but lobbying, yes, right, because let's say, you know, you have your own private interest in what you got going on, right? Let's say you don't want to spend your own money with it, but you want the government to support your idea or us collectively as having our own schools, like you were saying, right? So now, you know, in your district, you know, the district that you're at, your community, that's where everybody in your community are voting for. So let's say you set up a Chief Holiday political party, okay? And in our Chief Holiday political party, we have a person named Rebecca or whatever that we think that we want to be our spokesperson for our special interest. So we need to put her in this district or whatever that we're running in so that she can have control over the school or board of education or whatever, right? So now we know everybody that's in that community is us. We the people. So therefore, we know we're going to be able to get that person that's a part of your political party into that office. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now
I like that. I like to go in that.
Think about it now.
But just a little bit more, even with just as far as solutions, right? That's a dope solution. Far as not only the political party, or because once again we understand that these other parties haven't done anything for our people. Now, as far as us creating our own political party, right? Once again, we may not see us having a president per se, brother, you know, in the United States in say our lifetime, brother. But we could see a mayor, brother. I like where you're going with that. We could see a comptroller. We could see some park and recreations. You know what I'm saying? We could see that. But once again, why couldn't we change the mindset of our people just in general? Socially, politically, economically.
It may sound simplistic, but that is only representative government, both you and Wisdom are describing. but the representative behavior is not being exhibited by the quote unquote populace that is taxed whether they behave correctly or not, that is taxed whether they actively vote or not. And to get those resources redirected back to their community's need, which is what is going on now. I don't want to get off into the reparations BS. I'm just talking about just a simple thing that you and him just described right now. For the last 100 years, the so-called black communities have had taxation extracted from them and distributed where? And what has been distributed in those same communities. When no one puts a report card together on X tax dollars comes out of this community every week, month, or year, and Y tax dollars, some percentage therewith, we said simply a dime out of every dollar, should be going back to that community. Does that sound like something reasonable, Chief?
Now let me say this, Alabama. Now, by you saying that says that's taxation without representation. Okay, and that's the problem. We don't have representation for our own interests. Why? Because we don't have equity in a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? We don't have invested interest in things. When you have invested interest, then you give a damn about how what rules, laws, and regulations that goes along with it. And right, when we talking about special interest, like when you're dealing from a private sector aspect, because these are the lobbyists that we're really talking about. These are companies and corporations that has private interests. These are private companies we're talking about. So they're operating in the private, but they're using public people to get their things across, for them. So let's say, for instance, right? So now it's not us. Let's say, okay, I have a political organization, right? And you have one, and Alabama have one, and we all set it under, let's say, the New American Political Party or whatever. You know what I mean? It could still be groups of people that have their own private interests, but a collective interest at the same time. See, because that's how this shit actually working. Like when you have acquisitions and takeovers and things like that, there's not one person just buying this. This is a group conglomerate effort. And so the same thing when it comes to the people that don't want to even deal with the government in itself. Like you don't have to, because like to say you could have a political campaign within your own organization that people do all the time in their own organizations, to where we're like, okay, this person's going to be president, this person's going to be secretary or whatever. And you set up your own governing body in the same way, you know what I mean? And then you have some people that's connected to the public or whatever, and that works for our private interests. You see what I'm saying?
But here in wisdom, I'm 100% with you. Here was the final piece I was going to put as I land my plane on this particular topic. Indians not taxed in the document is only one specific group of people that goes unclaimed, and that is us. So maybe make it very clear what I'm saying is this. From 1776 till now, there is coffers of money extracted from us, also being taught to us the lie of why this government was created, as you yourself just said, around taxation without representation. If we could kind of focus a conversation simply on that and not get tripped up in this color scheming BS and just make it about the only color that matters is green, and start talking sensibility around what taxes mean, because it don't say nothing about you being voted on. Don't say nothing about how old you are, because even some of our children, we send them to school, they pay these goddamn sales taxes. You feel me? We send them to the convenience store, etc. Now, when we are not excluded, as we should be, then hopefully we'll come to understand the significance of what I'm meaning and stacking up some coffers. If you remember Scrooge McDuck, Chief, when he used to jump in that vault and swing them gold coins, I want my coins, not no paper shit, no cotton.
I don't want you to go past something you just said, though. No. You just said something that's very important. It's going back to what we're saying, practical things that we could do, right? So we understand that there's infrastructure in place right now across America, in every air quote ghetto in America, right? We have people who are extracting wealth through we're going to call them
We could use the word usury, or you could use
points of
one-way
distribution.
extraction. One-way extraction.
PODs, points of distribution.
Okay, there
all
you go.
to our people. Points of distribution, right? You guys, y'all follow me? You can call them retail, blah, 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 whatever, but points of distribution, whether it's food, services,
Gas station, convenience stores, nail shops, liquor shops, pawn shops, etc.
Right. And so, and we, convenience stores, whether CVS, whatever, right? We understand it. So the thing is, right, so that for those ownerships of those places to be turned over immediately, right? Now, not just all here, somebody's walking there and squatting. No. It has to be business. It has to be equitable things that work, and the right people to get into these things. Obviously, that are these jobs and these ownership can come from within the community, and not crooks from the community, but people, real grassroots people from the community that really want to do right by the community, right? To increase the health and wealth of the community. Now, not only that, we talk about Indians not taxed, Negroes not taxed, Indian American Negroes not taxed. So what we're talking about. So that should be on the table, right? And of course, if taxes are being collected, which they should be, that money should be for that community. And we know this works, and we know this could happen, and we have the technology for this to work, right? But it's just about the implementation of it and having leadership in place to get it done. And that's the problem. We're just talking about starting small, but it can be big and something national, and having people in place to get that done. Now, going back to, just getting lobbyists and money, because that changes stuff. That changes now the word and the things of the people is not being met, and the monies are being siphoned out by these major corporations and people, because they're ultimately not giving anything to the communities. They're actually just taking. They're not putting nothing into the tax code. They're only taking out, which is only enslaving us. That's what turns us all into slaves, all of us into slaves. But once again, how do we change it? And once again, if it's all rigged, like Trump said, right? Like Trump said, and we all know it, and we all understand this now. They have, you're dumb if you don't understand this. Then, okay, change it. Change how this works. Change the tax code and stuff. Once again, this country wasn't built on it, so it's not going to destroy it if it's set right. And that's what we're talking about. So that's something that should be implemented. All the beauty warehouses, all the chicken shacks, everything that is not into American Aboriginal hands should be in American Aboriginal hands. Now, with the distribution of it or whatever, that's another conversation. We want it all, but we'll start with the PODs, the points of distribution. Let's get it done. Start in your community, in your block. And they say buying back the block. It's just real. But once again, having not judicial, but not only a social or political, push for it. You understand what I'm saying? Especially in communities that are predominantly, you have all these people where there's solutions that you could be doing, but why aren't you doing it for your people? You do it with your churches, or not? Why you can't do it for your people?
See, that's it right there, like you just said. And the thing about it is, like, most people not even utilizing that. But I think it just all boils down, at the end of the day, Chief, man, to say the truth, it all boils down to incentives, right? It's like, what am I going to gain from it? And that's what it all boils down to in any group. So it has to be a benefit. So even like how you saying, like taking over a certain area or whatever, you know what I mean, or in your own community or whatnot, right? Let's just say like the community you guys have. Like, I really don't understand for the life of me why y'all don't have a big ass pot of gold somewhere. You know what I mean? Because like we just do simple numbers. I know you do numbers because you do a lot of business. So I know you do numbers, right? So let's just say, help me get the math right. Let's say 1,000 people put up $100 a month towards to the pot for 1 year. How much money is that? Is that like a mil or something like that?
1.2.
That's 1.2 mil, right? So That's off the back in 1 year worth of time. So it's like, let's say you may find the people that might want to put 200 up. That's five. They're breaking down to 500 people. Somebody might put 500 up, or you get 100 niggas to put up 1,000 a month. You know, but you can still get that 1.2 million is what I'm trying to say, right? So now with that 1.2 million, you can start doing different things infrastructure wise. Like you had like Sister Betty did a while back. She had everybody drop their city. She down there had 50 cities just off the rip, just by what she was, you know what I'm saying? So it's easy to set up a base or administration like the United States, like each state, aside from the District of Columbia, are different administration points. So let's just say you set up a trust fund, Chief Holiday Trust Fund. And like I'm saying, with people that you know that fuck with you or whatever, 100 of y'all, 50 of y'all, how many of y'all come up with, hey, we're going to put this much bread up every month towards this pot right here. You gonna run this shit like a motherfucker with no shit. They call them shit like IPOs, like stocks. It's a bond. It's the bond servants, slaves. It's a bond, right? So you put this bond up and you had a contract or whatever, how y'all say shit go. If we're gonna get this much and we're gonna pay each other back this much dividends every year or whatever, or we're gonna do this, whatever agreement y'all agree upon. You know what I mean? And you just go from there. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. That's what's actually going on. But it's like people have to really be business minded and understand how business work. See, because when it comes to being taxed, any is not taxed, everybody is taxed if you're doing commerce. You know what I mean? So you're doing business, you're doing commerce, and you're receiving wages or whatnot, you're gonna get taxed. It all depends on how you get taxed, whether you're receiving profits or dividends or things like that, or whether you leave your money invested and all that type of stuff. But all that's under protections of organizations, whether it's a nonprofit organization or a for-profit organization, so on and so forth. And nonprofit organizations can also do business as well. You know what I mean? But you just have to pay taxes on what you do business on. So you can go to a store and be like, yo, okay, I got this company or whatever. Here's my tax ID. I don't want to be taxed for what this shit I buy. You know what I mean? You go buy your shit, no taxes, they can't charge you. You know what I'm saying? But that's the difference between wholesale. So like the Jews, for instance, okay, why would it be beneficial if I was a Jew to work with my brothers and not somebody outside of me? Because there's an incentive involved. Jews don't believe in usury amongst each other, but they believe in taxing everybody else. That's the street code. So it's like, hey, we're in the streets. Hey, we got to work. Well, I don't mean to use them kind of example, but okay, we got something that people want or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And we got the low price on. So all our brothers is a part of our membership, a part of our bond that we got going on, a part of our corporation that we are all have shares in. We have common interest, common stock in it. You know what I mean? So therefore, we under a certain code and we get certain privileges like a club, a membership club or something like that. But everyone that's outside of our circle, they get a different price. So for us, it's 10. For y'all, it's 15. But y'all don't know it's for 10 for us. That's our business. You know, it could be 5 or whatever. But we taxing everybody outside of us.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
What goes back to kind of what we were saying as far as even if taxes are being, for sales tax and stuff like that or whatever, instead of going outside the community and enriching other communities, which that's what's going on. And that's been the problem, right? Fix that, right? To where it's not happening anymore, to where it's mandated that it's for the schools, it's for cleanup, it's for protect, it's for security, it's for better life, it's for better hospitals, all these things that most people, they would say, unless they're just real evil motherfuckers, would say, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Hey, we have sucked you guys dry long enough. Here you go. At least let us have X amount of distribution. You dig what I'm saying? And once again, doing business with us will still benefit companies, not only here, but abroad. Okay? And it would benefit America. Why is this a problem for anybody? Anybody listening, why do you have a problem? When we say get your hand out of our pockets, this is what we're talking about. Let's start there. You know what I'm saying? Then we can start talking about some other things. But right there, when you got to go get your fried rice and chicken, whatever, because I know how to make fried rice. You know how to make fried rice? I don't care about shit. It doesn't matter because we're not in anybody else's community, and they actually have a fit when you come in their community trying to extract wealth out of their community. They understand that. Or even moving into their communities, they have issues or whatever. And that's just discriminating. You can go to somebody else's land and then start discriminating on somebody else's land. I think that's really interesting. It's like us going to your land and discriminating against you and you're like, oh, y'all do that, right? But we don't do that because we are righteous people. So we're not going to exploit nobody else when we come to your lands. We're going to come with bearing gifts. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we can come and add something to your country, to your people. We're not going to come there and exploit your people and try to bring negativity and vice versa. You know what I mean? And ultimately, I think that's what we have to talk about, man, and what's right and what's wrong. You see what I'm saying? And don't be so emotional about it. You know what I mean? And I think that's the problem. We're too emotional when it comes to business. Because ultimately, once again, what are the solutions? The solutions are to start building in our own community and to honor what we're building. You know what I mean? It's not about being black owned, none of that. It's about Americans, American owned. Talking about, creating jobs and creating wealth within our own communities. And a lot of things don't happen because the real things don't get no funding, zero. So a lot of things we're doing with the Only Builders group, right? We're talking about generational wealth. Like tomorrow, we're going to do a build on how to start a bank. You know what I mean? A lot of times, like a real bank outside of central bank. So yeah, Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com, man. But definitely tap in if you're a builder tomorrow, man. We're going to get stuff out of people, man. Bro, it's just, that's what we on, man. We on that time, man, building our own infrastructure. And once again, we're building a platform on these people platform and getting the information out to our people, like-minded people to say, okay, man, I can hit Chief up on chiefholiday at gmail.com if you're really building. You're really talking about some certifications. You're talking about, like I said, if you guys know about anybody that has some heavy lifting, machine lifting jobs in the Florida area, tap in with your boy, chiefholiday at gmail.com. I got a couple partners down there that need some jobs and stuff, man. I told them to look into Indeed while they was out there. But tap in, man, if you guys know about anybody got no heavy lifting, heavy machine jobs out there in the Florida area. You guys. It's the GOAT. You know what I mean? And bro, that's just what it is, man. And like I said, we try to build within. Why not get these contracts? Why not become the engineers and like we just defer too much to other demographics, not just within our own communities. And then when it comes to building things and stuff, it shouldn't even be a conversation, especially within our own communities. It shouldn't even be a conversation. We're not gonna even, for real. That's what we're gonna do. Y'all gonna have a conversation about that, like because then once again, now we're gonna start having other conversations. So when we're cleaning up our communities, don't take in all forms, all levels, especially when we're building in our community. Now, if we ask for some assistance, some resources and some things, so it's a whole different conversation. Because now we having a equitable trading agreement. You understand what I'm saying? We're just talking about from block to block, nigga. I ain't talking about all over the world. Your block, what you live on. You understand what I'm saying? See how this works? Start there, and then we build out. Hey, I'm doing this over here. Oh, yo, guess what? We can help you out. You know what I mean? Like it's just all about social, political, to get to the economics, and sometimes economics to do other things. But a lot of times, just having these conversations and together, like what we're doing right now. And then other people said, green light pop up and say, oh shit, maybe this pressure needs to be applied with this politician. You know what I'm saying? Or this politician may not even be thinking about this. Say, oh shit, this is a great idea. shit, somebody's running that's listening right now or just ran and just won and said, this is a great thing. We talk about implementing homeschool and to not only to curb the violence and the sickness and still people still don't get sick. What's happening? Children come home and get parents sick. People are still getting sick. So just all the once again, just all the waste that comes with that, because most of the warehouse of the children is not about learning, it's about socializing anyway. So why not focus on education and then worry about socializing later, because they do plenty of socializing on social media and then all the other sporting events and everything else that they have after that shouldn't have anything to do with learning. You know what I mean? So once again, it's not about learning, it's about indoctrinating, because it's really not about putting out smart people or, talented people. It's just about putting out more slaves. They would work for other people. You know what I mean? And that's not what we're doing. That's not what built this great civilization that was allowed, that was able to give civilization to the rest of the world. So that's what I'm talking about. And that's what we tap into, is that the greatness. And when we say press GOAT, and number one, if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, because that's what history bears witness to, not what they're talking, all the propaganda. No. What science and history bears witness to. So they just be acting like they walk past like they don't see it. Like, no, you see it and you understand it, how it made Germany better, how it made Britain better, how it made Japan better, how it made this place better, this place better. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question.
So for people to come here to exploit us and take, that's a thing. That should be a thing for us. You know what I'm saying? And then turn around and be like, yeah, you guys didn't work hard like us, and you guys didn't. Well, we didn't come exploit you in your country and set up nigger towns in China and nigger towns in Japan and nigger towns in Iraq. And y'all follow me? Nigger towns in Palestine, nigger towns in India, nigger towns in Palestine, and then just oppress y'all people. And then all y'all, just a reverse parallel universe where that's happening in reverse. And then America is balling. Niggas is over here just balling, just chilling, living good, and oppressing y'all people, oppressing the motherfuckers all around the world in the parallel universe. If we was doing that. Imagine that. That we did that all over the world. Is that happening?
According to history, it is what happens.
It is. It's happening. It's happening right now. And it's just happening in different forms, and that we don't participate in, which is really interesting as well. We don't want to participate in any type of is it finance? What's the word I'm looking for? Just global commerce. Like it's like we do. Why don't we want to be a part of this thing, Alabama? That anybody that's up right now, can y'all please chime in?
Are you talking about financial chicanery? So I'm gonna pull out my dictionary, my thesaurus, and big boy pants, and these big ass words. But see,
you killing them like with these words.
The trick of niggernology, I think Malcolm used to call it tricknology. And I could go with what you and Wisdom were saying with one caveat. Now, I know we may think some evil things of ourselves, but the historical record shows we are a righteous people.
Facts.
Despite all of whatever lies that have been told, whatever part may be truth to it from 1492 to today, we have not exterminated anyone. Are you familiar with Exterminate All the Brutes, Raoul Peck? It's a documentary series that he did on HBO. Or if you get the book. It's a similar thing to Hebrews to Negroes, ironically. But if you ever heard of Howard Zinn, one of their supposed great historians, and the People's Encyclopedia of America, I believe, is one of his books, and Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, a white woman and a white man, he used, and he himself, by the way, I think he was a Congolese, I believe, born in Cuba, but his name is Raoul Peck. Interesting how, again, these are three separate foreigners, all discussing how their agenda was to exterminate the brute. Who is the brute in that operative phrase that you
I
would
think
say?
that's the name I was looking for earlier. That's the same thing. The Britain is all them motherfuckers over the Briton and shit, right?
But I think once you do, if you get a chance to watch this docuseries, you get my point about what I'm saying.
Who are they?
We're having the conversation. They're actually doing it. We're discussing it. They're implementing the policy. You understand what I'm saying, Wisdom? So the intention has always been to exterminate us from first contact. I don't know if you're a sci-fi buff like me with Star Trek and all this other kind of stuff, but all Star Trek in a future dilemma, a future reality is coming in contact with other cultures. You feel me, Chief? And in first contact, all others have come to wipe us the fuck out. But even in this alternate universe that you and Wisdom discussing, I can't conceive of us having that kind of moral character. If I'm not describing this correctly or not,
I mean,
I just don't see. Is it actually to say a moral character or a moral failing?
I mean, it's just a piece of shit. Like, especially when you see people that's supposed to be Muslim, they selling pig feet and cigarettes.
Well, that's called basic hypocrisy.
Now,
but
let me make sure I heard you right, Alabama. Do you ask about you don't see like the moral culture as far as like violence? Is that where I missed the part where how you was?
Well, the what that I thought I heard you and him both was an alternate, like a bizarro world, right, Chief? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but where there's an alternate reality flipped on its head from what exists now, where we have left Turtle Island and have colonized over the entire world, as we were taught in history, that the sun never sets on the British Empire, right? That's what we were taught that, right? So that most, if not all, of the colonized world, under the direction, I might add, of the same mythological, as he told you, Wisdom, fraud of the Holy Roman Catholic Church, that the religious agenda of dumb diverses was implemented through the financial chicanery of the British colonial rule and has created an empire of colonization worldwide. Now, let's say Ray Ray and Pookie have gone in this alternate realm and have done it the reverse to all these other populations who are on our neck currently. We're in a reverse situation, sitting fat like Queen Elizabeth did for over 7 decades. Am I getting close to what you were describing, Chief?
Absolutely.
I'm under the understanding though that it was in that way though.
No, but you're making a comparison that there were melanated people with some we might call Negropeans, like I said in one of our other conversations.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's why I wanted to make sure I understand what I heard Chief saying. He's talking about Aboriginal Americans doing such thing worldwide domination. I want to make sure I heard what you were saying.
We got Magic Johnson theaters all over Africa, right?
I mean, what would be wrong with that? I'm sure that's something he would want to do.
Hold on. I'm saying, and they're in the same.
But are we talking about the same type of corporate capitalism? Is what you're talking? Corrupt,
absolutely,
despotic, one-way extraction.
Absolutely, one-way extraction.
So now, do you get where I'm going, Wisdom? Where I'm saying I don't see that as of us, our moral fiber of us as a people. Do you understand what I'm saying now, Wisdom?
Yeah, the moral compass of it. Yeah.
We wouldn't do that. We don't do that.
Square business. We'll be doing business, but we'll be doing square business though.
There you go.
So then, what kind of? Now, am I wrong to ask the question? Is this moral character we're discussing here, or moral failing? What kind of person? Because unfortunately, for those brothers going back and forth in the chat talking about legalese and whatnot, person does not represent a live being. A person in this world, under this jurisprudence, has been created under corporatization, where fucking Google, Facebook, Amazon are persons. I'm sure you're aware of that, Wisdom.
That's
right? So what fucking person is that does the shit that you and Brother Chief were just discussing?
They would
And
call
I
it the
yield.
United States, wouldn't it? And you know, they call it a political body. You know what I mean? That's what it's called. It's called a political body. And now when you look into a political body and stuff like that, they're actually
artificial person or entity.
Exactly, for the most exactly. You know what I mean? And they actually go into the breakdown of what represents the head of it, like for the government.
Shall I drop this again for you brothers to continue to understand in this context? Shall I again say parasite and host? Take it, brother. Take it. Run with it.
But yeah, I would just break down to like corporate, political body, just let people know that they actually look at this whole system as a real body for real. You know what I mean? You know, from the people at the bottom of it to be like the feet and shit. You know what I mean? Then you got the belly of the body, which is the belly of the beast and shit. Like, you know, you got the heart. Like when you read them out that shit out, man, these folks cold-blooded, how they look at shit, how they break stuff down, you know.
So is that parasitic in nature?
I guess you like the tax part of it. Well, parasitic.
Well, no, so I'm trying to understand again. When I asked, I earlier said, what type of character, and I'm using the word loosely, what character of person is operating this beast that exists in this reality, not the bizarro alternate world the Chief was proposing? Is that or is it not parasitic in nature?
Yeah, it's parasitic in nature, but it's a system. It's a, you know, okay, you know, in the body, you're gonna have shit that die off. You know what I mean? Shit that's not good. And you have things that live. That live. You have things that reproduce itself. You know, you can live a long, healthy life in the body. It all depends on how you operate within the body. If you operate it as a parasite, then yes, your job is going to be to squeeze the milk out of the duck. You know what I mean? But if you operating, from part to where you're just going to be the food, then you just get ate. But you operate as a defense mechanism, like a white blood cell versus a red blood cell. You know what I'm saying? You're going to put up a defense mechanism to protect your interest, your body, from invasions, intrusions. But if you don't, because it's so many opposite cells attacking your group, and you don't have a defense mechanism, then you have no choice but to let them come in and take everything that you have. So first, and then when you get conquered, and then you get to the point to where you don't even realize that you even been conquered, you would never even put up a part of a defense mechanism to fight back. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like our situation that we're in now. There's so many people that don't even know that they need to be fighting or defending themselves against anything. And y'all are the part of like the defensive blood cells saying, hey man, we need some more y'all motherfuckers to come on, man, so we can have enough defense to actually combat what's happening to us. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
So, you know, so that's how that system looking at it. You know what I mean? So they in this point to where, like you said, Alabama, that they're in a parasitic aspect of it, because they have so many colonies that needs a piece and that wants a piece of food. But it's only so much to go around. Go ahead.
Well, no, you're absolutely right, my brother. And the great analogy, Alabama. But once again, not to give too much up, Alabama. You know, when we talk about solutions, man, and like I said, some of it is the simplicity of it. It's simple. Like right now, I have a great opportunity to send a message during this holiday season. Where we spend our money. You have a choice of who you empower. Think about that. Think about how powerful that makes you.
Hey, why don't you do this, Chief? Just to see how to work. You know what I mean? Like between all of y'all, like all y'all group, right? Everybody you fuck with. You know what I mean? And just run it by some of us and just be like, hey man, we finna do this T-shirt. We just finna see on some collective shit. You know what I mean? How many people just on the strength
We got a couple other things. You know, because t-shirts and all that, we definitely have all that stuff, man.
Peep game, what I'm saying though.
I got you.
I don't know what you're already doing, so that's cool. What you're already doing. All I'm saying is just based on what you're talking about right now. You see what I'm saying? And as far as like how you saying support your own people doing these so-called holidays, you know what I mean? And so I'm just trying to see if it'll be at least like 100 or 500 people that's willing to buy a $20 t-shirt just on the strength of supporting one of their people doing these so-called holidays, or even 1,000 people that might spend that dub with you or whatever, just to see. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And like, my bad.
Well, bro, check it though. I'm not just me. I mean, we you guys know connoisseurs of finer things, original tribal wear, bro, American Aboriginal shoes.com. I mean, you already know we are 2am.com. We all these things, but it's just bigger than just this community, bro. We're part of a bigger community. It's everybody. We got to get this message out to everybody. Start
I'm not
like you have the
nobody,
power to empower yourself, empower your community. Watch where we spend our money at. This holiday season, though, brother. Huh?
This is what I'm leading to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's good that you're already doing this. You already got this stuff, right? Remember what I was saying earlier about most people move when there's something that benefits them, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is this collective thing that you do, whatever item you decide to pull out. You know what I'm saying? It might be you might do different groups. Like this gonna be the shoe pot. Anybody that buy a shoe gonna be a part of this group of money, this collective amount of money that we're gonna do A, B, C, D, or whatever with. You know what I'm saying? And you are a shareholder of it. I'm gonna send you email your ass a certificate. You know what I mean? Or however much you decide to get them of the share of the company or whatever y'all decide to do when y'all make any moves about anything. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like what I'm saying is like people feel like they're contributing something and they're not giving it away and they get something back in return. I think it'll prepare. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, of course, man. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what you're doing. Well,
hey, no, bro, man. Hit me up, man, behind this, man, or whatever, man. We definitely chop it up. You have some great ideas. You know what I mean? So for real. So I'm not cutting you off. I definitely want you to keep building what you're building on. Like somebody else that's listening is gonna hear something. That's a great idea. And like all I'm saying to you is, it's what you're saying is somebody else can get it. What you're saying, not just for me, and say that's a great idea. I could do that for myself. Yes, you know what I'm saying. I could do this for
I don't like to talk too much. You know, I think in my mind that I could do it for myself.
No. I think it's a great thing, bro. Because once again, it's never about me, man. I think people if people thought more like that, you know, yeah, you could think you're the greatest, but you're also supposed to feel the same way about your people, your mother, your father, your ancestors, your brother, your cousins, everybody in your community. We supposed to feel that way, you know what I'm saying? And somebody has programmed us not to feel that way. And once again, putting the colorism in and all these other things is a part of the system that they're still pushing right now. And then they're just muddying the water with all these other things because once again, we're not attacking no other groups because a lot of times these groups are not only a part of us, but are supported by us.
That's right.
So it's still supporting Black Lives Matter right now when we know the debauchery and all the stuff that they're doing, you know, against our people. They just switch up people and put somebody else in there, whatever. And then we did the research on that. The new lady in there, whatever, she's literally
you're talking about the lesbian control. Isn't George Soros's name being dropped behind Black Lives Matter? I don't want to divert what y'all saying, but I meant to bring this up at the time with the rabbi. The penny, because you made that little, tongue-in-cheek comment about penny pinching. Okay. Now, even him supposedly being self-deprecating, his reference as a joke was picking up pennies. Now, if someone makes a money reference, that's a Jewish trope, right? To Jew one down, to be miserly, to be niggardly, because most people don't know what that actual words mean. But you call me a nigger?
Stingy.
Okay. All right. So now, when he made a self-deprecating reference to himself, his first thought come to mind was to make fun of him picking up pennies at the airport. But what was the motivation to pick the pennies up? Now, I don't know if you remember a scene in Black Panther. If you remember Stan Lee before he died, there was a scene of Chadwick Boseman in a casino where he won some money and walked away from the table. I don't know if you saw the movie or if you remember the scene, Chief, that I'm talking about. But Stan Lee, who's famous, a Jew, and making certain that he puts cameo appearances of himself in most of his Marvel movies. You know what he did? And I'm using this as an analogy of the same self-deprecating humor that the rabbi did. He reached over in the scene and took the winnings from T'Challa's, turn at the whatever was the roulette wheel table, whatever the gambling was going on.
You talking about during a fight?
Say it, brother. Who's that? That's my lawyer, brother. That's my legal. Say it, brother. Oh, finish it up, brother. Finish it, Anthony. What did he say?
I forgot what he said, but it was the fight scene when he was fighting with the ladies.
He said, I'm gonna keep this for you. Or something to that effect. But if you do go watch the original Black Panther, Chief, keep that in mind when you see that scene.
Dark as a bitch.
Well, keep that in mind when you see that scene of the white South
Let me
African.
hold it for you, if I'm not mistaken.
Something to that effect. But remember, the white CIA agent, right?
Yeah.
The colonizer, because isn't that what the running thing that he was referred to?
Yes.
By Panther's baby sister? The colonizer. And they were exchanging diamonds. There's a lot of metaphorical stuff that was going on there. The blood diamonds, right?
Yep, the blood diamonds. The biggest.
But he walked off from the money because it was irrelevant to him, supposedly, right?
He had the real resources.
So when we are making things about what, actually? What are we making? When you're making mountains out of molehills, isn't that a cliche phrase or some colloquial shit? We've been taught in the English language, making mountains out of molehills. We seem to make the most important things out of irrelevant shit. Like being called nigger and have it slap us in the face every day in music and cultural expression. He said some bullshit that was in passing, again, circling back to the rabbi, about how you have made that acceptable in your culture. Did we not listen to this white man say that over us? And today in 2022, we have made acceptable to be denigrated. Now, the reason why I keep stressing this, because even when he said that South Park reference you made, Chief, that you said you wanted to bring up at that time in our conversation, that was within a cartoonish environment, right? Which means in and of itself, it's diminished to be perceived as fictionalized and have no basis in real. However, every rap song, video, movie, or some form of visual culture is perpetuated as reality. Are you? I don't think. Can anyone hear me? Is this mic on? I don't think you hear me though. Okay. So the reason why I'm gonna keep banging on this is because the N word, whether we say it out with the hard ER or the A or the nagas, okay? There is no way of getting around the depravity, the denigration of what this one word means. Now, when it's niggardly, it means to be frugal, kind of like a penny pincher. Like a person going and picking up pennies in the airport. And that's not seen as a negative, is it? It may be amusing. But you see how even when they're claiming that they're doing some self-deprecation, it still puts them in an elevated state? Because money is involved. You don't find that interesting, Chief? But anything and everything that's referencing is us, is the gutter, is the filth, is the detritus. It's the depravity, the degeneracy, however you want to describe it, because it's attached to blackness, darkness. And if we don't stop fucking around with this that I'm describing about, because this is some serious shit. Because what I am talking about is to speak life or death into a people. That is what is happening 24/7, 365 at our own hand. Now, God damn it, yes, Jews can be proven to be the arbiters of that. That only means that they are a large percentage of a specific white male population, because any of those females, they're going along with the ride, and they're not in charge, even if they're put up as the CEO of the record label, the management company. Oh, and by the way, did anyone hear about what happened when CAA dropped Kanye? Or Adidas, All Day I Dream About Sex?
No.
But we didn't say a mumbling word, did we? As individuals or as a collective community, niggas stopped buying Adidas. And them bastards a week later actually said they were going to do what they've done to us constantly, steal his shit, and said they claim they own his design. Now, who has a habit of doing shit like that? To us, specifically?
Their name that actually means of what they're doing. The definition, the true definition of Jew, thief.
Now, the same, I asked Chief this earlier, this Yeshua ben Yosef, Hebrew Israelite Savior, how in the hell did he get transformed into Jesus the Christ, Roman Catholic title? White Jewish carpenter. And these same Christians in their Bible said the Jews killed Jesus. That is called a trope, right, Anthony? But if the same people put this so-called Jesus person up and picked Barabbas, the actual rebel, revolutionary, and murderer, chose him, and they hung him between two thieves on a cross, right? That is the mythological tale we're taught, right? So he, on the ground, was an African Hebrew Israelite. On the cross, like strange fruit hanging from the tree, he became a white man savior for the world. How does that work?
Yeah, everything led by interpretation, man. You know what I mean?
And what Negro preacher is being called to carpet on that, being called to task? And who was that brother that said earlier about whether or not we should be suing these churches? Was it you, Anthony, or was that 111 true? It started that portion of the conversation where we need to be taken to court, all of these 501c3s and definitely these goddamn mega preachers, these mega churches, and these prosperity ministers. Because they are getting Judas Iscariot's 30 pieces of silver extracted out of our community. And I yield.
Salute. Oh, so all you niggas in deep thought now, right?
Oh yeah, I'm with you. What's happening?
Oh yeah, just being
smoke. We digging deep, smoke. About to chew on.
Well, you know, hey, I gotta inform you first of all. I do not go down rabbit holes, but if you niggas do indulge, I will stay on the surface level as to such a time as you come back up with the rabbit, and we can all enjoy sustenance. Yeah, but carry on.
Okay, with that being said, right, we talk about the points of distribution within our communities that are not owned by us. Coming up with a proposal to put those in ownership of our people. What do you think about that?
Hey man, anything that's progressive for the people, I'm with.
Like I think I don't know exactly how you saying it. It sounds like you saying go take somebody else's stuff. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying like
pretty much?
Okay. But I don't know if you're literally saying that, not like literal, but you say pretty much that leave room for not necessarily literal. But anyway, but how I see it though is that when you talk about dealing with points of distribution, main distribution in every country is the ports. You know what I mean? So it's like knowing what's coming in and out the ports, stuff like that.
Wait. No. We're just talking about block to block right now.
Okay. Well, we talk about block to block, you know what I mean? Like you say, like, you know, the main thing that people is food, healthcare, and transportation for the most part. You know, you got to get super certified for the healthcare part, not necessarily with all these PPN, RNs, all these people. You know, everything.
Right, but we talk about buying back the block, though, making that a national thing, a real thing, a social thing that turns into a real thing on the ground, a mobile thing. That's what we're talking about right now, bro. I don't want to get too far off to like something that's tangible that we could touch. Can we make proposals just within our own communities to buy the community back from the people that already have the points of distribution?
Yeah, like, you know, like
we make them offer they can't refuse.
All I'm saying is you set up your own distribution. That's how that goes.
Nah, fuck that. It's already our distribution. It's being distributed to us in our communities right now.
Right.
We want that.
Okay.
What's the problem with that conversation?
Ain't no wrong with it, but I know I'm not.
I'm just saying, can we have that conversation right now, or is this something we have to have face to face, or most Friday night, you guys in private bill?
I don't know if I need to be saying it the way you saying it or not. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, you got more power to you. I'm behind anybody to do whatever they want to do. You know what I'm saying? So if you get a group of people to go do that, that's fine. That's where it works. You know what I'm saying? But
no, I'm saying let's just buy back the block, right? We just buy back the block.
You gotta have money to do it, right?
And do we? Do we not have the money?
Do you have?
Well, I don't think money is so much. I really don't think money is so much an issue because niggas know how to get shit for the low level.
Nah, well, that's a whole nother supply chain, and then getting to the ports and all the other stuff. Those are other conversations that we're gonna have. Right now, I'm talking about where we can start the conversation. To like, okay, I give you a perfect example, right? You go to where you from, right? You just think about it, the corner store, right? You go over there and you know what they're selling in there, where you get your cigars, to your pig feed, to your chips, to your soda, to your beer, your lottery ticket, pay your phone bill. It's one-stop shop, right? You get some chicken. You buy, you fry. That type shit, right? You buy, we fry. Okay, y'all got those in y'all cities? Okay, so imagine it. And we're saying ownership of the distribution, points of distribution in our communities. That's what I'm talking about.
Chief, let me, can I drop this a little bit to it? Okay. Some people will misconstrue some of the stuff that's going down, and I don't know if you're aware, they're still killing the so-called white farmers over there in Zimbabwe and in Pretoria, South Africa. Now, first of all, these people didn't have no authority to be there, but you see that there's political sway for their white skin status. Now, these people that you're talking about, ironically, are supposedly non-white. Many of them, like Arabs, Middle Easterners, etc. Okay. What doesn't get brought up is how they are or are not given tax-free status and certain tax-free support to be able to set up the operation. We already pointed it out: the pawn shops, the liquor stores, the nail shops, whatever. These operations that are not necessarily a priority for our community, but they seem to be the only ones that are there in a parasitic fashion, as we discussed earlier. that is extracting resources and wealth out of a community, letting it be in the state of disarray that it is in. That money that shouldn't be taxed of these people shall be set up in a kind of a fund, trust or otherwise, as these brothers were saying in the chat, that will compensate only those who have been, one, responsive to the community, and the community will point out who these people are because you know who you have a negative or positive relationship with. And the ones that have been doing dirt, and you know what I mean by that, allowing drug dens in Haven and under the books, black, using the term as I mean to intend to, black market, black economy, conducting in those businesses, those also have to be weighed in this process, if you get what I'm describing here now. But this money shall not be extracted from an individual purchaser or the community in question. The federal government, IRS, and the Treasury Department will be taking that tax money from the people who have already been given a tax-free status for over 7 years. Okay? You follow me? What I'm saying? So we need to put some certain things to the elements of the discussion. I know we don't want to go too deep in this now, but I wanted to bring these thoughts up while y'all chop over there, because I'm thinking I'm moving into another way, another day, another world. And you know I'm the old nigga here. And I'll land my plane on that.
Well, yeah, just go back to what you were saying, though, Chief, about in the neighborhood and stuff like that. Even though I see your way of doing it, you know, I have my own thoughts about stuff like this all the time, and I think from my aspect of how I see it, that like I was saying earlier, you had a group of people, let's say in your own community. Let's say, for instance, if I go back to the city where I'm from, where I know a lot of people, and I can find, you know, and I know the neighborhood stores is making all the money or whatever. And be like, yo, man, what we gonna do? All of us gonna come up with a pack, and we gonna quit going to this store, and we gonna run this motherfucker out of business, and then we gonna buy the store, and we gonna set up shop. You know what I mean? And we're gonna do this all around the city. Or like I was saying earlier, like I don't want to say
wait. So check it. So you say, but it could be 10 families in the community, right? Or just one family, like one family in the extended family. It's okay, we're gonna do this, but the community obviously supports that because they're already supporting that already, but it's leaving the community. Now, once again, the tax part of it, the same things that other communities are getting while they're extracting wealth, they're also getting tax breaks and tax incentives, and they're remitting and all the other things, right? That doesn't help America, and it definitely does not help the inner cities until it's time for them to gentrify them where they see the value in it. See what I'm saying?
You want them out though, right?
I mean that it's not they. We're just talking about communities that our people are in. We can designate them. We can start finding them and say, okay, this is what needs to happen. We need to have these type of incubators, this type of system that's going on that empowers that community internally, instead of extracting from it and taxing and regulating them out of regulating us out of business. This is the problem. Okay, so let's make this work. Especially if it's things that are ultimately killing people, then now people in the hospital. Oh, y'all gonna put them on medicine. It's all a part of the whole system, man, of death. So we're talking life. We're not talking death. Who's against that? Oh, wait a minute. I thought people of Jewish descent supposed to be. There's no such thing as Jewish descent. Jewish people are supposed to, the righteous people are supposed to, people of God, supposed to be about righteous things, right? It's not about wealth. It's about health, right? It's about people, right? Christians, same thing. Muslims, all you people, what are you talking about? Who's against this? Oh, okay. We know who's against it. The people who support Planned Parenthood. Well, that would be the Democratic Party. Right? Or we're just going to look past that? And once again, this has nothing to do with the LGBTQ community, because you could be LGBTQ and do not, you could be a whole pro-lifer. And you could be a right-winger and you could be a whole pro-choice. See what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with it. It's not what we're talking about. We're talking about right or wrong. We're talking about a system right? It goes along with the economics embargoes and economic warfare, the psychological warfare, the social warfare, the spiritual warfare, all the warfare that you guys are waging against the people that you're bleeding, and then you turn around and say, well, here's the band-aids for it. Really? Stop it. We're done with that. We're done. And so imagine the community comes in and say, hey, look, this is gonna be a community buy, right? And say, okay, and you offer Mr. Whoever a fair market, right? What would they got enough, and then they still can make money because they're still gonna be a part of the distribution into that store. Would they just say fuck y'all? And no, it still should be a way for them to it makes sense. Like, we can help you because y'all hurting us now, or we can hurt you because you're hurting us now. That means you're gonna be hurting us in the fucking future. Am I saying something wrong?
So I get what you're saying.
We won't end. We want the fuck in on our own shit.
So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm different. I'm fucking different.
Am I hearing you say
I'm different?
They can operate all they want, but as long as they contribute back to the community, they operate.
Nah, fuck all that. Hey, bro, but in the concept of what you was talking about earlier, right? In the concept that you was talking about earlier, right? I understand that, and so other people understand that. If this was that, we wouldn't be putting up with that. The fuck? Would you? No, nobody would. It would be problems. We want to give death to our people. We wouldn't want to let somebody else do it. The fuck? Y'all know it.
Okay, Chief, I'm trying to follow what you were actually saying.
Same thing with the fucking chicken. Same thing with fucking cigarettes. Same thing with fucking everything else. Now it's just because it's legal now? Motherfucker. Same thing with, y'all know one of the biggest fucking liquor distributors. He even is a liquor distributor himself now. There's a Korean dude here in Vegas. I know 40 years ago he was poor as people's poor as dirt coming here. How'd that happen? They distribute liquor from Korea? What about, is it South Korea or North Korea? Which one is it? They got Koreatown, Chinatown, everything. They thriving, man. Thriving. Not to say nothing bad. Hey, listen. Right? But if it's an unfair trade going on. It's unfair. It's an unfair thing going on. And if this is going on in their countries, they will have a problem with it, especially if their people are laying down in the streets or suffering. And the way we think, we wouldn't oppress their people like that. We wouldn't do that. And they might not look at it like that. Might not even give a fuck.
They are indoctrinated, right?
Well, we are too, to accept it.
That's what I'm trying to say. You said
there you have
it seems like you want to know why they doing what they doing and what could we do about it.
No, I'm like, well, why we doing what we doing? I don't care why nobody else doing what they doing.
Because we all indoctrinated. We don't know no better. We don't know about the business part of shit and stuff like that. Like I'm explaining about, you got so many people talk about, which I understand why they say fuck church and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? But they're not understanding that was for put the money in the pot organization. You know what I mean? It wasn't necessarily about no God and stuff, how the people looking at it. That's a way of not paying taxes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Saying that you work for the church, you volunteering. So yeah, my labor is going, just get it, put it in a pot. And we finna go buy 10 more acres. We finna go build 10 more houses. You know what I'm saying? And we finna run this shit business-wise. Now the church own this, the church own that in a trust. That you get passed down to your heir and all that type of shit. That kind of shit is what's going on, what they're still doing right now today. We know it ain't no such thing as no money. It's all about credit or whatever, agreement. What they calling goddammit financial documents and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's just learning how to create financial documents that can be cashable. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Like if you get 100 motherfuckers to agree to pay you $100 a month, you know what I mean? That's a financial. Anyway, I don't need to be saying too much, but I'm saying, man, you know what I mean? Like it's all business what's going on. You know what I mean? They come here knowing that this is supposed to be a capitalistic place, and as far as they know before they come over here, niggas got it going on. Niggas richer than a bitch over there in America. They crazy than a motherfucker, but look at them niggas. They rich, and then they come over here, and then they see like, damn, y'all ain't really rich. Yo, y'all don't really know y'all run y'all the shit. Oh, y'all spend all y'all money with us. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? And then they looking at who in power. Okay, the so-called white people in power. They hear niggas around here saying that white people in power. They hear white supremacy. They hear all this kind of stuff that we ourselves are agreeing to. You know what I mean? So that's where the problems come in at. You know what I mean? No, ain't nobody doing nothing to us. Ain't nobody got no gun in front of my head telling me what to do when I walk out the door every day. Ain't nobody stuck me from doing little things I'm doing to make my money and do with them. So just imagine it was a collective of people like me doing it, or whatever the case. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody stop me from going to set up shop either. You know what I mean? Okay, they charging $1 for this shit when they really got it for 25 cents. Okay, I could charge my people 50 cents. I charge my people 75 cents. So that's why you need to come to me, not just because I'm no nigga on black or none of that, or because you got invested interest in this is why you need to come. Nigga, because your daddy owns shares in this motherfucking company, so you better not take your dumb ass nowhere else. It's like, hey man, all of like Scotch toilet paper. Okay, we finna go to Scotch. They got down and said, look, man, we got 10 racks right now, man. Give me all the Scotch you got at the wholesale price of all these other motherfuckers got them at. Okay, now we got pallets of Scotch toilet paper. Hey, all my niggas, y'all niggas need Scotch. They charging y'all at 10. We got them bitches on the streets for 7, nigga. Fuck with us. It's just like that. It's just about hustling. That's what it boils down to. You know what I mean? But if you ain't nobody in the market that's handling the business on in your behalf, then they're like, damn, okay, we coming to get all these products or whatever, but we don't see no nigga distributors.
Get some background. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like ain't no distributors or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So they gonna charge you what they want to charge you. You know what I mean? It's like it's crazy as hell, Chief, man. I'm gonna tell you one of my pet peeves, bro. When I go to these corner stores, dog, and I see these other ethnic groups, and nothing but our people go in and out that bitch like running water, dog. You know what I mean? I say, man, these bitches make about 10 racks a day, easy. You know what I mean? Off us. You know, it bothers me, bro. And especially the one day when I saw this Chinese lady that worked in one of the stores, bro. She went and got all her stuff from she came back with drink, whatever, water, stuff. I had a membership at the time, so I knew the bitch was like 50 cents a piece. I was like, man, they busting our head for $1, man, at that same damn store. And they probably looking at us like, why the fuck we ain't doing the same thing? So, bro, it's a personal problem, dog. That's how I see it, though, on the real, Chief.
Well, I mean, and that's not even hate to say, man, we gonna, start building on our own, man. Willie Jones, yeah, it gotta be bigger than boycotts. It's gotta be a cancellation. Like, I'm never wearing Gucci again, ever. It's never gonna happen, ever. They literally had to give me a tax-free 10B. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they just wanted me to wear it, not even take a picture. I just had to wear it downstairs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, money grip. There's no way. There's no way I would put myself like. But once again, people still don't understand. How am I gonna put it? Like, okay, another thing that we can learn from these people is any level of disrespect. Even a backhand flatter is forms of cancellation for you, and you losing shit, right? The support of our sisters, for instance, that should be automatic. When somebody do something disrespectful, especially to our sisters, one thing they should have a whole grapevine and say, okay, well, you know what, sisters, we're not gonna support that anymore, right? Because a lot of times brothers sit back and we be like, we don't support shit, y'all. And I need the sisters to chime in on this. When we'll say, man, we don't support certain shit, but y'all still support it, it is almost as if you guys support it and still be ramming it not only down our throats, but down our family throats, the society's throat, or whatever. I really, not to point fingers on that, because like I said, once again, I know the sisters will say they're not going to support some things, and we support it. So that criticism goes back and forth. You know what I'm saying? But just from my perspective, I notice there's certain things, because once again, men kind of respond to what women like. Oh, they like Gucci, Prada, Gucci, Fendi, whatever. You know what I mean? And or certain things, and then brothers will still say, well, man, yeah, I know that Gucci did this, but they like it. So kind of respond to that, brothers. Wisdom.
You know, it's like kind of like all the same thing though, man. It like, you know, when we think about Gucci, it like when you look at the big picture thing, like we like to go to the root of shit. It's like, okay, Gucci is just a brand. That's all it is. They done find a way to make their brand popular to make people want to buy it. You know, so everyone has the potential to do the same exact thing. And I don't know if it's a private company or a public company or not, but again, you have a collective, more than likely you have a collective group of people that put their money together to create what you call Gucci. And as they should, which the entertainers are for, you know what I mean? They use them for their interests. You know what I mean? Like, yo, okay, I need to promote my shit. I need to market my stuff to high-end people, so I'm gonna get this high-end model to do it, or this high-end or whatever. So that puts me in a certain bracket. That's like being a barber and you cut and you say, man, look, I'm finna find me a celebrity head to cut because I want to get into the celebrity market. You know what I mean? I don't want to just cut regular niggas' hair. I want to go at 100 a pop versus the 20. So it's all about how you scheme, right? Which is the deceitful part, the capitalization part, the race part, the racist part, the competitive part, you know what I mean? It's figuring out how to strategize to get what you want at the expense of others. There's no way around it. But the others are the ones that don't have invested interest with you. You know what I mean? So if everybody on everybody on the block saying, hey man, we got this product that all of us finna put our little $1,000 or $100 into, you know what I mean, to get it, because with this shit booming on the streets. So we need to get this product and be the one that had the best price, and we're gonna take over this whole market to do this. You know what I mean? Okay. So right now, this store or this business or whatever has a market share of 60%. They said 60% of the shit. So out of every 10, 6 people going to these people over here. Okay, like you said, I want, and somebody else is spread it out across the way, but I want in on this market share. Right now, we have a 0% market share because ain't none of us involved in this market. So once you're thinking like this, it ain't about who doing what to you no more. You thinking how I'm finna outthink these motherfuckers. Okay, cool. Now we finna put our money together, find out where they getting this shit from. Okay, they getting it from China, or they getting it from this place, or they getting it from that place. It's coming on at this port. It's at this price or whatever. Okay, cool. They get it. Okay, now I'm finna get the shit. Now I got it for something for the same price y'all got it for. All the time y'all been bleeding us. You know what I mean? Because we know y'all motto is to tax us and keep the money for yourself. Okay, we get that. So now we in the market, but we know we the one to spend all the goddamn money, right? So I'm gonna fuck if I undercut your ass 25 cents or whatever. You know what I mean? Now we marketing now, bitch. We got the best prices in times, the new sheriff in time around this motherfucker. And we on that legal shit. Like, what can you do? You know what I mean? So what can they do rather? You know, so it's all about being competitive in what they call the free commerce and free market. You know what I mean? To where the businesses are the what you call the U.S. regulators. They are the businesses. Those are the U.S. regulators, the companies. Those are who had the invested interest in the politics and all that type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? So it's like once we understand all that, man, as just a general concept, and like you said, take your feelings out of it when it comes to business and just know that you're just doing business. That's all it is. You know what I mean? So then when you be like, okay, you just figure out what market you're going to take over. It's like, okay, like you said, for instance, you go in the store, everybody got blunts, they got this, they got that. We know what's selling because it's our people, so it's our market or target market that we're going for. So we know us better than anybody else. So we know what the fuck we buying. So we're like, okay, we're going to go into the blunt market first. If you can't afford to go into the whole store. Like we're going to set up a store that sell a number of blunts. That's all we selling around this bitch. And we're going to have a discount for all our own people. You know what I mean? Everybody else getting taxed. You know what I mean? So everybody gonna come to you. So now they got that market, the blunt market, sold up. You know what I mean? However much millions of dollars they make in that economy, in that area, because you know they got track record on everything. Okay, this much tobacco sale in this area, this many amount of clothes sale in this area. So now you done got some of that market. So now say you do the same thing with beer. or next thing you know, you got candy or whatever the fuck. But you understand my point. And then you just, like you said, go from market to goddamn market. You see what I'm saying? And just strategically take over. You know what I mean? So we're like, okay, now we got a place here. Now we got somebody in this other city. Hey man, let us know what booming we're gonna try to take over the market over there. You see what I'm saying? And we boom, now you in that market. So on and so forth, dog. You know what I mean? Everybody contributing their money. Anybody that want to be invested in shit that don't want to be active about what nothing is going on as far as like the day-to-day operations and shit like that. It is like, hey man, you want to be a part of our company we got going on. We trying to take over this area. We're gonna do it with this much bread. Nigga, put your little money up, goddamn it, a month or whatever, and we're gonna kick this much dividends to your ass. You know what I'm saying? How because that's how business work. You know, it can still be a private company or whatever the case. And man, I don't want, like I said, I don't want to talk too much, but it's just simple business. People just know business. And so once you just set your shit up, and then people just all about getting people to agree to do it with you. That's what these people doing right now, every day on the market. They trading. You know what I mean? Every day on the market. Like a Louis Vuitton, I think they all the motherfuckers Gucci, I think they private companies. But public companies, that's literally what they doing, Chief. When I know you know that. You know what I mean? Like motherfuckers investing all the time. I'm gonna invest $1,000 to this stock. I'm gonna get $1,000 of this one. You know what I mean? That's money. So they get $1 million motherfuckers to do that. Just send them a rack or send them $100. You know what I mean? That's how they got their capital. And they using their capital to invest, you know what I mean? And then they telling them, I'm gonna send your ass, goddamn it, every quarter, I'm gonna send your ass $15. I'm gonna send your ass $10. I'm gonna send you $100 unless you want to keep that shit invested and compound your interest and all that. And there's different little rates I'm gonna give you for that. And you don't take it out and all that shit. And you keep on investing and you don't have to worry about paying no taxes unless you receive a dividend from this company or whatever. But imagine it being you setting it up how you want to set it up and however you arrange and make your bond agreement with your people. And how y'all rock. Y'all might have a bond agreement like, you know what, nigga, we're gonna put up 5 years straight, nigga. Ain't nobody gonna get nothing back, nigga. Or whatever. However you decide to set up with your people. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, man, you know, I don't want y'all trying to get in, man. Just shit like this. I don't want to talk too much, man. You know, but to me, just shit that be simple. You know. And so a lot of people just willing, you know, put into, you know.
Onlybuilders2022 at gmail.com. How to start a bank tomorrow, man. Private bill, man. Y'all tap in. Friday gonna be also. Y'all tap in for that, man. We're gonna more information gonna be on that, man. Putting some stuff together. We really don't want to kind of talk about what the movie's gonna be, but you guys tap in, man.
It's interesting.
We're gonna be too secretive. Yeah, but it's like, you know, like also the information and stuff we're gonna be dropping. Not necessarily can drop, you know, publicly. You know what I'm saying? Not that we do anything, you know, nefarious like that. No. But it's just so much censorship and stuff. So now that we're gonna be spewing hate, it's gonna be a little bit more historianism. We'll be able to, you know, informing documentation and stuff like that. So yeah, this is all for. And then of course, you know, we're filming on docu series and things. So yeah, man. So there's some things that we want to present and drop. You know, you know what I mean?
I think y'all doing a good job, though, Chief, man. I think y'all need to keep on doing exactly what y'all doing, bro. You know what I mean? For real, bro. I just think that, like I said, though, by me observing my people, I just think with us as people all together, me personally, to me, I ain't gonna say, I don't just like to give my money away. Let me just put it that way, right? You know, when you think about being a hustler, where you always thinking, what am I gonna get in return for what I spend?
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? That's just a natural way of thinking, right? And when you're trying to get people to collaborate with you, it's all everybody wants something in return. So that's why I
we have to always ask ourselves that to those corner stores as well as Nike, well as Adidas, well as what's the other ones that's boycotting? The NBA. What do we get out of putting all our energy, putting our children, trying to put our children there? All the things that we put into these outside entities that don't give anything back, my brother. That's the first thing. Second thing is, me, man, it's always about that immediate return. You know what I mean? I'm that guy. And once again, what we're offering is something to empower. It's not. We're here to give.
That's right.
I think that's a different concept. You know what I'm saying? Hi, how about this? Oh, you think you can get rich by giving?
Hell yeah.
I think that's possible.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I think so too. I think that would be a novel idea. You know what I'm saying? This first, you go empower other people, and then that empowers you.
Exactly.
Sheesh.
What you do all the time.
Jeez.
When I had first jumped up here, man, I wanted to show you something, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you were talking about the rabbi and stuff like that earlier, and I forget who you was related to rabbi to, but it was interesting that you said that. I don't know if you can share my screen, but I want you to see this. God, the picture itself gonna fuck you up. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? If you don't know about it already. I don't know if you can share my screen or not, but I already got it up for you.
Agios is in the building. You
see
that? Man. Hold on, I'm about to get. Hold on, yeah, I see it. We got here. You got the racial identity of U.S. Jews. Can you read that article, brother? I see that's Dr. Martin Luther King, Judaism, case study, minority in America. This is done in 2018. Go ahead, bro. You got
it. So you already see what he's receiving, right? I don't know if you can see what he's receiving or not, but he received.
Nah, yeah, tell us what he's receiving, brother.
Right under it says Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel presenting Martin Luther King Jr. with the Judaism and World Peace Award in 1965, Library of Congress. Okay, so he did. So when you talking about Jews and all that shit, I was like, God damn, you know what I mean? So we already said that he pretty much sold our people out on the cool, and he kind of working with these folk. And yeah, the Jews right there, Judaism. That's what Martin Luther King worked for. And so I continue to read the article though, because it got some pretty interesting information in it. It says, for many Jews, America has been a land of both opportunity and persecution. This ambiguity is reflected in Jewish racial identity. On average, Jews are better educated and more wealthy than other Americans, and there are more Jewish members of Congress than their share of the population. That's key right there. They just say that there's more Jews in the goddamn Congress than any. Okay, yeah, y'all see what's going on. They run the Congress. It says, however, FBI reports shows that Jews have been attacked in hate crimes more than any other U.S. religious group. This ambiguity is reflected in Jewish racial identity. Race is a social construct. It is a powerful idea created by humans, not biological fact. And the boundaries of race are thus often flexible. As of 2013, 94% of U.S. Jews identified as white. However, Jewish racial identity has changed many times in U.S. history. In 19th century, which the 1800s, in 19th century America, Jews were generally believed to be a distinct race within a broad category of white people. Jews who wanted to maintain their distinct traditions self-described as both racially Jewish and white. This was a common way of viewing race at the time. Immigrant groups like the Germans, the Irish, and Jews were seen as distinct races, but they could still all be seen as white. Some of these groups, like the Irish, were sometimes grouped with African Americans, which we know African American wasn't a word during that time, and struggled to gain inclusion with white society. But 19th century Jews were largely considered to be just another subgroup in the U.S.'s majority white population. In the early 20th century, as the U.S. industrialized, immigration increased and Nazism spread from Europe. Many Americans became nativists and tried to exclude newer immigrants who were often poorer than those of the 19th century from being considered white. Jews began to be called non-white, and Many even started calling Jews black. For example, in 1910, Professor Arthur Abernathy published a book called The Jew, a Negro, claiming Jews and Africans were racially identical.
Damn.
Yeah, this shit heavy, huh? It said his book compared racist stereotypes of black physical and social traits to stereotypical Jewish traits to show that Jews were black. Similar ideas led some colleges like Harvard and NYU to set up racial quotas to exclude Jews from white man's colleges. In the South, Jim Crow laws began to target Jews as well as Black Americans. In Pine Bluff, Arkansas, in 1912, a Jewish immigrant was nearly lynched after onlookers took him for a black man walking with a white woman. Okay, y'all, how in the fuck you get this construed? Jewish and black, okay, peep game. It says from 1913 to 1915, these issues gained national attention in the trial of Leo Frank, a Jewish man accused of raping and murdering a white girl in Atlanta. White Georgians compared Frank's Jewish racial identity to racist stereotypes of African Americans. And the jury convicted Frank. His sentence was commuted by Georgia governor, but a few days later, a white mob lynched Frank. Anti-Semitic propaganda also spread during these years, supported by popular figures like automaker Henry Ford and Catholic radio priest Father Coughlin. By the 1930s, anti-Jewish racism was at an all-time high, but Jewish American racial identity quickly shifted again. Partially, this was because Jews were an important part of President Franklin D. Roosevelt's political coalition. As such, he discouraged questioning Jewish racial identity as anything but white, and fought hard against nativists and anti-Semitism, declaring that all immigrants were full Americans. Okay, y'all, this is key. It says, when the U.S. entered World War II against Germany, many Americans stopped identifying Jews as a separate race in opposition to the genocidal racial ideas of Nazis. Most importantly, when the U.S. military racially segregated World War II Army units, they placed Jews in white units, thus affirming Jews' status as whites. By the time the veterans came home, Jews were generally considered white again. Then they advanced economically and took part in the 1950s exodus of white Americans from their city, from inner cities to the suburbs. 20th century Jews navigated the changes to their racial identity in diverse ways. Many resisted being called white because they identified with the struggles of Black Americans, seeing their own history of persecution in the discrimination faced by African Americans. These Jews benefited from their privilege as white Americans, but maintained a desire for a distinct racial identity from the white people they saw as oppressive. However, other Jews, particularly those in the South, who might suffer violence if they supported their Black neighbors, were far more comfortable affirming their status as white, and some even worked to maintain white supremacy. Regardless, Jews often struggled to reconcile the benefits of being white in the U.S. with their desire to maintain a distinct Jewish racial identity rooted in a history of persecution. In the 21st century, while most Americans believe Jews are white, racial issues linger. For example, in 2017, after the superhero movie, Wonder Woman was criticized for lacking racial diversity. Some critics countered that the main character, played by Jewish actress Gal Gadot, is a person of color. Like you were saying earlier, Chief, that a person of color is like white still. It's this caused major debate in U.S. Jewish media, with many Jewish journalists claiming that Gadot is white, and others that she is a person of color. So some Jews saying she's white, it sounds like they saying, and some Jews saying she's a person of color. It's a racial hate crimes against Jews also remain common. In August 2017, white supremacists descended on Charlottesville, Virginia, where they had 2 days of racial rallies and attacked bystanders, killing one and injuring 19 others. During these events, the white supremacists chanted anti-Semitic slogans, falsely claimed Jewish people had tricked people into believing they are white, and blamed Jews for all racial problems in the U.S. Some of the group's leaders even criticized President Donald Trump, who was otherwise often praised by them because his daughter had converted to Judaism. While admittedly a small piece of U.S. Jewish history, Jews' complex racial identity illustrates their status as both a privileged and persecuted minority in America. That's it.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting though, right? You know, when we talk about converting and stuff like that or whatever, because Ivanka is not only just from Trump's side, but also her mother's side. So we got to put that in perspective as well. So, and then once again, and Trump also knows that marriage is more in his world about business.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? It's not more about love, you know, any of that type of stuff in Ivanka's world, in Trump's world. So y'all got to think about that from that perspective as well. So converting, you know what I'm saying? I don't know about all that. And she had to convert to maybe the religion, as far as being a part of the same group of people, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. That's why I said it gets kind of murky, because even when we have these people, you know, call themselves white supremacists, or not even, I think there's just a term that's put on them by these people, by this media that we're talking about, right? And they put that term on them. And then a lot of times we don't get to hear all the thing that these people say. You know what I mean? Y'all ever think about that? And to be able to have that conversation. So
kind of like
I like to be able to have that conversation, because I'm not afraid to have that conversation with them. You know what I mean? And why you feel like this or whatever. Then be able to edify them and educate them on, you know, how they're immigrants as well. Slavs, to be exact. And a lot of the things, if they, okay, so we push back on, okay, we say, well, the racial tension and stuff is created by them. Well, then how are they participating in the racial aspect of it? I understand competition, and I understand working hard or whatever, but I also understand propaganda, and I also understand that a lot of people are being used. You know what I'm saying? And how would I say it, man? If people just start communicating, I think that it would, a lot of these concepts and things would be torn down. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, I didn't know that. Oh shit, I didn't know you pick up pennies too. You know what I mean? And oh, that comes from this. Oh yeah, that's kind of the same reason. You know what I mean? Or this is the reason why. You know what I'm saying? We're doing this for children, and they're gonna come this and do this. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So it's just, once again, man, we have to think outside the box when it comes to doing for ourselves. And if it's something that somebody's doing outside of us, that's cool. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? We're not criticizing people for any of that. You know what I mean? Or anything they're doing right. You know what I mean? But we're just talking about the flip side of it. What would it look like if it was happening in their soil, and it was hurting their people? You know what I mean? and exploiting their people. So why wouldn't that be a conversation that, town hall meeting in everybody's communities? Okay, this needs to happen and start empowering the community. Just one of the things. It's not a magic bullet. It's not a silver bullet. Go ahead, brother.
I think because people move it in their own time, I think it's really what it boils down to, Chief, man. You know what I mean? Because I think the only, like I say, man, I think the only reason why other groups, and I'm not even going to necessarily say everybody in every group work together. I'm not even going to go that far and say that. But I think, and I don't know for sure, but in most cases, I think these groups, they all have an invested interest together. Like they put money in a pot together as a collective whole. You see what I'm saying? Because let's say for instance, Jewish people, all them call themselves Jewish people, and they got certain rules and regulations that they go by as a people, right? And run things how they run it. So yeah, they could charge themselves taxes or whatever to borrow money for their own ventures and stuff like that if they wanted to. But they made a rule to say, no, we're not going to do that. You know what I mean? So everybody agreed to that. So everybody got invested interest in what I'm saying. Like with us, it's not going to hurt or help nobody if we go against each other. I mean, not we go against each other. But right now, as it stands, it's not a benefit to work together because we don't have anything together to work for. So we already know we're a part of the same team, right? We know that if we go spend money with somebody else, we literally taking money out of everybody, including your own mouth. You know what I'm saying? If you know that, then you're more than likely not gonna go spend with nobody else because it's not gonna make sense. You know what I mean? Like, why would I go get something or go spend some money for something when I can go get it for free? Because I already got it locked up. It's already in the pot where everybody got their fair share they can get every month because we pay every month. It's kind of like paying a bill, G. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can be spread among many things. You know what I mean? It's like you already know you pay for this membership already. So everything that's under the membership, you automatically get free of charge. It's like having a business, right? Me and you go form a business together, right? And we make $100,000 a year, or $1 million a year, whatever, right? And your living expenses is whatever it is, like whatever it is, mine, whatever it is, and it automatically coming out the company or the business. You see what I'm saying? It's like the company and the business is paying for your living expenses, but there's no reason for you to actually have no cash money yourself. It's like, nah, the company is paying for this, the company paid for that. So, you see what I'm saying? Like, I already got this over here. Like, the company already got, we already buy a case of toilet tissue or whatever for our business that we got or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So that shit like that. You know, it's just like when it's already set. You ain't got to go get that if you already got it. I guess is what I'm trying to say at the end of the day. And I think these motherfuckers so cold-blooded with the Chief, man. It's like, okay, let's say, like I said, we run a business together, right? We got $1 million that we made together as a company. So that's $1 million income that I made. That's $1 million income that you made, according to figures. So let's say I'm trying to go get a house. I can show that, hey, look, man, I got a company that I made $1 million. You can take that same picture, right? Hey, man, I got a house, man. I made $1 million. I want a house. I made $1 million. Whatever you trying to get. You know what I'm saying? And so this, you got 100 people, right, that's in the same company that accumulated this amount of money. Everybody can claim to have that amount of money, right? So now that goes back to what I was talking about the financial instruments or whatnot. You know what I mean? So now, like, this on paper, everybody, boom, 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 got this here. So we can use, everybody can use that as leverage. So now let's go get $10 million from these folks. So we show on paperwork that all of us are worth this much. You understand what I'm saying? I think that's kind of what they do. And then because when it kind of makes money really big, at the end of the day, it's all about how much money can you make. They call it derivatives. Like, how many derivatives can you make off a dollar? Can you make a dollar look like $1.15? So the 15 cents is considered the derivatives. That's the tax aspect. It's like, can I have 10 racks? Me and a group of people put up 10 racks, right? And we fund $500 businesses or $500 credit cards or $300 credit cards and we a certain tax on the shit when you spend the money. You're like, yeah, you get all your information. Boom. We finna give your ass $500 credit. You know what I mean? Finna go get the money right back because we already got a financial instrument that's saying that you gonna give me the money, right? So now I'm charging you 15%. Boom.
Y'all hear that beat? Mo Can. Cut. Killing them. Boogeyman, what up, though? Hey, man. Y'all want our shit sound like Run DMC and them. Yeah. Tap in. Let's go. Hey, man. Yeah, man. You going in, man. Honestly, like I said, in small groups, what you're saying is small groups can turn into bigger groups. You know what I mean? Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com. Hey, we're gonna be a little bit more active, you guys. Like I said, tomorrow we're gonna be letting you guys know what time we're gonna be tapping in. Letting you know what's going on for Friday, this weekend at Joy Lake. Then y'all, like I said, man, we got more things in store, man. We just grinding, man. That's what we do over here, man. We're putting it together, man. And the brother has a lot of great ideas, man. And once again, I know you're sparking a lot of neurons in people's shit right now. You know what I'm saying? Like they hearing it, like, oh shit. You know what I mean? It's good. That's what's up, bro. Where you located, bro?
I'm in H-Town right now.
H-Town. That's what's up, man. We're gonna be down there, man. So tap in with me, man, for real. We're gonna be out there, man. There's a lot of good brothers out there in the H, man. Yeah, man. Like I said, we're gonna really we need all hands on deck, bro. All great ideas and you know and where you at? Because once again, why should it be? Why can't we do that? Why should we continue to the madness? Why can't we change it up? Is that place in Houston, man? It's called Chimichan's. It's a Asian spot, man, that sell fried chicken and fried rice, bro. Shit, gas.
Yeah.
Gas.
Man, my ladies go there all the time, man.
Gas, bro. They be lined up outside of the sheesh. Gas, y'all. They sprinkle crack on that shit.
Restaurants around this motherfucker, man.
Well, once again, though, and it's how many of them, are owned by us, bro?
Exactly, man. Exactly.
No, that's. It's serious. You live in Houston, though. Like, can we just think of the percentage? What do you think?
It's sad, bro. It's sad as fuck.
How, Sway? How, brother? How's that possible?
Niggas ain't got hustling on their mind. Well, I ain't gonna say they ain't got hustling on their mind, Chief. They got the wrong hustling on their mind. Cause niggas getting it. You know what I mean? But it's just always they got us on the wrong side of getting it, man.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying? That's really what it boiled down to. Cause like niggas getting paper around this motherfucker.
What about grocery stores?
None of that you got, like you were saying, you know what I mean? You got the Hispanics got their little sections. You got the Africans got their sections. You got the Chinese got their sections. The white folks got their sections. That's how it is. Yeah, now, bro, you can ride through parts of Houston, Chief, man. So you don't see
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying,
Spanish, bro.
I'm just saying, though, man. Like, shout out to Baytown, man. But sheesh.
I be like, what's going on, man? Niggas don't see what the hell going on, man. Like, y'all don't see the play.
Hey, man, y'all don't understand, bro.
I'm talking about, bro. I'm talking about, dog, it hurts, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, man, let me ask you a question, man. Yeah. You in Texas, man. You got Abbott. He just won the re-election by damn near landslide, right? Well, it was a landslide. So here's the thing, right? He's against immigration, so he say. Right? Why the hell are people pouring across the border in Texas, bro?
Shit,
what the hell? What the hell?
Does
that make any sense to anybody listening to me right now? Like, not to say, there's a hole in the fence. Okay, let's put it this way, right? Or, we know people across, like, okay,
they need some more border
what is happening? Like, and then for him to put people on buses, though, bro, he's putting people on buses using taxpayers' dollars in Texas, using your money to put people on buses and then shipping them to other states. How does that make sense, bro? Why are people coming across the border in your state with Greg Abbott as the damn governor of that state, brother? What is going on?
They ain't never stopped, bro.
Everybody, look right there, Eagle Point. What?
Ever since I got here, they've been doing this here, man.
I fire every border agent they got. They all y'all be fired. Y'all niggas crazy.
I'm talking about, bro, they hire these folks, Chief. Like,
this is
at
crazy.
restaurant I was working at, bro, it ain't nothing but illegals working there that was from El Salvador. Like, straight up. Like, all the companies doing this. They got.
But what is Greg Abbott doing though, bro? That don't make any sense, bro. I'm still trying to figure this out. Why are people flooding?
They trying to disenfranchise us, dog. They disenfranchising us, man. That's what they doing. They using them to disenfranchise us, man.
Wait. So this is not happening in New Mexico and Arizona and California?
Oh yeah, it's happening everywhere.
Wait. Nah, not like it's happening, bro. I seen some shit, bro. This is bad. Like it ain't like I'm saying. It's like, yo, it's like,
it's like
not like a few here that like it's a lot of people, bro. I mean, a lot of people, man.
Everywhere.
Not to say nothing against nothing to nobody. I understand people want a better life, but why these people are not like war torn and they coming in Abercrombie and Fitch, Nikes. You know what I'm saying? Baby carriages, this and that and the third. Bro, what the fuck is going on, fam? If Greg Abbott is against this, why is he putting people in private jets and shit and air-conditioned buses across this country that are coming into this country illegal? I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. This has nothing to do. It's just safety. Like, what the fuck are we talking about, bro? And they say, well, we have a fentanyl problem, and this is happening. Fuck all that, bro. Why are people coming across this goddamn border? What the hell is happening?
Ain't no stopping that, Chief.
Yeah, bro, that's crazy. This is crazy talk, bro. Somebody like that don't even make sense, bro. Like you, and then for somebody to say they don't want it to happen, why is it happening? Doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, that's
and if people just came and it was just like a whole bunch of people trying to get in and they can't get in. Why would that make? Why now you're making it our problem as if something's going on? No, start addressing the governments and the things that's going on that create this condition that these people feel like they got to come here to participate in the taking of the resources of this country. If y'all don't understand, that's what this is. That's what legal immigration as well as illegal immigration is happening to us. Respect it or fucking check it, man.
And the thing about it is, I think the real incentive is that if they make it on this side, they can't be sent back out. They got to keep them.
Nah, bro, but that's what I'm saying, bro. This has to be addressed, man. This is not it. Just from common sense, bro. If you became the president right now, you'd be like, "Well, what's going on, Texas? What is happening? What does this make sense?" You say you're again. I mean, not okay. And then also Guatemala, El Salvador, all these countries, whatever. What is happening to make this happen to where people feel like this makes sense for them to come here and to be able to do this, and it makes sense in any shape, form, of capacity, brother? Hey, peace. Is that Christopher stand back?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, I was just thinking the same thing. Like, what is happening?
Hey, bro, why does that make sense, bro? That's not being, and that once again, that doesn't mean I hate anybody. I'm asking a serious question. Why is this happening? Why is Greg Abbott allowing this to happen? Why is this just happening in general? Why? What needs to happen to make it not happen anymore? You see what I'm saying?
I don't think that Greg Abbott is making it happen though, because I mean I believe he's doing all he can to stop it. Same thing
for
the border.
Means that he is. That means, well, I got you. That means that if he can't stop it, well, that means that he's incompetent.
So how would you stop it, Chief?
You don't want me to say that.
But they go ahead and get busy, huh, man? So
I'm different, bro. I'll be in their countries asking them questions like, wait a minute, why y'all sending these people? What's happening? Then why the next country's relaying people here? And why is this happening? I'll make shit uncomfortable for everybody else. Is you fucking my shit up, I'm fucking your shit up. I will fuck y'all up. That's the first thing. All that shit, I'll be different. They'd be like, he's crazy. I wouldn't even have to have you come, like you got a yard, right? And you got a fence, and you say, hey, do not enter, right? This is your house, it's your yard. You don't know who's coming across this fence, right? you gonna put some level of security there, right? Dog, right?
Yeah, they
You gonna do certain things, right?
They actually advertise.
They got drones. They got niggas flying on the motherfucking little jet packs now. They got a whole bunch of shit. I'm telling y'all, one time only. Yeah, it'll be a level of
They were saying they promoting it for border control and stuff like that. They don't have enough, bro. That's one reason why they coming on through too. They don't have enough to control the border.
All right, so it's just fuck it then. Just poison us, kill us, take everything. It's over, huh? Nah, money. You ain't gonna take your family down. You ain't gonna take your family in your yard, right? Oh, you're gonna be like, okay, well I have 1,000 acres now. I'm just gonna go ahead and just take 100 and let them take over the 900. Fuck all that. No, somebody got to pay, right? So everybody that's participating in this, I'll be on y'all ass. That's what I'll be on. And secondly, y'all stop coming over here. I only have to tell you a couple times. After
That's actually how the United States.
I wouldn't tell you no more. Huh?
We actually used to charge foreigners.
Ain't no motherfucking buses and Martha Vineyard trips. None of that shit. Y'all got shit fucked up. Everybody got shit fucked up, bro. Like, nah, bro. Like, come on, fam. And we go, we have a fentanyl problem. Fuck all that. Really? Where? Who started it? Where it come from? See what I'm saying? Fuck all that talk. And see, that's what. And see, the media is all about pushing propaganda and fear. And as you're so big, and all you guys got to do is talk about it, but ain't nothing gonna happen. It's being fear. You know what I'm saying? Of each other, as opposed to what's really going on. Address what's really going on. And yes, not just America. I just said Fiji's having problems. We know the world is having problems with drugs and all this other stuff. What are we gonna do about it? Are y'all willing to really do something about it? That's the question.
See, that's what I'm saying. You never get everybody to be on the same page because people want what they want. And all the time, people like you, for instance, the thing that you want it because you want it. No one else can tell you what they want and when they want, wouldn't have wanted it. You see what I'm saying? That's just how it is. So when you find people, and then most people that say they want what you want or they want, they really don't even want it. They just bullshit. You know what I mean? You can get to it right, put it right on their lap, and they be like, nah, they're gonna find all kind of excuses in the world. Oh yeah, you were just bullshit. You don't really want it. You know what I'm saying? And so you just weed them out too. And then you just find the ones that they want what you want, and then you just go from there. But that's what it boils down to, though, Chief. Like, people want what they want, and that's it. And most of the time, people that want what they want, they ain't gonna need nobody else to help them get it. You know what I mean? They're gonna figure out how to run that shit on their own. You know what I mean? Like, you know what? This is what I want, and I'm finna figure out how to get it. You know, and you know, and once you got people like that, then those type of people, they can come together and form another partnership to do something else that's not affecting what they already got going on. It's like, hey man, I'm already making 100 racks a year over here on my end. You already doing the same thing on your end. Hey, it ain't nothing to put up 10 racks together to go to do something that's gonna make us 10 times the amount, because I don't want to put up my whole 100 racks, and you don't want to put up your whole 100. So let's just goddamn leverage this shit and invest into this shit together. Get what we're gonna get out of it and fall back up out this bitch. You know what I mean? It's kind of like stuff like that. And I just really honestly think that's just how the game go, bro. And I don't think it really got nothing to do with no race, no nothing, no religion, no none of that shit. You know what I mean? Just all about collective common interest and people doing it, man. You know what I mean? I don't think it's too much rocket science to it, especially when it came to this capitalism aspect of looking at things. And then when you quiet as it's kept, when you agree, it's like when you give a pledge or something like that. So we got a company together, and we're like, hey man, you the security. So hey, if anything happens, nigga, you got the right to gun shit down. Period. We're gonna get to file this shit or whatever we gotta file, but that's your job. And you got the right to give people that kind of authority and rights and shit like that. You know what I mean? And once we understand that kind of concept, we can really use that shit to our own private interest. You know what I'm saying? And where people really be protected legally under the law. You know, just by, anyway. But it's just certain shit that you can do. You know, I forget where I was going with that point. But yeah, man, this shit is real for real, man. I set up the organization shit. It's a serious thing. You know, organization do to give you your own jurisdiction and shit.
Hey, my guy, I got a question for you.
why do the foreigners buy all the corner lots when they come here, and especially in our neighborhoods? Do they do the same thing in you guys' city, in you guys' state?
Actually, in real estate, the corner lots is the best lots to buy because it's more equity in them. You know, they're more expensive. You know what I'm saying? They're worth more. That's why people buy corner lots. And then, especially like when you're talking about commercial and businesses and stuff like that, because the corner lot gives you a cross section. You know what I mean? To where you have access to more of the traffic count. So, you know, you have a traffic count or whatever. Well, people that do the business plans or whatever, you have a traffic count or whatever. And the traffic count is higher at intersections versus just, you know, that. So that would be one of my reasons why I say they would get corner lots.
Yeah, and a lot of this just be like in residential districts. I just feel like that it's amazing how they can leave one country because it's underdeveloped. And from my interviews with a lot of foreigners, they blame us for the underdeveloped. We both agree that it's the USA's fault of something that they're doing, exploiting the country. But then they'll go back and say they're exploiting the country to support you guys' habits or something like that's going on here in America. But
yeah, you know,
it's amazing how they can leave their country and come here and somehow work together and rise to levels far beyond where they were in their countries. So it's like, what are we missing?
My bad.
Huh?
Oh, my bad. I thought I had cut you off.
Yeah, I was just asking because, I mean, beyond pride, I don't see anything different. Because, I mean, nobody has any more talent, skill sets, or trades. They don't come over here with as much or any more funding than what we have, but they're able to work here and change laws here for their favor and benefit more than they are where they're from. And so what a part of the ingredients have we not incorporated that everybody else is doing that we're not?
Like pooling money together, you know, like she probably gonna be teaching tomorrow.
Table bank.
Like creating your own bank, you know what I mean? Because the bank is just a collection of money for the most part, you know what I mean? People putting their money together and they starting their own companies into markets that they know gonna be profitable, you know what I mean? You know, like let's say like a nail shop, for instance. You know what, it takes somebody about 9 months to go to school or whatever. You send people through the school, you know what I'm saying? They got ownership of the company too or whatever. Everybody put their money together, start up a little shop. They make it profitable, scale it up, you know what I mean? Make it worth something. Probably take out other loans against it, whatever. Just regular business shit, you know what I'm saying? Then they put their money into their own pot again, like everybody, okay, yeah. So now we helped you start a salon business, so they might have to put 20% of the profits towards they collective group, they investment group or something. You see what I'm saying? And they might go start a restaurant with that pot. You know, now we're gonna start a restaurant. So that restaurant got to put 20% back to the pot or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And run and help scale that business and hire your own folks and everything else, bro. To me, it's just simple economics, my bro. You know what I mean? They're thinking they're coming over here to do business. And it just unfortunately, you know. Yeah, we the ones, goddamn it, let all the money come from. I don't know if you still there, Chief, but I guess anybody probably in your chat neither, because somebody spam your shit. I don't know if you still there, Chief. You ain't never. We had to get on the party here, player.
Yeah, man. Everybody dropped on off, man. Peace to everybody, man, that tapped in, man. To the GOAT, DJ Cut Tack, Talk Mix Show, man. Hey, Mr. Brooklyn in the building. Joshua Stewart, Darius Matthews, Boss Player. Who else in here, man? Hawk Yos. Reach up for your fruit. Stop grazing the grass. That's right. What else we got in here, man? E-Knots. These are the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Real talk. Really appreciate it, man. Good conversations, man. Good builds with everybody, man. Good information, man. Like I said, man, it is not about hate, man. It's about historianism. Shout out to Keith Tolliver. Leonard Keel. Chris Creer. Yeah, man. Platinum and Gold TV. Yeah, man, y'all be on the lookout for the mixtape dropping, man. New music dropping. Ain't got that infamous Blue Diamond, man. Go get that double single. Yeah, man. Once again, man, it's really about creating your own thing, man. And what we're doing, man, you know, cutting out the middleman, man. You know what I mean? Direct to the world, man. And that's utilize the tools and things that our ancestors didn't have, people that came before us didn't have, and just kind of some of the old school ways of thinking. Empress Summer, Rain, Amaru, Connie, Aborigine. Peace, Empress. What you got to do, man? Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Really appreciate all the love that we get over here, man. The GOAT, DJ Cut Tack. Just this community in general, man. Big Aboriginal Power, Ab TV, A1, Hawk School, Jaguar. Who else, man? You already know, man. Truth. Takes down the Confederate Don, man. Hawk Yos, Gretchen Helm. Man, you already know, man. You gotta go check out Crypto Case Cartel, man. Support the publication, man. Once again, it's about supporting Aboriginal businesses, man. You already know, man. Elizabeth Young, Joy Lake, man. Everything's going on, man. Support. bestauto.com. Everything, man. Like, it's just, if once again, if we can see a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, even a 100-year plan, man. You know, that's what it's about, man. Just kind of implementing a lot of these things that we talk about, not just be talking on the internet, but really implementing. Only Builders, man, 2022 at gmail.com. Definitely, man. Send a link out to everybody's members. And then you want to be a member, Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com, man. Tap in. Chief Holiday at gmail.com, man. You book myself, DJ Cut Tack, virtually, in your city, in your town, in your venue. Big Aboriginal Power. Tap in, man. It's the GOAT, DJ Cut Tack, man. Get it in, man. Appreciate everybody. Anthony L. tapping in. It's Miss Me. Them the twins. Got the building, man. Definitely want to appreciate the Nabby Poet, Ghetto Child Clinic, man. Appreciate all the love, man. We get over here. Shay Pierre. Everybody just tapped in, just looking too, man. Appreciate you guys, man. It's gonna be listening to this later on. You know what I'm saying? We definitely appreciate you guys, man. Sharing this on all your social media platforms. Like, share, subscribe. Like I said, it's just about getting the vibration. I know it got a little messy, man, but that was just your boy. It's just his job to come in and get everybody ruffled, man. So we got some young bucks over here, man, that be bucking. So, you know, we never want to discourage that energy, man, of protection, you know, because that's what it's about, man, and love, man. So that's what you see. You see the brother like Tayshawn going in, man. Some of us, man, we just ain't talking like that, man. We don't like all that. You know, I just be, you know, sometimes trying to be a little bit more patient. You know what I mean? And beat them at their own game. You know what I mean? Because they always trying to come in with some little angles that they try to use. But here's the problem. A lot of our people watch this, and you have a lot of the questions as well. So you get to see a lot of those questions get answered in real time. You know what I mean? People like that will be in your face because they know sometimes a lot of those guys, you know, they might be a little bit more learned in some of this stuff than you guys. You know, or they went to school or something and they read some chematology books, or they went to church and they read some books. You know what I mean? They was in jail, all type of shit, right? So they might have, you know, went to some Nawapian classes, some shit. So, you know what I mean? So, you know what I'm talking about? You've been working or building something or whatever, doing some real shit. And they've been doing some weird shit. Then they come to you. It's not you trying to get some information. Now they come with you some stars, moons, quasars, ass shit. And then, you know, it seems good. You know what I'm talking about? But ultimately it's not. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with getting power. Charles Clark in the building. That's what we talking about, power, man. K. Bezel, peace of the guys, man. Appreciate you guys tapping in. Real talk. Let's go. Got what's that? Trey Bonto Brand. What up, Trey Bonto? Hey man, if it's your first time, man, press go if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, and put a number 1 beside that. Dragon Pat 13. What up, though? It's the GOAT. Y'all here, man. Mo Can, audio visual production. GOAT production. Van. What up, though? Cough. Kind of two of the fine things, man. J-Rock, what up, though, bro? Yeah, man, it's going down, man. Just checking out everybody who's in there, man. Y'all still in the building, man. This is a fire show, man. There's some goats in there. Number 1, some fire. You know, y'all appreciate this, man. All the time. Kicking it with y'all, man. Y'all can be anywhere else, man. Y'all kicking over with us, man. Talk shit. Ricardo D. Peace, God. What's up, Gretchen? Come on here and say hello, Gretchen. Let everybody know what you got going on, man. Yeah, man. Some new crypto cake journals, books coming, man. Now stay tuned, man. Good shit. Support the channel, man. Only Builders. Cut Tag. It's the GOAT. DJ Cut Tag. Talk Nick Show, man. Yeah, man. Mr. Brooklyn, what up, though? Man. After you going in, though, man. Find out this, man. Let's go down the line, man. Gretchen in the building. Crypto Cakes Cartel has entered the building. Flavor Cakes has entered the building. Gretchen, what up, though? Flavor Cakes has entered the building. What up, though?
K2, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hold on, I got you. Hold on. Let me turn the TV down. Yeah, I had to turn my TV down so I'm gonna get the feedback. So what's going on, Chief?
Not much, just figuring and laying low.
I've been listening through the TV.
So, how's everything going?
It's going okay. You set to go down to Atlanta?
I'm supposed to be, man, but there's some little things going on. Talk about so natural life be going on, yeah. Oh shit. But
LTV is going down there.
That's what's up.
He'll
Digital
hold the fort
Black
down.
Dollars. Yeah. Hey, what'd you say?
I said he'll hold the fort down.
Yeah, that's what's up. So, I was gonna ask you. Did you catch the show? The Harry Rosenburg interview, Oh God and Sam Ant.
No, I didn't catch that part. Oh, I probably was listening, but I wasn't. I probably was looking maybe, but I ain't heard this before. I'm gonna have to run that back.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I know we'd be analyzing stuff, you know what I'm saying, but just the surface of it. He was, talking about separating themselves from the evil record labels and Hollywood and all that other stuff. And I just thought that was interesting. Had you ever heard of where they get the word Hollywood from, where the wood comes from? You ever heard of where that comes from?
No, but I do know it's what is it? Hollywood and Nollywood or some other type of wood in other countries.
Well, Hollywood is a tree that, right? And that tree is what I guess what they make the wands out of, the witchcraft. You know what I'm saying? From a Hollywood tree. So that's where that term comes from. You ever heard that before?
I think I just heard you saying that the other day, though.
I don't know if I said that the other day. Could be. I'm not sure.
Maybe we were.
I heard that before. I never seen a Hollywood tree. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's some good switches will come over that. You know what I mean? Hey, it's just interesting, man. A lot of these folklores and mythologies and things that people believe in, but it manifests itself in real time. You know what I mean? That's kind of the main thing of this when we're pushing back. I don't know if you caught when Lex Vortex came on. He was talking about the hashtag that we put up, stop anti-Americanism. You know what I mean? And he was like, from his, he understood what we were doing when we were saying it because he knows we're pushing who the Americans are, right? But it was interesting that he said that other people would see that as being like a patriot. Don't you feel like we are patriots as Americans?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
I mean, just in general, across the board.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? Even Wisdom showing Dr. Martin Luther King getting a Julia Award, and and then obviously the Nobel Peace Prize and all this other stuff, right? You know what I mean? And all other things, a holiday, or they don't even have a holiday, right? It just goes back to just they're accusing anybody from our community of being anti anything, you know what I mean? And just haters in general, because that just doesn't bear witness to just the facts, just history, you know what I mean? And that's still gonna be a thing, you know what I'm saying? So, like, okay, perfect example, like Michael Rappaport, right? Even like he played a part in one of the Fridays, right? Ice Cube, and he was talking shit, you know what I'm saying? And of course, we've seen other people play racist guys, you know what I'm saying? And even say things, DiCaprio, you know what I'm saying? All these different people, right? Be able to play these characters or whatever, right? And we understand it as a character, right? And then we even understand that they should be able to, from Michael Rappaport to Joe Rogan, whoever, we should be able to have a dialogue and be able to, they should be able to express themselves, right? Without being derogatory, just like we should be able to express ourselves with truth to them, right? But when we see them addressing somebody like Kanye, whatever, and going in like Rappaport did, right? It gets kind of interesting, because what he doesn't understand is that he's attacking a lot of us that feel marginalized. You understand what I'm saying? That don't have $1 billion to lose just by saying the Jew. You know what I mean? You feel me? And so I think that, just what's your perspective on that? I know it's one of the interesting to get your perspective on it. As being patriots, we're just talking about the patriot thing, or so-called Black Americans, so-called Aboriginal Americans, American Negroes, American Indians. Are we patriots?
Back to his statements on Jews. I think the whole backlash is that he's saying Jews as in like all Jews. Is that correct? Is that why it's so much backlash?
Well,
because he didn't name specific people.
Well, it was the tweet, so
in general,
he didn't put all in there. And once again, I don't think that, I would have necessarily, I would have tweeted that shit in the first place, yo. I just think it's kind of weird. Like, you just like, I feel like this right here, and then put it in a tweet, and then go to sleep or something or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just think it's really weird just to see what the reaction of other people will be about what the fuck you tweet. You know what I mean? I think that's really interesting. And then other people are feeling the reaction, and because their feelings are hurt about something, whether they understand or whether they like something that you feel, how you feel, right? Now, let's just say that wasn't cool, whatever, right? Cool, whatever. Like, that's how you feel. Does that mean that that he hates all people? No, of course not. Right?
Right. I don't think that he hates all people.
However, this man said he has a lot of trauma. And he's going through some things, and we gotta say that conspiracies have been uncovered, especially in Hollywood. So we cannot say that this dude is saying something, that Sierra Canyon is not a cesspool, that Hollywood is not a cesspool, that the system is fucked up to fuck over kids. Like, Weinstein Group is still making films. I can go on and on and on of the hypocrisy that the ADL, for instance, they should be abolished. You know what I'm saying? Or definitely canceled. But they always Goldblat, them always running around here chasing ambulances and shit. Go on somewhere and get you some business, Goldblat. That's what you should do. You know what I'm talking about? Real talk.
Okay, which one is Goldblat?
Goldblat is the CEO of Anti-Defamation.
Oh, okay.
Right? And he's been acting very un-American, very anti-American. You know what I'm saying? And that's how we gotta give it back. He's pushing anti-Americanism. You know what I mean? And we're saying stop anti-Americanism. You know what I mean? It's just kind of simple.
I think anti-Americanism should be tied to terrorism.
Sheesh. Shit. So some of the most patriotic things is to address things like that happen to the American people when things are being done negative to American people. Am I saying something wrong that I hate any people of Hispanic descent or anything like that? Because we're saying that it's something wrong with this people coming into this country. I'm not blaming them. I'm blaming the system. Something's going wrong. You know what I'm saying? Why is this, a thing? And once again, there has to be some type of concerted effort on both so-called sides of the aisle, the Republicans as well as the Democrats, to allow this to happen. You know what I mean? And somebody is saying, anybody that's saying that makes sense, for this to be going on, then that's just crazy. That's all I'm saying. So, I'm not a hater, I'm a historian. And we push historianism as well as also I'm a comedian too, so I guess comedians can get away with a few things. So we talk comedy over here. Yeah. I don't rap, but I'm a producer, so I guess that puts me in the rap. So we can talk shit too. So that's how I go. That's the rules, ain't it? This has the rules. I'm just going by the rules that they say. So they said, that was a joke. I got trauma. I do. I got trauma. And like, man, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I got fake post-traumatic slave syndrome. I mean, I used to be fucked up. I believe that shit. I was mad than a bitch. I ain't gonna lie. I was mad than a motherfucker, y'all. Like everybody else was playing, I was mad. I took it wrong. I was fucked up. I wasn't the ones that was like, I'm gonna go tuck my tail somewhere. Nah, nigga. I was trying to get even at all terms. I'm just saying. I thought it was my duty to get even, man. Like, nigga, they threw 100 million of us. Who said that? Somebody just said that dumb shit. Oh, that was the ADL dude? Somebody was saying that. Some dummy just said that shit, speaking about our community and 100 million of us. That was the Rosenburg from the radio. Man, shut your ass up. Where'd you get those numbers from? You see what I'm saying? Like, just to make his numbers, okay, everything's good. Nah, nigga. No, we don't hear none of that shit. And that's the whole problem. That's it. Nobody's want to tell these people the truth. Hey, this is the truth. And the truth is that if we don't figure out how to get on the sheet code, right? And we got low-hanging fruit. Like Blasphemous is low-hanging fruit. You know what I mean? And once again, people like that are going against the sheet code, right? Like Boozy, for instance, right? And he just keeps continuing showing he goes against the code, right? If his movie sells, if his ramen sells, if his cologne sells, if niggas don't want to do features with him no more, all these things, right? So he understands that he needs to get on the sheet code. No, not him, but I'm just saying though, like, bro, he just turned 40. He got to know better.
It's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that need to get on the cheat code.
But imagine all the youngsters that will follow suit behind them, and imagine all the ones that say, "Nah, we're gonna go on here and continue to put ourselves in a compromising position." They might not all have the ability to duck it like him. Now, Kanye said some things that was interesting that he could tell the truth because he never killed nobody.
Right,
so I think that went over a lot of people's head. It didn't go over mine.
Interesting.
That was very interesting.
It didn't go over mine either.
And he named a couple names that was in particular.
So basically, he's saying that his hands is clean, so no one could mute his voice.
Sheesh. Terrible. Hey, that's terrible, y'all. That's when we think about it. Terrible. What we got here, man? So I thought you was gone, so I burned out. Nah. Yeah, man, it's all good, man. Appreciate you, man. ChiefHoliday@gmail.com, man. Y'all tap in, man. Let's get to work, man. Let's get to mobilizing, man. Said the brother saying he in Houston too. So yeah, man. Okay, yeah, we got in there. Smart dummy. Yeah, definitely a smart dummy. Yo, man, it's just crazy, man. When you just think about it, just from a totality, just like you be like, really, this is really going on for real? Like seriously, like you know what I mean? Like at this point, like people are still like falling for it. Like at this point, like really? And they talk all this woke shit. They even have these shows, Blackish, and they talk about certain things, whatever. You know what I mean? So people understand certain stuff that's going on, and how even in jokes, you know what I mean, that they can push certain things. You know what I mean? But even when you just watch Seinfeld, or even South Park, some things or whatever, certain things they understand, and so certain characteristics of certain characters, like George Costanza characteristics, was and that's just them saying, okay, once again, comedy is a lot about self-deprecation. This happened to me, and I was taking a shit, or this, or I got chased by some dogs. It's always about that, anyway. So it's kind of acceptable. You know what I mean? And also, comedians supposed to be able to, these social commentaries, be able to, with satire, say, hey, these things are going on for social change. And a lot of times, these people are trying to suffocate those voices because they are voices for change. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we know that people have pushed other things, but we know they have silenced a lot of people's voices. And I think they cheat us. They cheat the people. You know what I'm saying? Because people now can't express themselves or can't put certain things. I like Monique. You know what I mean? And so is she anti-Semitic by saying, well, she started banging on people that actually she was hitting the people that are maybe blocking her, but it's bigger than her. It's bigger than them, and she was fighting those entities like Netflix. You think people say, y'all, the Queen said this right here, we done with Netflix. Nah, they just took the deals. See what I'm saying? So Netflix said, man, their numbers are down. People are walking off because it was wrong. But they didn't do that. People were like, nah, be quiet, girl. And then they started a fight between them and her, as opposed to with the people that she was actually fighting with and what she was actually saying that they know to be true. I even heard Tyler Perry saying that he doesn't make a lot of money of these shows and stuff, and he definitely tries to get the money to the people. It's very honorable. You know what I'm saying when he said that. But once again, him creating his own distribution company, production, not distribution company, my bad, production studio. Once again, now, sometimes we got to start thinking how to shift the power. Because now it's about distribution. What does that look like? An old ABC studio, Rockefeller Center, NBC's, they are, I mean, what does that look like? Like some of these companies, created a long time ago, like they still there. Like, will we start from that and go back to some old school model? What does it look like? See what I'm saying? There's some things that they're not going to be able to control. And I think we're not focused on it because once again, we think that going on the American Bandstand, for instance, or being on their platforms is the way to be. But no, they actually needed us to build Fox, to build ABC, to build NBC, to build CBS, to build CBS, to build Walmart, build Kroger, build Foot Locker, Amazon, to build Adidas, to build Nike. Fuck. Y'all see how this works? Like, it's just, I don't know. And so to shit on the people that's building it, is doing it, I think it's really stupid for these people to continue to keep reaching, especially impressing brother Kyrie. And I hate for him to be the symbol of this though. You know what I mean? I just, but once again, he said he built like that. and he got protection, and that's what we here for, to be that protection. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's kind of where we at, y'all. We're gonna really shut this thing down, you guys. We've been going. How long have we been going, you guys? Jeez. Oh no.
How long you been going today?
No, hell no. I'm living about like 5-6 hours. What? 11 hours?
It don't seem like it.
Damn.
Well, I know I went to the shoe store today, and Adidas are buy one get one half off.
You're gonna see them in Payless next. They're gonna be in Payless. Buy one, get one. Go, whatever, Bolo or some shit. BOGO, nigga. Man, ain't nobody buying no more Adidas, man. It's over. You know what I'm saying? Terrible. That's what they get. Buy one, get one. Man, they're gonna be like, buy half of one and get another one. Half price, get one. You know what I mean? How about that? You know what I'm talking about?
It's not even.
Yeah, I think they deserve that though. It'd be some cowards talking about. But dude said he was gonna hammer him. Oh boy, Johnathan Greenblat said they was gonna hammer. We're gonna hammer you. He was threatening. We're gonna hammer you. And they would have been like, "Oh, buddy, what are you talking about? What does this have to do?" I want to see that in Ye's contract with them. I want to see that in Kyrie's contract with them. Now, the commissioner said that Kyrie was an anti-Semitic of the league that they play in. Adam Silver, who is the Jewish person, right? That's what they say, right? The owner of the team, right? I haven't heard from the coach, but the vice president of the Players Association, Jaylen Brown, also says the same thing. You know, can anybody explain to me why he loses contract with Nike? So I understand Phil Knight has something to say, but does he feel that he is? Like, as I understand, you know, if he does, then does he feel that Jeff Bezos is, because it's on Amazon for Kyrie, on Barnes & Noble, on Apple, on Spotify, for Kyrie to consume it. And let's just say he went to go get some popcorn or something, and he missed that part in the documentary that talked about that part that they didn't like, right? Or he wanted to look more into it, because he said, man, that's some bullshit, man. He's like, what the fuck are these people talking about? You know what I'm saying? And he didn't agree with that part, whatever, but sharing it, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, to be able to have a dialogue with it. They just openly just said that or whatever. So, okay, so them saying that, what would be in his contract that he violated? That would be my thing. But anybody out there that's paying attention, what did he violate in his Nike contract?
Well, maybe the Nike contract was tied to the NBA contract somehow.
Well, he hasn't violated his NBA contract, according to the league, according to the Players Association, according to the owner of the team, according to his teammates. I mean, why is he suspended? Why? You know, if all this is to be true, and I do understand that two things can be true at the same time, because apparently that is happening. He's suspended, even though he's not anti-Semitic, according to them. He apologized in a statement, but the same place that he posted the book or the video, whatever. Yeah, it's just weirdo shit, y'all. You know what I mean? Hey man, it's the marathon, man. Y'all, we're gonna be ready to get up out of here. Rich, and appreciate you. Yeah. We're ready to shut this thing down, man. Appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Real talk.
When is it? Before you go, when is the next Only Builders meeting, Chief?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Or today. We'll check it in. probably chop it up after we push this, after this, shut this down. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
About what we got going on tomorrow and then this weekend. You know what I mean? And then obviously we got the 24th and the 25th marathon, man. So we're gonna be on multiple channels from App TV to App Power, Hawk School, this channel, man. Anybody want to participate in you know, this marathon weekend, man. 2-3 day weekend, man. I know we're gonna start with 2, man, but I know how we do, man. We probably just go ahead and go through the whole weekend. So from Thanksgiving, Black Friday, man. So y'all tap in, man. We're gonna be getting it in, man. A lot of we're dropping a lot of things as well as information. We got some private things going as well, you know, but at the same time, we're also got a lot of things that we're going to be sharing with the public. So, yeah, Only Builders 2022 for tomorrow, how to start a bank. You know what I mean? So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow, man. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, man. And once again, some of this information that we can't, like, you guys, a lot of some of these private things get blocked. How the hell do our private things get blocked? So we have to go private. Ain't that crazy? So it's been some very valuable information and things that got blocked. Shows get took down. I go back looking for it down, and I'd be like, because but this is on YouTube. You didn't block it from the people that got it there. Like, they put their information out. Like, you know what I mean? I just think it's weird. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird, you guys.
So do you mean a video that you record private can be blocked? Like some of the Only Builders?
Not how we set up now. But, you know, when you're still, like, sometimes you're still on their platform.
Okay, well, what's the use of being able to make a private video?
Huh?
I say, what's the purpose of making a private video if they can take that down too? You know, not that many people seen it, but your private group.
That's why it's not gonna be. We had to go make some whole nother moves to make it super off the grid. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. And
I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, you can just do private things, and then obviously you edit and repost and do stuff you do without putting in copyright and things like that. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the mindset. Then once again, be able to make moves. What we do, people missed the fight, the UFC 281. It was crazy, man. We had a good time, man. Shout out to Cut, man, for getting that pay-per-view and then sharing that with us, man. So that was dope. And, you know, with the money there, with that, not only what he, investing in that, but also when he went towards equipment and things to better production for the entire community. John, once again, Cut said he's robbing the grave, and he shares his information not only with mixing and production and things, but other people. You know what I'm saying? And so, once again, that's what we're here for. We're here to share. We're here to help. We're here to, and once again, it's never about, before that happens, you got to make sure that you pay me. Terrible. We don't move like that. Just letting out. Just let them know, I don't got to tell you that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So what time tomorrow are you all coming in?
I want to get it in early. I know AP gonna be going in. I'm gonna say let's shoot for like 2 Eastern.
I'm talking about just for all the stations that you named is gonna come on and run the same show.
Oh, you talking about for the marathon Thanksgiving?
Okay, that's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving.
That sounds like it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be dope. A few surprises, man. Y'all might see some things. No, definitely gonna see some things you ain't seen before, heard before. But you know, y'all might see some other shit, man. So y'all stay tuned, man. Y'all know how we do, man. We doing our thing, man. Doing our thing. So yeah, so we're gonna get up out of here. Let me get the outro audio in here, y'all.
Okay.
So yeah, man. Shout out to all the American Aborigine, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Go DJ Cut Tap Talk Mix Show. We got Crypto Cakes Cartel in the building. Hey Gretchen, tell them a little bit about how they can get a hold of Crypto Cakes Cartel and Gretchen Helm's publication. You got it.
Right now I'm just using my email to do business. Anyone can email me at cryptocakescartel@gmail.com. If you're interested in putting your brand or your business or your pastime gig or whatever it is that you like to do, or even your photo, your wedding photo or whatever, if you want it on the cover of a book, to give to or to sell or give to your patrons or whoever you invite to any event, you can just send me an email and we can work out a plan and whatever it is you want on the cover of a notebook, recipe book, calendar book, any kind of book.
That's right. Go.
Yeah, I have this girl in the neighborhood. She wants me to make her a special book.
Yeah, it's a special book.
Yeah, she wants her own photo on it, on the front and the back. And, you know, I forget what she want to call it, but I told her I can do it for her.
That's what's up. Well, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to get up out of here. Like I said, you can hang tight. We're gonna chop it up for a minute and get up out of here. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the outro for this. I want to thank everybody for coming in tonight, man. Once again, before you get up out of here, like, share, subscribe, support the real man, Only Builders, Cut Tag. You already know, man. Only Builders 2022, man. How to start a bank tomorrow, man. Only Builders 2022, man. Tap in. It's the GOAT. DJ Cut Tag. We got Crypto Cakes Cartel in the building. You already know, man. Go tap in. weare2am.com, man. It's 2 a.m. somewhere in the world, man. weare2am.com. Get some merch, man. Empower ourselves, man. Let's figure out how to do that. Let's keep making it. Oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna have a New Year resolution. Huh? Nah. New Year's right now. Start right now. It's the GOAT. DJ Cut Tag Talk Mix Show, man. I'm ready to get up out of here.
Peace, everybody in the chat.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Exes ain't the same no more. Don't give a fuck about they name no more. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 I'm from the hood. I'm still waking up my people. That's right. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. How you gonna refute that? How? Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
Chief, you playing the outro? I can't hear it.
Hey, what'd you say?
I was asking if you were playing the outro. I can't hear it.
You can't hear it? Y'all can hear it?
No.
You sure?
Hold on, let me turn the TV up.
I heard it too. Play one more time. Yeah.
I'm turning the TV up. I should hear it. I should hear it on here, shouldn't I? I should hear it like I hear you talking, right?
They should.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Man, if it good to be
I gotta turn it down before I get the echo.
Man, if it good to be aboriginal. Man, if it good to be aboriginal. Man, if it good to be aboriginal. Man, if it good to be aboriginal.
Exes ain't the same no more. Don't give a fuck about they name no more.
Man, if it good to be aboriginal. 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 I'm from the hood. I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, if it good to be aboriginal. Man, if it good to be aboriginal. Man, if it good to be aboriginal.